Chapter 141 Qingzi Mine. War horses galloped in the wilderness. The undead, who was trying to climb to the top of a hill, suddenly heard a noise behind him and fell down in fright. In the distance, a cavalry broke through the frozen soil and rushed over. Faction boss? It's not that he is mentally sensitive. But after the 1.03 version update, the faction boss that was said to appear has not appeared yet. And now encountering such a huge noise in the wild, it is hard not to associate it with the above. Damn. You scared me. It's the Lord. The undead man got up and raised his hand to greet the cavalry team as they approached. Good morning, Lord. The cavalry team did not stop. But the burly figure in golden armor at the front heard his voice, and turned around and nodded to him in response. The deafening sound of horse hooves faded away. And the undead man also sighed, and turned around to continue climbing. Today he must climb to the highest point of the hill, and then jump down. There is no reason. I just want to play like this. It takes ordinary people several days to walk from the Trident Crossroads to the Crossroads of Faith. And it takes several more days to go to the mines. But after Lind rode on the Calamity Warhorse, it is no longer a waste of time to rush. Gallop all the way to the Crossroads of Faith, and then go north along the path. The nearby calamities have been almost cleared by the undead. 180 undead are hunting the surrounding calamities at a high intensity. When the calamity meets the fourth calamity, it is really a nemesis. The small low wall made of piled rocks was leaking everywhere. Patrol figures could be seen everywhere. At the entrance of the mine, when Lind and others arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of the mine forces. The pendulum clock was pulled by the rope and swayed, making an alarm sound. A large number of miners rushed out of the mine. They were dressed in thin clothes and strong, and surrounded Lind and others in a semicircle. The leader was a shirtless man, who was about the same size as Lind, but his arms seemed to be a full circle larger than Lind's. He held a pick in his hand, and exuded a superior aura. The Calamity horse snorted uneasily, and its twisted and bloated hooves stomped on the ground, digging out small pits. Linda pulled the chain and focused his eyes on the man. In such a large piece of land, Linda had only seen a few superiors, and there were less than 10 of them after counting with his fingers. In the eyes of the undead, the so-called superiors were only at the level of 21 to 30, and could only be considered early and mid-term enemies. My people have been here before, Linda emphasized. Harbor Village belongs to my territory. Good Nan. The leading miner patted his chest. The foreman of the miners in Qingzi Mine. His voice was very rough. Perhaps because he lived in the mine for many years. There was a resonance in his chest, and his voice was dull and vibrating, like a pickaxe hitting his ears. Lord, we don't want to get involved with any forces. Has anyone come to see you? Linda had previously guessed that it was related to the village chief of Haigang Village. But now it seems that it is not the case. Officialization. This is good news. At present, except for the inexplicably upright village chief of the novice village, most people have normal brains. Leon territory? Linda observed Gunnan's expression. We can provide a large amount of food in exchange. Leon territory's hand must not have been able to reach here. Although Linda is not clear about the development speed and direction of Leon territory, he is very clear about one thing. That the cause of everything must be related to the internal test of the undead last year. That day was the starting point of everything. Seeing that Gunnan was sullen and the miners around him had no intention of giving in, Lin said, I hope that when you hear that Leon territory has been breached, you will consider cooperating with us again. The disaster horse turned around and carried Lin away. Go back. Gunnan turned around and shouted, keep working. Work. Ah! The miners burst into enthusiasm and shouted at the top of their voices. The mine was busy, and the temperature seemed very peaceful compared to the bone-chilling cold outside. The miners returned to their positions to dig, and the pickaxes hit the rock wall. Gunnan spat into his palm, rubbed his hands, picked up the pickaxe, and continued to hammer. The more he hammered, the stronger his strength became, and the more fierce his momentum became. After a long time, Gunnan dropped the pickaxe and walked deeper into the mine. The surface mine tunnel was illuminated by torches, but the light became less and less as he went deeper. There was almost no light at all in the deeper parts, and he could only grope his way forward. Gunnan muttered a few words. The fire will cover the brilliance of the stars. A hoarse voice came from the darkness. Thank you. Gunnan turned his head towards the direction of the voice. The Lord who destroyed the harbor village is here. We don't get involved in any fights. We only belong to the world of stars. Shek said in the dark. We stay here to protect the stars in their sleep. That's you. I'm just a minor foreman. Gunan didn't like the other party's speaking style. I don't think about anything every day. I just keep mining. Gunan turned his head and groped the rock wall. When will this area be handed over to us for mining? What a waste. Just leave it there. Don't disturb Xingzi's sleep. Okay. You have the final say. Gunan said indifferently. And then reminded, the man who came today is not simple. A little weaker than me. But I haven't seen anyone as strong as me for a long time. And he also tamed the batch of disaster horses outside. You also know that we need food. And we don't have the energy to mine if we are not full. Shek's voice came faintly. Only cooperate with the winner. This is the wisdom of survival. Should we just charge in? After leaving the mine's sphere of influence, Linda was still thinking. The other party clearly wanted to remain neutral and not help either side. The strength of the miner leader, Gunan, should be good, but he was just a little stronger. So far, Linda had never seen anyone stronger than himself at the same level. But the other party was only physically strong. Among Linda's many abilities, physical strength was just the least noticeable feature of himself. A group of strong men were mining frantically, which was very strange. The output of or needs to be transformed into armor, tools, weapons, etc. by blacksmiths. But he has observed the forces in the mines. There are no furnaces or blacksmiths. A large amount of mined ore is piled up into a hill, guarded by some people, and piled aside like ordinary stones. This shows that their purpose is mining, not ore. Forget it. Let's deal with Leon first. Since the other party has expressed a neutral attitude, Lind is also happy to save a trouble. But the other party will not sell the ore in a short time, which makes him feel a little tricky. The ore reserves are not enough. The competition for resources is one of the main reasons for the war. At present, whether it is for the struggle between the new and old nobles or for development, the struggle with Leon territory is imminent. Leon, what is your strength level? He guessed that the other party should at least be a hero. Maybe even stronger than a hero. Otherwise, why would he be the lord of the main city? Chapter 142 Rabbit Teeth and Snake Girl. This is a kind of grass that has absorbed strange power. It stores some power different from magic, like the power from outer space. Those disaster horses must have lived in a similar environment for a long time and gradually mutated and developed into this. Eating star grass for a long time will make the disaster horses replenish their energy and become very quiet. Linda looked at Miss Miko, who was talking in front of him, and then glanced at Miss Brittany, who was sitting in the distance. He always felt that maybe, perhaps, something was wrong? Did you come here just for this? Linda asked. Stargrass is indeed very important. More importantly, he has only found the growth environment of stargrass in the green area of the horse herd. There should be some special force affecting the soil environment. But such a small matter can be delivered by Miko as long as he finds a messenger to write a letter. Why take the initiative to come here? It is her job to brew potions in the rear. And it is too dangerous to run to the front line. And Miss Brittany also came over for no apparent reason. So there was this scene before us. Isn't it important? Her teeth bared. And it's not difficult to cook potions. Didn't you find a helper for me? Yeah. That's right. Lin has a very high tolerance for Miko. In his mind, she is in the first echelon that must be tolerated. And must be spoiled. Even if her own father doesn't spoil her, she has to spoil her. And now that more than 30 great knights have been added to the territory, such as the Spell Wizard Potion and the Two-Headed Man Potion, she has already become so skilled that she can open dozens of crucibles at the same time. Even if the undead people are crazy and die and exchange potions, it is enough to support for a while. Brittany, wearing a veil, looked at Lind and Miko with smiling eyes. Who is this? Miko seemed to have just seen Brittany. This is... Lind wanted to help introduce them. The two pharmacists are both important human resources. Brittany walked towards Miko. She almost beat Miko in height and figure. She bent down slightly and nodded to Miko, which caused the sound of some rodents grinding their teeth. In terms of figure, Brittany was a sure winner. There was no need to measure it with your hands. Anyone who was not blind could see it. As for appearance, aesthetics is very subjective. One can only say that one has cute rabbit teeth and the other is a seductive snake woman. Cute or sexy? Lind has always had difficulty choosing beauties. Are you from the Kingdom of the Moon? Miko's eyes stayed on the other's veil. Brittany looked surprised. She seemed to have not expected to hear others mention her country in a remote kingdom far away from her homeland. Ahem. Miko straightened her waist, making her not too protruding chest bulge a little higher. But she stood in front of Brittany, looking more like a little rabbit provoking the mountains without knowing her own strength. I'm from the Star Magic School, and I've seen the Kingdom of the Moon. The Starry School of Magic in the Magic Land? Brittany's attitude towards Miko has also changed. How come you all know about it? Linda felt as if he was excluded from the topic. But as a noble, he really had never heard of the Starry School of Magic. It might also be related to the fact that there are no wizards in the Rand Kingdom. Gold and warriors are the best match. Our Rand Kingdom is full of muscular men. So what? The two seemed to be chatting enthusiastically, but Linda always felt that there was a bad atmosphere brewing between the two. In a trance, Linda seemed to have returned to a few years ago. In the hazy memory, when the princess, who had not yet become the queen, met her fiancé. It seemed that a similar aura was generated. Both the manners and the content of the conversation were very friendly. But there was a feeling of discomfort. The former Linda didn't feel anything wrong at the time. But now Linda's brain is not lacking. And he suddenly realized. Isn't this Shura Field? Shura Field is not necessarily because of the two parties competing for favor. Linda is not so confident that Miss Brittany has taken a fancy to him. It's more because two people who are almost the same are competing. And the strong desire to compete will surpass everything. Linda smiled and raised his hand to press on Mika's shoulder, interrupting the increasingly polite and respectful verbal confrontation between the two. The more respectful you are, the harder the needle will pierce you. The two looked at him at the same time. Let's chat next time. Miss Brittany has just finished her work. Let her have a good rest. Lynn dragged Miko out. Are you hungry? He has difficulty choosing beauties, but not tools. Miss Miko, who is efficient, and Brittany, who is lazy. Do you need to think about which one to choose? Miko, who was unhappy just now, smiled immediately after hearing this, and her cheekbones rose. If you take old Pete away, I won't have anything good to eat. Lien is not. Hey, why did you kick me? Brittany looked at the figure who was leaving with laughter, and her eyes could not hide the slight displeasure. In the confrontation between the two just now, Linda not only chose Miko without hesitation, but also pointed at her. Just finished? He said before that he was too slow. At the same time, she also had a new understanding of Linda. A decisive man. She admitted that after she saw Miko's thoughts. She had a fun idea to compete with Linda just now, wanting to make Linda embarrassed. But she didn't expect Linda to choose Miko without thinking, which made her look like a clown snake. He would speak out his preferences, express his ideas clearly, respect women, and never hesitate. He is indeed a very special person. She didn't think of showing her charm to compete for Lind. Maybe the third-rate stories of the bards would say so. She just thought it was interesting. Brittany turned around. Since the Lord had reminded her many times, she couldn't be lazy and not work all the time. Miss Miko is here? There were still undead people in the old territory lookout. After seeing Miko, they surrounded her happily. Wherever a popular NPC goes, a crowd will gather around him. Miko is used to such scenes. She is in a good mood now. Linda's reaction just now is very correct and worthy of praise. The only bad thing is that Lian was mentioned, which immediately reduced her good mood. Sir! An undead rushed over. Sir! We were ambushed. The crowd dispersed and let him in. What's going on? Linda asked. It's the undead led by Leon. Those undead came over and killed several of our brothers. It was normal that the undead in Leon territory found him. As long as the undead in Leon territory read the posts diligently, they would know that Linda had taken over the harbor village and holy water town. And then, they would ask the NPC in Leon territory for confirmation. And it would be easy to know in which direction the two novice villages were located in Leon City. Linda had been mentally prepared. His attitude was also very simple. Gather all the undead. After returning from the Xingzi mine, Linda wanted to kill Leon territory directly. We had 182 headed people/spell wizards, and more than 30 great knights. And we had an absolute advantage in numbers. However, our side is weaker in high-end combat power. Our side includes Lind himself, Miko, Lance and Bard. Among them, Bard should not go to the battlefield. He is not suitable for the battlefield. The enemy, a Leon whose strength is unknown, and a group of superiors. But fighting is not a one-to-one conversion. From the perspective of individual combat power, whether it is Lind himself or Lance. They have the ability to kill the enemy in seconds at the same stage. Are we going to attack the main city? The undead capture the key information. Chapter 143 tonight at 8 o'clock. Come and kill me if you are a brother. Leon City. After the first undead successfully broke through to level 11 through the magic potion, the rest of the undead also broke through naturally. And they are keen on bugs. The more inhuman their appearance is after promotion, the stronger their strength will be. Therefore, a group of ugly and hideous monsters appeared in Leon territory. Whenever they walked on the street, people on the street would tremble and kneel on the ground, fearing that they would attract the attention of the terrifying existence. The lizard pit is almost cleaned up, so why not go there? No! It stinks. Lizard shit is everywhere. This game is fun because it's very real. But it's not fun because it's too real. The undead will never forget the soft and sticky feeling left by their careless foot when they rushed into the lizardman's territory, and the sticky stuff squeezed out from the gaps between their toes, heaved until he disconnected. That's right. I've successfully upgraded, so I might as well take on some small tasks to show off. Unlike Star Dragon Outpost, Lion territory does not have a points setting. If you do well, the leader will praise you, just like going to work. If you are praised, nothing else. Without enough incentives, the undead, who have successfully reached level 11, will definitely lose motivation. Killing monsters does not give experience. Although completing tasks will reward money, there are no commodities in Lion territory. The only thing you can buy is food. But food is an important resource, no matter which faction you are in. There is a purchase limit. It just so happens that the undead do not need the burden of ordinary food. The tavern that looked very fun could not be entered because the undead could not take off their pants. If they entered, they would be booed and laughed at. The undead also have self-esteem. A group of undead found the Legion leader No Front Teeth Young, who was drunk and red-faced with a bottle of wine all day. He had a good life in recent days. Although the undead did not do anything big, he suddenly expanded his army by 60 great knight-level soldiers, which was enough for him to stand up straight among the 3 Legion leaders. No matter what the other 2 people planned, Yang was already the strongest in name. Lord Yang, let's take the mission. An unruly shout came. Yang raised his eyebrows. He didn't care about the disrespect in the other party's words. People who came back from the big rift, who put life and death aside, were mostly careless. Yang found that the undead people especially liked to do missions. It was a good thing to like work, but he couldn't bear the large amount of rewards every time he did things. As the head of the Legion, Leon had a lot of currency in the sphere of influence, and he would usually give some out to reward his soldiers, which he couldn't spend all. But since the undead started to do the mission, Yang found that the currency he stored could only last for half a month at most before it was emptied by the undead. Not only that, the undead were willing to do the mission to make money, but they didn't spend money, which led to another situation. The capital flow within Leon City suddenly had problems. Everyone had no money. In the past, everyone had no money, but at least they could still buy things. Suddenly, a large amount of cash disappeared in a short period of time, leaving many people confused. Fortunately, it was just a short pause, and the problem was automatically solved before it caused a bigger misunderstanding. Otherwise, Yang suspected that this was done deliberately by the undead. However, as an NPC, he did not know that someone on the official forum had already played a fun game using Leon City as the material, hoarding a large amount of currency to verify whether the source of NPC currency funds is refreshed or each piece has a source. There are many things that the bored undead can do. Finally, the undead got the answer. In addition to sending, this game setting is too real. Nothing else. The crisis that nearly caused the economic collapse of Leon City came silently and disappeared silently. Thinking about what task rewards to give later, Yang listed the tasks in his sphere of influence. Oral narration. Paper is still quite precious. It is impossible to use it to record such trivial matters. A group of footprints were found near the Trident intersection. Maybe there are hostile forces. Go and clean up those forces. Rewards. Yang felt a little difficult. The only thing he could come up with was money. He didn't care whether the undead would be satisfied with his reward. As the leader of the Legion, he had to issue tasks to his soldiers, and it was their duty to complete the tasks. It was outrageous that he could give extra rewards. Rewards are not based on what you want, but on what I have. Unsurprisingly, A sum of money as a reward once again attracted complaints from the undead. It's money again. There's no place to spend so much money. No food. No toys. And no new equipment. Alas. Sigh. The more I compare, the more I feel that the difference in treatment in the game is huge. Leon Territory is the main city. The stage that the undead will go to after leaving the novice village. But it gives people the feeling of a makeshift team. And many functions are missing. The undead, who received the task, left Leon City, and ran in the direction pointed by the soldier. After an unknown period of time, the undead saw the red name floating in front of them. Is it a player? A group of figures wandering in front of them attracted their attention. It seems so. Both sides are red names. Wild plus red name equals PK. The undead in Leon City are different from the undead in Star Dragon Outpost. From the perspective of potion research, the potions in Star Dragon Outpost are more complete. And basically there will be no problems after drinking, which is very stable. The potions in Leon City are experimental, unstable, uncertain and unsafe. From the perspective of effect, neither the two-headed man nor the spell wizard is the most orthodox way to promotion. Taking this kind of potion means that the road ahead is getting narrower and narrower. And it is a dead end. The magic potion in Leon City is the most orthodox and normal promotion step. But similarly, the instability makes the undead grow uncontrollably in the direction of easier perception of magic power after drinking the magic potion. That is, alienation. The strength shown is that the undead in Leon Territory may be stronger than those in the same level because of alienation. And they are more skilled in using skills. In a surprise attack, the undead in Leon Territory caught their opponents off guard. The joy of blocking people in the wild PK is here. With the advantage of numbers and deliberate planning, there was no suspense in this battle. The undeads on the Star Dragon Outpost were wiped out, while only a small number of the undeads on the Lion Leader's side died. As the Celestial Dragons envied by all players, they were killed by a group of little minions. The undeads felt very upset. It doesn't matter if we lose the battle. We will call for help. Brother Daddy. We were beaten. Our caring dad will definitely kill you all and scatter your ashes for you. Old Territory Observation Tower. Lind looked at the 180 undead standing in line in front of him and nodded slightly. In terms of discipline, the undead are both the best and the worst, mainly depending on their attitude, because they know what will happen next. The undead have a very good attitude. There is no speech today, only combat arrangements. And the combat arrangements are not Lind's. He gave it all to the undead and let them organize themselves. Lind only needs to follow the NPCs behind. The siege was not accomplished overnight. And the most important thing was logistics. However, the main attacking force this time was the undead. So the logistics problem was greatly reduced. With the Calamity horses pulling the cart, the logistics problem was greatly reduced. Lind wanted to lock the battlefield around Leon City, and it would be great if he could break the city along the way. Siege equipment was even less of a problem, as the undead already had experience in making them, and the materials were readily available, and there was no need to prepare engineering equipment such as siege hammers. As long as 10 two-headed men stood up, they would be enough to smash the city gate. This time, the undeads of Star Dragon Century were also very smart and did not show off on the forum, but made a fortune quietly. You must be serious when playing games. On the other hand, the undeads who won a battle returned to Leon City to report their mission. That is a very unfamiliar force. When reporting the results of the investigation, the undead chose to expose the information of Star Dragon Century. Without instigation, how can the two forces fight? The undead are good at fishing in troubled waters. They have gathered a group of undeads, and the lord is a level 20, upper knight. It is a nobleman named Linda Alman. Gather the undead? After listening to the information about the undead, Yongjin frowned and thought for a while. What direction did they come from? South. Holy Water Town? Yang's voice increased. Lord Leon has 8 superiors, and a madman under his command. This time, except for the 3 Legion commanders, all the others were sent out. Among them, Kazan Town could not be helped because that madman was in control. But so far, only Myram, who went to Persimmon Town, has returned with the undead. And there is no news from the other 4 villages and towns. I didn't think it was a problem before. But if the other party also controls a large number of undead people, the others may be in danger. Of course, compared to the danger, He is more concerned about whether a sudden force can be used for his own benefit. I'll go find Lord Leon. Yang jumped up suddenly and ordered with a leaky mouth, You. Go find Myram. Yes. Yang hurried to the inner city. With his identity, he can do whatever he wants in the inner city. When he met Lord Leon, Yang told him the news he got from the undead, including the identity of Linda Arman, as well as his strength and power. Yang had long known that the undead seemed to have some way to communicate directly across great distances. So he didn't care. Sir, I think Saran, Yaza, and the others must have encountered trouble. But this is also our opportunity, if we can absorb them into the Leon territory. However, this report did not receive a response from Lord Leon, who seemed to be thinking about other things. Lord Leon's voice was dull, as if there was a tired soul hidden in his voice. Yes. Yang closed his mouth. He knew that he just needed to shut up and listen. I know you still want to return to the Great Rift, but you can't do that now. My lord. Yang suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, My lord, have you forgotten the oath you made at that time? We swore to the magic ring. But the magic ring has been broken. But the people who swore are still here. As long as we are here, the oath will always be there. Yang said, Fighting the monsters of the abyss is our mission. Why must we target the old nobles? When Yang learned that the force was led by the old nobles, and that the other party also possessed extraordinary power, he was indeed a little surprised. But he was more concerned about whether he could absorb the other party into the Leon territory. This time, Lord Leon did not gather the power of the surrounding villages and towns on a whim, but they had already begun to gather various forces for the future. Although Yang's words were leaky, his voice was very firm. The inheritor of the Storm Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the disaster executioner, received the guidance of the Star Mentor, and cooperated with the Pus Exiles, just to hunt the Abyss disaster. As a member of the logistics team, I admire the executioners, like you, who are on the road to certain death. So I am willing to follow you here to rebuild the city-state after the defeat. We should return to the Great Rift and unite all the forces. Leon said, We are not here to survive. We are gathering strength and regrouping, just to return to the Great Rift again. You know that those old nobles were blessed by the magic ring, so they have gone completely crazy after the magic ring was broken. If we want to gather more strength, we must deal with them. According to Leon, all the old nobles must die. Attacking Goliath is far more important than returning to the Great Rift to fight. You swore allegiance to me, Leon said. Yang looked up. So I will die for you. There is no need to continue the conversation here. In the end, the decision still depends on power and status. Different from the atmosphere in Leon's territory, the undead under Lind are very excited. They have made sufficient preparations just for the next siege. The approach of more than 200 people immediately attracted the patrols on the walls of Leon City. Lind didn't say anything, but the undead had already rushed up, shouting strange words as a matter of course. If you want to fight, then fight. Tonight at 8 o'clock. If you are a brother, come and chop me. Wait for me in the Sand City. You wait for me. 52-headed people rushed towards Leon City with a roar. They did not listen to Lin's orders, but communicated within the team. NPC, just stand aside and watch. Chapter 144 Boss leads players to attack the city. The undead walked heavily and stood silently 30 miles in front of Leon City. The armor collided with the iron boots and crushed the loose ground. There was no other sound. A surprise attack. Silence represents their firm attitude at this time. Even the experienced infantrymen of the Land Kingdom could not understand why the undead, who had always been lawless and noisy, were so orderly at this moment. They seemed to be more eager for victory than himself and others? Yes, they were more eager for victory. The catapult parts carried by the 2-headed team rushed to the front, and after confirming that the tall city wall was within range, they began to assemble quickly. Linda looked at Leon City from afar, and the mountain wind slapped his face. Leon City is located on the east side of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. The stream flowing from the Banshee Lake turned north and flowed through the city gate, and finally gathered into a small lake. Compared with his warriors, Linda fully understood why the undead were like this. The undead were indeed very quiet. And not only were they quiet here, but they also did not make any noise on the forum. You can always believe in the player's determination to win, compared to the last time when they did not participate in the siege. The 180 undead, who can personally participate this time, are already eager to fight. And there is a group of players in the opposite town. so their desire to win has reached its peak. No one can refuse to kill the enemy players in the game competition. If you are not interested, it is only because the enemy players' screams are not soul-stirring enough. And the other party's angry and cursing family members report the names of the dishes, turning the siege into a battle of mother protection. Then the pleasure will be doubled. But unlike the undead who tried to suppress their excitement, Lind was still worried about the Lord of Leon City in the new noble's territory. Lind had no choice. The enemy had already discovered us. So the only option left for Lind was to take the initiative and maximize the last remaining advantage. There was no such thing as fear of fighting, nor was there such a thing as hiding and developing slowly. His own slow development would never be as fast as the enemy's. He believed that as the official main city, Leon territory must have other ways to absorb and recruit undead. Therefore, he must move forward. His eyes were fixed on the high walls of Leon City, which had already become lively. The busy little ants were running around, and it was obvious that they had discovered the situation here. Suddenly, more than 200 people attacked, and there were siege equipment, which instantly eliminated the possibility of friendly forces. My lord. Lance stood beside Lind. His antlers were far more attractive than his frowning face. Do you really want to leave the siege entirely to the undead? He admitted that the undead were very good at fighting, but in terms of skills and military tactics, they were much worse. Too much worse. Apart from not fearing death and fighting for their lives, the undead have no advantage in large-scale battles. Chaos means the inevitable failure of a battle. Gladiators look at individual ability, but war looks at overall strength. Yes, leave it to them. Lind is sure. The undead have internal communication methods, and there are many players who are good at organizing battles among this group of people. Of course, these are not the key. The knights with strict order act together with the chaotic undead, and the only ending is chaos together, regardless of whether the undead can understand flag signals. The players' minds make it impossible for them to really listen to NPC orders seriously. The most crucial point is that this siege battle will not be much with Linda and others, but it will not be much without them. 180 level 11 undead are enough to break through the city wall, unless all the superiors of the opponent stand up. Unless Leon appears. The people headed by Linda are targeting the new noble Leon, who has never appeared. They are sniping the enemy lord. What if they can't break the wall? Lance asked. No. Lind was full of confidence. Lance swallowed the words that he might fail. But Lind said again, they will never fail. Because they won't die. So they won't lose. The only one who can lose is themselves. This is the most helpless thing about the undead. They can always be resurrected from the dead, so they are always qualified to challenge. When the catapult threw a huge stone in an arc, the first arc across the sky completely detonated the war. The main purpose of Blitzkrieg is to surprise the enemy. The speed of Leon City's defense is even slower than expected. The Doomsday Warriors, who have not undergone systematic military training, have unstoppable courage, but it is difficult for them to march in a line. This is also the difference between the new and old nobles. Even Lind can understand this difference. In terms of cultural development, the long-standing Rand soldiers are naturally more brave and good at fighting. From the player's perspective, it is natural that red-named monsters are stronger than NPCs. When the boulder hit the city wall and caused a violent shake, the commotion on the city wall continued. Lind and the others standing far away could even feel the tremor and shaking, as well as the other party's uneasiness. The disturbance of the city wall helped the undead to approach quickly, allowing them to stand under the city wall without much obstruction and rub fireballs with peace of mind. Standing in Lind's position, he only saw the curtain of flames rising from the ground to the sky. Except for the dozens of people who had just joined and could not earn enough points to become a spell wizard in a short time, so they could only choose the two-headed man. Most of the other undead chose the spell wizard. The flames that rolled back to the top of the wall ignited Lind's pupils. The first wave of attack was very effective. The seemingly chaotic and disorderly attack of the undead maintained its greatest advantage, which was speed. They were not afraid of death, so they were reckless and rushed forward. The two-headed man used his body to attack the city gate. It was very difficult to break through the high wall, but it was not difficult to knock down the city wall, as long as there was no terrain advantage. 180 undead people would engage in street fighting, which would be really unmatched, and the advantage of numbers would be maximized. Sporadic arrows pierced from the top of the wall and penetrated into the two-headed man's body. Some got stuck in the skin, and some penetrated deep into the flesh. But no matter what kind of attack, it could not stop the two-headed man's offensive. There are great benefits to winning this war, so there is no need to be afraid of death. If the resurrection point is not too far away, their offensive will be even more fierce. And before the war, the Lord specially brought Miss Miko here to cook potions crazily, and also opened a potion promotion. The reserves are sufficient. So, take drugs, take them hard. There are many soldiers defending the city, but not enough crossbows. Boom! A fireball flew up the wall, and the soldier who raised his crossbow and aimed at the bottom was hit by the fireball, and his head exploded instantly. The sparks ignited a large area on the crowded wall, causing wailing and screaming. One by one, the firemen rolled on the wall, and some people jumped off the wall in panic because they could not dodge in time. The strength gap between the attacking and defending sides is obvious. Chapter 145. The mages in the melee are the sons of the Virgin. Why don't you let us go? There was a riot outside, but the undead in the city were ordered not to participate in the war. Do you know how to defend the city? Yang looked at the undead and said in a heavier voice, "You must obey orders. No action can be taken without orders." And the undead have never been reused in Leon's territory. They have been here for too short a time and have not yet successfully made a name for themselves. Yang was also inclined to let his knights go. In addition to about 80 knights, there were also several hundred soldiers in the 3 legions. It would take a lot of food to feed these people. And now it was time for them to go on stage. I guess it's the plot. The undead man was very stable. Wait. Siege. Could it be Linda who attacked? Someone thought further. Probably. It's unlikely. They looked at the direction of the city wall, watching the flames completely ignite the top of the city wall, watching the charred bodies fall from the city wall, watching the legion soldiers retreat in front of the city wall that was completely lost with flames. They were anxious, but for the sake of the plot, they were very obedient and did not act on their own. Boom! The huge rocks passed over the city wall and hit the buildings in the city, and the chaotic fire in the city was ignited at this moment. The undead people waited obediently, but the doubts in their hearts grew. Yang left in a hurry, and then hurried back, holding up the long sword in his hand. "Follow me." There was no speech, and the dry speech made the undead people lack a lot of ritual sense. Maybe they will recall this matter later, but now they just want to join the war. They followed Yang and rushed out. They saw the broken city gate and the two-headed man rushing in. The huge and bulky body caused the undead to swear frequently. It was really a player who came. It was a siege. Why didn't we get the news? Stupid NPC. The siege actually restricted players from participating. They deserved to be scolded. The two-headed man rushed into the city with a rain of arrows. Their heavy feet broke the charred corpses on the ground. The 3 legion soldiers surrounded them. It was a pity that no one had given notice of the siege in advance, and some legion soldiers were unable to return. Many arrows poured down. Faced with the arrows, the two-headed people just took out a potion bottle and put it in their mouths. Their bloody mouths made them skip the step of uncorking the bottle. The potion brewed by the upper wizards has undoubtedly surpassed the potion level of ordinary novice villages, which is roughly equivalent to the difference between life potion small and life potion large. The effect on the two-headed people is a faster recovery effect and a shorter cooling CD for drinking potions. The arrows hit the two-headed man's armor with a clang, tearing the armor apart with a whistle, and successfully left a hedgehog-like dazzling arrow helmet on their chest. However, the two-headed man was not afraid to move forward. To them, perhaps this was just a gust of wind with more sand. They couldn't stop moving forward. Breaking through the city wall had already made the undead excited, and the large number of red names in front of them seemed like the reward link after breaking through the level. How could they stop here when they were harvesting? The undead of the new noble forces in Leon also launched a counterattack, and they met them head-on. The melee started. Everyone was fighting their enemies. Explosions and roars broke out in every corner, and Zhuamu's fireballs were thrown into the crowd again and again, causing the new nobles to not dare to gather again. "Kill the mage!" Someone couldn't help shouting. The mage is the son of the Virgin, especially in such a crowded situation. A fireball is like a sickle waving overhead, which can not only quickly harvest lives, but also prevent people from gathering. If you are accidentally caught by the flames, the burns will cause a series of troubles. Some people want to kill the wizard, and some people take the initiative to protect him. A new noble undead rushed to the wizard, who seemed to be closest to him. The other party was rolling a fireball. No matter where the fireball would eventually land, it would definitely cause new riots. The undead couldn't help but greet the other party's parents and elders. This game is too real. So real that it feels like you are really fighting. Even the heartbeat and the feeling of blood rushing are the same as real. People who are in a fight will inevitably talk trash. When the battle escalates to the level of defending the mother, it can only end when one side is completely beaten to silence. The two-headed man who has turned into a hedgehog rushed out and knocked away the undead who tried to attack. But the two-headed man himself was also killed by another person's sneak attack. The number of the old noble undeads on the attacking side is superior. The 180 undeads are not only fully equipped, but also have various recovery potions, and their endurance is extremely strong. In addition, traps, illusion spices, etc. have also come in handy. Especially the illusion spices have played a significant role. In the melee, few people can tell the difference between the real and the fake. An illusion may directly attract 4 or 5 people to rush over together, and the effect is amplified. It also makes their death count extremely small. The only pity is that the output of spices is too small. In comparison, the advantages brought by the alienated state of the new noble undead are gone. The only advantage is probably that the resurrection point is close, and you can be resurrected quickly after death. What is there to praise about resurrection after death? Don't forget that the level cap of the internal beta version 1.03 is 10, and the Great Knight and Wizard are rated at level 11. The new noble undead, who successfully reached level 11, by drinking the potion will become ordinary people when they die. In this way, the last advantage of the new noble undead is gone. Whoever has stronger endurance will have the last laugh. The old noble undead, who followed Lin, successfully killed through the gate of Leon City. Almost all the new noble undead, who rushed to the front, were sent to the resurrection point, without people desperately delaying. No one could stop the old noble undead's march. They greeted the soldiers of the Leon City Legion with the waves of fire raised by the fireballs, completely tearing through the opponent's defenses. One side advancing vigorously, and the other side fighting and retreating. Lin watched the undead people break through the gate of Leon City and rush in. He also began to act. The team led by Lin was like an arrow with a golden arrow tip, quickly cutting through the air and piercing into the Leon City that had fallen into a sea of fire. In the city, the dirt road was crossed by flames and spilled blood, leading indescribable strange patterns, like a sacrificial site worshipping the god of death Zasa. The rapid breathing of the dying came from the pile of corpses. Without Lin's order, the soldiers had already quickly dispersed with him as the center to clean up the battlefield. The enemy fled everywhere. Lin looked at the corpses affected by the war, some of which were not wearing armor. He felt pity, but it was not goodness or evil that determined whether a person deserved to die. But the position he chose could determine everything. The old and the new clashed. No matter what reason they chose to surrender to the new nobles, they were all considered traitors. Every grain of food they cultivated would turn into arrows shot at them. No one was innocent, and the enemy was the enemy. Lin did not ask his soldiers not to hurt ordinary people. Before the victory was finalized, there was no room for foolish mercy. Only the victor could show his mercy and enjoy praise or abuse. The sound of the undead fighting gradually faded away. Lin just thought they were summoned beasts. He locked his eyes on the enemy in front of him. The enemy was standing on a pile of corpses, and there were handfuls of ashes around him. The upper breath seemed to indicate that the number of undead who died at his hands was no less than 24. Chapter 146 Escort Mission. Sir. Lance drew his bow and looked at the upper knight in front of him with vigilance. Linda raised his hand to stop him. You take the people in. In terms of agility and rapid killing, Lance and the ice bow are more efficient than himself. The ice bow in his hand completely turned into a slaughtering blade. It was a waste of combat power to let Lance fight with an upper knight here. Lance left with his people, leaving only Linda and the man with red eyes. The other person was big and had no front teeth, which made him look a bit funny. Flames erupted behind Lind. The golden dragon skin armor made by Dragon Skin Armor Master Bader took all aspects into consideration. He loved mechanisms and deformation. So whenever Lind made a move, the plate armor on his body would change at various small angles to ensure that it followed his body adjustment. Broken sword of the scavenger princess. As Lind rushed forward, he pointed at the upper knight without front teeth. Lind was better in strength, and he could always be better. With the body of an old noble and the power of 3 ways, he would definitely be better. The sun ring controls the flame. The flame ignites the furnace emblem. The furnace emblem activates the power and feeds it back to the body. And then the sun ring controls the power in an instant. In the specific battle situation, Linda chopped the opponent's sword away with one sword. The iron boots pierced the ground, like sharp claws deep into the soil. And the palm stretched forward reached the neck of the upper knight without front teeth. There was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. And the opponent had already been seriously injured in the siege of the undead. Palm and fist collided. Whether it was skill or strength, Linda was better. I used the skills learned in the first half of my life. Why do you say that because of a sentence? I am a new noble force. You can surpass me. The skills that have been trained day by day will never lie. Close-range bombardment with fists to the flesh is not suitable for weapons. But Lin did not think of stopping here. Fighting each other means to do everything possible. The flames broke out at his elbows. And the deformed elbow armor was like a jet, pushing his fists to bombard. The explosion came from the elbow. But the pain broke out on the enemy's face. A mouthful of teeth was broken. Not just the front teeth. A few consecutive punches. Even an iron wall would be smashed by Linda. The man in front of him was bleeding from his eyes, mouth and nose, staggering, and his brain had been smashed into paste by Linda. When? It was the first time that Linda defeated a superior so easily. He pulled the opponent's shoulders to prevent him from kneeling on the ground. He also respected the enemy with a strong will. What? Linda seemed to hear the other party talking. Are you an old noble? He was full of leaks. But his meaning was very clear. Who else but the old nobles of the Rand Kingdom liked to wear golden armor? I don't like this title, Lin said. He grinned, and blood flowed out of his open mouth. Lord Leon must hate you. I will also smash his head, just like I did to you. You? Maybe forget it. Lin frowned at him, not understanding what he was saying, just watching him panting quietly. The other party continued, I need a tombstone. The executioner of the disaster needs a tombstone. Tombstone? That's the tradition of the old nobility. Linda let go of the other party and let him kneel on the ground. He threw out a chain from his palm and pulled the long sword in the distance. He stuck the long sword in front of the other party. There is no tombstone, but the sword should be used. The next thing for the other party is to wait for death. If the other party is still alive when Linda comes back, he doesn't mind showing his mercy. Just after taking a few steps, Linda suddenly heard the muttering behind him. Keep my oath and die for you. The trembling voice was definitely not because of fear, but because of the involuntary trembling caused by the broken internal organs. Lin turned his head and looked at the figure kneeling on the ground, watching the other party holding the hilt of the sword stuck in the ground with both hands, with his head hanging down. He has died. At this moment, Lin suddenly felt a strong sense of trance, as if time was quickly reversed, back to a month or two ago, when he stepped into the Church of the Sun. The sun shone through the church glass on a sculpture. The Storm Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, resting his head under the sword. Lin retracted his gaze. He thought that Eluna's explanation at the time might not be correct. Stories always become unrecognizable when they are passed down, because people like to interpret stories by themselves. Maybe the Storm Knight did not really put his head under the sword. He just couldn't lift his head when he was dying, and just used up his last bit of strength to support his own. Tombstone. Sweet Mushroom is dead. The old noble forces rushed over and killed the undead. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Not to mention that the enemy not only has 4 hands, but also has 1 more head than ordinary people. There was no time to sigh that the game production team did not play by the rules, and the main city of the game was actually breached. Maybe this is the charm of internal test? He quickly left the resurrection point. The team of undeads guarding the front was here to guard the corpses. Brother, we surrender. Sweet Mushroom raised his hands and signaled the green-haired guy on the opposite side not to throw fireballs at him. We all surrender. Okay. Okay. The undead on the opposite side did not make things difficult for Sweet Mushroom. It was just a game. There was no need to really guard the corpses and kill them all. Of course, the most important reason is that after dying once, the undead will be downgraded. The undead at level 10 are not a big threat, but the undead at level 11 are all threats. Dude, you can enter my invitation code when you recruit later. The other party suddenly realized and shouted to Tion Mushroom. There are not many opportunities for white-collar workers to earn points. No problem. Tion Mushroom nodded. He knew why the other party was guarding here. Don't expect all players to be elegant and easygoing. More than 90% of the players who play this kind of killing war game have dirty mouths. It is normal to swear. And it is also normal to curse your parents. Quarrels. Family protection wars. In the end, it will definitely become autism. Tion Mushroom felt sorry for the player who was ambushed. If he was ambushed all the time, he would not be able to play the game. The team in front of him looked like they had not suffered much damage so far. Their strength must be in the first echelon. If they surrendered and joined the Star Dragon outpost in the future, they would not have a good life. He quickly retracted his sight and saw that the large team had entered the inner city. But he did not want to join in the fun. As the city was breached, the entire Leon city was in chaos. Killing, looting, everyone was like a beast out of a cage, tearing and eating everyone around them wantonly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe this was not a game, but a real ugly world. But the undead people looked at all this through the filter called game, beautifying death. Putting all this aside, this world is cruel and fierce. Tion Mushroom suddenly saw a familiar figure. A man was kicking a woman, just like the scene he saw some time ago. The woman protected her child. Fuck you. Although Sweet Mushroom's strength had greatly decreased after returning to level 10, it was not difficult for him to kick a hunched man like a stick insect away. He drew his sword and chopped off his head in the other's horrified eyes. In the real world, he was powerless to do anything about this. But in the game world, he had to uphold justice. Sweet Mushroom turned around and looked at the woman. This time the woman did not run away, although she was still looking at Sweet Mushroom with fear. The reason for not running might be that she couldn't run anymore. In places where Sweet Mushroom couldn't see, the woman didn't know how many times she was bullied and vomited blood. There were many footprints on her body, of different sizes. Woo! The child the woman was protecting was about 1 year old, and was crying. At such a young age, he already knew that he couldn't make any sound when crying. The woman couldn't make any sound, but just watched Sweet Mushroom approaching in horror. So it's for this? Only then did Sweet Mushroom see that there was food behind the woman. Was this the reason why she was always beaten? According to Sweet Mushroom, although Leon County is very stingy, it will also distribute some basic rations to women and children to ensure that they will not starve to death. So the man would always come to the woman to make trouble, just to snatch her rations, and the woman would always resist for the sake of her child. But looking at her skin and bones, it is also known that she rarely protects the rations. Sweet Mushroom reached out and took the piece of something that was not sure whether it was a stone or bread under the woman's pleading eyes, and took a bite. The taste was terrible, and there was definitely more with slag than flour. Looking at the woman whose eyes were slowly fading, Sweet Mushroom said, "I have accepted your mission. I will protect your child until I find someone willing to adopt him." Chapter 147 New Nobleman Lord Leon. Level 44. The undead have successfully killed their way through the inner city and forcibly captured the blacksmiths, pharmacists, merchants and other NPCs in Leon City. Since the precedent of NPCs being robbed in Holy Water Town and Harbor Village, the undead have been full of interest in this kind of links. The way to strengthen our camp is to make everything you have mine. If your poster girl is beautiful, then I will rob her, and she will be mine. If your NPC is handsome, then I will rob him, and he will be mine too. Those who have used Miss Brittany's spices all say it's good. Robbing NPCs is also an old tradition of Star Dragon Outpost in Lin's territory. Except for the first 10 people. All the remaining NPCs, including Miss Miko, were robbed by Lin. He can pat his chest and say that Star Dragon Outpost can be what it is today because he relied on himself to rob them one by one. The style of Leon City is not very strong, full of the absurdity of the Doomsday Magic Wasteland world, which is incomparable to the densely populated pre-town. Linda's impression was that the walls were very high and the style was very rough. The messy arrows stuck in the ground, and the corpses were piled up into a small hill. There were also a large number of captives squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, looking at the patrolling knights in fear. Lance was collecting arrows, and fortunately, there were many quivers around to help him replenish resources quickly. How many are left? Linda felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. An undead came to report the situation. "Sir, the number of our undead who survived is 128, and the number of enemies who are still resisting is 0. There are only 60 undeads in Leon County, so it is normal to be killed. Apart from the undead, 2 Legion leaders fled with their teams. But we caught a very powerful one. Escaped? Linda did not have time to care about the escaped people for the time being. He took a look at the captured one. Very powerful. Myram? Linda happened to have seen her in the official forum. Her popularity is higher than mine. It's okay to be beautiful. But she looks just average. At first glance, I thought she was a feminized version of Reed. No one understood his inner complaints. Lind raised his eyes and looked at the closed iron gate in front of him. The undeads had not attacked yet, but they were on guard against the iron gate. Or more precisely, the things behind the iron gate. A large rusty iron gate was inlaid on the rough-style wall. The iron gate was closed, but the people standing outside the door could already feel the damp and cold inside. The long stone steps extending from the iron gate to the toes seemed like a deep passage leading to an unknown war. No need to remind. Everyone knew that there was a boss ahead. Lin knew that it was time for him to take the initiative to step forward. The undead were obviously waiting for the plot. Hundreds of great knights and wizards came behind Lind. The captured Milan looked at Lind stepping onto the stone steps with a solemn expression. Everyone in Leon County knew about the new noble Lord Leon. He came here after the Doomsday and used his powerful strength to protect the people around him. He also built Leon City from scratch. It was not until some time ago that Lord Leon made the final preparations to subdue the surrounding forces. Lord Leon is very strong. Standing in front of him will make people have difficulty breathing, even if they are in a higher position. Malamu did not think that Lind would be Lord Leon's opponent. This assumption did not exist from the beginning. After all, Lind was only a high-ranking knight, but Lord Leon was 2 ranks higher than him. Lind put his hands on the rusty iron door and exerted force with his arms. The explosive force of his arms pushed the iron door open. The tooth-grinding sound of the door hinge turning became extremely harsh at this moment. The empty hall was like the mouth of the abyss. The ominous atmosphere made Lind frown. Tap tap. Boots stepped on the cracked floor. The open door became the only way to get light. Linda walked forward, his figure always standing in the beam of light projected from the door. In front of him, there was only darkness. The cracks in the floor, like broken spider webs, trembled slightly as Linda walked, as if telling the hunting old spider that the prey had been hooked. Go! The undead rushed in. The hall, which was quiet just now, became lively in an instant. Linda looked up at the seat in front of him. It was a man wearing silver-white armor, with a slender figure. The most eye-catching thing was the iris helmet on his head, which seemed to stare at him like eyes. The man didn't move, but the aura that burst out from his body made Linda tremble all over. The other party was not a high-ranking knight, nor a hero. Yes, a higher existence. He sat carelessly on the chair, looking straight ahead, but it seemed as if he was looking down on all living things. Is this the strength of the lord of the main city in the game? Fuck. Someone cursed again, which was normal. The data they said afterwards made Linda feel natural. Level 44? 15,000 HP? I seem to be only level 22? Although Linda doesn't think the level evaluation has much effect on him. But the difference in rank still affects strength. To be more precise, unless you wear a set of blessed weapons that can fight across levels, it is almost impossible to fight across levels. In a one-on-one fight, Linda is no match for him. Old Noble? Leon looked up and looked at Linda through the slit of the helmet. His voice was a little weird, very light and dry, a little tired, but the smile could not be hidden in his words, as if he was talking about an insignificant little thing. New nobles? Linda also laughed. You say you want to abandon everything of the old era, but you also call yourself a noble? Linda doesn't like nobles, but considering that he is a vested beneficiary, he will also lean towards the old nobles. The undead people have no opinion on being ignored. They are all quietly watching the plot. But when Linda's body was wrapped in flames, the undead people finally reacted. The fight started. Broken sword of the Carrion princess was thrown out. Fierce flames followed the broken sword through the air, and the carrion-eating princess opened her mouth with the intention of fiercely biting the so-called new nobles in front of her. Leon, who had been sitting still, suddenly stood up, and the iris on his helmet shook gently. There was a sword next to Leon's chair, worn out, pitted, and wrapped in rags. It was a very ordinary weapon, not sharp and not shining with divine light, not to mention compared with the broken sword that flew over. Even the weapons of the undead were not comparable. It was just a blunt sword, and its only feature was that it was big. Leon raised his great sword. and the tip of the sword accurately touched the blade of the broken sword, guiding the direction of the force of the broken sword at the cost of a slight bump. The broken sword was affected by the transmitted force, brushing Leon's helmet and hitting the load-bearing stone pillar behind him. Rumble. Vibration. Linda's arm holding the soul-lost chain suddenly exerted force, and the flying broken sword flew back quickly. The man also ran forward and took the initiative to reach out and grab the broken sword that was pulled back. Go! The two-headed man also rushed up, and because the distance was closer, he rushed to Leon one step earlier than Linda. Long health bar and high level mean it is a big boss. Although half of the undead have been seriously injured and died at this stage, the 128 undead should not be underestimated. They once attacked the Cyclops hard, and their number was even less than half of what it is now. The two-headed man rushed forward, and the spell wizard hid behind and rolled fireballs. Fortunately, the inner city hall was wide enough for the undead to move around easily. Leon's counterattack was not fast. He swung the sword smoothly, but there was a feeling that people could not avoid it. The two-headed men were hit by the big sword, and their heavy bodies flew backwards and hit the wall. The wall shook and the stones scattered. The two-headed men, who had always been known for their thick blood, couldn't even withstand a single blow. The two-headed men exploded and turned into ashes. Linda, who was bursting with flames, also raised his sword and chopped Leon's blunt sword. Ka! It was the opponent's weapon that couldn't bear it first and made a difficult wail. Leon turned sideways and kicked back, kicking Linda in the chest with extremely flexible movements. The golden dragon skin armor couldn't protect Linda, and it was kicked to pieces at the first moment of contact. The subsequent power from the sole of the foot blasted the armor, and the force completely exploded in Linda's chest. Lynn's body was thrown away by a kick, but at the same time, Leon also paused for a moment. It was very short, but Lynn noticed it. The soul-loss armor had a slight effect, suitable for close combat. His body was still flying backwards, and Lynn's feet were like ox plows, piercing into the floor and unable to stop. Instead, he overturned the cracked and broken floor and dug 2 deep trenches. The flames quickly repaired Lynn's chest injury. He tasted the blood in his mouth. His eyes kept staring at Leon. The dent in his chest was not important. As long as he didn't die, he could recover. Linda had expected the ferocity of the opponent. The gap in strength could not be made up by bravery. A fireball hit Leon, who dodged it easily by leaning sideways. The flames hit the stone pillar that Linda had just chopped with his broken sword, igniting a burst of fire. He took the initiative to avoid the fireball. Linda would not miss such crucial information. Leon would not surrender. He leaped down and rushed into the undead to start a massacre. It was a massacre. No one could stop and resist Leon's attack. The two-headed man who could run rampant through Leon City, so powerful that people were afraid of him, was now slapped away like a rag bag. The power was great, beyond imagination. The speed was fast, beyond imagination. The two-headed man was like a fool, standing there, waiting for Leon to take action. Maybe it was not that the two-headed man did not want to resist, but that the speed difference was too big, and resistance was useless. However, fear never appeared in the dictionary of the undead. They kept rushing towards Leon, and some even drank crazy blood directly and attacked on the AFK. Flame. Linda's chest injury has almost recovered, but the broken plate armor makes him look a little miserable. It's not that he can't fight this battle. He is very strong now, as long as he can bear it, and when Leon attacks him, he can't avoid being affected by the soul-lost male armor, so he will lose consciousness for a moment. In the battle, a moment is enough. I am still the Nani who helps the players hold the line. Linda feels that this scene is familiar. Leon was very strong, and he could severely injure Lynn with one move, but he couldn't kill him. It was no secret among the undead that Lynn was not afraid of fire. Seeing him use fire to heal his injuries, the undead had already gotten the answer, that Lynn could heal his injuries with fire. Seeing Lynn rushing up again, when Leon counterattacked, he prepared the soul-lost chain armor, and at the same time, the chains gathered in front of him in large quantities, just to reduce the slightest damage. The undead also seized the opportunity to throw the fireballs they had rolled in their hands. One fireball is enough to blow a person into pieces. Nearly 100 fireballs hit Lynn and Leon, and the fireballs completely enveloped their figures. At that moment, the flames of the explosion burned the undead in the hall, and they retreated one after another. Hot! hot. The burns would even make them lose blood. Lind, who was hit by the fireball, was in very good condition at this time, like a fish in water. On the other hand, Leon was in very poor condition. His helmet was obviously not heat insulated, and he could hear the other parties wheezing. Blood is falling. The undeads all have strong combat analysis ability, especially when the effect is displayed on the blood bar. The undeads immediately understand how to fight next. Lind's condition is not only not bad, but also very good. Brother De is here to help hold the line. Brothers, line up and throw fireballs immediately. Master the firing rhythm. Are there any brothers? Hurry up and throw a fireball to Brother De to heal him. The super tank NPC is holding the line in the front, and nearly 100 wizards are throwing fireballs comfortably in the back. Moreover, Lind can quickly recover from injuries when attacked by fire. Attacking is healing blood, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Watching the blood volume of Leon. Level 44. Slowly and continuously decreasing. In one word, cool. It turns out that fighting a boss can be so comfortable and pleasant. Chapter 148 Phase 2. A roar erupted from the center of the flame. The undead, who were rolling fireballs, were overturned by the surging air waves. Even if the sense of touch was adjusted to below 10, the strong sense of oppression that penetrated the armor still made people tremble and move stiffly. Linda once again endured the opponent's full-strength attack. Facing the opponent's attack, all he could do was to use his body to resist it. The body was forced back again. But after this roar, Leon's attack became more crazy and fierce. There was no rhythm, only frantic rush forward. Being knocked away again, Lind's shoulder armor was shattered, and the plate armor, dragon skin, and chain were broken layer by layer. He stepped backwards across the entire inner city hall and landed outside the rusty iron gate. His feet pierced into the stone steps that felt particularly smooth at the moment, like a spear. Boom! His heart was beating wildly. The ring of fire and the furnace emblem were forcibly unified at this moment, absorbing the burning flame into his body. The flame flowed through his heart and pumped into his blood vessels as his heart beat. The burning and scalding pain almost swallowed Lind's consciousness. The flames and blood flowed in his body together, causing Lind's skin, where the flames on the surface of his body disappeared, to have fiery red blood vessels and meridians appear under his skin, as if magma was flowing in his blood. Painful, but the injury was being repaired quickly. The crazy fireball attack obviously ignited something in Leon. The dark and deep breath made people feel uncomfortable. Leon had changed from an upright posture to a hunched posture, and a red light could be seen in the gap inside the helmet. The boss has entered the second stage, an undead shouted. They always have their own way of addressing. The smell that Linda felt familiar with was disaster. An official main city NPC burst out with the smell of disaster? Maybe my thoughts have entered into some kind of misunderstanding. But the current situation is not suitable for sorting out thoughts. It's over, before everyone can react. Leon, who seems to have entered a beast state, coughs loudly with his body hunched over. His body leans back exaggeratedly, and black liquid gushes out of his helmet. Pus? No. Unlike the pus that simply steals the power of the magic ring, the black liquid is more corrosive. Leon tore at the gelatinous pus that overflowed from the helmet, pulling it with both hands. A fireball tentatively landed on Leon. Immediately, the flame bombardment continued. The undead never missed a chance to sneak attack. Magic fireballs kept exploding in the confined space, and the surrounding environment had already been scorched. The weapons and armor that were continuously hit by the flames also became hotter and hotter after absorbing heat. The intense high temperature turned the entire hall into a fire pit that was enough to evaporate consciousness and soul. Lin's eyes turned away from the firelight, and he saw that Leon stopped vomiting and coughing. But he was still hunched over, as if he was listening to something, or because he was carrying something that ordinary people could not see. But even Leon himself could not bear the heavy object. The 44th level main city lord fully exploded his power at this moment. The gap in power cannot be easily crossed. The gap in rank requires countless lives to fill. Leon took off his iris helmet, revealing a pale face. He looked very ordinary, with thick lips, thick eyebrows, and a square face. He was not handsome at all. Black liquid overflowed from Leon's ears, dripped onto the shoulder armor, flowed along the pattern of the armor, and slowly filled his body. Lin strongly suspected that he and the undead had not caused much damage to Leon. Perhaps they had not done as much damage as when Leon pulled the thick black substance out of his mouth. Old nobles, he panted. The roaring and exploding flames could not suppress his voice. All the chaos became a foil, and only Leon's voice exploded in everyone's ears. Dragon car. Quick! Car, car, car. Die if you touch it? The war was high. The storm was roaring. And Leon, who forcibly controlled his physical strength, overturned the advantage gained by the undead. From the perspective of the undead, the level 44 boss crushed the level 11. The panel data was a bit outrageous. It was okay that they couldn't withstand one blow. But why couldn't a group of people withstand one blow? From Lin's perspective, this was normal. Everything in this world was normal. Except for Leon. No one was standing on the ground. But no one fell down. Lin's eyes turned slightly upwards. All the undead were in the sky. Then, they fell heavily to the ground like raindrops. The hunched Leon walked slowly towards Lin in the rainstorm. The curse of the abyss? The big crack? Lin did not retreat. His body injuries had not yet been completely healed. The flame blood flowing in his body would heal him, while also bringing him great pain. No one could bear this pain and move freely. He suddenly remembered the few fire knights, who had followed Saran to resist the furnace. Their use of the flame was really child's play. They just used their bodies to carry the hot furnace. But he injected the flame into his blood. When he spoke, the blood vessels on Linda's face glowed against the background of the flames and blood. And his entire face was covered with orange-yellow lines. His mouth opened. High temperature gushed out. And even flames gushed out. Only those with absolute power control can use power as madly as he did. His body was slightly able to move. And Linda spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, which fell to the ground and exploded into a ball of sparks. Leon stopped in front of Linda. And the two were very close. His body was already very tall. But he still seemed half a head shorter than Linda's burly body. Standing face to face, their eyes met. One had a fire brewing in his eyes. The other had a red light flashing in his eyes. We are fighting the Abyss disaster in the Great Rift. Stopping the Abyss invasion again and again. But you are drooling at the magic ring. Lin listened to the other party's story, but stood still. So, the broken magic ring is related to the old nobles? Maybe it is related. But it must have nothing to do with the small shrimps of the Rand Kingdom. Otherwise Lin would know. Lin looked down at Leon's feet. The other party never left the hall from beginning to end. He didn't believe that the other party was because bosses terrain restrictions. So they can't leave. Not to mention that the other party is not a boss. The operating logic of this world is also very different from the game. The existence that made the players into undead and dragged them into this world. No matter what the other party is, he doesn't have a deep control over this world. It is impossible to restrict something from leaving a certain place. Lin even believes that the undead are just a group of people who were accidentally dragged here. The world is operating normally. There is no so-called game system. They are all outsiders. Leon didn't have strong malice towards him at this moment. Do you know the gardener? Leon suddenly asked. Gardener? The gardener who takes care of the irises. Leon said, if a flower is occupied by insects, the gardener will break off the iris to prevent the insects from harming other flowers. He will also let the iris die with dignity. Bury it in the soil. And set up a tombstone that belongs to the iris alone. Linda looked at the iris helmet that Leon had thrown aside a long time ago. It seems you don't know. Did a gardener appear in Goliath? Linda's goal remained unchanged. To return to Goliath. But it seemed that the more he knew, the more he felt the need to return to Goliath. I want to know too. Leon grinned. His tone slightly sad. Now, one iris is already terminally ill. Chapter 149, The Sword is the Tombstone. Leon turned around and heard a difficult and suppressed voice. If you hadn't come, I might have been able to hold on longer. Now run away. The body swelled. The armor was crushed by the flesh. And the swollen body was moving in the direction of leaving the human form. Fortunately, the speed was very slow. It can be seen that Leon was trying to restrain the changes in his body. Linda also understood Leon's situation, and stayed here just to control his own state. The undeads have already gotten up, drinking medicine to recover. And at the same time, they are trying to find any useful props to throw. Although I don't know what the mystery is between the two people's words. I know that the plot is over when I see Leon and Linda chatting, and then turning back to the hall. I still have to fight next. When fighting the boss, don't be distracted by analyzing the plot. Lord Leon's health bar is still too healthy. Maybe the only thing to be thankful for is that the boss is not like Linda. And his self-recovery ability is not so abnormal. Otherwise they don't have to play. From the beginning to the end, Leon didn't care about the undead. Linda even seemed to see a message in Leon's eyes. Immortality. Is it rare? It should be this message. He was very sure. Linda thought that the new noble Leon was an arrogant guy. He was prejudiced against the old nobles, like himself, and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. But after contacting him, his view of Leon changed a little. He was a tragic person. One thing is certain. Leon still wants to kill himself and the old nobles. But the other party, flowers and gardeners. The statement made Lind feel that the two sides just had different positions. It was not even hatred. Just different positions. In the center of the dark hall, Leon stood hunched. The high temperature of the flames baked the irises eroded by the abyss. The smell of the burnt disaster was far more disgusting than the smell of blood. The pungent smell was like an annoying hand pinching the brow. The undead were forced to surround Leon. Only the death of one side could stop this war. Lind was thinking. If he entered Leon territory from the perspective of an undead, if he did not exist, would he really allow a main city lord to become like this? Or is everything just for the plot? He hates plot needs. The plot of the little red monster should be that it is discovered when the undead are cleaning the surroundings. And then it sacrifices its life and equipment to die obediently. Is Tyan's letter a plot prop? Linda found that if he put himself in the story, he would fall into a terrifying logical circle. Homesick. Make a promise. And go back to find his fiancée to marry when it is safe? No wonder. If I don't die, who will die? Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. The most fearful thing is to fall into a vicious circle of thinking. Since he has jumped out of it, there is no need to shrink back. He raised his voice. Undead people. We should retreat. As Leon reminded him, he should run away. This is not an enemy that a high-ranking knight can deal with. Even with a group of level 11 undead people. Leave quickly while Leon is still not out of control. The undead looked at Leon, who did not take action, and thought that it should be. First time seeing the plot. They all turned around and left. Sure enough, the first wave is not easy to fight. Go back and rest well. This boss is too strong. But it seems that the equipment is not dropped. He is almost naked. Where did the equipment come from? The most important thing after the war is to take in prisoners. But there are some problems with the recruitment this time. And not all undead are willing to join Lind's forces. Some undead were killed because of their foul mouths during the siege. Now, for the sake of their own gaming experience, they decided not to join, and would rather be a scattered soldier. There are so many novice villages. If this one is gone, there will be another one. And if you don't fight for your reputation, you will be beaten up by others. If you join again, you can imagine your future. You should play games with a smile. You can't bear any grievances. Linda can't do anything about it. The rights of NPC come from his own fabrication. Whether it is issuing tasks or giving rewards, it is all guided by Linda according to his own game logic. He paid for it out of his own pocket. It has nothing to do with any system. He still can't see the data, and doesn't know the length of his health bar. It is certain that it is a little longer than when it was 5,000. Because he is always growing. Without authority, he could not restrain any undead. Nor could he influence their thoughts. Fortunately, most of the undead chose to join, successfully increasing the number of undead in the territory to more than 200, allowing Lind's power to be further expanded. Miss Miko shouldn't have too much of a headache. There are also many pharmacists in Leon City. The configuration of the main city is different. There is not only one blacksmith, pharmacist, merchant, etc. The blacksmith can be sent directly to the factory assembly line, and the pharmacist can be assigned the work of making potions according to his strength. The most important thing is the merchants. Linda needs to open stores one by one. It is too slow to train merchants under him. A taciturn merchant like Renzo is not suitable. Now a group of merchants have been snatched from the main city, which greatly makes up for the lack of talents in this area in Linda. A large number of NPCs left Leon City under the enthusiasm of the undead, and had no chance to pack their luggage. In fact, after learning that Linda did not know how to use the currency of Leon, they had no idea of packing. The things left at home were all worthless. Lin's meaning is also very simple. Don't take it. It's better to leave it to my undead people to pick up the scraps. They love this. The city of Leon has a new noble lord who exudes a disaster aura and may explode at any time. The whole city has long been turned into a life-forbidden zone. But the style of the painting changed, and the undead people began to get excited. Large boss. After waiting for so long, there is finally a boss that is stuck. The boss is weak to fire, but the full magician is probably not good enough. If you can lure him out of the inner city, you may win with the kite-flying style. Prepare traps in advance? Just use traps to kill him. More than 200 people gathered together to discuss how to deal with Lord Leon. Maybe Leon can't find a gardener, but now he has a group of flower thieves who don't play by the rules. The previous siege wasted too much energy and too many people died. Otherwise the undead people would think that I have the advantage and can't lose. Linda was the last batch to leave Leon's city. He stood in front of the corpse holding the tombstone, turned around and looked at the town affected by the war, and seemed to see Leon, who was struggling to suppress himself in the inner city. After cremating the body, remember to insert this sword into his grave. Linda instructed the soldiers who were dealing with the body to prevent the disaster from resurrecting the dead. Although he was not a gardener, he could also help bury something. Chapter 150. The Dwarf's Adopted Son. The blacksmith with a mustache, Loud, was a little worried. The war that suddenly broke out today not only affected the inner city, which was known as the safest area, but also affected the powerful Legion soldiers, who were like paper and collapsed at the first touch. What happened next was unexpected to everyone, including Loud. There was no massacre or looting. It was hard for you to understand why a group of people who had just attacked fiercely and cruelly suddenly chatted with you and greeted you with a smile, and enthusiastically invited you to join. Join? Of course I will. When Leon's city was captured, Lord Yang, one of the 3 Legion commanders, died in battle. His body was kneeling on the ground with his sword in his hand. Every resident who left Leon's city saw it with their own eyes. The other 2 Legion commanders fled with the remaining soldiers. Since then, Loud has no other thoughts. He will get angry with anyone who doesn't let him join. Loud, I will be loyal to Star Dragon until the Lord dies. He kept the second half of the sentence in his heart. After they left Leon's city, they walked for half a day and finally set up camp before dark. Line up. Come one by one. There were undeads distributing food in front. As one of the blacksmiths in the inner city, Loud certainly knew the undead. He had repaired weapons for those guys, and heard too many stories about the undead in the tavern. He knew that the undead would do anything without any taboos, because they really would not die. He also heard that the undead drank potions just to gain strength. He also heard that the undead could not take off their pants. Ha ha. A piece of dry food was a piece of bread that was hard to bite. Loud was a little dissatisfied. He was not like the men and women who lined up in front and felt as if they had found a treasure after getting the food. As a blacksmith, Loud ate much better food. At least the bread did not need to be mixed with sawdust. But a rumbling stomach can cure all the strange problems of picky eating. After being worried and traveling for most of the day, Loud, who was exhausted, couldn't help but bite the bread in big mouthfuls. It smells so good. Hey, do you want a child? A voice approached, and Loud turned his head to look at the person coming. Undead? It should be, because Loud has seen too many similar faces. These undead seem to have many twin brothers. Sometimes they look very similar, to the extent that they can't be distinguished when standing together naked. But why did the other party come over with a child in his arms? This is a child who lost his mother. The undead continued. I remember you. You are the bearded blacksmith in the inner city. How about raising this child? He can provide for you in your old age. Loud glanced at the child, not interested. The future is uncertain, and Loud has no intention of raising a burden, and he is used to being free and easy. The undead did not pester Loud, but held the child and went to find the next person. For Loud, this was just an episode. On the second day, they continued on their journey, but when they reached the Trident intersection, the undead chose to go south, and only a small number of soldiers were left to escort Loud and others. Looking at the glittering swords, no one would choose to resist. Just obey. Moreover, why would they resist the forces that could break through the city of Leon? They should be happy to join them. After 2 days of continuous travel, Loud was exhausted. After crossing the deep underground river, they were greeted by a group of fully armed soldiers. Then they were taken to a crowded town. Crowded? There were thousands of people gathered in the town in the doomsday. What did these people eat to survive? Adding himself and others, Loud didn't even dare to think about how much food he needed for a meal. He only knew that even Lord Leon could not afford to feed so many people. The whole town was very busy. Loud was arranged to line up. He had to report his name, age, occupation, etc. And then, he would be assigned a small badge that he had to wear on his chest. Laud, who was a blacksmith before, naturally got the identity of a blacksmith again. Before Laud could feel happy, he found himself in a very scary environment. Ironmaking, non-stop ironmaking, crazy ironmaking, a large amount of ore was transported here, and the work seemed endless. Laud began to miss the leisurely days in Leon territory. Laud, who had been a blacksmith for most of his life, had the first time that the sound of iron making filled his mind when he closed his eyes at night. The hot sparks even burned into his dreams. Wake up the next day and continue to forge iron. On the third day, continue to forge iron. On the fourth day, forge iron. Forge iron. Forge iron. The rapidly expanding population of Prey Town seems to be transforming into an industrial town. I will take good care of this little guy. Look at him. Ludo held the boy. Although he was only a little over 1 year old. For a dwarf, the child was already considered big. As Star Dragon Outpost gradually turned from light to dark as a secret magic potion military base, the old territory lookout gradually replaced it. NPCs such as Ludo, Luna and Momo were all brought here. They must provide more immersive performances for the undead here. Moreover, Ludo is a dwarf clown. The cunning clown sometimes deceives the undead to bet and gamble, which can bring a lot of benefits to the territory. Today, when the undead came with a boy to find an NPC willing to raise him, the dwarf Ludo took the initiative to stand up. There is no possibility of having children again, and he can't marry a wife. It might be good to have a son of his own. Tion Mushroom was not familiar with Ludo, and he thought Ludo might not be able to take good care of the child. But Tion Mushroom was a little anxious, and his emotions took over, and he took the initiative to take on the task. But the child was always around, and eating, drinking, defecating and urinating were very energy-consuming. And he also needed to earn points to exchange for potions. The post station has been opened, and now the disaster war horses are said to have been sold at sky-high prices, and some local tyrants spend money to buy them offline. Every minute you waste is a waste of money, when the child is just a string of code and thrown away. If he could do that, he would not have taken the initiative to take on the task. Are you sure you can take care of him? Sweet Mushroom still couldn't directly and irresponsibly hand the child over to the other party. I'm sure. Ludo's eyes were always on the child, and the child seemed to think Ludo was very interesting and giggled at him. Look, how much he likes me. Well, I have no choice. Sweet Mushroom nodded. As long as someone is willing to take over. And he also knew that, compared to using benefits or moral kidnapping, if someone was willing to take the initiative to accept the child, they would definitely take the initiative to treat the child well, so that the child would not be abandoned. Thank you very much. Ludo smiled and said, why don't you give the child a name? Is this a reward for the mission? Tion Mushroom stared at the boy in a daze. In the past 2 days of contact, the two sides have developed some feelings, and the boy will open his arms and ask for a hug when he sees him. Sweet Mushroom suppressed the many messy names in his mind. He took a deep breath. Excuse me. Sir, what is your name? Ludo. Maybe the child can be called Luke? Luke. Look. You have a name. Ludo hugged the boy and laughed. The dwarf is a professional in making people laugh, although he did not get any substantial rewards. Sweet Mushroom felt very wonderful when he thought that he actually named an NPC. He said goodbye and left, ready to earn points. Shouldn't call him Luke. After walking for a while, Sweet Mushroom suddenly stopped and patted his head. It was all because of his sentimentality that took over again. If he named his child, Sweet Mushroom is so handsome, or Sweet Mushroom I love you, people would definitely think of him when they saw the little guy in the future. He missed a chance to become famous. Chapter 151 Plague of Calamity. Star Dragon Outpost Update Announcement. Update 1. The stable station has been built and is now open for use. Undead can use their points to adopt a Calamity horse, or they can tame it themselves. Please remember that Calamity horses need to be fed and trained regularly. Preparing enough Stargrass forage may save you a lot of trouble. Stargrass forage can be purchased in the store. Update 2. Open the Leon City Dungeon. Defeat the dungeon boss Lord Leon to successfully open the player's main city construction progress display. Main city construction can unlock more functions and open more tasks. There is already a long queue at the stables. In the past, some undeads were able to get the disaster horse, relying on their strength or teaming up to force it. But catching it does not mean that they can ride it. The disaster horse is also a disaster monster. But the star grass makes it calm. Most people can only sigh and drool when facing the disaster horse. Redemption with points is the only way at present. Nowadays, there are many ways to obtain points in the Star Dragon Sentry Camp, such as farming in the Disaster Shadow area, which is the most stable way to obtain points. You can either kill monsters to drop some disaster heart fragments, or sell food to exchange for points. Someone has compiled a Star Dragon Outpost food planting code on the forum, which contains several pages of strategies for what kind of mutant plants to plant in what environment, and what kind of food exchange points will have a higher price in the recent period. No player will dislike the games full of details. When a certain material is too much, the selling price will be reduced. And when a certain material is scarce, the price will be increased. The undead people enjoy this feeling. Of course, most people enjoy the highest price when they sell the materials themselves. In addition, you can accept camp tasks. Faction tasks are rarely issued, but each time, they are rewarded with a large number of points. For example, in the Siege of Leon City this time, all participants receive points rewards. The undead who originally planned to use points to exchange for a disaster warhorse, after receiving a large number of rewards, are already considering exchanging saddles and horseshoes for the warhorse. And some are planning to decorate the warhorse. Star dragons earn points and want to take them home. The reason for the queue is that the number of disaster warhorses at the stables is too small, and the supply cannot meet the demand. Linda has sent out a team to tame the calamity horses, and also sent people to harvest the stargrass. He even asked the pharmacist team led by Miss Miko to study whether there is a more portable way to turn the stargrass into hay. Around the mount system, Linda has deployed a large number of NPCs, which is completely more than any previous update. However, at the current speed, most people who want to ride a warhorse may have to wait for a long time. Some people have insufficient points, mainly because they joined the Star Dragon Outpost in the later period, and they do not have enough points or faction levels. The undead people who just joined the city of Leon cannot even exchange for the two-headed man's path potion now. A rich man called out the price of a small fit for a disaster warhorse. Offline transactions have not been carried out. Some are afraid of being cheated, and others are because the disaster warhorse is too scarce. At the same time, it is also an excellent means of transportation. It is too late to keep it for yourself. So how can you give it to others? Many missions require traveling to several places. If you have a disaster horse, you can save at least 3/4 of the travel time, and the game experience will be great. Horseback fighting will also enhance your strength. Fuck. So cool. Lend me a ride. Do you want to ride me or ride a horse? Hey, look at what you said. As long as you let me ride a horse, I can ride you. The tack shop next to the stable station also attracted those undead who currently cannot get the disaster horse. And the various tacks dazzle people. Beautiful and handsome are their most basic requirements. It happened that every product in the harness shop opened by Lind had been reviewed by him, ensuring the most basic aesthetics. Later, Lind found that Bader was really good at aesthetic design, in addition to pursuing the golden color. Both the pattern and the appearance were excellent. After his intervention would only affect the work, he only gave a rough data and left it alone. At the same time, with the capture of Leon City, the ore and food trading channels between the Star Dragon Outpost and the Star Mine were officially opened. Lin could see that the Xingzi Mine did not want to interfere with any force. He just didn't like to make enemies everywhere, as long as the other party could continuously provide the ore he needed. Lin didn't mind having a neutral force within his territory. The premise was that the other party remained neutral. A dozen disaster war horses set off with the truck, and when they returned, they were already loaded with ore. Lin picked up a piece of ore casually. He had always suspected that the miner leader Gunnan and his miners should be looking for something in the mine. Otherwise they would not be digging madly. How much? Linda was slightly surprised when he heard the soldier's report on the transaction. A small bag of grain. A cart of ore? It takes at least 3 or 5 people to dig out a cart of ore. And a small bag of grain can only allow 3 or 5 people to have a half-full meal at most. It's totally a thankless job. They seem to be gritting their teeth and asking for a price. The price offered by Highgang Village before was lower. People from Highgang Village should be allowed to go. Linda didn't take it too seriously. It didn't matter if it was one more or one less handful of grain. The other party might have made a profit. But he made too much. Looking at the carts that were being pulled back, Lynn couldn't help but sigh. What are they mining for? Mining but not wanting ore. Just take it as if it were sand. Lynn didn't feel bad about the food because his food warehouse was almost full. Now that he had taken over Leon territory, including the Lizardman area and Persimmon Town, all belonged to him. There were too many disaster shadow areas. So many that more than 200 undead people couldn't farm them all. A large amount of food was ground into flour. And some was brewed into wine. Not to mention that the NPCs on the production line in Prey Town couldn't eat it all. The news from Old Cherry was that no one had stolen food for a long time. If you have enough food, there is no need to risk being beaten half to death to steal. If you don't lack food, then why are miners like Goodnan working hard to mine? Don't you lack ore? With the supply of ore, the blacksmiths in Prey Town are working hard to produce. After step-by-step construction, finished products such as traps, armor, weapons and props are delivered. The NPC population has been expanded, and the most obvious improvement is the output. After full operation, it can meet the needs of more than 200 undead people. The undead did not stop for long in front of the difficulties in Leon City. The first undead team officially set off. The disaster warhorse dragged the cart, pulling the traps and props to Leon City. Unless it was a large-scale mission, many undead preferred to play in a small team by themselves, even if they knew that the boss in the Leon City dungeon was difficult to deal with. Some people were willing to suffer by themselves. Of course, the main fighting style this time was not to fight alone, but to carry out in a planned team. That is, to divide into teams to harass the boss for a long time with traps, props and magic, so that it could not get out of the battle and recover blood. After the first team was wiped out, the second team would follow. The entire city of Leon was their battlefield. The suffering team arrived at Leon City. The gate was broken, and traces of the fire from the previous few days still remained. The ashes of the undead were no longer on the ground. Only torn clothes and bloodstains on the walls could be seen occasionally. There were a lot of traces left from the fight on the dark ground, such as broken swords, arrows, shields, and even some body tissues that had not been cleaned up in time. The flames of war had long been extinguished, but the suffocating feeling left by the newcomers only increased. Walking on the ruins after the war was far more uncomfortable than standing on the battlefield. When passing through several stone houses with burned roofs, some people went in to explore. It's a bit poor here. I found a knife, but the quality is very poor. They were not the original members of Star Dragon Outpost, but came from the harbor village with the most scarce resources. If they could get a weapon of similar quality, they would definitely be happy for a long time. At least it would be better than a pitchfork. But since joining Star Dragon Outpost, everything has changed. You don't even need to buy weapons, armor, etc. You just need to find a few good brothers and talk to them, and you can get a similar set. If you are lucky, there will be good brothers to help you farm. They have never farmed in their lives in the city, but they fell in love with the feeling of farming in Star Dragon Outpost. Farming. Disaster shadows appear, tower defense, and then harvest food. Since joining Star Dragon Outpost, there has been no shortage of resources. They stopped after arriving at the inner city. Set traps first. The trigger traps are the most common. There is a ground spike trap among them. Those who bought the traps could not understand how the ground spikes could extend from the palm-thick iron plate. The right to explain belongs to magic. They have tried it, and the effect is very good. It can easily penetrate people's feet. The traps were laid out like floor tiles, and the automatically triggered crossbows were set up high. The most important thing is the oil can and the Molotov cocktail. Everything is ready, and an undead rushed into the inner city to attract the attention of the boss Leon. Here they come! Hearing the sound, the undead people immediately shrank back. The wind whistled. The figure with red eyes almost flew after him. Leon's situation at this time was completely different from the previous few days. His body was wrapped in dark pus, and his body was ugly and twisted. Occasionally, there were lumps under the exposed skin, and it seemed that as long as it was punctured, a steady stream of black pus would flow out. His body was so big that it didn't look like a human, and there were not many parts of the armor left. hanging on his body like scattered pendants. His body seemed to be always howling. The upper body that belonged to humans could not be seen. Only fluid was entangled, as if he had turned into a twisted snake from the waist up, which made people's hair stand on end. His face was still exposed, and it stretched forward like a canine. His fangs were bared, and his sharp teeth were like shark teeth, eerie and terrifying. And his huge mouth seemed to be able to easily stuff a person's head into his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, and people felt uncomfortable when they looked at him. He has completely transformed into the abyss disaster, and no longer belongs to human beings. He grabbed the undead, who was running in front of him, and swung him to the ground again and again. The undead, who had no ability to resist, could only bear the price of being smashed. The sound of blood splashing on the ground was very harsh. When Leon let go, the captured undead finally smiled and exploded into ashes. I am free. After Lord Leon entered the ambush range, the undeads took action at the same time. The trap was activated, and the overwhelming attack submerged Leon's figure, focusing on an unexpected attack. But the gap in strength between the two sides was too big, making their trap attacks like scraping. Is it poisoned? The undead don't talk, but it doesn't mean they can't communicate. There are many ways to communicate internally. It's poisoned. All the traps were coated with a poison. The poison came from the perfumer Miss Brittany. The toxicity was not strong, but it was very long-lasting. As long as they were sure that the poison was effective, they dared to spend a lot of time to wear down the opponent. The undead began to lose blood, holding their breath and concentrating, their hearts leaping with joy. The blood loss continued, and it lasted for about a minute before it lost its effect. The effect of the trap prepared in advance was over. The undead did not show their heads, but they still could not escape the fate of being discovered, and could only fight desperately. The second team, the third team, after death, they would quickly resurrect and rush over. This cycle repeated itself, and even formed a special cycle rhythm of slaughtering Lord Leon, relying on numbers, a long time, and hard wear and tear. Finally, the undead people won. It took 3 days, and there were 2 disconnections during this period, which caused Leon to recover full health. Otherwise the victory would have come faster. But before they could be happy, fuck, it's over. Plague. I seem to have been debuffed by the Plague of Calamity. Chapter 152 Players Attack. Before the joy of defeating the dungeon boss could burst out, the infectious plague that followed made the undead people terrified. I seemed to be forced to hang up. I was forced to disconnect. The body of the undead, who spoke, began to twist, and his tongue gradually became clumsy. When he finally spoke, saliva followed his clumsy tongue and squeezed out with the sound. Before his consciousness was completely disconnected, he shouted, "It will be contagious, run!" The outbreak of this plague seemed to have been planned for a long time. The undead even wondered if Lord Leon had not walked out of the hall before he went completely crazy, and whether he was also on guard against infection. Ugh! An undead began to vomit, and his body followed his physiological instincts. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't do it, and could only stay where he was. He saw a progress bar of plague infection appear in front of him, and watched the progress bar fill up quickly. But his body couldn't move. A victory suddenly turned into a disaster scene. Some people noticed something was wrong and ran out quickly, and some people started shouting, "Don't get close to Lord Leon. There is a plague." The news spread very quickly. The undead, who were infected, will be forced to take over the control of the character, and their bodies will be twisted and mutated. The only good thing is that they will enter a state of continuous blood loss. If left alone, they will die soon. But most of the undead are running away, madly fleeing from the source of infection, and their directions are all in the old territory lookout. The sudden outbreak of the disaster plague caught everyone off guard. It is not difficult for the undead to defeat Leon. Lind has great confidence in the undead, and it even took him longer to defeat Leon than he expected. As long as there is health, no matter how strong it is, someone can always kill it in a very short time. But they are just ordinary people after all. Since they are ordinary people, they will panic, run away, make trouble, and even watch the fun. Although both parties are in a honeymoon period, it does not prevent Lind from speculating with the worst attitude. Lind quickly organized a defense line. The plains and open areas are easy to attack but difficult to defend. All NPCs who do not have combat capabilities were withdrawn to the Holy Water Town. The Holy Water Town, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack, is indeed more suitable for holding on. But there is a problem. There is no time. He had to organize a defense line in the front, and then let the people in the back retreat. At the same time, he also sent the volcanic bird to the crossroads of faith, the exit of the underground cave west of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain, and other places to tell the soldiers to be prepared in case the abyssal plague contagion passed by. Don't let anyone get close, Lin commanded loudly. He didn't know whether he should be glad that a large number of forces were withdrawn from the Green Land to catch the disaster warhorse. Most of the people left in the local area were the soldiers of the Leon Legion, who had surrendered. They were still confused for the time being, and didn't know what was going on. A swaying figure appeared. The colorful hair also revealed the identity of the person. What's wrong? Miko walked to Lin's side, holding a knife in her hand, the blade gleaming in the moonlight, also representing her determination to stand side by side at this moment. Although Miss Brittany didn't speak, she carried a string of spice bottles with small holes on her shoulders. It's a plague from the abyss, Lin said. So I don't like those bastards who speak vaguely. The iris is eroded by the disaster need gardeners. And the flower thieves who don't die are uninvited. So they cause trouble. If Leon had told him earlier, Lin would have definitely found a way. Or at least prepared in advance. Such as preparing a big pit to kill the undead before they were infected by the plague. But he also knew that Leon didn't need to tell him. The other party hated the old nobles to the core. People affected by the abyss. No matter how much malice they had. It was not too much. Abyss? The voices of the two people were amplified at the same time. Disasters and abyss disasters are different. Anything with the prefix abyss can be classified as a huge trouble that cannot be avoided. Physical changes are the least worth mentioning. The degeneration of the soul and mind, turning into another thing that can think independently, is the terrifying thing about the abyss. And when the abyss is combined with the plague, it heralds the coming of a disaster. The staggering undead has fallen to the ground. The curse from the abyss hollowing out his body. If he is not turned into ashes, then he is not dead. Linda refuses anyone to approach him. Lance. Yes. Lance, the leading archer of the Land Kingdom, can hit very small targets at a long distance. Lance, who had been prepared for a long time, gently plucked the bowstring with his fingers. And the arc that cut through the sky drew an arc with ice crystal frost wind and accurately pierced the head of the undead, who fell to the ground. It fell from the sky and nailed his head to the ground accurately. Headshot. But he didn't die. His head is no longer his weakness. Lin saw it more clearly. Back off. His voice exploded. The defending soldiers were at least 100 steps away from the undead. But it was still not a safe distance. The undead got up, and his head was nailed to the ground by the arrow, which made him use a lot of strength to get up. His head broke free from the arrow like a skewer, with a dark liquid. Its body staggered forward, as if the instinct of pursuing life made it run towards this side, with uncoordinated limbs. Lance shot another arrow, and this time everyone saw clearly that the arrow accurately pierced the throat of the undead, piercing a blood hole from front to back. The thrust on the arrow froze the wound, and no blood dripped. Exclamations came from the mouths of NPC soldiers. They had never seen a similar scene before. The undead's body was twisted, covered with fatal wounds, and a pair of eyeballs were spinning wildly in their eye sockets uncontrollably. The fear of the abyssal disaster made them retreat subconsciously. The transformation was not over yet. His body swelled uncontrollably. His armor fell off piece by piece. His face was ashen as a dead person. And then it became swollen as if he had been soaked in water for a long time. The lumps on his cheeks twisted like leeches under the skin. His staggering steps became faster and faster. The abyssal undead ran forward, but made a posture that his body fell forward headfirst. And he could fall at any time. But he would not fall down. The distance between the two sides was shortened so quickly. The head with a fat tongue was his rudder. Ah! His roar was long, dragging out a long sound that made people uncomfortable. A soldier subconsciously fell to the ground. He was just an ordinary captured city guard, and one of the first to surrender. The distance between the two sides was still 40 or 50 steps. But he seemed to be able to smell the stench of decay, and the rotten malice of the corrupt soul from the undead. The continuous frost arrows pierced the undead, completely detonating the subcutaneous lumps on his body, and black pus splashed. The flying arrows awakened the terrified soldiers, and they quickly set up their crossbows and shot. The staggering undead of the disaster was still struggling to move forward. The body in front had completely turned into a hedgehog, and the body full of wounds was shaking more severely. Behind it, A trail made entirely of pus was dripping out. Bang! The body of the abyssal undead finally exploded and turned into ashes. Chapter 153, Green-Skinned Man in Abandoned Port. Huh? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they were extremely grateful that the undead would turn into ashes after death. Miss Brittany, I think your magic spices can play a role. Go to cover the eyes of those things. I can try. Miss Brittany's tone was uncertain. No matter which country, the abyss is always present in childhood stories and legends. For example, when you are disobedient when you are young, adults will always tell you all kinds of scary stories to scare you, such as the abyss, the dead, etc. But it is the first time for everyone present to see something from the abyss with their own eyes. Ordinary disasters are just the product of magical mutations. But monsters from the abyss are naturally terrifying. I remember someone said before that disasters actually come from the abyss. At this moment, everyone present wanted to say that it was not the same thing at all. Bottles of spices were thrown into the open space in front, and immediately sprayed out spice smoke after landing, interweaving with each other in the air, and piece by piece assembled to form the outline of a larger thing. Idealistic magic has a characteristic that it is easy to identify enemies and friends. Lynn can clearly see high walls rising from the ground. Looking at the figures walking out of the spices, most of them were blurry, and it was obvious that they were not living people. With the strength of an ordinary wizard like Miss Brittany, it was obviously difficult to create a large illusion. During this period, she drank several bottles of magic potions in succession and finally managed to complete the illusion. More undead came. They looked healthy, and there were dozens of them. My lord, they looked normal. Don't let any of them in. Lynn would not allow any mistakes to occur. The undead were trapped in the illusion, wandering in front of the illusory city wall. Soon, an undead bit over and began to vomit. The familiar scene made the soldiers, who had been relieved, raise their crossbows. At the same time, they were also glad that they followed Lynn and made the right response. If they had really let these undead in just now, they would probably have fallen now. Don't do it, Brittany reminded. The illusion can't hold up. The undead who bit over and vomited attracted the attention of other undead, and began to mutate. And then one after another, Lynn and the others watched with their own eyes as a group of undead changed and twisted in the plague infection. Keep retreating? He still didn't dare to guarantee that the distance of 100 steps was safe enough. The spread of the plague seemed to be the range. But there might be other factors. The undead of the disaster killed each other, and then turned into ashes one by one. However, there were not only the old territory lookouts on this land, and the undead infected by the plague did not all run back. They were like exploding sparks, bouncing around. In the northeast of Leon territory, in the direction of Persimmon Town, a few undeads ran back. They did not choose to join the Star Dragon outpost, so they could only return to Persimmon Town. However, after rushing back to the novice village, an undead suddenly bit over and began to vomit, which led to a disaster. Persimmon Town, who was not prepared in advance, came into contact with the undead, who looked in poor condition naked. The ignorant novice village chief did not even know what happened. In their eyes, the undead followed the big man of Leon territory away, and this time, they must have something important to do. The spread of information is sometimes fast, but sometimes surprisingly slow. In a very short time, the entire Persimmon Town fell. The undead and the NPCs did not choose to stay where they were after being infected, but ran around. The abyssal monsters in Persimmon Town had two directions. One was to climb to the upstream high ground through the Lizardman pit that had been slaughtered long ago. The other was to go south. The uncontrolled Persimmon Town became a source of development. The northernmost part, Abandoned Port. One-Eye Stang and Triangle Isaiah Luba had successfully joined the Greenskins with their team. This group of strong new races are more suitable for the title of new nobles than Lord Leon. They are naturally strong. Whoever wants to go back to the Great Rift can go. Stang held a huge wine glass, which was hollowed out and ground from the bones of some huge beast. The rough style made Stang want to curl his lips. Nobles? Or savages? It seems that the brains of these greenskins have also been simplified with the mutation. Forget it. They just want to find a place to stay. And it would be best if they could seize the power of these greenskins with poor brains. Being strong and powerful, he is a force that cannot be underestimated. Stang turned his head and looked at Zyaluba, smiled, and raised his glass. Everything is self-evident. They didn't lie. They really didn't want to go back to the Great Rift. They had had enough of that kind of life before they lost it. And they were not the frontline combat troops. What's more, now, they have a better plan. To go to the Great Frozen Land. The cold is not suitable for the survival of living things. And without living things, disasters will certainly not exist. The most important thing is that they have never heard of the appearance of a new abyss rift in the cold zone. If they took the land route, they would have to go back to Leon City first, and then go southeast to Kazan Town. No one wanted to get close to that madman. Even if the madman didn't stop them, they would have to go south to the Snake Catcher's fortress, and after a long journey of dozens of days, or even longer, they would return to Goliath, and then go through Goliath to bypass the frozen mountains to the east side of the Land Kingdom, and continue north to finally reach their destination. The Land Kingdom was not too big, but it took them a long detour, several months, or even half a year. But if they go by water, it won't take much time to bypass the frozen mountains by boat. They can easily go from the northern end of the west side of the Land Kingdom to the northern end of the east side. Suddenly, there was a noisy voice outside. What's wrong? The one who spoke was the Greenskin leader, who was only strong enough to be a superior. The voice made Stang, who was sitting next to him, have a buzzing in his ears. As a new race, the Greenskins are very strong, but they don't seem to be able to use other powers. However, their fierce fighting ability makes ordinary superiors no match for them. As outsiders, Stang and Xia can sit here obediently, which perfectly shows who is stronger and who is weaker. There are some monsters. The one who rushed in was a little green skin, who looked a little silly. No one dared to look down on the little green skin. Who dared to believe? New race. They are stronger than ordinary people since birth, and have the power of a great knight when they are just over 10 years old. The doomsday has just come not long ago, and the mutant new races have not appeared for a long time. The green skins in the abandoned port seem to have their own special ability to transform their races. Who cannot be interested in this ability? He is covered in blood, black blood, and pus. The little green skin gestured clumsily. His movements were faster than words, and he danced with his hands. Abyss. Stang and Xia looked at each other, and the situation was serious. But with Lord Leon, how could the abyss be possible? Could it be? Chapter 154. The Plague Massacre ended. When several people rushed out, they saw 4 or 5 undead who had been transformed into the abyss fighting with the Greenskins. The Greenskins were indeed a new race, and they dragged their iron rods and hit the undead who had been transformed into the abyss again and again. It was a complete crush. Stang couldn't help but shout, "That's the abyss! Abyss!" All the Greenskins trembled and stepped back subconsciously. "Don't worry if you have come into contact with the abyss," Stang shouted. "We once fought on the front line of the Great Rift. As a logistics force, we have resistance medicine to eliminate the curse of the abyss." He took out a small medicine bottle from his body and said, "But there is not much medicine. Only those who have been in contact with the abyss can do it. Others should stay away." Hearing that there is medicine, the Greenskins who had been in contact with the abyss undead before breathed a sigh of relief, and then excitedly pounced on the undead and tore them apart with violence. The Greenskins launched an easy massacre against the abyss undead. The exploded corpses turned into ashes, leaving only pus dripping all over the ground. The Greenskin leader turned his head and looked at Stang. Stang threw him a pill and explained, "On the front line of the abyss, we are divided into 3 teams. The executioners who fight on the front line, but people usually call them Iris Lords, who are responsible for fighting the monsters of the abyss. After that, there are gardeners. Iris polluted by the abyss need to be handled by gardeners. There is also a kind of fertilizer." Stang pointed at himself and grinned. "Logistics for transporting supplies, instructors for teaching and training, blacksmiths for repairing weapons, and pharmacists for making resistance drugs. We were responsible for transporting supplies and logistics before. Resistance drugs are very precious. If you have seen how those guys wearing iron cages make this stuff, TSK, each one can make us live longer." "What do you mean?" The Greenskin leader looked at the resistance pills in his palm. "Not enough for you to eat," Stang said. "When you kill them, you will also be eroded by the abyss, and the resistance pills can prevent you from this." "You just said that you have medicine." The Greenskin leader widened his eyes. "Yes," I said. "Isn't it for you?" Stang pointed. "This is just resistance medicine, not healing medicine. The abyss curse cannot be cured. Sharuba, who had been silent, also spoke. Do it. There is no time. Those who are directly cursed by the abyss have no chance of survival. But taking resistance medicine in advance can slow down the speed of being cursed by the abyss. The greenskins who have just been infected and have not yet turned into the abyss will not have too much pollution. Taking the medicine before taking action can ensure absolute safety. Roar! The greenskin leader roared. But his fear of the abyss still made him choose to listen to the advice of the two. After swallowing the resistance medicine, he pounced on the group of greenskins who had direct contact with the abyss monsters. He punched their chests with both fists, one after another. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of greenskin corpses were left. The greenskin leader's chest rose and fell violently, and the sticky green blood on his fists and his eyes looking at Stang and Xyluba were full of hatred. But he also knew that this was the best way to deal with it. If Stang had not used the method just now to deceive those greenskins to take action first, perhaps the entire abandoned port would have fallen by now. The bodies must be dealt with as soon as possible, Xyluba said. We need to burn them with fire. The abyss is afraid of fire? The greenskin leader adjusted his mood. No. Shaluba shook his head. The abyss is not afraid of anything. But the abyss cannot tell what to do with things that have reached the end. It just so happens that fire can make everything disappear and turn into ashes. And ashes are the end of everything. The plague did not stop its steps, and spread around with Persimmon Town as the origin. Some chose to go south. A crescent-shaped mountain blocked the view, and the abyss monsters continued to move forward, unknowingly entering a huge cemetery. The vast destination, the dense graves, the scattered tombstones. When the broken moonlight fell, the shaky skeletons of the dead climbed up one by one. The abyss monsters and the dead collided with each other. The dark pus splashed, but the dead who were drenched by the pus had no reaction. Even after being torn apart, they would stand up again, with a burst of chanting coming from nowhere. The abyss monster that completely destroyed a town was blocked in the cemetery silently, unable to move forward even a step. Some undead chose to return to the Star Dragon outpost through the underground cave waterway under the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountains. There is never a shortage of undead who want to watch the fun. Fun is the reason. However, since leaving the west of the Red Dragon Mountains, the undead have not returned for a long time. When they passed through the cave, they found that they were greeted by small military buildings rising from the ground. Rows of crossbows designed by the undead were emitting cold light. As Lin's resource base, the west of the Red Dragon foothills has invested the most resources. Traps, crossbows, etc. are all made day and night by an industrial town of nearly 2,000 people. Lind also has his own considerations for moving the undead out of the Star Dragon outpost. He must try to reduce the contact between the undead and NPCs as much as possible. Who knows when these people will go crazy? It can be said that as long as the enemy cannot fly, even if Saran comes again on a ground dragon, these weapons are enough to grind it to death. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a copper wall and an iron wall. Ahem. The undead, who had just had time to cough twice, was immediately covered by the rain of arrows. The earth shook under the continuous shooting, as if the ground was washed by heavy rain. And it was pitch black. There were no human figures, only piles of ashes, which disappeared without a trace after the wind blew. At the crossroads of faith, there were also undead infected with plague trying to infect the disaster warhorse. Since I can't get the warhorse, you guys don't play with it. But they didn't expect to be greeted by the strongest horse-catching team in Lin's hands. They were all great knights. The team that had received Lin's message long ago completely crushed the abyss-transformed undead and killed their evil taste. Two undeads chose to flee in panic, and they hadn't spread the plague yet. The consciousness link was broken, and they completely lost control. However, the undead, whose bodies were controlled by the abyss, did not stop. They went north from the crossroads of faith and accidentally arrived at a mine where people were working in full swing. Rush in. And then, the abyss infection began. When the knights of the horse-catching team chased after them, they looked at the chaotic star mine and swallowed their saliva. It's bad. What should we do? Block it. We must not let the things inside out. The adults said that the abyssal monsters will become weaker and weaker, and will eventually die. As long as we hold on. Blowing up the entrance to the mine is the best option. It is not difficult for a group of knights to collapse the mine together. As for the problem of ore resources, we can only wait until the disaster is over. The screaming volcanic bird flapped its bald wings like an arrow and landed in front of Lind. After landing, its neck was more than half a person's height. Lind casually threw a piece of the Heart of Disaster, and the volcano bird raised its head and caught the Heart of Disaster with a strange cry. Its head shook upwards, its beak opened, and the fragments of the Heart of Disaster entered its stomach. Its aura also became slightly stronger. At present, the undead have few means of air defense, and the volcano bird can still take on the task of delivering letters in an emergency. But it will not be able to do so when they become stronger in the future. The letter came from the Crossroads of Faith. Long before this, Lind had received a letter from Prey Town. This group of undead. Lind frowned. Most of the undead didn't like to cause trouble, but just 20 or 30 people acted on their own and caused the plague to spread rapidly. Now even Lind could only ensure that the plague in his territory was eliminated. But he was not sure that other places were safe. There are always many people who just want to have fun. After all, it's just a game. So why should we raise our moral quality so high? It's just a game. Who can resist killing people when playing GTA? The game experience is incomplete without being wanted by 4 stars. Lind looked at the undead, who were restricted from moving freely after being resurrected. They were discussing excitedly and communicating enthusiastically with other players on the official website. The routes taken by the undead affected by the abyss are not difficult to find. Some people even started to organize pictures and text to mark the undead's routes. Many people died and affected many towns. But the undead had no sense of reality and simply thought it was exciting and fun. In the end, Lind could only conclude that the spread of the plague had been controlled. He had no means. And after all, this plague event that went beyond the plot was also related to him. But he couldn't stop. Even if he knew that the plague was going to break out, he had to take action against the Leon Lord. Chapter 155, The Golden Lion That Reassures People. What's his name? Luke. The dwarf Ludo answered Lind's question respectfully, but his eyes were always on the child with a smile on his face. Report to your superiors in time if you have difficulties in life. The territory cherishes every new life. Yes. The dwarf Ludo nodded. Have you thought about what you want this child to do when he grows up? It can't be a clown. Ludo's eyes sparkled. Yes. Lind raised his head and looked forward. The plague massacre ended, and all the undead fell to level 10 again. But it was nothing to them. Only the NPCs felt the loss of their teeth. And entertainment in the minds of the undead was a nightmare for the NPCs for countless nights. Night had fallen, and the flock of volcanic birds hovering overhead fanned the cold wind with their wings, making the sharp whistling sound connect towns and territories from the air. The swaying orange light of the torches illuminated the camp composed of terrace tents in front. Everything was running in an orderly manner. Lind sat on a chair. He was not wearing armor, but a fur coat. The soul-lost mail could be quickly woven and worn whenever he needed it. He turned his head and looked at the sleeping child. Luke, when the child grows up, let him train with the team. I look forward to the day when he leads the horse for me. Lou was surprised. He has always been a clown. And it is precisely because of being a clown that he can get in touch with the noble level and know many things that ordinary people don't know. Such as being able to lead the horse for the noble master, which will be the supreme honor. Any big shot starts out as a horseman, which means he is trusted by the superior. I have developed a few new games recently. Ludo was actually very curious about the plague incident, because the undead people in the tavern tent were outspoken, and his main job happened to be to play with them. But he knew very well that asking questions was the privilege of the superior to the inferior, and the two could not be exchanged. Maybe you are interested? Ludo looked at Lind. He was a dwarf, and Lind was just the opposite. He was tall and burly, and even when he was sitting on a chair, he was taller than Ludo, who was standing. The reassuring golden lion. Someone once called him that behind his back. As for the undead, they have too many strange words. Ludo will choose to listen to them with one ear and let them out with the other. Otherwise he will accidentally blurt out disrespectful words, which is enough to make him excluded by others. I have always been interested in playing new games, but not now. Lind said, do you have any good ideas about the plague? Such as designing a new game, or composing a song. To be honest, my dream was to become a bard. The dwarf Ludo smiled and said, they wander around, are romantic, free and unrestrained, and people envy them. Why didn't you choose to be a bard? I've heard you sing. Linda commented, very good. As a noble, he also has the ability to appreciate art. But he doesn't care about this ability now. It's enough to listen to it, because my short legs are not suitable for wandering around. The dwarf Ludo smiled. His physical disability had long since no effect on his heart. And I can't be romantic. Uh-huh. Linda raised his hand and gently patted Ludo's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Who said that? You are the most romantic guy I have ever seen." Really? Ludo couldn't help asking back. The atmosphere of the chat was so good that Ludo subconsciously forgot that the person in front of him was the Lord. Look how much the undead like you. They will give you the money as soon as they make money. Linda blinked at Ludo. As far as I know, there are not many people who can make others pay willingly. Even Miss Miko and Miss Brittany would complain about the high price when they sold potions. But only you. They are willing to give you the money. So, I am the most romantic bard. Ludo accepted this statement. He would not be disliked for his high price. What's wrong with a dwarf clown being a little cunning? But the undead would scold him in other ways. You have always been. Linda reached out to help Ludo adjust his collar. Remember to sing the story of the plague better. I hope more people will remember those who died in this war. I will. Ludo nodded vigorously. Linda has stood up. This is also the first time I have seen something from the Abyss. Although I have heard of the Abyss and the Great Rift countless times before. And I even know which way to get closer to the Great Rift. I watched them twist, cough, and then be covered with pus. The road ahead is extremely difficult. But what is more difficult is that if you want to survive, you have to move forward. The dwarf knew that the Lord was not talking to him now. So he lowered his head and became a quiet listener. Your task is heavy, Ludo. Linda turned to look at the dwarf. The impact of this plague has not ended. I have asked the wizards to check. There are more than a dozen soldiers in the territory who are in a very bad condition. Are they? The dwarf was terrified. There is no quarantine now. If another abyssal monster breaks out, even the Lord will be powerless to save the situation. They witnessed everything and their minds were affected. The influence of the abyss on people is definitely not a close-range infection like a disease. Maybe you are restless inside. Or maybe you are afraid of something, which will become a crack for it to invade you. The abyss is really good at drilling a crack, whether it is on the ground or in people's hearts. So, Ludo, I hope you can bring happiness and confidence to everyone. We have many achievements to sing praises and many stories to tell. Yes. Ludo truly felt the burden on his shoulders and understood that the Lord had not come to him for a casual chat. Take some time to go back to Prey Town and pick some children with good voices. Yes. After nodding to Ludo, Lind walked into the cold night wind, and the swaying firelight welcomed his arrival. The speed of capturing the disaster horses was very fast, and some of the undead had disaster horses. But as long as there were undead, the style of the painting would change. Lind looked at a disaster horse pulling a flatbed cart with more than a dozen people piled on the cart, and suddenly felt pity for the disaster horse. Pulling more than a dozen armed men in full armor was no less than pulling a cart full of iron blocks. The disaster horse with golden armor stopped beside Lind. He climbed on the horse and looked at the other dozen disaster horses. A dozen disaster horses pulling more than 200 people. How exaggerated. The expedition was full of absurdity. The undead had all been resurrected, which meant that the plague should have been controlled. It would be fine if the remaining NPCs, who had been transformed into the abyss, did not exist. If they did, they could just become the target of their trip. Back in Leon City, the broken gate was like a leaky front tooth, whimpering and groaning after the cold wind blew. The city was in complete chaos. The undead's round-robin battle against Lord Leon lasted for several days, and the battlefield affected almost every corner of the town. All that was left for Lind was a ruin. The undead had dispersed and started searching for valuable things, while Lind went straight to Leon's body. The aura of the abyss had dissipated, and Leon looked like an ordinary corpse at this moment. Flames burst out from Lind's palms, setting the corpse on fire. It seemed as if a special combustible substance was poured on the corpse, and as soon as the flames touched it, it immediately burst into flames. I can feel that the things in the abyss are afraid of flames. It was precisely because of his arbitrary control over the flames that he could clearly perceive the slight suppression of the abyss by the flames. However, thinking of Leon, who was afraid of the flames at first in the previous battle, but was completely unaffected later, Lind felt that his thoughts were biased. Perhaps the dead abyss disaster fueled the fire. The flames continued to burn until it was completely burned to ashes. He picked up the iris helmet. then bent down to pick up a sword, and walked towards the inner city step by step. The inner city was the most severely affected by the battle, as if a huge earthquake had occurred, and the order of houses and soil was reversed. The Lord's Hall still stood firm, with stone steps extending from the foot to the dark rusty iron gate. The sunken and deformed iron gate did not collapse even at this moment. He walked to the city wall, and rubbed the wall gently with his fingers. The special construction method made this hall extremely resistant. He was curious about what kind of architectural technique could achieve this, or whether there was some special brick hidden in the wall that allowed the entire building to absorb the overflowing energy. This place is very good. Lin gave a satisfactory evaluation. Compared to rebuilding the old territory watchtower from scratch, it is not impossible to rebuild it on the basis of Leon City, as long as points are given. I believe the undead will willingly become construction workers. Now the undead are in need of points. Faction points. Of course, there is currency. He can't really just promote the faction points in order to gather all the undead into his own faction, although it is very convenient for him to use the non-tradable faction points. Faction points are related to sunk costs. Just like the first batch of undead who joined the Star Dragon outpost are already at a very high level, and they are unwilling to betray the outpost even if they are asked to. Similarly, other undead people will also have sunk costs. If they refuse to receive because they don't have points, things may develop in a direction that neither NPCs nor players like. Lind hopes that the undead people can buy some of the things they want here, which will arouse their needs. When they find that they must use points to redeem key items at critical moments, the undead people will take the initiative to join. To achieve this vision, all Lind needs to do is more information and materials, more rewards and goods. Lind inserted his sword to the side before the tombstone of the previous great knight. Now there will be a new tombstone here. I don't know if I am considered a gardener. The iris helmet will be kept by Lind as a collection, and it is also a mission item. As a reward, all undead will have an iris helmet. The huge surprise directly swept all the undead of the Star Dragon Century. Even with the addition of new people, it is definitely not easy to create more than 200 exquisite and beautiful helmets in a short period of time. If it weren't for the heavy workload, Prey Town would still be in the pure handmade stage. Linda even wanted to copy the armor on Leon and sell it to the undead. With the previous experience, most people would feel that Leon is very strong, and it is normal to cosplay the Iris Knight. And the linkage suit is to make money by taking advantage of the popularity. After leaving Leon's territory, they went to Persimmon Town. What awaited them was still a ruin and corpses everywhere. As expected, from today on, Persimmon Town will not temporarily insert any forces. Linda announced that Persimmon Town was abandoned. The situation of Persimmon Town was not much better than that of Leon City. It had already become a ruin. Instead of rebuilding it, it was better to abandon it. The geographical location was also not advantageous. From this point of view, Harbor Village was at least a port. The undead people were very happy because there was more garbage to pick up. Unlike Leon City, there was a lot of garbage here, which had not been picked up much. Now it was a good deal for the undead people. Chapter 156 Resource Collection. After a period of hunger sales, the Calamity Warhorse finally became popular with everyone owning one. From the Crossroads of Faith to the Trident, you could always see undead running around. They scream and whistle, or simply imitate the riding charge skills learned from who knows where, making a laugh that makes Calamity's back shiver. Some undead began to like cavalry costumes, and the spear was considered must-have. The flag hanging on the tip of the gun has become a small business opportunity. But it's a pity that this wave of business opportunities is fleeting. The vigorous energy of the undead has made Lind want to hold a cavalry duel several times. And PvP will definitely become the favorite part of the undead. It is not appropriate to start killing each other when hidden dangers still exist. And if the undead die in the battle, who should be reimbursed for the potion recovery of the final strength? And whoever organizes it will be responsible. Since Lind is not an official, of course, it is impossible for him to pay out of his own pocket to be an official to organize similar activities. Otherwise, if they die, they will really lose their level, and no undead will be willing to participate. But it does not mean that the power of the undead will be idle. Even if Lind does not need rewards and tasks to guide their actions, they will not be idle. Since the Leon City dungeon was opened, the construction of the main city has been put on the agenda. The undead rode the Disaster Warhorse to various regions to collect resources for the mission, commonly known as the Incarnation Street Scooter. In addition, searching for the Cyclops again has become the main work of some undead. In short, they rode on the Calamity Warhorse and whizzed past, searching every corner of the Red Dragon Mountains. Going up along the top road at the Trident intersection, you will encounter a road blocked by collapsed rubble. This is the road leading to the Sentry Tower where Lance and others were stationed. Fortunately, there is an inconspicuous path next to it for passing. This road is where the undead were killed by the Cyclops and lost their armor. The undead's passion for searching was ignited again at this time. After finding the Cyclops and killing it, you can get rewards and a volcanic bird. The undead, who already have the disaster horse, find it hard to refuse an extra volcanic bird that can help them fly and allow them to successfully leave the ground. Unfortunately, the trace of the Cyclops is hard to find. And the same is true for the caves found before. The Cyclops seems to have evaporated directly from the earth. Anyway, the tasks are all on the way. And running more is like opening a map. Next time. Drink next time. I have something else to do here. Play games? Brother, what game are you playing? And what can you play in your dreams after wearing it? Why can't I find anyone selling helmets online? This game is still in beta. There are only 3,000 places available. You know, you can't buy it even if you have money. Is it true? I did look at the official website, and it felt like a group of people occupied a studio and made a movie behind the scenes. Hey, brother, you're not going to be an extra, are you? It's said to be a game. Then I'll try the helmet next time I go to your house. The helmet is bound. You can't see anything when you put it on. Why do I feel like you made it up in your head? Okay, I won't disturb you from playing games. But seriously, you have to come next time when we drink. Definitely. Definitely next time. The man waved goodbye to his colleague and drove home quickly. After going to the toilet and solving almost all physiological problems that might affect the game, he took out the gaming helmet. He turned on the power, and then took out a third-party device customized by a second-hand trading platform from the cabinet. It's too easy to hurt your neck when you only have a helmet to play with. At the beginning, players would wear U-shaped pillows, and later a craftsman came out to make a dormant chamber by modifying the capsule chamber. It is said that some people have begun to study how to stay offline for a long time. But because it is too extreme, the idea remains at the level of the plan. For example, the lower body medical transformation installs a catheter, and the throat is inserted into the larynx to regularly introduce nutrient solution, which is completely based on the supporting equipment made for vegetative patients. Even considering the problem of muscle atrophy caused by lying down for a long time, the massager was upgraded to 2.0. But so far no one has really experienced such a great product. Everyone is only interested in things like customized U-shaped pillows for helmets. The man lay back on the bed, put on the helmet and found a comfortable angle, and closed his eyes. The connection began. His vision quickly changed from the room, and his consciousness seemed to travel through time and space. Some force pulled his soul across an infinite distance and finally landed on a continent. After getting through the login screen, the scenery in front of him changed, and finally stabilized on the familiar gray-white sky, which made him feel relieved. Since the last time Abyss forced players to log off, everyone has been worried. It seems that the game production team accidentally gave the enemy too much authority. I have seen strong players, but I have never seen players whose accounts were directly banned. He checked his equipment and then went to the temporary tent at the Old Territories lookout tower. The number of NPCs and undead staying here has decreased significantly. This game is so real that it is like a brand new second life in another world, allowing many people to play the game intensively online and experience the journey to another world. In addition to the sense of immersion, the game NPCs will be affected by the player's actions, and everything in the territory will change due to the player's decision, which is also very addictive. The bad ones are getting worse, and the good ones are getting better. This makes most players think carefully every time they make a decision. He walked towards the tent, ready to explore the task. The progress bar of the main city construction changes every day, but it is still too slow for the undead. He picked up some resources from the corner, and then sent them back through the mountains and rivers, so that the progress bar moved forward at a rate of less than 0.01%. It was too time-consuming. My ring will not lose? The NPC who issued the task was a relatively familiar character. I am. He nodded. Now the Lord is preparing to replan and build a new main city, and lacks a lot of resources. compared to directly participating in the construction. The task is more about showing the lack of resources, and the undead people need to collect various resources. On the contrary, building houses is the least important. A group of undead people who are comparable to the little superheroes in superhero movies, carrying huge stones and walking briskly, taking drugs to restore their physical strength, can immediately rejoin the work. My ring will not lose. He looked around and whispered to the NPC, "My lord, are you interested in having a drink in the tavern?" He made a drinking gesture. I heard that old Pete recently developed a new dish, a food called tofu, which is as white as a girl's skin, tender and smooth in taste. His, especially good with wine, if you happen to have time after get off work. Chapter 157. The favorability of NPCs is very important. In the real world, if I refuse to drink with my colleagues, I will not lose. But in a game, I have to buy drinks to achieve my goal. After interacting with NPCs in the game for a long time, the undead people gradually discover that NPCs are not stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart and can be tempted. If they are drunk, they will sometimes spit out a lot of information. It's just like a real person. They just naturally resist contact with undead people. But as long as the benefits are enough, they can still pry open their mouths. Finding out the preferences of every NPC that can be touched has become a must for the undead. Some people even made an NPC preference guide on the forum, which specifically collects and organizes the preferences of key NPCs, so that the undead can more easily attack NPCs. For example, Miss Miko likes potion materials very much, and she will smile at you as long as you give her potion materials crazily. There is also old Pete, who is particularly interested in new recipes. Helping him learn new dishes can occasionally bring unexpected gains, including some unimportant but precious little information from the Lord. Unfortunately, Miss Brittany is difficult to deal with. Although she also accepts the gift of potion materials, she will never give anything in return. The best way to brush is the favor of the Lord. There are already undead people who have gained experience. The Lord is the village chief of the novice village, and is very likely to be a growing NPC, one of the protagonists of the main line of the game. He is naturally friendly to the undead. Giving props and gifts can chat with the Lord, although he rarely reveals information. Once he speaks, it is often a very important hidden task. Before, my ring taker will not lose receive the task of capturing Prey Town from Lind. The NPC swallowed his saliva. I've heard of it, but the output of that thing is very low. It must be supplied to a few adults first, and then to the great knights. My ring taker will not lose smiled. You forgot that I am an undead, and one of us is still working in the tavern. The NPC was a little moved. If you can, ahem. I do know a little gossip. Please wait. My Huanti will not lose and leave with confidence. What he has to do next is simple. Just call someone to ask for a portion of tofu. Among the more than 200 undead people, if there is anyone who must have delicious food, there are two people. One is, and I declare you Ohauchen. He used to run a tavern food, but he has not been online very often in the past 2 days. It is said that he needs to work overtime. A hard-working worker. No matter how powerful you are in the game, it is fake. The second one is, a romantic eater, who can eat, and can even die for eating. But what people care about most is her European emperor physique. Many people like to farm with her. With her, some precious materials can always be exploded. It just so happened that he and both of them had good friends. After all, they were the first group of undead to join the Star Dragon outpost, and they had frequent cooperation and contact with each other. Not long after, my ring would not lose and walked back confidently, whispering to the NPC who issued the task, "Sir, you can go to the tavern and ask to take out the tofu I sent to you." Oh, Houchen. He also has a bottle of wine. Players who are familiar with NPCs can get many small privileges. It is said that there is another player in the territory who has a good relationship with the clown dwarf Ludo, and can often get some key information from him. Ahem. The NPC cleared his throat. Actually, this isn't really a secret. Seeing the NPC make an expression and gesture that said, "I'm going to tell you a secret," my Wunkin Wishu immediately became serious. Immersed in the game, it's easy to get into it. I overheard it last time. The plague spread far away. Some of your undead lost control, and went to the green grass of Star Pasture. The NPC pointed at my Wunkin Wishu. Lord Reed and the others were there at the time. They received orders from the Lord to hunt down the undead infected by that thing. The NPC didn't want to mention the abyss, as if he mentioned the name frequently, his body would be stared at by cracks that appeared out of nowhere. Then he lowered his voice. Even though no one was around, that thing ran to the star mine in the north. Mine? We traded ore with the mine. Provided food. And then they exchanged ore. Then what? That thing rushed in. And I don't know what happened inside. But the great knights at that time immediately destroyed the mine and buried all those things inside. But also cut off the connection with the star mine. NPC sighed. We are short of a lot of ore now. I understand. My ring will not lose. Or can be used to submit tasks to speed up the progress bar of the main city. But the mine that provides ore was destroyed because the undead went crazy, causing the main city construction task to be stuck inexplicably. Wouldn't it be fine if the undead took over the mining? I'm so smart. He went to the stable station and asked for his disaster warhorse through the number of the lion badge. The ferocious warhorse only had the most basic equipment such as saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes, which was nothing compared to the degree to which a local tycoon next door armed his disaster warhorse to the teeth. My once you would not lose. He jumped on the horse and patted the horses but lightly. Go! The milky white sky was full of turmoil. The sequelae of the disaster plague that broke out in the Matrix. Lord Leon that eroded this area had not yet dissipated. And the land that was already hard to find vitality became even more desolate. The dirty land made people feel panic. Occasionally, mutated wild grasses could be seen growing tenaciously on both sides of the road. Just like the distorted appearance of growth caused by radiation after a nuclear war, which made people subconsciously keep a distance. The cold wind shook the sawgrass leaves, which twitched and groaned like ghosts crawling on the ground. The sobbing cold wind, the screaming wild grass, and the extremely bizarre environment made the undead on horseback feel like they were escaping from a crisis. If they were a little slower, they would die without a burial place. After crossing a small slope and going around a small hill, he successfully saw the crossroads of faith. The newly built road signs pierced the sky, allowing people to tell their location from a long distance. Since almost all the undead people got the disaster war horses, the horse-catching team has reduced its number of people. The majority of those who remain here seem to be maintaining the ecological balance of the disaster war horses. My ring will not lose. I rode along the road to the north, and soon saw the collapsed place mentioned by the NPC. The collapsed mine pit. And it was not clear what was inside. It was not so easy to dig a road. He got off the horse and moved a few stones. But there were stones behind the stones. And there was no gap at all. That means the collapse was very complete. At least one passage was completely gone. The abyssal monsters could not live for too long. No matter what was in the mine pit. They must be dead now. But how to mine is also a problem. My once you will not lose, and did not hide the information he got. Although he did want to come here to see if he could get any benefits at first. He immediately threw away the hidden task he found after finding that it was impossible. New. The main city construction hidden task. The collapsed mine pit. Can obtain a lot of ore. Come quickly if you know how to mine. Chapter 158. This is the highest realm of Cybercorbe. Quickly obtaining ore and accelerating the construction of the main city are almost as important as searching for the Cyclops. The former can unlock various functions, although it is not clear what the main city can bring. Not to mention the latter. The rewards are very tempting. After receiving the news, a large number of undead rushed over from all directions as soon as possible. I think that for a collapsed mine like this, it is too slow for us to move it with manpower. Today's Cybercorbe ends here. Everyone is here to experience the game, not to work hard. And the soul of the player must be awakened. You think, could it be that Linda deliberately sent someone to tell us? Some people with big imaginations have started to imagine. He knew that we would definitely not want to do mining. So he used hidden tasks to lure us here. I admit that he succeeded. Bullshit. He is just an NPC. Most of the undead think that Linda is still kind, and it is impossible for him to deliberately trick the undead into mining. But what is the relationship between ore and rebuilding the main city? Yes, there is a relationship. City construction at this stage is still mainly based on stone and wood, and ore is not very useful. The Xingzi mine was originally an accidental collapse caused by the plague, and it has little to do with NPCs. Is there a possibility that Lin wanted us to dig up the collapsed mine and deliberately added resource options to the main city construction? No, because he is an NPC, and his behavior is programmed. Fuck. It's definitely possible. I think about it carefully. Since I played this game and appeared in Star Dragon Outpost, I have farmed in the Crazy Sage Village, Dragon Tooth Mountain Road, Holy Water Town, Harbor Village, and I have been farming all the time. But now I have nothing except a set of equipment. A set of linkage accessories and a horse? Is there an NPC worse than Lin Go? Star Dragon earned Star Dragon flowers. I want to take them home. The undead were in tears while discussing, and the topic gradually became distorted. But no matter what the reason for launching this mission, they need to complete the mission, which is a large-scale mission to build the main city. It should be said that Lin Go is quite generous when giving rewards. Yes, every time he gives a reward, he immediately releases new props and costumes. And I have to buy them. Although they all know that these tasks are not Linda's fault. But the game production team is not human. But they don't know the people in the production team. So they can only let Linda bear the blame. The topic finally came back to mining. Why not make machinery? Machines can also be used in the game. Haven't you noticed that the traps we bought recently are very sophisticated? Maybe there was some kind of mechanical force in this world. Someone suggested, since mechanical mechanisms are feasible in the game's operating logic, we can make an excavator by ourselves. Making an excavator in a magic world. You are really good. Although there is no magic excavator, the Calamity Warhorse can still help, and can help pull stones. The undeads, who shouted that they refused to be exploited and subjected to cyber corvée, rolled up their sleeves and started to move bricks. When they were exhausted, they took medicine. At this stage, many undeads always had several bottles of magic potions on them. While helping Lin to mine, they also had to buy medicine at their own expense to increase the GDP of Star Dragon. They cursed but were willing in their hearts. This is the highest realm of cyber corvée. As the initiator of everything, Lin was communicating with Milan. Recently, he finally finished his work and had time to meet the female shooter, one of the 9 top leaders under Lord Leon. Linda held the exquisite double crossbow in his hand. He looked at the pattern on the crossbow and the faint white light emanating from it. A blessed weapon. A very inconspicuous blessed weapon. Magic crossbow? Milan's surrender was not complete. She was not loyal to Leon. But it did not mean that she could easily accept her status as a captive. Especially after learning that the lord in front of him came from the west of the Red Dragon foothills. And Seren had not made any movement since she went to the west. How to use it? Linda asked. He tried to inject power into the crossbow, but found that the power could not be gathered correctly. Milan cooperated very well. Follow the guidance of the magic pattern. She said it very simply, but she didn't talk about the skills, let alone how troublesome it would be to use this blessed weapon. Every time you use it, you must be fully prepared and increase your concentration to the highest level. And then, swoosh, an arrow pierced the air and flew past Milan's cheek, nailing it to the wall behind her ear. Boom! A hot wave of fire broke out from the side, slightly scorching her hair. Myram subconsciously blinked, and then his eyes widened. It took him a long time to master the skills of using the double crossbows, but Lin was able to use them successfully after his second attempt, and the power seemed to be stronger than when he used them. It belongs to me. Lin announced the ownership of the double crossbows without hesitation. The power of the crossbows is not bad, but it is not as powerful as the power of his sword. Unlike Lance's icebow, the cursed weapon will freeze the body and hurt itself if used at full power, but the power will also increase accordingly. This pair of magic crossbows has a low upper limit and a high lower limit, which is very balanced. Swoosh! Another arrow shot at the wall beside Myram. This time, the arrow did not burst into flames, but a very thin chain was connected to the tail of the arrow. He flicked his wrist lightly, and the arrow was forcibly pulled back. Unfortunately, the arrow was not strong and broke when it was pulled back. Linda himself was frowning. The combination of the lost soul chain and the arrow was far inferior to the flame. He looked at Myram and found that the other party was staring at his lost soul chain. Serlin? He mentioned a name. They were all colleagues, so it was normal for Myram to know each other. But he found that when he said Serlin's name, Myram's expression was out of control for a moment. Don't worry. I didn't kill him. We have a good relationship. He does some physical and mental work for me. Physical work means becoming a human battery to provide energy. Mental work means renting a brain to help Golden Seal improve computing power. And the dark circles under his eyes are getting heavier. Myram was obviously relieved to hear that Serlin was still alive. What kind do you like? Linda also admitted that Seren was quite beautiful, and her style was completely different from his. Who? Who likes that kind? Hey, hey, hey. Stop! Linda immediately called a halt. What was the point of turning from a good interrogation to a blushing Sundara? Although the atmosphere was quite harmonious now. After all, Myram had surrendered obediently from the beginning. Linda still hoped that he could continue the interrogation. He wanted to know a lot. I wanted to get some information from Saran before. But something blocked it. Linda stared at Myram, expecting her to give an answer. It's Dome. Myram's attitude softened after hearing Celine's name. He was ordered to help Lord Leon hide the secret. We can't tell anything important or unimportant. Can we tell it after Leon dies? We never pledge allegiance to the dead. Her loyalty is time-limited. Once the object of loyalty dies, she will immediately change the person. Linda didn't ask her to pledge allegiance to him. He didn't really need Myram's loyalty. The only thing that attracted him was her path potion formula and some information in her mind. Then she can make a humanoid battery. This is the maximum utilization of resources. Besides you guys. Lynn counted and said, besides Holy Water Town, Harbor Village, Persimmon Town and Prey Town. How many other towns and villages are there? 2. She answered very decisively. Definitely not, because the double crossbow arrows in Lynn's hand were pointing at her head. As a superior, her body is actually very weak. Just like Lynn would not die if he was hit in the head by an arrow. But she would probably die on the spot. Kazan Town in Moon Mountain and Weeping Town in Soul Valley. Kazan Town? The cathedral. Linda had heard of Kazan Town. It was said that there was an outbreak of undead spirits, and the kingdom even arranged troops to suppress it. Milburn. A madman. Myram said. He betrayed Lord Leon. Kazan Town has long been out of the control of Leon territory, and is now controlled by Milburn. Myram was terrified when Milburn was mentioned. Didn't Leon send anyone over? Linda asked. Milburn is already a hero, so it's useless to send anyone. Leon territory, probably only Leon can suppress the other party. But in Leon's situation, taking the initiative is almost the same as committing suicide. And it might directly trigger the plague. No wonder he could do nothing even though he knew Kazan Town was out of control. Leon was definitely the most frustrated strongman he had ever seen. I really don't know if this is good news or bad news. It should be good news for the undead, as there is another boss to defeat. But it is definitely not good news for Linda. Leon is very strong, but he was able to defeat Leon because the abyss made him lose his mind. Otherwise, as long as he had a little thinking ability, the undead would never be able to kill him even if he spent a month. Linda seemed to have never seen the undead from Kazan Town on the forum. But the undead from Weeping Town often appeared on the forum. But he remembered that the undead from Weeping Town did not mention Leon territory, as if they had never heard of that place. But they only thought that the other party was not near them. Now it seems that Lord Leon has a poor control over his men. Only one of the 3 Legion commanders was willing to die for him, and the other 2 ran away. Among the 6 men, the strongest one has completely lost control. Myram surrendered as soon as they met, and Weeping Town also hid the existence of Leon territory, so that the undead did not know the existence of the main city from beginning to end. The rest were all easily solved. What about Weeping Town? Dome has been active near Soul Valley for a long time. We never go there, and we don't want to get involved with that cunning book thief. Book thief? Dome's nickname. He is a thief who steals knowledge from books and has the identity of a schoolmaster. Myram grinned and mocked. He opened a magic school. Chapter 159, Miner's Path. Oh! Linda currently only knows 2 magic schools. One is the Star Magic School, where Miss Miko comes from. Although Miss Miko's level is not very high, she is from the Magic Land after all. The other is the Far East Magic School, where the ghost girl Selena is. The wyvern is a magical beast that only appears in the story in the Land Kingdom, and it is used to pull carts in the Far East Magic School. Precious cursed weapons such as the Banshee Horn can be easily touched in the Far East Magic School. What's the name of the school? Linda was very interested in Dome. Tomorrow's Magic School. Milam had a mocking expression on his face. He is also a lunatic. A crazy lunatic. Pretending to be the principal. Pretending? He doesn't know magic? He knows magic. Milam said. The students he teaches can also learn magic. But that is not a magic school. He is just a book thief who treats those students as cattle and sheep. Linda looked at Milam twice. He thought Milam was making a veiled criticism. After all, he was also pretending to be the head of the novice village. And he also happened to treat the undead as cattle and horses. Why don't you go to Soul Valley? Linda didn't dwell too much on the topic of cattle and horses, and sheep and cattle. He was sure that he had never heard of the existence of Soul Valley. So there was a high probability that Duomei had come up with it himself. Myram's expression was serious. There are ghosts. Ghosts? Legendary things. Linda happened to have one in his hand. And it would come out and sing when put in the water. Ghost. Soul Valley is really worth a trip. Banshee Horn. The ghost Selena in the dream can still be released by him. But there is a problem. In the Banshee dream, Selena can communicate freely. But when she leaves the dream, she will become a bait and sing non-stop. It should be some kind of magic that makes Selena like this. Linda can no longer take the initiative to enter the dream. If he wants to communicate with Selena, he must restore her consciousness to normal. If the book thief Duomei has knowledge about the soul, he doesn't mind meeting him. Just like Myram, who is being pointed at by his double crossbows. I believe he will be happy to communicate. Write down your path potion formula. Linda took out a pen and paper. Linda was very dissatisfied with the pharmacist in Leon County. The potion formula was only from the Great Knight of the Sun's proof path. Then will you accept my loyalty? Myram took the pen and paper and wrote at the desk. If Linda accepted his loyalty, he could continue to be with Saran. Although the lord he was loyal to had changed. It would be fine as long as Saran hadn't changed. Miss Myram is very loyal. Unfortunately, Lin refused without a second thought. I don't need someone who can surrender without blinking an eye. He surrendered as soon as he was caught without suffering any torture. And Leon was not dead at that time. This kind of person is like a time bomb. Lin has no means to restrain the other party. He would rather not use it than use it casually just because he covets the power of a higher position. Myram wanted to complain. Then why can you immediately accept the surrender and loyalty of the undead? In terms of surrender speed, the undead are much faster than her. And they have no burden at all. I can let you and Celine meet. Who wants to see him? His. Linda had a toothache. He really couldn't deal with a tsundere with a weird temper. Especially since this tsundere didn't look good. Myram, who was honest in his heart, quickly wrote down the formula of the passage potion. Secret Rune Envoy? Linda grabbed the paper and flicked his fingers, making a rustling sound, including Secret Rune Envoy and Upper Secret Mark Messenger, the formula of the 2 ways of magic potion. In addition, there are 2 other abilities to use, namely, Secret Mark Writing and Stealth. He looked at Mylan, waiting for the other party to explain. Secret Mark Writing, after carving the secret mark and injecting power, can make the weapon have the same power as the blessed weapon. It is obviously more convenient to have someone explain the use of abilities than to figure it out by yourself. Like this? Linda raised the crossbow in his hand and pointed at the magic pattern on it. Weapons with secret patterns are more easily destroyed. She shook her head slightly, indicating that the double crossbows were really blessed weapons. Linda turned and left. And when he came back, he had a heavy crossbow in his hand. The heavy crossbow was placed on the table in front of Myram, making a dull sound of dong. Try it. Myram hesitated. I need at least 2 or 3 days. Is the effect similar to this? Linda took out the double crossbows again. Not so good. Myram nodded. Then it would be useless. It took 2 or 3 days to make a crossbow that could add slight attributes. If Lin wanted to achieve a similar effect, he didn't need the secret pattern at all. He just needed to apply oil to the arrow and then light it. And the effect would be the same. What about the secret pattern? Where did it come from? Blessed weapons are printed on them. Lin nodded, and roughly understood the role of the secret pattern. This was a profession that was even less good at fighting than the Lost Soul Knight. Although it was still a great knight. It was not much different from a wizard. But I have to say that this ability makes Lin feel a little interesting. Regarding stealth, it is even simpler. It can hide the trace and move. Almost invisible. In the abilities of the Great Knight that Lind has obtained in the past. The 2 abilities are actually very relevant. Whether it is the Flame of the Sun's Proof, the Chain of the Soulless Knight, or the Furnace of the Fire Knight. But the Secret Pattern Messenger is completely different. One can create secret pattern weapons, and the other can stealth. The Secret Pattern Master still exists in the world. Then, what Myram said reminded Linda of Renzo. Renzo, as a messenger of the Mad Mystery, believed in the Mad Mystery Overlord. And there were many similarities between the 2. Even Lind himself, a Fire Knight, believed in the Overlord of the Furnace. It seems that the gods of many religions prefer to call themselves Overlord. Is there no accompanying poetry collection? When your religion promotes it? Lin gave an example. Like Praise the Sun by the Church of the Sun. In Dome's hands. He needs to fill the library of the magic school. Milam explained, not only me, but all of us, even Lord Leon, are in his collection library. Lord Leon trusts him very much. Leon? The 44th level. The low-blooded plague Primarch Iris, who has surpassed the heroic level. Now Lind has another reason to go to Weeping Town and tomorrow Magic School. Leon territory is about to become Star Dragon territory. Maybe the book thief is a wise man who knows the times, so that unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. When facing himself, Lind was confident that he could make the other party a man of current affairs. In the Xingzi mine, the undead finally cleared the rubble after carrying it day and night, and a crooked mine tunnel appeared in front of everyone. The recovery potion was almost finished, and everyone's drug resistance was raised to the peak. Standing at the entrance of the deformed mine tunnel and looking inside, there was only a darkness that was enough to swallow the sight. My ring will not lose. He took the lead and entered the mine with a torch. The firelight hit the stone wall, and the reflected light was dragged in front of his eyes. Even with torches, visibility in the mine was still very limited. It was only a few meters away, and one had to bend over when walking. If one was not careful, one's head could easily hit a rock. Other undead followed one after another, holding their breath and paying attention to anything that might jump out of the darkness. Corpses, corpses, and more corpses. He stepped on some swollen maggot-like creatures and exploded them. My ring would not lose. He felt a thump in his heart, and he stepped back and moved his feet away to see that they were actually strange insects. However, the bug had already fallen to the ground and was motionless. It had died long before they arrived. The power of the abyss was far more terrible than imagined. All the lives in the mine cave could not escape. Keep going forward. I don't know how far I have walked. I can't help but sigh that the road in the mine is really tortuous. But the space is getting bigger and bigger, and it can gradually accommodate many people side by side. The eyes of the undead people shine when they see the exposed ore. Mining accelerates the accumulation of the progress bar of the main city construction. Today, let's go inside and have a look. My ring taker will not lose said, didn't they say that an infected person rushed in before? If he didn't die, we would be in trouble. Several people thought it was reasonable, so they resisted the urge to start mining immediately and continued to explore. The huge empty space was more like a village where people lived and gathered than a mine. Here, come and take a look. My ring taker would not lose was the first to see the special scene, and he immediately called his teammates to come and take a look. The twisted corpses seemed to want to tie themselves up, with many wounds on their bodies, and they must have experienced some kind of struggle before they died. Looking at the twisted corpses, they seemed to hear the roar of the abyss in their ears, and their spirits began to tremble uncontrollably. The strange feeling was like the clock hands clicking in the silent room, and every click hit their hearts. All dead? My ring will not lose, and quickly retracted his attention. Anyone can see that there must have been a fierce battle here. The uninvited guests from the abyss won the victory by crushing and killing. But it was a pity that the guests from the abyss could not stay for too long, and ended up in a situation where both of them died for love. The other undeads would not miss the opportunity and started to pick up trash like a big cleanup. Almost every box was turned upside down. What is this? It looks like a potion formula. The way of the miner? But I don't know how to make potions. How about giving it to Miss Miko? Chapter 160. The door cannot be opened from this side. The exploration of the Xingzi mine was much simpler than the undead people expected. Except for occasionally seeing a few miserable corpses, there were no surprise attacks. What do you think if we introduce the plague into the boss copy next time? And then seal the copy and wait for all the monsters inside to lose blood and die? Not very good. What if we can't control it well? There are many people who want to play tricks, and there are also many who are willing to give it a try. After all, it's just a game. However, where can we find the plague original? The corpses were gathered together. Even if the curse of the abyss completely dissipated after death, the disaster would still appear. They must ensure that the disaster would not revive these corpses that have nothing to explode. The undead had already finished searching the corpses. It was their creed as Tenno not to let go of any resources, so there was no need to cause trouble for monsters that could not be taken advantage of. The air in the mine was not blocked, but as you went deeper, it was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. There was no sign of any living creatures left. This place had completely become a playground for the undead. They ran wildly with joy, searching every corner. Maybe there is a hidden wall. Remember to knock twice. They had learned special knowledge from somewhere. Although the mine had been explored to the limit, it seemed that there were countless possibilities. Is it really over? I always feel that this should be a large-scale dungeon. Yeah. It feels like a tiger's head but a snake's tail. After burning the bodies, it was time for mining. It was pure hard labor. But the undead were happy with it. What rewards would be waiting for me after the main city was successfully built? Or to put it more bluntly, what method would Lin go use to score points? Come on. It's urgent. Lin has already obtained the potion formula of the miner's path. After discussing it with Miko and Brittany, they finally came to a conclusion. The potion of the miner's path will enhance people's endurance, physique and strength. That is, the more strength you use, the stronger you will be. It is impossible to grow infinitely. Mike seemed to see what Linda was thinking, and said, the gap in rank cannot be easily crossed. Maybe if you use this method to mine for a few years, you will become the strongest among the great knights. Should this be called the miner's path potion? It should be called the laborer's path potion. Linda has no interest in the miner's path potion. The route of building up strength is completely opposite to the path he wants to take. The improvement gained by sacrificing time and a lot of energy is not as great as the benefits he can get by taking another branch of the Great Knight path with his noble bloodline. Milan's secret rune envoy is more attractive to him. Moreover, the most important thing for him now is to solve the problem of the main city, completely occupy the magpie's nest and establish his status, and then go to search for news about the Blackfire brothers. Only by being promoted to a higher position through the sun's proof, which is the foundation of the tree, can his future development be easier. Brittany looked at Lind on the left and Miko on the right, and thought it was particularly interesting that the two of them put their heads together when they talked. What's wrong? What's wrong? The two of them looked up at Brittany at the same time. The difference was that Linda's tone was doubtful, while Miko's tone was not so friendly. Rabbits are very wary of snakes. Brittany, with a pair of big eyes smiling like crescents, shook her head. Look here. Brittany took out the second path potion, the upper minor path. Compared with the ordinary minor path, the potion required for the upper minor path is more complicated, and the requirement for taking the potion is also biased towards the mining effect. Star scales? Lin looked at the place Brittany pointed out. He was not a wizard, and he could never understand the idealistic method of potion making. After all, he was not an immortal. Ding and mastered it directly. Mika saw more. Star scales replace the upper heart of disaster? Brittany smiled. It seems that it does not belong to this world. A power different from the magic ring of this world was enough to make Lin sound the alarm in his heart. However, if it comes to the world level, in the game, it will probably be a boss that has been updated several times after the official launch, which is still too far away from him now. Try not to contact it is the right choice. The undead, who have not even embarked on the path of a true wizard, are even less likely to brew potions according to the potion formula. He can't control the undead not to do it. The miner's potion formula has already appeared on the official forum, and the undead are mainly selfless sharing. Wait. Lin's thoughts suddenly flew away. The undead began to contact the potion formula, and they will only contact more and more in the future, and no one can stop it. In other words, can I also get the formula from the undead? The endless supply of potion formulas is the basis for Miss Miko's promotion, and it is also an opportunity for me to become stronger. Things really have more than just a bad side. There is also a better side. Lin came to his senses, and found that Miko was leaning in front of his face. What are you laughing at? Haha. Of course it's a good thing. He reached out and patted Miko's shoulder, pressing the other party to show his rabbit teeth to express dissatisfaction. Miss Miko, there will be more and more potion formulas in the future. Rabbit teeth clenched, eyes flashing. Really? The ore is being pulled back by the Calamity horses, and quickly transformed into a progress bar acceleration pack to fill the new main city. The long period of peace made the undead people quickly forget that this is a doomsday world, and their vigilance gradually relaxed. My ring will not lose. He unloaded a cart of ore, grabbed a handful of star grass to soothe the restless Calamity horses, and turned around to go back to mine after making sure it would not get out of control. There are many things that spur them on, and the number on the progress bar that rises every time is definitely one of the key reasons. Another reason is probably the expectation of the development of the main line. Now the undead people have two major guesses about the development of the main line. One is the abyss that the NPCs dare not mention, and the other is the Golden City Goliath. After stabilizing the main city, developing new maps is the main line, which is also the consensus of the undead people. A small number of undead people chose to leave the Star Dragon outpost to explore on their own. They soon encountered air wall. The waterway of the harbor village was blocked, and they walked south from the crossroads of faith for 2 or 3 days. The scenery still did not change, which made them mistakenly think that they had reached the end of the map and had been standing still. So they had to choose to turn back. The delay on the road was not too long, and the empty carriage on the way to the Xingzi mine ran faster. My ring will not lose. Going deep into the mine, there are undead people. Resource mining will always be destructive, and they don't need to leave some to develop slowly. As long as you keep moving forward, there will always be more new resources. Is there a small path here before? My ring will not lose doubts. There is actually a small path hidden behind the ore that is buried by collapsed rocks. It seems very unreasonable. He quickly cleared the way and entered a narrow passage that allowed at most one person to enter. At the end of the passage was an iron door. He reached out and pushed gently, but it didn't move. He pulled it the same way. Even when he used violence, it still didn't work. The news of the hidden door found deep in the mine spread quickly, and a large number of undead gathered here and tried their best, but still couldn't succeed. The iron door was even stronger than the stone wall, blocking all rude guests who tried to come uninvited. Everyone came to a conclusion: the door cannot be opened from this side. Chapter 161. Acting in a brave manner. What exactly is the hidden door? Plot? My ring taker will not lose. He took off his helmet. The air conditioner was on in the room, but he still sweated on his forehead after wearing the helmet for a long time. He had already bought the relevant accessories online, but the courier nearby seemed to have a problem. It had been 2 days since the delivery. I shouldn't have encountered a scammer. Right? The online craftsmen sometimes cheat people. Whether you will encounter one depends on the other party's conscience and your own luck. But his mind was always on the iron door of the star mine in the Doomsday Ring. After washing his face in the bathroom, he went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of drink, and then casually opened his phone to browse. If he didn't have to go to work, he would be almost out of touch with the real world because of his addiction to games. His colleagues would send him a lot of gossip and complaints about the leaders. He used to like to read them, but now he is too lazy to pay too much attention. Cyber mining in the game is still interesting. They also have a black group for communication, but because they can only use the official function to chat after wearing the helmet, the main function of the black group is to organize people to log in together. Sometimes we chat, but not often. If we have that much time, why not chat while playing the game? You can catch up on sleep while playing the game. Many female players have said that their skin is getting better after playing this game, and some have cured their insomnia. What's going on in Kazan Town? Are you not going to the main city? Or is there no story NPC to guide you? Don't say it. There is a super awesome NPC in Kazan Town who blocks the road and prevents you from leaving. That's great. We'll just kill him and save you from your misery. Kill him for nothing. I made him a red name before. He's level 33, and he's a necromancer. He often stays in Kazan Cathedral. There's a large cemetery behind Kazan Cathedral, conservatively estimated to have thousands of corpses. Do you understand what I mean? Oh my god. So handsome? What's even cooler is that he wants to attract us players to join the church. Do you understand what I mean? Change job? Necromancer. It sounds much more interesting than a spell wizard. With a flick of his hand, thousands of troops rush forward. No player could resist that kind of scene. If he summoned an undead bone dragon, he could cosplay the Lich King. My ring will not lose. After watching for a while, he felt that the people in the group were dreaming. Not to mention how likely it was to change to a necromancer. It was absolutely impossible to summon a bunch of brothers to help everyone. The game is not designed that way. He was a little hungry. He just took a look at the refrigerator and found that there was nothing to eat. He was about to take out his mobile phone to order takeout, but he didn't expect that it had been delivered successfully. That's not right. He looked at the pickup location with a somewhat unhappy expression. It would have been fine if it was delivered 2 days late, but it was actually delivered to a post several kilometers away. I called and the other end was very sincere, but that was just sincerity. When can it be delivered? His tone was not very good. The earliest will be the day after tomorrow. It's just a few kilometers away. But it belongs to 2 districts. We have to send the express back to the district center. Then send it to your district. And then distribute it to the courier. You guys don't usually follow the rules so well. Forget it. I'll get it myself. He had been waiting for too long and didn't want to wait any longer. After hanging up the phone, he took the key and left, taking the garbage with him. He rode on the tram and sped along. He was not very familiar with the post station a few kilometers away, and he followed the navigation and walked around for more than 10 minutes before successfully arriving. The moment he picked up the goods and got the box, he felt happy. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly noticed a roadside barbecue stall, thinking of packing a barbecue to take back home. So he walked to the owner's stall to order food. Well, that's all. Take it away. He turned his head and looked around, and saw a plastic chair full of tiles, and sat down on it. Refreshing. Hey. It's just a joke. What's wrong? There was a lot of noise nearby. There were a few tattooed men who didn't dress properly in the hot summer, exposing their bellies and lifting their vests to look like bras. They were drunk and blushing, and were gesturing with 2 girls, and were very emotional. Fuck. There are still people like this? He had seen it many times on short videos before, and he always felt that even if he was a fish that slipped through the net of the 9-year compulsory education, he should have some brains. If you flirt with women on the street, you really want to go to jail. I didn't want to intervene at first, but I didn't expect those guys to go too far. The owner of the barbecue stall couldn't stand it anymore, and went over to stop them. Who knew that the group of people were like dogs, whose tails were stepped on? They felt that their domineering majesty was questioned and punched the boss. What are you looking at? The one who didn't take action saw that my ring was not going to lose and looked unkind, pointing his finger. The best thing these tattooed men are to put their left hands in their pockets and point their right hands forward. The beating became more and more severe. The girl was crying, and the boss was also resisting. Fuck. My ring will not lose. He stood up, took a quick run, and then jumped up, before changing his job to a spell wizard and a 2-headed man. He had also fought with disaster monsters in close combat as an undead with low combat power. The skills formed in the life and death battle burst out at this moment. He jumped and kicked the tattooed ribs man who pointed at him. After landing, when another tattooed man was about to kick, he quickly grabbed the other's raised foot. The first reaction of ordinary people when seeing a kick is to dodge. But he has experienced too many battles. Seeing the opponent attacking him was such a big flaw, he couldn't help it. Grabbing one of the opponent's feet, he swept his right leg at the same time. Ouch! The second tattooed man fell to the ground. Nimma! The other tattooed men also noticed the situation here and rushed towards him aggressively. My ring will not lose a roll, perfectly avoiding the continuous kicks. The tattooed men were not very good at fighting. They would just kick someone with their feet, then kick again, or raise their fists high and smash them down, fearing that others would not be able to dodge. Grabbing the broom nearby, my heart instantly calmed down, and at the same time, the familiar feeling of fighting with a one-handed sword surged into my body. He rushed into the tattooed men with a broom in his hand, and successfully beat the group of people to the ground with his own strength. The big commotion here also attracted the attention of a group of passers-by. Most people were watching, but someone shouted, "Don't worry, young man. We've called the police." The 2 girls supported each other and stood up, sniffing, with bright red slap marks on their faces. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just forgot to turn down the pain feedback." My ring takes no loss and rubs his arm and replies subconsciously. And then he realizes that this is not a game. Soon the police car came, and a group of people were all taken into the police car. In the police station, my ring takes no loss is very calm. He is a brave man. Not only does he have the boss and 2 girls to help testify, but there is also a camera to record the whole process. That night, someone uploaded a video he recorded with his mobile phone of a man holding a broom and sword to a group of social scum to the internet. My Wunkenwushu didn't know that he seemed to be popular. Even if he knew, he didn't care. The real world was less and less attractive to him. But the game was more and more attractive to him. Even when 2 girls took the initiative to add his contact information and came to chat, he was not interested in acting. What's the point of women? He wants to go online to mine. The resources of the main city are almost gathered. Do you know that nothing is more important than this? After returning home, he couldn't wait to change the new accessories. adjusted it, and lay on the bed. Next, Yuanshan started. Chapter 162 Star Dragon City. Mining was like a storm that suddenly swept through Linda's territory. The undead rode their horses of disaster to the star mine with a fearless attitude, paid for various potions and mining tools from the store, swallowed all the hard work, and devoted themselves to the development of the territory. There were several times when even Miss Brittany felt that Linda was too much. So when many undead secretly cursed Lin dog, she pretended not to hear it, but just raised the corners of her mouth slightly under the veil. It was really a dog. Because of Lin's oppression, not only did the undead have to work overtime, but even I was frantically making various spices. It seemed that it was because Brittany successfully stopped the plague with spices last time that Lin saw the potential in her. And the experience that day became the source of Brittany's regret for countless nights since then. If I hadn't forced myself to stand up, maybe I could continue to be a carefree perfumer now, making a bottle or half a bottle of spices every day, and spending every day leisurely. Instead of now, there was an hourglass next to her, and the flowing sand was like ants gnawing at her heart. And the sense of urgency urged Brittany to speed up the process of making medicine. If the spices were not made within the specified time, Brittany would be cut off from the supply of potion materials, and the supply of food would also be suspended. Her hometown was in the Kingdom of the Moon, which was rich in spices, but Brittany's food did not change much. It was not that the taste was bad, but the hometown cuisine was very good at cooking delicate ingredients into a uniform paste. After coming to the Rand Kingdom, her diet did not change much until Linda brought Old Pete here. Until Old Pete showed the tavern delicacies one by one. Mush? I really don't want to eat it. Miss Brittany, who has always been indifferent, never thought that she would be caught by Linda. She thought Miko looked pitiful before. Now I am more pitiful than Miko. At least Linda treats Miko as a treasure. But what about me? Just a tool. Lin dog. Ah! Curse along with him. While cursing, Miss Brittany really couldn't understand the inner thoughts of the undead. The construction of the main city is the Lord's own business. If you were loyal soldiers like Lance and Old Pete, it would be fine. But you are cursing in different ways every day. She had never seen people working so hard. Even slaves being whipped by whips would not work as hard as they did. Finally, Brittany, who finished making the spices within the specified time, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin gave her plenty of time, but she was used to procrastination. When Miss Brittany dragged her tired body to Linda's dining table, she looked at the exquisite delicacies on the table, and her fatigue was immediately swept away. Eat, eat, eat. After eating, Brittany leaned on the chair and lazily. Snakes are such creatures. They stay still when they are full. Start the construction of Star Dragon City immediately. It's a good opportunity to talk about the plan while everyone is here. Linda glanced at Brittany, who was squinting and dozing off. The spices she made were very useful, but she was too lazy. Lin was not a very strong lord. He did not want his subordinates to leave because of his strong oppression. In addition, he was not a native. The nobles had a sense of respect and inferiority in their hearts, which was just a decoration for him. So he never asked Brittany for the perfumer's potion formula. If a group of perfumers could be trained to speed up the industrial process, the current problem of the scarcity of spices would definitely be solved. Let Brittany be a signboard girl. The signboard girl's job was more tiring, so it was definitely not possible. After thinking about it, he could only put Brittany's arrangement aside. If there is no food to tempt her one day, Brittany will definitely return to her previous state. At the dinner table, there is not only Lind, but also his 9 soldiers. Miko, Brittany, Lance and others. He took out a stack of papers. Yes, a thick stack. Unfolding, each sheet is very detailed. The first one is a bird's-eye view of the new main city. The second one is a structural diagram. The third one is the regional division. The fourth one is the road planning. The fifth, sixth, seventh. Looking at the drawings that Lin brought out, everyone present was stunned. This did not include Brittany, because she had been in a daze since she had eaten. Purely hand-painted PPT. From the undead. There are many talented people among those who play games. It's a great drawing. Lance couldn't help but sigh, and the antlers on his head rose and fell as he nodded up and down, which made old Pete sitting opposite him feel full of pressure, fearing that he would be pushed. But sir, are you sure you really want to build according to the drawings? Lance picked up a blueprint. Cathedral. Lind has a Lunam Momo under his command. as the earliest NPC to follow him. Eluna Momo has always been very dedicated to her work. Even if her skirt was lifted by the undead, she never ruined her character. Therefore, there will definitely be a place for Eluna Momo in the construction of Lin's new main city. He didn't have time to carefully read every PPT. He was too busy arranging the construction of the main city. A qualified main city can help him establish his position among the undead and ensure official NPC. At the same time, the existence of the main city also means that he has complete control over the area north of the Snake Catcher Fortress, comparable to a real baron. Taking the blueprint handed over by Lance, Lin tried to keep a straight face, but it was a little bit difficult to keep it straight. Isn't this Notre Dame de Paris? After a round of intensive screening, the construction of the new main city was finally put on the agenda. And the undead, who had just finished mining, were also surprised to find that, as expected, the ore had nothing to do with the new main city. The task of building the main city is waiting for them. Build a house from scratch. If it weren't for Lin's generous offer of enough points this time, the undead would have preferred death to surrender, and would never work as cyber workers again. Some undead speculated, could it be that Lin is going to have a new skin again? Throughout the game, many undead, who do not belong to the Land Kingdom, have also entered the main city. Their experience was not thrilling or troublesome, and could even be called smooth sailing. But from the time the game was launched till now, except for Lin's faction, no other factions have released new skins or made any linkage. Stop talking. I'll buy it. What else can I do? Who can refuse skins and costumes that are linked with other magic works in the magic world? I've already pinched Harry Potter's face. If you don't let me wear a robe, I'll be really uncomfortable. They can only curse Lin for being a nobody while working hard to earn points, just to get more new clothes. The new main city, which was almost completely rebuilt based on Leon City, is changing rapidly under the concerted efforts of more than 200 undead. Cement is poured to fill the city walls, and houses are rising from the ground every day. The new main city is simply divided into 5 areas. The inner city lord's living area, Lin's private residential area, and the hall renovated based on the old lord's hall in Leon City are absolutely unquestionable in terms of defense. Even if the undead want to invade, they must push open the heavy door and enter from the front. The military stationing area is where the army is stationed. More and more NPCs will be selected and trained and set here. It is very important to cultivate your own army. Undead people are still hard to trust. The commercial area includes blacksmith shops, potion shops, mission halls, taverns, tailor shops, and other places. Various functions are separated through shops. The production line is still laid out in Prey Town to ensure a stable supply chain. The granary is also slowly moving, but it is basically certain that it will not completely leave the west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. The residential area is not where NPCs live. There are not many NPCs in the main city at present. It belongs to the undead. You can buy land by spending points, and then build houses with limited height after applying. Land is only responsible for providing convenience. After all, the residential area is still a bit too spacious. As long as the undead don't build in an outrageous style, he will not interfere. After the construction was in full swing, Leon County was gone forever. A brand new main city appeared near the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. Star Dragon City Update Announcement. Update 1, from today, Star Dragon Outpost is officially upgraded to Star Dragon Territory, and the main city is located in Star Dragon City. Update 2, Star Dragon City is open to all undead. Undead can freely trade and hand over tasks, but please abide by the rules and order of Star Dragon City. Update 3, faction badges will be updated soon. Undead can go to Star Dragon City to change and receive points as compensation. Update 4, Tailor Shop has new clothing. Chapter 163 Unlockable Areas and Ezio Assassin Suit. Star Dragon City is officially open to the public, and all undead can enter. More than 200 undead rushed in at the first time, including the undead who refused to join the Star Dragon camp at the beginning. The empty Star Dragon City is not filled with NPCs, and the strange figures walking on the road are basically players. But almost all undead naturally have a good impression of this city. This is a city built by the undead themselves, with details down to the brick and tile construction. But this is not the direct reason for the good impression. After going through all kinds of hardships and dangers, the undead people built this city themselves, giving them a feeling of rebuilding their home after a chaotic war. which is why the undead people have a strong sense of identity with this city. Although the rebuilt home is a bit like the Victorian style, with pointed houses and dense buildings, there are no other shortcomings. The Rand Kingdom has no other rigid aesthetic requirements except for the golden color, so it tolerates everything. Is this the place? The two undead were strolling, sighing and exclaiming from time to time. Star Dragon City was the main city they built by themselves, and they should have known every corner of the city. But when the undead walked around the city, the sense of weirdness became stronger and stronger. The architectural style did not change much, but there were some notice boards or other small decorations in many corners of the main city, and it was these things that completely changed the feeling of the entire Star Dragon City. For example, the square. The square is an important part that will never be absent. It is located in the most central position. From the square, you can go to any area of the main city, just like a spider web that connects all unrelated areas. The undead people fantasized about holding a celebration party here after the victory of the battle. The open square can easily accommodate thousands of people. Even if all the undead people in the current internal test were captured, it would not be full. There is a strange cement pool in the middle. There is no running water. The cement bottom can be seen at a glance. Even if a level 11 player falls from such a height, he will most likely die directly. The design of this pond was added at the beginning of construction, but the undead people didn't know what the pond was used for until the opening of Star Dragon City. However, one thing is certain. This is not for viewing the scenery. It must be related to the unlocking of the subsequent main city functions, because there is a notice board in front of it, which clearly reads, "Functions have not been unlocked yet. Please stay tuned, Star Dragon City." Lind Alman. It was this notice board that made the undead people have a strong curiosity about the pond that originally had no characteristics. What can be unlocked? They want to know, but have no way of knowing. And it seems like there are hundreds of kittens scratching in their hearts. It is the same in other places. They seem inconspicuous when they are built, but as long as a notice board is placed in front of the building, the taste will immediately change. The appearance of the guild is the same. It is a very old-fashioned word, but it successfully meets the role-playing needs of the undead. There is no need to explain it in detail. The undead will know what the guild does as long as they look at the name, and they will naturally go in to accept the task. Linda's move is to separate the territory's task system from the Lord's power. From now on, tasks will no longer be received at the government office, but at the guild, and the government office will focus on handling territory affairs. The Lord's existence is to care about the development of the entire territory. Now the number of NPCs under his command has reached more than 2,000, which is more than 10 times the number of undead people. These are the power that belongs entirely to Linda. As a lord, he should also plan the future for the residents of the territory more wholeheartedly. Moreover, the development of the territory must be more comprehensive service creation. In the final analysis, the premise for the natives of the territory to live a better life is to have a harmonious relationship with the undead, as the indispensable errand boy around the protagonist of the era. It is anti-intellectual to deliberately distance yourself from the undead. These guys will inevitably be everywhere in the world in the future. Even if you hide in a bug map, the undead will definitely find you. Only when both parties provide the required value can there be true harmony. If Xinglong and others create a reputation for the best NPC territory in the industry, it will be like a famous amusement park, and will definitely attract an endless stream of undead. A good territory must have a clear division of labor, rather than every NPC having multiple roles, being sticky and confused, and not being able to distinguish anything. Functions must be single, and efficiency must be higher. There is also a huge stone tablet in the square, which records the ID of every undead who participated in the construction of Star Dragon City. At this moment, many people have gathered in front of the stone tablet, counting one by one with their fingers, looking for their own names. Being valued by the game NPC and leaving your name is an exciting thing for players, which means that they are also respected by the game officials. Although Linda may not be so official, it doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't have a red name. No one can say anything wrong. A team of undead entered Star Dragon City. They were the undead who left Leon City and did not join Linda's forces. Compared with the undead wearing the lion badge, they seemed less calm after entering. Oh my god! This style and this building. If you say it's not copied from London's Big Ben, I'll eat Big Ben. Can game production be called plagiarism? That's called a tribute. After all, They didn't build it themselves. So every place looks interesting. This is what happens when you let the undead build a house. There is no rigidity. Even if you give them the biggest restrictions, they will come up with something new. This undead team, that does not belong to the Star Dragon camp, has been wandering between various territories, but has never found a force that can accept them. And the new noble undeads of Leon territory, who were defeated with them at the beginning, have now transformed themselves. Not only do they have the only mount in the game, the Calamity Warhorse, but they can also change their jobs at will. But it's not like they regretted not joining the Star Dragon camp. There are thousands of ways to play the game. If everyone must join the Star Dragon camp, it would be better to force all the undead to join from the beginning. Some people like to go with the flow, while others like to explore on their own and would rather suffer more than play like an assembly line. Since Star Dragon City is completely open to the public, they must come to the main city for a look. Can you buy a house in the residential area in this game? Can you build your own house? Wait, do I have to buy it with faction points? Never mind. That makes sense. They log off when they need to sleep, so they don't need to buy a house. If you lose the handwritten mission scroll, it will be considered a mission failure? It also makes sense. Before, they accepted missions in Leon City entirely by relying on NPC oral instructions. Many times, they couldn't remember what the other party said, and they didn't dare to be distracted. And the rewards were also vague. Unlike in Star Dragon City, the mission content and mission rewards were written on paper. They wanted to accept any mission, and they could accept any mission. But they found that many missions would reward faction points after completion. The undead team discussed in a low voice, "I always feel like I'm losing out. Yes, we don't belong to the Star Dragon camp, and we can accept missions, but the rewards we can get don't include points. If you don't belong to the Star Dragon camp, you definitely don't have the lion badge. So naturally you can't get points rewards." The Celestial Dragons have shown how many good things there are in the camp points store on the forum more than once. It would be fine if we didn't earn points, but now there are missions to earn points. But we can't have them because of the camp problem. It feels like we've lost a lot of good things. Points equals to a Calamity Horse, equals to linked clothes, equals to multiple potions, equals to... The lion badge looks very useful. And it also has a small map function. Someone in the team is already greedy, but most people are still determined. It's just some more convenient small functions, which are not important at all. They will not easily change their minds and join the Star Dragon camp. The potion shop has also opened, and the things on display make them feel a little dazzled. They still remember that when this place belonged to Leon County, they could only see a few bottles of medicine on the shelves, and they were always sold out. There was no concept of service at all. Now, looking back at the magic potion shop in Star Dragon City, the supply is extremely sufficient. Let's go to the tailor shop to have a look. Compared with the tasks and rewards, it is indeed more attractive to see what clothes are available. The pleated skirts that were popular before made many people envious. They actually want to buy a set of small skirts now. There are also robes that are very similar to Harry Potter wizards, which greatly satisfy the undead's inner cosplay happiness. When they rushed to the tailor shop, they found that there were already many undead gathered here. They were happily chatting about how this update was worth it, and so on. A glass counter display area was specially built outside the tailor's shop. A huge floor-to-ceiling window displayed a set of clothes. The wooden mannequin was wearing a white dress, and there was a sign next to it that read "New arrival today, exclusive outfit for the Secret Rune Emissary." Secret Rune Emissary? Wait, isn't this the Ezio suit? A white robe with a hood, a red collar turned outward, a half-shoulder cape, and leather boots that covered the calves. The figure of an assassin master appeared in front of him like a vision. Oh my god! There really is a connection. Linda is indeed the son of the official. The accessories and costumes that other territories have been waiting for, but have not yet been released. But Star Dragon has linked up again. It's the second round. I'm tempted. This time I'm really tempted. No one can resist hoods and assassinations. Moreover, it mentions Secret Rune Envoy. In conjunction with the Ezio suit, it means that the undead can really change their job to become a magic assassin. They pulled an undead brother on the side of the road and asked him, "Brother, do you know what a Secret Rune Envoy is?" Secret Rune Envoy? The undead elder brother who was stopped nodded, "I know. And the camp point store has already opened the exchange qualification." Exchange qualification? Several people were even more greedy. "Have you exchanged it?" "No. The price is too high, and I have to farm and mine for a few more days to get enough points. The undead elder brother left in a hurry. He was also in a hurry to change his job. The undead team still had no idea of joining Star Dragon. Compared with these, it would be nice to just buy a set of clothes and wear them to satisfy their desire. But when I entered the tailor shop, I was told that such products need points to buy, are not sold to the public, and can only be purchased by secret pattern messengers. This is the exclusive outfit after the job change. I suddenly feel that there is nothing wrong with joining Star Dragon. An undead man suddenly spoke, and the others were silent. But their eyes flashed with crazy excitement. Chapter 164. I became the protagonist of the series. Star Dragon City. Inner City. After trying to study it to no avail, Lynn gave up trying to find out why the walls here were so strong. Why they were strong enough to withstand the magic attack of a group of people. Maybe it had something to do with the big cracks. The people of the Calamity Execution must have some secrets of their own. And not all secrets can be investigated to a conclusion. The undead were guarding outside the gate. The big iron gate that looked like it would encounter a boss battle when pushed open was now painted with a layer of gold and red paint. After receiving 10 points, the undead with extremely high hand painting skills happily painted the castle in all directions. If such a large project doesn't cost a little more in the real world, the undead wouldn't even blink an eyelid. But this is a game, and I can get 10 points here painlessly. And I have to thank the Lord. The lion's eyes on the gate are open and emitting fire, and the ferocious fangs are like a bunch of uneven short blades, which makes people can't help but exert force on their buttocks, always wanting to grab something. At this time, there are undead guarding the door, ready to take pictures and record videos. The game Doomsday Ring has become inexplicably popular, whether it is VR, AR, or MR. In short, after the so-called metaverse failed to pry open the market, ordinary people are not very interested in the entertainment method of wearing more than a pound of wearable devices on their heads. But because of a previous video, the player at my ring will not lose to the brave tattoo man. The short video went viral. In this era, there is always a lack of people who are good at riding on the popularity. After the short video became popular, a group of fighting enthusiasts immediately stood up to analyze it. Then they came to a conclusion that my ring Torrenti would not lose. His fighting style was very similar to medieval sword fighting, except that he seemed a little too flexible compared to that kind of duel. Like a heavily armored knight who pressed the accelerator key. Many people were curious about where he learned it from. And after being asked so many times, my ring Torrenti would not lose had to come out and actively explain that he was playing a very fun game and that he learned all those fighting skills in the game. Studying while sleeping is so tempting. Doomsday Ring has also become a hot search term. Most people think that the short video is a marketing campaign, and that it is deliberately faked to promote the game. But when I searched, I found that the game is still in internal testing, with only 3,000 places, and the public beta date is far away. If it is to create hype, it is a bit too early. It seems that this game will not be publicly tested in the short term. Afterwards, the relevant departments also took the initiative to clarify that the video is real, and the brave citizens should not be labeled as liars. Some gamers began to pay attention to this game. They could experience a completely real trip to another world and start a second life. Most people could not refuse it. In addition, after confirming that they could play it while wearing a helmet at night and still be energetic at work during the day, no one could refuse it. Life is extended. Although from a realistic perspective, they are working as office workers in the real world during the day and doing cyber labor in the game at night. But they are happy, aren't they? Because the game graphics are too real and the NPCs are exactly the same as normal people. Not many people believe in it. The key is that it is not playable. So some people follow the Doomsday Ring as a drama, because the special effects are great and the battles are very exciting. And in this drama, one person naturally becomes the protagonist. Lind Arman. He has experienced too many things and too many plots. So some people choose to follow Lind for the video playback volume. The world is always so abstract. The advantage of chasing an NPC is that the NPC will not collapse. He can live his own life at will, and ordinary people can watch him like watching a drama. However, Lind himself is also chasing dramas. He sits in the City Lord's Hall every day and does not come out. He chases his own dramas in his spare time. There are multiple versions of the drama, and there are many that are particularly well done in the post-production. The income is high. There is no copyright dispute. And even many people have obtained the internal test qualification to shoot in the game. Anyway, You can pinch the face of any role you want. And there is no cost problem at all. In addition, the cost of special effects, lighting, scenery, etc. are not a problem at all. Unfortunately, those who want to come in to film the drama are not qualified. But I have to say that this group of film and television bloggers are quite good at editing. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Lin would really think that he was a tragic character. And some undead people are interspersed in it, playing a role of connecting the previous and the next, making the plot look less fragmented. After watching the latest episode in one breath, Lin wanted to make a sharp comment. For example, when he was fighting with the two-headed Bueno, he obviously had a better angle. But the undead chose a shot where he looked like he was naked. You know how to skirt the line. When it was Miss Miko's turn, the style changed again. It would have been fine if she was directly edited into Kiki and Kiki's delivery service. In Lin's opinion, the two are not alike at all, from the appearance to the inner qualities. But someone specially edited the CP plot between him and Miss Miko, which made him a little bit unbearable. Why was it edited into a domineering president and a confused naive? Doesn't anyone see how much he dotes on Miko? It's not an exaggeration to say that he always responds to her requests. And Miss Miko has nothing to do with naive people. What kind of CP feeling can there be between Brittany and Miko? If they didn't fight when they met, there were only two possibilities. One is that Miko went out today and picked up a bag full of various potion materials. The other is that Brittany was too full and wanted to hibernate like a snake. But the number of views remained high, making Lin's expression a little strange when he saw Brittany and Miko several times. His brain was invaded by the dirty thoughts of the undead. This thing is more terrible than the whisper of God. The game is about war, with the most war elements, and the rest are just seasoning. The fundamental reason why the NPCs of Star Dragon City can become the protagonists of the series is the style. While other NPCs are still scheming and plotting, the NPCs of Star Dragon City always put pressure on the enemy like a boss. And the exciting battle scenes make people feel like watching a special effects blockbuster. The big iron gate slowly opened, and when the first figure walked out, the undead who was following the camera whispered, "That's Lance, the Frost Archer, who never misses a shot, and has antlers on his head. He is one of the strong men under the Lord." The undead man talked to himself for a long time. Many NPCs came out of the iron gate. He took a lot of videos, but unfortunately he didn't see Lind. The NPCs gradually adapted to the strange behavior of the undead, and even learned to treat them as air. This also made many undead complain that the NPC's AI intelligence seemed to have weakened after the update. When a group of NPCs walked towards the undead, their scattered positions, shadows elongated by the sun, and their ferocious momentum made the undead feel like they were watching a group of bosses walking towards them with their own eyes. The sense of oppression almost hits my face. It's really different. And only the NPCs in Star Dragon City have this style. It seems that if you make them unhappy, they will dare to turn into a red-named boss in the next second and start slaughtering the city directly. Except that all the city lords are full of oppression. The NPCs in other towns give people a very ordinary feeling. Ordinary armor and dress. Doomsday exclusive world-weary foul mouth. Not very good combat power. Without the slightest sense of oppression of the boss who dominates the world. Just a group of small people struggling to survive in the Doomsday. Maybe they look weaker and more real. And even compared with them, the NPCs in Star Dragon City seem too strong. And they really don't look like they are struggling to survive in the Doomsday. But as long as they look good and handsome, it's enough. Chapter 165 Hidden Blade? The Secret Rune Emissary Path Potion. The official launch did not cause much sensation. It is still in the internal test period. The level is only 10. It can be barely pushed to level 11 through potions. But it is just an experience. In other territories, there have been cases of undead people successfully changing their jobs. But there are not as many options as in Star Dragon City. However, it is written as Secret Rune Emissary Exclusive Costume, which can be read as Assassin's Creed Ezio Set. As soon as the clothes were put on the shelves, the undead immediately became excited. As a promoter, Lind was looking at a small bottle of potion in his hand. This is the Secret Rune Messenger Path Potion, but it is an improved version that does not use a whole Heart of Disaster. At this stage, the Heart of Disaster is still very scarce. After Miss Miko's tentative improvement, at the cost of severe body mutation, after many experiments, a defective spell Secret Rune Messenger Path Potion was produced. The effect is basically the same, but the possibility of promotion to a higher level is lost, and it will never be able to go further in life. Magic patterns have a long production cycle and low durability, so they are not very useful at present. Stealth, but active attack or too close distance will expose. But as a great knight, the secret pattern user is very poor in physical strength. Maybe just a little better than the wizard. Exposure means death. As a secret pattern user, Milan's combat power is really not good. If she didn't have that pair of crossbows, she would definitely be the weakest upper knight Linda has ever seen. Even with that pair of crossbows, she is still not as good as any upper knight Linda has ever seen. If the wizard is a favorite son, then the secret rune messenger is definitely not loved by the grandmother or the uncle. If this kind of character with poor panel and poor skills is released, the immortals will not even blink an eyelid. But if it is matched with a set of clothes, it will be completely different. It will definitely become the most popular profession in the current version. And there is no other. He gently placed the potion on the table, making a light tap sound. The potion in the glass bottle began to boil as the bottom vibrated, but soon returned to calm. How is the preparation of the upper level potion? Linda doesn't need an ordinary magic rune user, but he needs a higher level one. Prepare the potion in advance so that he can complete the promotion in the shortest time. Almost? Miko was not interested. She had been gradually freed from potion boiling recently. Many novice villages were annexed, and the pharmacists automatically joined the potion boiling line under the guidance of Lord Linda's stick and carrot. If the strength of those pharmacists was not too ordinary, and there was no possibility of promotion in a short time, Linda hoped that they could improve again, and the efficiency of potion boiling would definitely be further improved. What? Linda would never allow his personal medicine-making concubine to have any problems. She must be pampered. Where can anyone find such a useful medicine-making tool? Isn't it just greed for money? Greed for money happens to be the least important thing. Miko raised her eyebrows. I heard that you sent people to Weeping Town? That place should belong to Star Dragon territory. Miko pouted and deliberately imitated Linda's words in the tone of a clumsy little bear. That place should belong to Star Dragon territory. Linda glared at her. Tell me, what do you want to do? He thought he was too accommodating to Miko, and the little rabbit was a bit too arrogant. I heard there is a... Miss Miko's eyes were shining, and she held the long table with both hands and looked at Linda expectantly. Magic school. She was very interested in the magic school, which meant that there might be countless potion formulas, magic knowledge, etc. A greedy rodent with an unexpectedly strong obsession with collecting good things. Although the knights and wizards of different paths cannot use each other's skills, if there is a record of knowledge on the development of related abilities, it will definitely be a huge gain. Miss Miko belongs to the Moon Witch Path Wizard, the most orthodox. Although she can't grow various branches like Linda, she can draw inferences from one instance to another in terms of magic. But there are ghosts and unknown dangers. Linda refused without thinking. You are not allowed to go before you investigate it clearly. After he finished speaking, he felt something was not right. Why did he suddenly have a sense of déjà vu of a domineering president and his little wife? He had watched too many dramas, and his brain was affected. Linda immediately added, after confirming the situation, I will take you with me. It's bad. The smell is still too strong. Miko. Linda couldn't stay any longer, so he stood up. I'm going out for a walk. What about you? Miko didn't respond, but turned her head away so that Linda wouldn't see her face. She just swung her silver three-strand ponytail, leaving him with a small head. It looks like a lop-eared rabbit in a tantrum, which is quite cute. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, Lin slipped away. Lin's footsteps became farther and farther away. When the door closed, Miss Miko lay on the table, and her chubby cheeks squeezed out a perfect hemisphere shape on the table. She stared at the potion, not knowing what she was thinking, and was lost in thought. Then her earlobe turned red, getting redder and redder, as if the blush accidentally burned onto her cheek. The first batch of undead who changed their jobs through the secret pattern messenger path appeared. If you can get everything just by working hard, the undead will definitely have everything in the world. The kind that has everything you need. After the advancement, they are still generally in the human category, but the alienation of the body is difficult to control. Fortunately, the undead do not regard it as a punishment, but as a special decoration. If you are lucky, you will grow horns, heterochromatic eyes, pointed ears, etc., which is a beauty level of face replacement. If you are unlucky, isn't there a hood? And the beast transformation is also very handsome. Yoo-hoo! Linda looked up at the roof and found that the undead were jumping up and down and running around on it. The last advantage of the secret pattern messenger is probably that he is very agile and can fly around on the roofs of the city. It seems that we need to prepare a few haystacks for the undead. Linda is still very serious about building the themed playground. His appearance in the main city immediately attracted the attention of a group of undead, and they all wanted to come over to ask if there were any hidden tasks with the lessons learned from the past. Many people wanted to get some benefits from Linda. Lord, how do I unlock the pond in the square? How do I unlock it? Wait until I throw the banshee horn in, and it will unlock naturally. But the script definitely can't be like this. Maybe there's something missing. Linda just said vaguely that before finding the relevant knowledge of ghosts through the Soul Valley, the banshee horn should not appear. Linda hopes to get some information from the ghost Selena, hoping to communicate with her. But the application of the cursed weapon has become less urgent. No matter how the undead asked, Lind only said 2 sentences. The undead thought that the key plot was not triggered, so they had to give up. It was even more impossible to get any results by asking other NPCs, because only Lin knew the function of the pool. When Lin came to the blacksmith shop, several carefully selected blacksmiths were busy. Their blacksmithing skills were not the best. Bard and Han had a group of blacksmiths who were very good at blacksmithing. The common feature of the blacksmiths who stayed in Star Dragon City was that they looked very good at blacksmithing. Shirtless, leather apron, thick hair. He stood aside with a hammer in his hand, saying that he could not forge iron. But no one believed him. Lin also arranged some hidden tasks for them, just like a theme park, which always gives tourists some fun to explore, and then make some small gadgets to give to the undead as special rewards. It happened that an undead was communicating with the blacksmith, and he was trying to use sweet words to get the blacksmith to help. The undead was wearing the clothes of an assassin master. As an assassin, what is missing? Hidden blade. How can an assassin not have a hidden blade? The linkage with clothes alone is not complete. And of course, he did not have too much expectation, such as hoping that NPCs can help him create equipment out of thin air. That is impossible. NPCs are just program codes. They can't create. Hidden blade? The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his face. I can help you make that thing. And by the way, I wish you all the best during your funeral. But unfortunately, the material for making that thing is under the crotch of the damn disaster pants. If you can use your sweet mouth to help me get it, I will definitely make a retractable and easy to use hidden blade for you. Ha ha ha. The undead, who was teased by the NPC, almost got angry and cursed. Chow. He turned around and was about to leave, just in time to see Linda walking over. Lord. The undead nodded and greeted. Hidden blade? It's not that Linda had never thought about making this thing, but the hidden blade is too ineffective as a close combat weapon. The telescopic folding makes the sword very fragile. If it is not long enough, it means that you need to attack in close combat, and the close combat of the secret pattern messenger is a mess. Even if the disaster is shot in the head, it will not die. So the only advantage of the hidden blade does not exist in this world. Killing monsters depends on the length of the blood bar. It's okay to sell it as an accessory. However, if the immortals really need this thing, it's not that he can't make it, but the weapon effect is too poor, and it will inevitably be despised and scolded. Secret pattern weapons are okay, but there must be an object that can be imprinted with secret patterns. Sir. The blacksmith also hurriedly greeted him. But he didn't stop working. But he was working harder and harder. The leader is here, so he must show that he is working harder. Chapter 166 Soul Valley. Going northeast from Star Dragon City. After a while, in the cold wind of the wilderness without mountains blocking the way, you will see a canyon that looks like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. There is a fork in the road not far from the canyon. One road extends into the canyon, like a long gray tongue sending prey into its mouth. Another road extends to the northwest. The terrain in that direction is more bumpy, and the road is winding and winding, and it is unknown where it leads. Ignore the potholes and winding broken road for now. Continue to move forward along the gray road, and you will soon be close to the entrance of the canyon. The canyon is sunken. Standing on the edge and looking down, it seems that you are at the mouth of a giant beast, and you will fall into the endless fear. Sporadic firelight flickers in the distance. Probably people holding torches and walking, swaying. There is a howling of wind in the air. as if this place is a place that even the broken moonlight is unwilling to touch. Except for the swaying stars in the distance. There is only silence inside the canyon. The soldiers who set out from Star Dragon City finally stepped into this land. The leader was the soldier Reed, one of the Lord's most trusted people. He served as a sentinel this time, and received the task of directly breaking into the city if there is a chance. Of course, investigating the information of Soul Valley is his first task. Only his own people can pass back the key information in time. And the undead people, although they received the task, it seems that since then, they have left in 2s and 3s. But there has been no movement and no response. Lind was very curious about why the undead people in the weeping town of Soul Valley had disappeared without a trace. As if they had evaporated. The mad blood in the bloody lambs could force the undead to hang up. And the abyss could force the undead to log off and disconnect from the network. Apparently, the ghosts here also have similar abilities. The undead people are not as invincible as imagined. Which is good news. But the bad news is that this power comes from the enemy. The wind blowing up from the bottom of the Ghost Valley hit the armor of Reed and others. Their helmets have been specially modified. And the visors almost cover all weaknesses, leaving only a gap for the line of sight to look from the inside out. But the viewing angle is not large. The cold and hard patterns made them look like delicate tin cans. Very indifferent. The weapons in their hands had already been unsheathed at the first time. Reed pulled the reins of the disaster warhorse, gently clamped the horse's belly with his legs, and slowly moved forward. The visibility in the canyon was extremely low, and the line of sight could only find faint traces from the dim light shining in from the starlight above their heads. This also made them more careful when rushing forward to avoid entering the disaster area by mistake. If they were suddenly attacked by the disaster at this time, they would definitely be in a panic. Of course, launching a charge after a flurry of activity can solve all the problems. Suddenly, Reed paused. "Did you hear it, Master Reed?" The soldier being questioned nodded. "It seems like there is a very vague sound. But it may just be the sound of the wind." "The whistling sound of the wind sounds like someone talking." "The sound of the wind?" Reed didn't think so. Before coming here, Master Lind specifically told him to be careful of the Soul Valley. Not only should you be careful of the undead and ordinary residents here, but also be careful of any unheard of enemies that may pop out. Being cautious is a must for survival. But with a dozen fully armed knights riding on calamity horses, the possibility of problems is low. Their strength is enough to run rampant in this area. Even if the opponent is a high-level knight or a high-level wizard, they may not really be able to deal with them. Keep going forward and be ready to fight at any time. As Lord Lind meant, if the enemy is really weird and special, then become stronger and crush it. The only way to defeat the enemy is to become stronger than the enemy. Because of this, the soldiers with high spirits could not fear disasters. But not far away, the strange sound came again. It was as if someone suddenly whispered something in his ear, and the cool wind swept the hair on his ear, making him want to tilt his head subconsciously. When he reached out to pick his ears, he would immediately calm down. So he just raised his hands subconsciously. When they raised their hands, they suddenly realized that they were wearing helmets. Let alone wind. Even sand could not pass through the protection of the helmet to touch their ears. And it was impossible for someone to blow air in their ears. This time Reed heard the voice. And he was sure it was that voice. It was very clear. A bit like a low hum, with some strong emotions. "Dome." "What?" Reed asked subconsciously. It was like the sound of an old man taking off his pants, which sounded disgusting and smelly. He turned his head to look at the soldiers around him. "What did you hear?" he asked. The big knight swallowed his saliva, and his throat seemed to have swallowed a blade, and it became very difficult to speak. "Dome," the knight repeated. The voice said, "Dome." Most of the soldiers living in the kingdom of Rand had never seen anything fantastic and bizarre in their lives, such as ghosts, dragons, giants, and other things, which only exist in picture books and theater performances. Now the sudden appearance of something like a ghost is indeed frightening. It is true that you will be a little helpless when facing it, but you will not be so scared that you dare not move. After all, the end of the world has come, and the gods are gone. Pretending to be a ghost, if you really have the ability, you would have come to kill me. Reed had already obtained relevant information about Soul Valley from the Lord, including Dome, a book thief who was also a high-ranking wizard. However, the opponent was not good at fighting. From the information obtained, it can be known that among the 9 high-ranking officials under the new noble Leon, Only the storm wizard Yaza was good at spell fighting. And nothing could stop the storm from sweeping through. It was a pity that the wizard ran into Lord Lance and was shot in the head with an arrow. It was a wonderful battle. Whenever people heard that story, their eyes would sparkle with excitement. The most legendary character nowadays is undoubtedly the Lord. He developed the Star Dragon outpost from 10 people to the Star Dragon city of 2,000 to 3,000 people in just over 2 months. Below him is Lance. Whether it is the pair of antlers or his ice bow that can release ice arrows, they are all legendary. The dwarf Ludo occasionally guest stars as a bard, especially in recent times. And Domei more often plays the role of a wise man. Now the other party should have noticed the arrival of him and others and started to play tricks. The slight noise in the ear did not stop. And after hearing Reed's rebuke, the soldiers quickly got back in shape. Just as Reed said, if they were strong, they would have attacked long ago. So why bother with this kind of inexplicable thing to scare people? Not actively attacking is sometimes a sign of weakness. Chapter 167 Ghost. The ghostly attack from Domei never stopped. Every once in a while, it would be heard by everyone's ears, penetrating the helmets and clearly drilling into the ears. The whimpering and wailing of the wind brought a trembling chill, pushing the atmosphere to an increasingly disgusting level. Fortunately, the weeping town has appeared in sight. The wall is about 2.5 people high, and the earth wall probably does not allow 2 people to pass side by side. Most medieval towns are like this. Desolate, sparsely populated, and the low walls can't block anything at all, as long as a long ladder carried by 2 people can be easily crossed. Charge! Reed turned his head and said to the knights on the disaster horses, go as fast as possible. If the weeping town refuses to communicate with us, then charge in and kill anyone who tries to resist. They were already upset in this environment. Yes! The soldiers responded in unison. The disaster horses pawed the ground with their hooves after the reins were pulled. They were also wearing horse armor. Although the blacksmiths in Prey Town had too many orders and could not make a large number of armor to arm the disaster horses to the teeth, the simplest horse armor to protect important parts was still quite simple to make and could be produced quickly. Nowadays, most of the undead people's horse gear is so simple. The war horses galloped, and the ups and downs shook the armor of the knights, and the metal collisions made a sound. Unlike ordinary horses, the disaster war horses did not have any disadvantages of horses except for being violent and being disasters. They could keep accelerating, bringing themselves and the heavily armored knights on their bodies to the highest speed, turning into an unstoppable chariot. And this straight route acceleration attack method also gave them a bombardment force far more terrifying than a catapult. Reed rushed to the front, the steel sword in his hand stretched straight forward with his arm, and even if the horse ran and bumped, it could not shake the direction of his sword tip. Charge! Charge at the gate of a town! The knights responded loudly, and the distance was quickly shortened. The darkness was torn into pieces by the wrath of Clowry burning on the knights' swords. The raging flames were pulled very long by the night wind, and they seemed to be holding red chest guns. And the biting cold was melted into boiling heat. There was really no reaction from the weeping town. No one was even seen on the town wall. The wooden door was torn apart by the head-on collision without any pause. No one was killed or injured in the process of charging into the weeping town. But there was no obstruction from any enemy either. It was a fantasy for the Star Dragon sentry to break through the Prey Town. They even had to bring a gold-stamped ticket to enter the gate. The gate of the Prey Town at that time was the same as the weeping town in front of us. It was not strong, but it was definitely not something that could be rushed through by just a few people. Now, everything has become easy and simple. It's just too simple. The horse stopped its forward momentum, and the disaster horse turned in place, and seemed unusually well behaved under the restraint of the Solos chain. Reed looked at the quiet town that seemed to be trapped in death, and a faint sense of uneasiness came over him. No one came to stop him. Someone should have come. Now it's very quiet. Dome, the voice once again followed the knife-like whistling cold wind into the ears, and the dense whispers made people very irritated. Powerful Dome. Great Dome. Knowledgeable Dome. You will be burned to ashes by Dome's flames. Reed turned his head and looked at him with disgust. He admitted that the other party was particularly like a ghost in some cases, and no one could match him in terms of annoying people. Even the disaster could not compare. Search in the town. See if there are any living and breathing guys. The knights nodded in response and searched in the weeping town on their disaster war horses. The heavy trampling sound of horse hooves fell on the small road in the weeping town. The scope of this town is not large. From the crooked roads, it can be seen that this town has never thought about town planning. It should be built wherever it is thought of. The messy architectural style is not comparable to that of the current Xinglong city. Even a small place like Haigang Village cannot compare. There is a body. They made a new discovery. There was a body lying on the side of the road. The biting cold had frozen the body stiff. The cold wind drove away the insects, making the body, that seemed to have been dead for some time, not start to rot. However, the swollen face after death made it difficult to distinguish its original true appearance. It was a woman's body. Obviously, she did not die peacefully. The throat was cut. It seems that no matter how strange the enemy is, the method of killing is still to use a knife. Not a strange curse or ghost possession. Reed stared at the wound on the neck of the corpse. The cut throat was like a big mouth growing on the neck. Always open. Without teeth. But it made people feel cold all over. Dome. The voice came again. Keep searching. The subsequent search had no effect. They just wasted more energy in a town that seemed to have absolutely no living people to confirm that there were really no living people here. There were only corpses abandoned here for unknown reasons. What is that? A soldier looked at the flickering firelight not far away. The pale firelight could not illuminate the surrounding environment. It was just a white ball swaying. And there was only itself. At this time, Reed suddenly remembered that if there was no living person here, then what should the moving firelight they saw when they looked down at the entrance be? There are no gods or ghosts in this world, Reed said. His language was not very gorgeous. And he was completely opposite to the Lord in terms of making people excited through speeches. But we all know that Dome is the wizard. The Lord said that he is just a wizard. Like Miss Brittany and Miss Miko. Wizards? There are also wizards in Star Dragon City. And there are many of them. A wizard-made potion production line meets the potion needs of more than 200 undeads and more than 100 soldiers. So there is nothing mysterious about wizards. Reed's first thought was to completely deny the existence of ghosts. It was easier to prove that it was just a trick of the enemy than to explain it with his clumsy words. But the lack of progress in the exploration has made the knights a little hesitant. They came with the task of capturing the Weeping Town in Ghost Valley and have easily completed this task. But they did not have the joy of completing the task at all, but were more uneasy. Go and have a look. Reed gritted his teeth and prepared to move towards the fire. It's just a ghost. Charge. And kill it. There is no enemy in the world that cannot be solved by a roundup charge. If there is, then come again. Chapter 168 Enrollment Flyer. With loyalty to the Lord and faith and honor in their hearts, they rushed towards the flickering fire in the air. It was an illusory figure, floating half a person's height above the ground. It was a woman. Her cheek twisted in pain, and there was a clear cut on her neck, which immediately reminded Reed and others of the frozen but swollen corpse they had found before. It was indeed a ghost, and he could see the building behind her through her eyes. Her screams of pain echoed in the ears of several people. This was very strange. As a ghost, her voice seemed to be easily blown away by the cold wind blowing in her face. Reed did not hesitate at all and charged again. He muttered to himself and used prayer to awaken the dormant power in his body. Even if he was very proficient in mastering this power, he could not miss this step. Some processes cannot be abandoned. Omitting some processes means suicide. No one can miss this step. There is only one person who can use his own power like body instinct, and that is the Lord. Reed charged without thinking, holding high the sword with a long tail of flames, and chopped at the illusory figure. It was like slashing at the air, without any contact, pulling the reins to remind the Calamity horse to stop. The function of the reins is not to force the horse to stop, because the Calamity horse will not stop because of a little force. Even if you stick a knife into its head, it will not stop at will. Only the soul-lost chain tied to it is the source of slavery. Reed turned his head and looked back. Terrible bad news. Ghosts cannot be touched. The other party was still howling, but the sound was covered by the subsequent charging horse hooves. He just opened his mouth and wailed with a ferocious expression. Don't worry about it. Go back and find the body. Reed made a quick judgment. Try to burn the body. He had to try all the methods he could think of to solve the problem. Even if he encountered a difficult problem, he couldn't go back to the Lord for help immediately. Trust comes from loyalty and ability. He already has loyalty, but he must also show that he is worthy of the Lord's trust. The loyalty of mediocre people is not precious. A big knight turned around and rushed back. It was not easy to light a fire in the cold wind. So the big knight directly opened his arms and bombarded the corpse with explosive flames. The burst of fire could also be seen from Reed's position, as if it had ignited half of the street. The loud explosion crushed the sobbing wind whistle. The female ghost was still crying. The soldier walked back, not riding a horse. No! A disaster horse dragged its exhausted and injured body, broke free from the control of the soul-lost chain and rushed over. The disaster was out of control. Kill it! Reed shouted. Immediately, someone rushed up on the disaster horse. What happened just now was obvious. The knight did not burn the body, but fired a glorious explosion at his disaster horse. What happened? The disaster horse was as fragile as paper in front of the knight's charge, and was easily torn to pieces. Reed led the remaining people to form a semi-encirclement, looking at the big knight standing there motionless. What's going on? Reed asked. The others raised their weapons slightly. Even when facing their former comrades, they were still on guard. Things were already developing in a weird direction. Right under their noses, something went wrong with their own people. Dome. The big knight's voice came from the gap in his helmet. You will be burned to ashes by Dome's flames. He rushed towards Reed with his sword raised. But Reed, who was high above him, successfully knocked the long sword out of his hand. The knight, who had obviously begun to lose control, had lost much of his fighting ability. Reed had just had a feeling that he was not facing a knight who had been tempered by the battlefield for a long time, but a staggering old man holding a long sword and trying to chop him with an unfamiliar body, without a weapon. The knight howled and screamed, and flames burned in his hands, accompanied by the sound of the iron grill. In this world, so far, there has been no one who dares to use glorious fury on his own body. The Lord was the only one who could do it. Others couldn't even cover the blade with flames. And the great knight had definitely skipped the prayer, a step that was absolutely necessary. Covering the body with anger was no different from burning oneself with flames. Crazy! Reed jumped off the horse and punched the soldier's head quickly. The fist hit the visor and made a bang sound. There was also a gap between the great knights. Reed, who had been taught skills by the Lord himself, was among the strongest. The punches were fast and fierce, hitting hard and continuously. It was like hitting a broken bell. The sound of dong dong continued. Blood flowed out from the gap of the knight's visor. Reed lowered his body and hugged the opponent's waist, then suddenly lifted him up and slammed him to the ground. Finally, he controlled the opponent. Fire! The helmet had rolled to the side, and the soldier who suffered from Reed's continuous punches had fainted on the ground, and the visor was completely deformed and sunken. The bridge of the knight's nose was completely broken, and blood gushed out. But fortunately, the flames burning his arm went out after he lost consciousness. At least he saved his life. Dome! Reed gnashed his teeth at the name. He didn't mind fighting on the battlefield, but he hated the other party's manipulation of his mind and fiddling with his trust. Tie him up. Reed knew that this would not be very useful. After waking up, the other party only needed to ignite the extraordinary power in his body to turn into a burning fireman again. I hope he won't lose control again. Who should I pray to? If you don't know, then pray to the Lord. The exploration of Weeping Town should end here. Reed asked everyone to gather together and no longer act separately. They returned to the female corpse. The corpse, with its throat open like a big mouth, lay stiffly in the cold wind. He found a stick, covered the stick with anger, and then placed the stick on the corpse. The wind suddenly became impatient, tearing at the flames, but failed to extinguish the flames and instead pulled the flame curtain higher, making it look more turbulent and crazy. The corpse was also set on fire, and the flames finally got out of control. Is the ghost still there? Yes. Reed looked back, and his sight seemed to be able to see through the darkness and the house, and saw the ghost emitting white light. He already knew that Dome was not a ghost, but a wizard. But the other party's strangeness and difficulty were obviously beyond imagination. And the way the knight's mind was affected just now reminded Reed of the abyssization some time ago. That special plague that would make people's minds fluctuate violently at a glance, and would alienate when they came into contact with it. Reed didn't even know whether to return to Star Dragon City now. If this strange situation was contagious, the best preparation they should make was to find Dome and kill her before everything went out of control, or die here. As the flames burned, Reed suddenly found a piece of paper under the female corpse. He quickly reached out and pulled the paper out of the fire. A small part was burned, but fortunately it didn't affect reading. There was even better news. He knew most of the words in it. and only a few sentences he couldn't read. He instinctively felt that this matter was closely related to the content on the paper. He shook the paper and extinguished the flame. Reed trembled and smoothed the paper, and read the words on it word by word with difficulty. XX school, XX enrollment tomorrow. Which XX Ms. Morena? Principal Mr. Dome. Welcome. The following words stopped abruptly. The reason why the weeping town was deserted seemed to have been found. Chapter 169 tomorrow. The magic school will officially start recruiting students. Time goes back to about 2.5 months ago. The Doomsday Ring has finally been updated, and the undead wandering in the wilderness have been captured one by one, and they are irresponsibly thrown into the nearby novice village, ending their aimless journey. More than 80 undead people stood blankly on the edge of the Soul Valley, looking blankly ahead. Even though it is noon now, the sun has tentatively flown over the valley, but the valley rock walls, like interlaced fingers, are winding upwards, forming an arched shed that wants to block all the light outside. The sudden change from one scene to another made people feel a little uncomfortable. The deep canyon was like a big mouth, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Is there a town ahead? The undead had no heart at all. The change in the geographical environment would only cause them to exclaim. They were not afraid. This was a game. They would not die or feel any pain. And they finally met other players, and finally saw the smell of fireworks. They were so happy that they could not wait. Having not seen their companions for a long time has made them want to talk to each other to the extreme. Now they need to talk to each other while they are on the road. Everyone's experience is different, but it sounds like they should not be too far away, because everyone present appeared in the cold zone. There are players in the forum who appeared in tropical areas, and some are even surprised to find that they have encountered the return of the south wind. They suspect that they may not be on the same planet, maybe like the Earth. There are multiple continental plates, but no matter who it is, no one has come into contact with a higher level map. Not to mention that some people don't know what country they're in. Even those who know their country can't determine the specific location. Some people even brought up the conclusion mentioned before. They are not actually in a super large open world, but in countless small sandbox worlds. It's just that everyone can communicate with each other, which creates an illusion and makes everyone think that everyone is just far away. The game is highly rated, but that is in terms of realism. In fact, because the map is too empty, there are few monsters and even fewer NPCs. There is a strong sense of loneliness, and the gaming experience is not good. The group was stopped after arriving at the town ahead. Standing guard at the door was a somewhat strange old soldier, who was wearing very strange protective gear. His beard was gray, and the white beard covered the lower half of his face like a mask. He was wearing leather armor and cotton pants on the lower body. He had knee pads wrapped around his knees, which were pulled from somewhere. The patterns on the left and right were different, so he should not be from the same camp. The most interesting thing is the shoulder armor on the opponent's shoulders, which looks like two small hills. An old man wearing patchwork-style armor. We are from over there. An undead man took the initiative to stand up. Over there. We want to apply for asylum. The old soldier raised the crossbow in his hand, but the arrows swept back and forth, and he didn't know who to threaten. The number was too large, and the crossbow in his hand was a bit overwhelmed. It might not even be possible to add up 20 arrows on his body. But there were more than 80 people in front of him, and their strength was more than that of the middle-aged and elderly men in the town who could participate in the war. Wait. The old soldier turned around and retreated into the city gate, closing it. If a group of people rushed in without caring about their lives, there would definitely be big trouble. But what surprised the old soldier was that this group of refugees in simple clothes were very obedient. They really waited when asked to wait, and they even organized themselves to line up. This group of weirdos were unexpectedly well behaved. Soon the town gate opened again, and a woman with a mature aura came forward. She was wearing a cotton robe and holding a wooden stick inlaid with stones. The handle of the wooden stick was specially wrapped with leather to ensure that it would not cause too much wear and tear on the palm. I am Morena, the mayor of Weeping Town, the woman said. You can come in and seek asylum, but Weeping Town will not provide you with food, and you must work. If they were really refugees, they might hesitate to agree. But the people standing here were not refugees but players, so they agreed without hesitation. Finally, they didn't have to wander around outside. They were satisfied to have a place to stay, shelter from the wind, and receive tasks. The undead successfully entered the Weeping Town. The whole town looked shabby. One of the worst of all the exposed game novice villages. People's faces were pale. But they were busy walking around. As if they had something to do. They would walk to the end of a road and suddenly turn back. The NPC's movement trajectory was fixed. So the players didn't feel anything wrong. In this way, they successfully joined the Weeping Town. Work. Make money. Buy weapons. The Weeping Town has always been very stingy. Not only are the rewards for missions very stingy, but the number of missions is also very small, which often leaves the undead people in a state of having nothing to do. This is completely opposite to the famous novice village called Star Dragon Sentry on the forum. The missions of Star Dragon Sentry are piled up like a mountain, which is really a happy trouble. I can ask for less rewards, but you should at least give me a chance to grind. After a while, the undead people gradually got some starting funds, and were able to spend money to buy themselves a broken sword and a set of tattered clothes. Judging from the mixed style alone, they have been able to perfectly integrate into the environment of the Weeping Town. The amazing adventures belong to others, and the people in Crying Town could only dig wild grass and vegetables every day and patrol in the cold wind at night. But one day, Crying Town welcomed an uninvited guest. A gray beard hanging down to his chest. A cotton robe that was a little white from washing but very neatly made. And a crescent hat on his head. This is a wizard. And almost everyone who saw him for the first time thought so. He was knowledgeable, and had a wise look in his eyes. If he suddenly drew a two-handed sword and shouted, "Illumination," then 80% of the undead will believe that he is the strongest white-robed wizard. Just when the undead came over to try to get some benefits from each other, they didn't expect that the old wizard who called himself Dome would take the initiative. Dome stood at the intersection, singing loudly to attract people coming and going. The undead are very good at joining in the fun. Dozens of people rushed over and occupied the front row, making Dome's small stall immediately lively. Then the NPCs who were wandering around the Weeping Town like zombies were also attracted and slowly gathered here. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. He shook his right wrist gently, and bright lights burst out from his fingertips. When he suddenly opened his 5 fingers, the light suddenly broke free from the restraints and flew high into the sky. Then, bang, exploded and turned into fireworks. Woo! The undead were very supportive. This was the first time they had seen magic in person since entering the game for so long, and they felt it was very magical. A wizard in white robes, playing with fireworks. It's a pity that he doesn't use a two-handed sword. The residents of Weeping Town reacted in a rather ordinary way. Their eyes were still dull, and they gathered here more like they were going to complete a task. I'm Dome. Dome bent down, his white beard swaying slightly as his cheekbones pushed upwards. He was probably smiling, but it was not obvious. As you can see, I'm a wizard, and I can achieve some good results with magic. He recited something quickly, his beard trembling, but no sound came out, indicating that he was reciting silently. When he opened his palm again, a fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball was spinning rapidly. After the wind blew, the flames on the surface of the fireball exploded and turned into a fire tornado as high as a person in Dweme's palm. The flames exploding in front of him did not scare away the undead people. There were even several fearless people who took the initiative to move forward and even wanted to reach out and touch it. Dweme was startled and quickly dispersed the fireball. But he was still a step too slow. The next moment, he saw the undead he touched was covered by the fire tornado. The crowd was boiling, and the residents of Weeping Town were scared and ran away. The undead were curious and gathered in front of the burning corpse. Just a moment of contact. The undead's pitiful health bar of only level 1 was emptied. The corpse lasted for 2 seconds, and then, bang, it exploded and turned into ashes. This scene made Dweme look puzzled. At the same time, he also held back the lines he had prepared. These people are a bit weird. But not long after, something happened that surprised Dweme even more. The person who had died in front of him actually ran over from a distance, jumping and hopping. You are not dead? Dome couldn't help asking. Now he had thrown the mission out of his mind. We are undead. The undead just now seemed very happy to be approached by the NPC. And he was also very happy to die just now. As long as the pain is lowered, it is actually very interesting to die. And you can experience different ways of dying. Undead? Dome was curious. And at the same time, a strong desire was growing in his heart. He was sure that nothing could be better than satisfying his curiosity now, Can I kill you again? I can pay you. He thought that this request would be rejected by the other party. But he didn't expect that the other party nodded and agreed without thinking. Yeah. Come on. Dome used magic again. And the fireball plunged into the undead. And the splashing flame stung Dome's hands and danced. The undead also died again and turned into ashes. Dome stared at the ashes for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking, until the resurrected undead ran over from afar. It turned out to be an undead. In the following days, Dome took the initiative to find Morina, the mayor of Weeping Town. The two gathered together and didn't know what they were talking about. But they made the undead envious. The old wizard with a white beard and the sexy mayor. The malicious speculation and jokes will never disappear. Later, Dome left Weeping Town. But Weeping Town suddenly began to distribute flyers. The magic school will officially recruit students tomorrow. The witch mentor Ms. Morina and the principal Mr. Dome welcome you to explore the mystery of magic together. Weeping Town transformed itself and provided new students for the magic school. Chapter 170 Reward. Unlock the Banshee Pool. New. Are there any brothers from Weeping Town? Brothers are here to recruit them on behalf of Star Dragon City. A post appeared in the official forum of Doomsday Ring. There are 3,000 people online at night. And the number of people online can be maintained at around 2,800. Everyone has new discoveries every day. There are new videos, new themes, etc. And a large number of netizens who are not qualified but can register accounts come together, making the forum very lively. So the possibility of this post being seen is very small. And it is likely to be buried. But this time someone actually replied. Don't go to Crying Town. There is no one there. Now we are all learning magic in Tomorrow Magic School. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. And the small novice village that was originally ignored suddenly became popular. What does it mean for more than 80 players to learn magic together? Are you the second Star Dragon City? Tomorrow Magic School. It seems to be quite high-end. Can I ask how to get to Tomorrow Magic School? Okay. Gigi. Take me there. Why haven't I heard anyone mention Tomorrow Magic School before? What is it like? How do I enroll? What can I learn? Is there a broom to ride? Is there any connection? There are all kinds of inquiries. And the most concerned are undoubtedly the undead people in Star Dragon City. Incorporating Weeping Town is both a mission and an opportunity for them to gain points painlessly. Ever since joining the Star Dragon camp, I have been short of points. The undead people who stayed at the Tomorrow Magic School didn't seem to have any extra thoughts to discuss. They just gave an address in a hurry, and then went online to learn magic happily. In their words, learning magic in the magic school is really interesting. And there is a feeling of getting smarter, which is easy to get addicted. Starting from the Weeping Town to the west. From the fork in the Soul Valley to the northwest. Follow the winding path. Cross the path that makes people feel unhappy like an expedition. Walk through a low slope. And climb a hill. There is a small castle on the top of the hill that spirals up. On the top of the tower, the slender watchtower stood up like a ghost, as if it was going to pierce the sky. This is the Tomorrow Magic School. The castle was built on the cliff, and behind it was the sea. They had reached the end of the northwest direction, which was also the northwest end of the continent under their feet. Standing on the edge of the castle and looking into the distance, the boundless black sea was roaring towards the two of them. The waves hit the cliffs, and the dark sea water turned white after colliding with the rocks. The rolling white waves urged the wisps of fishy and salty sea breeze to hit the face, making the nose wings slightly itchy. Bai Si and Ligia Wansui formed a two-person team. They could get together in time, so they would occasionally go on missions together. The two did not waste too much time admiring the sea view. The dark sea surface brought too much pressure. It seemed that there was a huge sea monster lurking under the dark sea surface, staring at them with its dense red eyes. They actually developed a slight fear of the deep sea for no reason. Turning around quickly, the two of them refocused their attention on the building that looked like a vampire castle. There was a long table at the door, with a stack of papers pressed down by stones. During the day, two old and tall iron gates that looked like iron fences were forced together by chains, and the sea breeze pushed the iron gates with great force. It made people think of the door to the kindergarten for Hidetaka Miyazaki's son cannot be opened from this side. On the side, there was a hole in the wall, and there was no need to open the door to enter the castle. Sisterly Wansui had just picked up the stone when the sea breeze suddenly became stronger. The papers took the opportunity to break free from the table and flew into the sky. He reached out and grabbed twice, and finally only forced one piece to stay with his fingers. The content written on it is very simple. Tomorrow the magic school will officially enroll students. Which tutor Ms. Morena and Principal Mr. Domey welcome you to explore the mysteries of magic together. Sisterly Wansway turned to look at her favorite Bicey, and then pointed to the location of the iron gate. It should be here. The magic school. Go in directly. I always feel that something is wrong here. Favorite Bicey frowned. After playing Doomsday Ring for a long time, it is easy to regard this place as the real world. Moreover, as more and more players, who are not so keen on leveling up and brushing equipment take the time to start digging into the background settings of the game, they gradually find that every place in this game is full of details. There are so many details. Each NPC has his own life trajectory. Every day of each NPC is different. You can even work from sunrise to sunset in a small village. You can continue the conversation you had with the NPC yesterday. It is exactly the same as the real world. Of course, this world is destined to be impossible to live in a normal state. Struggling to death is the norm. Doom is an enemy. This is what Linda always emphasizes when the undead accept the mission. The two looked at each other, and with doubt and caution, they walked through the hole and into the castle with weapons in hand. New. Tomorrow's magic school. Amazing. Linda looked at the messy messages on the forum, one of which was from a white silk, which made him frown deeper and deeper. Doomsday Ring attracted huge traffic due to short videos, resulting in a surge in the number of users. In order to collect Cullinan fragments, the undead no longer seriously served cyber labor, but chose to start living. These are not problems. His territory is gradually developing. As the main city that controls multiple novice villages, he does not need to clean up after the undead. After the size increases, there will be a steady stream of undead coming. Just like opening a store, you need to hand out flyers on the street to attract customers in the early stage. But after it is established, people will naturally come. Developing NPC forces is what Linda needs to do next. Undead are destined to be footmen, cannon fodder, and laborers. But the recent news about Tomorrow Magic School made him feel something was wrong. The undead, who went to Soul Valley, lost contact. Occasionally, a few undead popped up, but they only praised Tomorrow Magic School, and there were no screenshots, which kept Tomorrow Magic School mysterious from beginning to end. The night team led by Reed, who was arranged to go to Soul Valley, had not sent back any news. Things have begun to develop in a weird direction. Breaking through Tomorrow Magic School has become the most important thing at the moment. Me? Milam pointed to the tip of his nose. Go to Tomorrow Magic School with you? I have never been to that place. I alone cannot deal with Duome. After she confirmed that Linda had no intention of killing her, her attitude became casual. Of course, there are more than just you. Linda turned his head and pointed behind him. They all go with you. More than 200 hooded assassins rushed out from every corner. It was a vast expanse of white, with a strong visual impact. The Lord just released the latest large-scale siege mission. Sneak into the Tomorrow Magic School and defeat Duome and other enemies. Reward: unlock the Banshee Pool. Chapter 171 Undead. Stealth is like this, right? After his NPCs and undeads lost control one after another, Lind had to take the initiative to attack, at least to find out what happened inside. Dome is not good at fighting, but he is trusted by Leon, which even makes Milan unwilling to approach him. As Milan said, the book thief Dome is a difficult target. The other party still has a lot of hostages. The undead can die, but Reed and others can't. Each one is very precious. As a lord, he never thought of abandoning his men. When they trust each other, the relationship is indestructible enough for both parties to die for it. But when the trust begins to crack, perhaps the relationship between the two parties is more fragile than a glass full of cracks, and it will collapse and scratch itself. The team heading to the Soul Valley is huge, with hundreds of people. Lind put on heavy armor, picked up a broken sword, and rode a heavily armored disaster warhorse. In the sun, the heavy armor reflected the light, making him look like a slowly moving golden hill. Investigation and exploration may also lead to direct conflict, and the best way to deal with conflict is to kill the opponent when the conflict occurs. So the safest thing is still strength. So Linda also brought Lance with him. After the Grand Knights lost contact for unknown reasons, Linda did not call on ordinary Grand Knights, and someone like Lance might be safer, as the most powerful member of Linda's current subordinates. Lance is indeed the insurance. If Linda himself is not careful, he may die if Lance uses an ice bout to hit his head continuously. And his flexibility is not as good as Lance, who has transformed into a deer man. There is a high probability that he will be killed by kiting in an open area. This is just an assumption, because Linda is not lacking in medium and long-range means. At the gate of Star Dragon City, Linda looked at Miss Miko, who came uninvited, took off his helmet, stretched out his hand to her and said, "Let's go." There is no need to rush back. After all, she is a high-level wizard, and Miss Miko is carrying a bulging bag. If I guess correctly, it should be filled with various potions. You can always trust Miss Miko when it comes to stocking up. Miss Miko grabbed the hand that Linda stretched out with satisfaction, followed his upward force, and jumped onto the horse's back, sitting in front of Linda. Perhaps this is why she likes Lin more. There are many things that don't need to be argued. As long as one party gives an answer, the other party nods. She found a comfortable position on the white horse's back and sat down, leaning against Lin, just like leaning against an automatically heated iron seat. The cold wind blew and hit her face, but it just turned into a gentle breeze. 2 disaster war horses. Lin and Miko shared one, and Lance rode one by himself. The sunlight gradually dimmed, and followed the guidance of the sticky cold wind to the Tomorrow Magic School. Hundreds of Calamity War horses were on their way, and the ground was rumbling. At the fork in the road, all the undead abandoned their horses and chose to walk forward. And when they approached the Tomorrow Magic School, they immediately chose to sneak. Lance couldn't help but sigh, seeing hundreds of undead people wearing white robes and hoods disappear in front of him. He was really shocked. Imagine that hundreds of great knights suddenly appeared in front of you without knowing anything. That kind of scene was enough to make people feel cold all over. Even if the secret rune envoy, who was evaluated by Linda as having the weakest overall combat power, as long as the number increased, all the shortcomings would become less obvious. He didn't know how strong Domei was in Tomorrow Magic School, but the opponent was definitely not someone who could deal with the sneak attack of hundreds of great knights by himself. Even someone as strong as Lord Linda himself couldn't do it. Lord Leon, who was not cursed by the abyss, might be able to do it. If he couldn't win, at least he could run away. The strength of the disaster executioner was not fully demonstrated until his death, so he shouldn't be trapped in the sea of people and unable to struggle. However, if you look closely at the ground, or listen carefully, you can still detect their traces. No matter how low the footsteps of hundreds of people are, there will always be a sound like raindrops falling on the ground. If you look closely at the ground for a while, you can also see a layer of sand and dust at a height of a palm close to the ground. Because of the stealth skill, the dust on the ground is forcibly tied to the ground by the ability of the secret pattern messenger and cannot fly up, climb up the low hill, and come to the entrance of the castle on the sea cliff. Is there an ocean to the northwest of the Kingdom of Rand? Linda felt that his geographical knowledge must be wrong. The Black Ocean was boundless, but he remembered that the northwest of the Kingdom of Rand did not seem to be directly in contact with the ocean. Where was that large piece of frozen soil? Just like the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. Lance said, there will be more things that are not there, and there will be less crustal movement. Miss Miko yawned, leaning against the warm Linda, and the Calamity Warhorse walked very steadily on the road, swaying, and she was about to fall asleep. You are an idealistic witch, and you are actually talking about crustal movement. Are you talking about science? Shouldn't it be said that it was a battle between gods and dragons, and a sword or a knife cut off a piece of the northwest corner of the continent? Lin also had a sense of trance. He and others were a group of ants, because the relocation of the ant nest passed by the human chair. The chair was suddenly moved by someone, and the scene created became a terrifying giant that could not be seen in its entirety. It moved from one place to another inexplicably. He turned his head and looked at the castle, which was the so-called Tomorrow Magic School. This is a new building, built in recent years, Lance said. Yeah. Lin nodded. And it does not belong to the architectural style of the Rand Kingdom. The architectural style of the Rand Kingdom is gorgeous and huge. This is a country that loves gold and splendor to the core. But the castle in front of him was too slender, especially the tower that drilled upward like a sharp shoot, making the whole building look full of sharpness, like a ghost claw with extended fingers. The castle stood calmly amidst the surging waves of the sea. There is magic. Miss Miko jumped off her horse and pointed at the hole in the castle. The other party is also a moon witch. What is the effect? It's like a warning. I don't have this kind of magic. Miss Miko shook her head and just guessed. The door was locked, but a hole was deliberately left for people to enter the interior, and a magic without lethality was released on it. The purpose is easy to guess. That's easy. Linda walked to the main gate of the castle with the broken sword in his hand, raised the broken sword with both hands and chopped it down. The big iron gate was broken open with a loud bang. Going through the hole is likely to be discovered. But what if you go through the main gate? Exposing Linda alone and exposing hundreds of people are two different concepts. In this invasion, the undead are one of the main forces, and Linda doesn't know how to sneak, so he is bound to be exposed. Miko obviously thought of this, but you will become a straw target. Linda casually stuck the broken sword into the ground and said casually, that may not be the case. Myram, who was sneaking on the side, was holding a short blade and watching the scene in front of her. Her double crossbows now belonged to Lind, and the short blade in her hand was a white weapon made by Lind after he lent her the broken sword of the scavenger princess to copy and write the secret pattern. The short blade was not an ideal weapon, although the ability to sneak made Myram very suitable for close combat. Closer distances often meant more danger. The attack range was too short, and it was easy to force herself into a desperate situation. Lind did not refuse to lend her the double crossbows to copy the magic pattern. But between the green rubbing of the broken sword of the scavenger princess and the white double crossbow, Myram chose the broken sword of the scavenger princess without thinking. Although the magic pattern weapon rubbing with her strength still emits white light, it is definitely stronger than the rubbing double crossbow. The sturdiness is okay, and a scavenger princess up to the height of the calf can be drilled out of the knife. Looking at Lind's flamboyant style of splitting the door with a sword, she opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Can you still be considered stealth like this? With Dweme's personality, he might be preparing to fight back now. There were subtle sounds coming from the front. After entering the stealth mode, her senses were also enhanced to a certain extent. She knew without thinking that it must be those weird-looking undeads taking action. Myram hurriedly followed, remembering her mission. If hundreds of people attacked Dweme together, or even attacked the 8 former subordinates of Lord Leon at the same time, Myram was very confident. It was already the extent that quantity changed quality. The style inside the castle is even more gloomy than the outside. Entering the castle, it is like a maze, consisting of narrow and long passages, one room connected to another. The space is not large, and it is very depressing. Boom! The sound of hitting came from the front, followed by a burst of swear words mixed with catchphrases. Myram rushed over quickly and saw 4 or 5 undead people wiping the blood on their faces while taking out potion bottles and pouring them into their mouths. There were 5 corpses on the side. Judging from their attire, they should be residents of Weeping Town. What are you doing? Milan couldn't help showing up. We need to sneak. We can't let anyone find us. The undead, who had recovered almost all his status after drinking the potion through the glass bottle, aside. Has anyone found us now? Yes, but they were killed by you. Stealth is right. After saying that, the undead entered stealth mode again and disappeared from Milan's sight. Milan opened her mouth. She always felt that this group of undead people misinterpreted the Lord's meaning. Turned around and looked at the 5 bodies that were quickly piled in the corner after being killed. It's true that they haven't been exposed, but if they are exposed first and then kill the people they see, does it count? Forget it. Let's continue. Soon, Myram became numb. She witnessed how the undead hid their tracks along the way. In short, if they kill everyone who sees them, the undead won't notice that they have been invaded. Sometimes, even if the other party doesn't notice them, they will take the initiative to attack. In the words of the undead, it's better to take precautions before it happens. What if he comes over on patrol after I pass by? Eliminate all factors that may lead to the exposure of stealth. That was a good point. But Myram felt that if she continued like this, Dweme would really discover her and the others. The smell of blood was not so easy to cover up. Hundreds of people turned into killing machines and sneaked in the castle, creating a bloody wind that could not be hidden in the narrow and airtight space. Myram stopped again because she noticed that there were undead people moving in front of her, and there was a shaky figure further ahead. When the undead actively attacked, their stealth effect disappeared, and their figures completely appeared in front of Myram. As an assassin, he carried a big sword. He had successfully reached behind the man who was wandering aimlessly. But because of his sudden appearance and the heavy weight of the big sword, the man's footsteps suddenly snapped and were very harsh. He took the initiative. He cut the opponent in half with a fierce slash. And after simply dealing with the corpse on the ground, the undead disappeared stealthily. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground that had not been cleaned up at all, Myram fell into deep thought. Is this the style of the secret rune envoy? At this moment, Myram felt that he might not have been able to fully understand the use of his abilities. Use the most ferocious weapon, lurk behind the opponent, and then kill him with one strike. But there is a small problem. Undead people cannot consider life and death. But I only have one life. So this is a fighting style that is only suitable for undead people. Chapter 172 Morina's Scabbard. The not-so-big Tomorrow Magic School does not have a learning atmosphere. It is not a school at all, but just a warehouse where book thieves store the knowledge treasures they have looted. Morina found that the situation of Tomorrow Magic School was a little different from what Duome said. But she didn't care. They just cooperated with each other and took what they needed. They could also betray each other at critical moments without blaming each other. Perhaps this is the tacit understanding between the rationalists and the wise men. The establishment of the Weeping Town was an accident. At that time, Morina, who was listening to her sister telling her the story of Molly's scabbard, came to the Soul Valley by accident with a group of people. There were not many of them, and they just cuddled together for warmth. But one day, Morina's sister gained powerful strength and became a powerful wizard. So she was naturally chosen as the leader and became the mayor of the Weeping Town. Under the leadership of Morina's sister, they built walls to resist monsters and built dilapidated houses to resist the cold. Everything was moving in a better direction. Even Morina herself became a wizard with the help of her sister. She has a good talent for brewing potions. Her sister is responsible for leading the development of Weeping Town. And she uses potions to help the residents of Weeping Town get through every difficult night of illness and fight for the last chance to survive. Everything is developing for the better, as it should be. But one day, Morina found that her sister became abnormal. She began to reject contact with the outside world, as if she was affected by something, and often listened to the whispers of something at night. Countless times, Morina, who hid in the corner, saw her sister kneeling on the ground listening to the instructions of that thing, confirming again and again, waiting for the arrival of something, asking, talking to herself, and praying. God has disappeared. This is the understanding reached by the whole world. The only people who can listen to the words of God are those crazy wise men, evil God believers, redeemers, ritual saints, etc. In short, they are all crazy people with abnormal brains. That state does not last long every day. And Morina found that her sister herself has never noticed this situation. Whenever she asked her who she was talking to, her sister would be at a loss and asked Morina not to joke. But Morina knew that her sister had changed, or her soul had been polluted by something. Her work style has completely changed. And so has her work. Her life seems to have completely become a life for others, which has made Morina curl up in fear for many nights. And she dare not breathe. After her thoughts have been completely twisted, and she has lost herself. Even if her soul and body have not changed. Is she still herself? Morina remembered Molly's scabbard, which was her favorite story. For freedom, the brave Molly found the scabbard for the sword and inserted the sword into the chest of her father, who did not care about his own happiness and only wanted to sell her for a good price. So, for her sister's freedom, Morina walked into her sister's room one morning with a sword in hand. She held the long sword with both hands and broke her sister's chest. The blood splashed on her face. Hot. Now she found the scabbard. The scabbard that can set her sister free and belongs to Morina. It's a pity that until her death, her sister didn't wake up from that polluted state. Morina replaced her sister and became the mayor of Weeping Town. People didn't know what happened. They just thought that her sister died from practicing magic. They were just afraid. Most people were blind and cowardly. And Morina had no good feelings towards these residents, who lived in the asylum from beginning to end but knew nothing. Countless eavesdroppings made Morina roughly understand that her sister was waiting for someone to come to the Weeping Town. As if it was because of a prophecy. Or something else. Anyway, something would definitely come. In order to welcome the person in the prophecy, Morina studied magic. She was a little crazy. But sometimes madness was a good medicine for studying magic. She slowly walked on a path that she could not imagine, extracting people's consciousness and soul, as if this land was guiding her on what to do. When Morina came to her senses, all the residents of the entire Weeping Town had become confused, clumsy, and no longer thinking under her influence. No one would be contaminated. Next, it was time to continue waiting. When the group of people in strange clothes appeared, Morina knew very clearly it was them. The terrifying existence that contaminated her sister's spirit and made her sister wait for them was them. Morina chose to accept these people. She observed them and slowly discovered what characteristics they had. She found that these people had a strange speaking style, would suddenly disappear when sleeping, would not feel pain, and would be resurrected in a corner of Weeping Town after death. This also meant that she could not trap them, torture them, or kill them. Morina could only do her best to suppress this group of people. She was helpless against a group of people who would not die. She tried not to make them dissatisfied, but also tried not to make them too strong. Wait a little longer. Delay a little longer. Just like that. Maybe there is a way. Morina felt very powerless. This group of undead people had no respect for the strong. She didn't even dare to appear in front of them because she found several times that this group of people were very obsessed with killing monsters. Until that day, an old man came to the Weeping Town. He called himself Duome. Duome also saw the characteristics of the undead. He first explained his identity to Morina. He came from Leon City. The mayor there was very powerful, and seemed to have received some kind of prophecy. He asked his people to go to various places without saying what they needed. It was very vague, and there was no explanation. After seeing the undead, Dome was sure that the Lord wanted the undead. But that didn't matter anymore, because Dome didn't intend to hand over the undead, which was like a treasure, to Lord Leon, and he himself didn't like the prophecy. Dome asked Morina if she was interested in the undead. This group of undead, who would never die, was like a gift from God, which could help him master more knowledge faster. Morina didn't have much desire for knowledge. She just wanted to know who brought these things. And then she wanted to cut off the head of that thing, if that thing had a head. The two sides hit it off immediately. Morina, through her observation and research on the undead for a period of time, helped Dome to compile the recruitment leaflet for the magic school. She had heard from her sister that some magic schools recruited students in this way. They did succeed in introducing the undead to the Tomorrow Magic School. Now Dome is using the undead to conduct various research. Morina also picked up magic, and her research on the soul became more and more in-depth. But the unknown and disturbing things will always come. A ghost that Morina left in the Weeping Town that can replace her eyes saw the uninvited guests. According to Dome, that group of people should be the old noble forces. It is said that the old nobles have fallen into madness after the magic ring was broken. They are no different from the disaster, but they are more powerful than the disaster because of the magic ring. The person who came was riding a disaster warhorse, which also proved his identity. So Morina chose to harass one of the weak-willed people. She succeeded in controlling the other party, but also failed. She could only barely control them, but could not go further. Now Morina must find Dome quickly, because when she was standing in front of the window just now, she saw a strong golden general holding a huge iron plate and splitting the iron door of the castle. Judging from the calamity warhorses they rode, the newcomers should belong to the same camp as the old nobles trapped by Morina. In this castle, they have dozens of undeads, 100 or 200 residents of Weeping Town, and 2 wizards, herself and Dome. And the other side has only 3 people. There is trouble, but it should not be a big problem. She is very calm. Chapter 173, Dome's Flame. The speed of invading the castle was much faster than expected. Although Myram did not agree with the undead's perverse logic of killing everyone who sees me even if no one notices me, she did save a lot of energy at this pace. The dirty black wall with clay that was not completely smoothed was pulled back quickly as Myram ran forward. Soon, there was only a black passage that extended infinitely forward in her sight, as if she had already penetrated into the body of a giant snake that was winding and growing, until a palm-sized light appeared at the end of her vision. The winding castle seemed to have finally reached its end. The road suddenly became wider. The smell of blood came from each room as she passed by, followed by the sound of dense footsteps. 1, 2, a dozen, dozens, hundreds of hooded figures rushed out from the side door as Myram ran forward, like tributaries quickly converging into the main trunk of the river. There was only a figure in a white robe in front of her. A vast expanse of white. The footsteps of so many people were so light that it was like a light rain that was not too impatient. There was only the sound of crackling on the floor tiles. The heart in her chest began to beat uncontrollably. Myram had never thought that one day she would see such a special scene. Hundreds of secret pattern messengers, carrying all kinds of weapons, rushed towards the enemy's lair. The hot blood almost broke free from the restraints of her blood vessels and gushed out of her pores. The palm-sized white light in front of her gradually enlarged and drew closer as she ran, getting closer and closer, and finally turned into an open door. Closer, closer, and then rush over. They rushed out like fish jumping out of the river, and the sky was full of hooded white-robed undead figures. At this time, there were only two figures in the wide castle hall, a long-bearded old man and a cold-faced woman holding a wand. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a large group of people rushed over, making them unable to react immediately. "Everything is false. Everything is allowed," an undead said loudly. Milam sighed. She had been in contact with undead for a long time and knew the characteristics of this group of people. That is, don't expect them to talk well. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted from the castle, and a huge hole was easily punched through the thick wall under the impact of the explosion. The ground also shook with the explosion. Black smoke rolled out of the hole, swirling up with the sea breeze, and finally merged with the funnel-shaped dark clouds that had condensed in the sky at some point, completely blocking the light in the sky. There was only darkness in front of me, and my head seemed to be pressed by a heavy black iron block. My neck was powerless, and my chest was stuffy, and I couldn't breathe. Lind and the other two suddenly became serious. The power of the horrific explosion, just now, was beyond the level of a high-level wizard. Hero? There was no delay. Boom! The second burst of fire. A huge fireball burst out from a very far area at least several hundred meters away from the three people, not only overturning the roof, but also burning the air. It was like a volcanic eruption. Lind watched the huge fireball fly upwards, and then exploded at the highest point, turning into sparks all over the sky. Something similar to human limbs can be seen in the flames, but they are only fleeting. Without getting close, they were already being chopped on the face by the hot wind that rushed towards them. Miko hid behind Lind at the first moment. The flames had already burned her face red. Even a high-level wizard could not survive such a flame that was comparable to a volcanic eruption. Lance looked again and again, and finally decided to raise the ice bow in his hand. It didn't matter. He could handle it. In the sky, the funnel-shaped black smoke clouds that had already condensed were instantly burned red after touching the flames scattered by the explosion. At first glance, it seemed as if the flames were circling around the black clouds. In addition, the roof that was overturned by the explosion also exploded into fine stones. Each piece of stone was evenly covered with flames, turning into a torrential rain of fire that hit the ground. The ground was swept by the rain of fire, and restless fire snakes sprang up. The ground was plowed by the flames and completely charred. My lord! Lance's lips were slightly dry, but when he turned his head to look at Lind, he found that Lind was not only fine, but also looked very good. Fire is a good medicine that can make Lind's body more comfortable. The sight returned to the castle hall. Dome and Morina looked at the undead, who rushed in and were horrified. They never thought that the castle with layers of protection would be invaded quietly. They didn't notice anything? Where are the people? The defenders? Milam? Dome looked at the familiar figure, and a smile appeared on her vicissitudes of life. Oh, Miss Milam. Please forgive me for not noticing you at the first time. Maybe the friends you brought with you are a little too eye-catching. Can you please let them be quiet for a while? Dome. Lord Leon is dead, said Milan. Dome's expression changed slightly, but he quickly controlled his expression. Everyone has to die, especially someone as great as Lord Leon. The person in front of you now belongs to Star Dragon City, and is loyal to the old noble Linda Alman. The undead were restless, and had already found various angles. They would not move around during the plot, but as soon as the two sides started fighting, they would immediately pounce on them, and tear the two into pieces like a pack of wolves. We don't have to pledge allegiance to anyone. Don't notice the actions of the undead people. They didn't hide their thoughts at all. Hundreds of eyes that didn't suppress their murderous intent were cast on him. And Dome couldn't just sit there and wait for death. So he mobilized the power in the castle and gathered those powers. No one was able to detect the little movements made by Dome. The power surged quickly under his feet. However, the only wizard present besides Dome was Morina. And Morina was even less likely to tell Dome's little movements. Although Lord Lind is an old noble, he is not insane. Milam was still persuading him. She instinctively felt that Duome was difficult, and did not want to conflict with him directly. No insane? Duomei was surprised. If the old nobles were not insane, given their terrifying compatibility with the magic ring, then this world would be a new era that completely belongs to the old nobles rather than a new era. The process of Duomei and others drinking the potion is called stealing the power of the magic ring. The old nobles drinking the potion should be called stimulating, or obtaining, or simply retrieving the power of the magic ring. The family and bloodline have been engraved in the magic ring, and they are born to gain more. However, the research has reached this point, and Duomei will never surrender. Moreover, the murderous intent of the people who came is too strong, so he can only choose to believe in himself. Go! Finally, an undead was too lazy to wait for the plot and took the initiative to attack. Duomei raised his palm, and the flames burst out from his palm almost instantly. The raging fire wave that completely took away his vision completely covered the space on the right side of Duomei. Some people's clothes began to burn just by touching the high temperature of the air. The flames blew up the wall and completely cleared out the large number of undead on the right side. The space on the right side of the castle, which was steaming hot, became completely clean. The floor tiles, the walls, the decorations, and the hooded undead all disappeared. The undead's attack did not stop. So Duomei raised his hand upwards again. He did not recite. But the fire surged again. The huge fireball, comparable to a volcanic eruption, directly lifted the top of the castle, and dozens of undead people who rushed from above flew into the sky with the impact of the flames. The undead people were cleared out, leaving only 2 or 3 kittens. The status of both sides also changed from Duomei's side being at a disadvantage to Duomei's side holding an absolute advantage. Then, Duomei turned his hands towards Myram. Chapter 174 Undead Battery. Dome raised her hands and pointed at Myram. You can't use it anymore. Myram's forehead was sweating. Not sure if it was because of the heat or because of the panic in her heart. But her tone was very firm. I know your ability. Duomei, you have reached the limit of borrowing these powers. I found a more suitable method. Dome shook her head. Knowledge can bring us endless possibilities. We only need to ask for it with greedy eyes and learn it. It will give us anything we want and never hate us for it. Everything in the world hates greed. Only knowledge is unique. This is the power I have. But I don't want to waste it on you. Milan, for the sake of our former colleagues. At least for the sake of letting you stand here and talk. Stop struggling. The two sides were in a stalemate. There were only a few dozen undead left. And the explosion that swept across the map just now almost shocked them to the point of disconnection and quitting the game. The surviving undead were smarter. And they chose to stand next to the NPC. Since Milan was a plot NPC, she would definitely not be attacked. Although the guessing process was not correct, the result was very consistent with the game logic. Little did she know that Milan was now timid. She threatened Duomei verbally, but her heart was beating wildly, fearing that Duomei would attack again. The terrifying flames had burned her face to the point of pain. When she spoke and breathed, it was as if she had swallowed a piece of charcoal in her throat. Even a great knight with the strength of a knight could not bear it without being directly touched. If she was directly touched by the flames, even if it was just a light sweep, she would probably be turned into ashes like the undead. The stalemate between the two sides was broken after the sound of whoosh breaking through the air. An arrow wrapped in frost had already cut through the air and flew over. Marina on the side quickly raised the wooden stick in her hand, and the stone on the tip of the stick emitted light. And then an invisible barrier appeared. The arrow hit the invisible barrier, and the air seemed to have a glass cover that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Half of the arrow drilled into the cover, leaving a spider web pattern. Lord Lind. Mylan turned around quickly. When she saw the arrow, she knew it was shot by Lance. As a crossbowman, she was also curious about Lance's ice bow. Although she was not used to it, it did not prevent her from being interested. Since Lance is here, Lord Lind must be here too. 3 figures appeared. Lind carrying a broken sword and wearing heavy golden armor. Lance the Deerhorn man holding an ice bow. And Miko the rabbit-toothed witch running at the back. The ice bow's continuous arrows nailed on the transparent barrier, forcing Morina to use all her energy to deal with it. But she could only watch Lind getting closer and closer. Finally, flames erupted from Duomei's palm again. Perhaps because Lind had already rushed in front of him. The flames did not burst out this time, just barely covering Lind. Be careful, Milam screamed. If Linda was injured or died, her future would be bad. The raging fire completely covered Linda, and Dome had a smile on her face. But a big hand in golden armor tore through the flames, completely ignoring the erosion of the flames, and punched Morina's barrier. The barrier shattered. The golden armor raised his right fist, as if he had won the final victory in a fight. That's it. A foot stepped out of the flames. Then, Linda, with flames wrapped around his body, walked out intact. He raised his right fist and smashed it towards Dueme's shoulder. The hunchbacked old wizard could only watch the fist fall on his shoulder. The speed of the punch was not fast, and it was wrapped in flames. But time seemed to freeze at this moment. Dueme's right shoulder was hit, and the force completely exploded in the flesh and bones. The crisp sound of the bones made people shudder. And then the severe pain disrupted Dueme's consciousness. Linda grabbed Dueme's collar with one hand and easily lifted him up from the ground, just like grabbing a dead quail. The old wizard was very weak, especially since Lin was one of the strongest among the upper knights. He was not killed by a punch because Lin did not aim at his head. Do you want to drop the stick now? Or should I help you? Lin turned his head and looked at Morina. Morina did not try to resist and obediently dropped the wand on the ground. After seeing Lin's terrifying melee explosive power with her own eyes, Morina knew that she should choose to cooperate as long as she had no problem with her brain. It is easier to attack Tomorrow Magic School than imagined. Linda once led a group of undead, with even fewer numbers than this one, to break through the former Leon city. Now that he has increased his strength, it seems strange that he cannot even break through a magic school with only upper-level wizards. It is just that Duome obviously has some knowledge and can borrow some power. Linda casually issued a task to explore Tomorrow Magic School. The surviving undead have already watched the CG and dispersed happily after receiving the task, going to investigate in 2s and 3s. They had already killed a lot of people. Today's assassin sneaked in without being discovered by anyone. It felt really good. After a while, Lind received the information sent back by the undead. There is a group of undead in the huge dungeon underground. Lord. The undead who came back was surprised. There were new undead captives, and new players could be invited to join. Lind followed the undead, who led the way into the underground. When he walked along the narrow stairs, he seemed to be walking on the road to the abyss, just as the undead who led the way said. The underground was very strange. These were rough mechanical devices, metal mechanical style, but the gears were not driving the machines. Lind got close to one and looked at it carefully, and found that it was covered with various styles of magic patterns, which seemed to be scribbled. But judging from the appearance of the machine, this scribbling unexpectedly made the machine start to operate. More than 80 undead people were like pigs hanging in a meat processing factory, hanging on the empty and huge equipment, with their eyes closed. The lines on the metal machinery flashed from time to time, as if pulling something out of the undead. Can you wake him up? Linda asked. The one who answered his question was Dome, who was still in pain from the broken shoulder and arm. Yes, I can. What did you do? Linda reached out and tapped the machine gently. Did you get the power to burst into flames from them? Dome nodded. Linda really didn't expect that what he had been expecting would be. Battery technology was encountered in such a strange way. Dome's power extraction skills are very proficient. Otherwise it would be impossible to burst out fireballs that can destroy a castle. It also means that Dome's technology has matured. The reason why adding more functions to the lion emblem has not been vigorously promoted is the energy problem. But if there is this, the problem seems to be no longer a problem. Lind looked at Dome and said, Pledge allegiance to me. Dome, I can provide you with more help so that you can gain more knowledge. It seems that you can choose agree and disagree. But in fact there is only one option. It happens that Dome is very interested in the characteristics shown by Lind. This is a living old noble who is not crazy. My pleasure. Lord. Chapter 175. Boss surrendered again? The undead slowly opened his eyes, and his brain was still a little slow to react when he saw the scene in front of him. His body was suspended. His feet were hanging in the air, and there were rows of undead hanging on the shelf opposite him. The scene was very scary. Damn. What's going on? As the first undead woke up and screamed, a series of voices came from the mechanical shelf. What's going on? Are we in a copy? The cabbages I planted can be harvested again. Is there a bug? It could only be a bug. Otherwise there is no way to explain why they suddenly appeared in another place from that beautiful copy, and were hung on the rack, like rows of roast ducks with their butts sewn up in the oven. The undead tried to struggle, But it was a bit surprising that the strange machine did not have a strong sense of restraint on the body. With a slight shake, it was easy to get free. Gravity also suddenly pulled them to the ground at the moment they were free. Ouch. Fuck. Various exclamations came one after another. The stronger undead were able to react and quickly adjust their landing posture before landing, so they didn't fall too badly. But the undead, who failed to break through level 11, were miserable. The luck of the top layer was worse, and they fell hard. The luck of the bottom layer was not good either, and they would be used as a landing cushion by their companions above their heads. Several human-shaped hills were piled up with crackling sounds. The scene was as chaotic as a vegetable market, with constant quarrels. Quiet! A low voice came like a heavy hammer hitting the heart. The undead people all turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. There was not much fire in this space, and the weak visibility could only roughly outline the figures of a group of people in the distance. If someone hadn't spoken up, they really wouldn't have noticed the person who had been standing in the shadow over there. Then, a voice with pain and struggle came out, and a bright light suddenly bloomed. The underground space was lit up. When everyone looked at the glowing figure, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Gandalf!" Some undead recognized his true identity and called him by various titles, such as Principal, Old B, and so on. However, the other party's condition did not look too good at this time. His right shoulder collapsed and his arm drooped weakly. There was also a man with antlers holding a bow and always aiming at his head. Only now did he discover a familiar figure. A familiar knight in golden armor. And behind him followed a group of assassins wearing hoods. Assassin's Creed? Someone couldn't help shouting, "Brother duh." Someone also recognized the person who was speaking. Among the 3,000 undead, Lin's face appeared too frequently. Even in the recent popular video clips on the internet, the video cover would choose to use Lin's image. In addition to the undead from Weeping Town, there were also undead from Star Dragon City hanging on the racks at the scene. So we didn't enter a small dungeon. Sisterly got up from the ground. They only remembered that they were discovered not long after entering the castle. And then, they were thrown into a secret realm, where there was a group of undead people. And they lived in harmony. Many people said that they accidentally got stuck in a dungeon that had not yet been opened. And some system functions could not be used normally as evidence. They could not take screenshots or record the screen. Now it seems that it was not a small dungeon at all, but that they were controlled by a super skill. The game is really real. In other games, at most, you lose control of the character and can't do anything. After being controlled in this game, I actually took it as real and played it for several days in a row. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. Lin did not explain the current situation to them. As players, the undead would make their own calculations based on the details and then give a reasonable explanation. He just said, "Undead, you are free. The strange machinery in the huge underground space is incompatible with the kingdom of Rand." Lin had never heard of such a thing. He turned his head and looked at Dome, who was almost fainting from the pain. The fact that the other party took the initiative to use magic just now made him feel a little good. Give him a bottle of healing potion. Miko took out a bottle of healing potion and walked over. But his eyes stayed on the large machinery. It was a new and unknown thing, and no one could restrain their curiosity and not look at it. "Thank you." Dome took the potion and drank it. The wounds on his body were healing quickly. Magic was so unreasonable. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. Linda was very interested in how Dome used the undead as batteries. But it was not time to study that now. Linda looked at Morena. "We should leave. But before that, Miss Morena, I would like to ask if a team of knights had visited the Weeping Town before." "They are in the Soul Valley," Morena replied immediately. "Soon." "No. They can move freely now. I promise I didn't hurt them too much." Morena was curious and awed by Lind. She found that those weird undead people knew him and obeyed him. After a long time of getting along, Morena fully realized how difficult the undead were. They were not afraid of threats, pain, death, and did whatever they wanted. In Morena's eyes, the undead were even more terrifying than the disaster. At least the disaster could not communicate directly like the undead, and it still entangled her alone. How terrifying would Lin be if he could make the undead actively obey him? In addition, he was also the so-called old noble, so her evaluation of Lin rose wildly unconsciously. Coincidentally, the undead thought so too. Boss surrendered again? although they didn't understand what happened in the middle. It didn't prevent the undead from understanding the current situation. They were caught by Duomei and Morina, and then controlled by some powerful skills. They didn't know what happened to them. Later, Linda brought people to rescue them. Finally, after a confrontation, the red-named bosses of the two hostile camps chose to pledge allegiance to Linda. How charming is Linda? Why do they choose to pledge allegiance to him instead of directly attacking the boss every time they meet him? Only two people. Tomorrow's magic school dungeon. The plot ends with the surrender of two red-named small bosses, and the level is cleared when the Star Dragon Lord and Star Dragon City Lord Linda rescues the imprisoned undead. The Star Dragon forces also welcome two new NPCs, both of whom are wizards. Morina, who left the underground with Linda, is still very repulsive to the undead, but she follows Linda closely. She believes that Linda must know a lot of secrets about the undead. Otherwise, he would not be able to control them so easily. Now is not the time to ask, because those undeads have been watching her and following Lind. She also hopes to use Lind's power to protect herself and make the undeads afraid to act rashly. Morina is afraid that her behavior of betraying the undead will anger them. As the mayor of Weeping Town, Morina and Domei trick the undead into the castle and then use magic to influence them. A deadly battle between the two sides is inevitable. But unexpectedly, this group of people didn't care at all, but instead eagerly discussed and complained about another thing: why things in the dream world can't be brought out. This is not just an open beta test. It's fun. But it's not fun. Ms. Morina, an undead from Crying Town, suddenly spoke. Ah? Morina was startled. The undead asked expectantly, "Can we enter the dungeon in the dream again?" Morina subconsciously turned her head to look at Linda. But Linda strode forward and did not respond to her. Instead, a petite figure ran over and patted Morina's arm. It was the silver-haired witch who had been following Linda. Morina felt a strong pressure from her petite figure. Maybe she was just better than Domei in magic research and strength. Miko waved her hand to signal her to follow. Morina shut up and followed immediately. There is no need to answer every question of the undead. As an NPC, you have the right to choose to be aloof and not respond. And the undead will always give a reasonable guess about your behavior. Chapter 176 Harvest. Twin Ancient Legends Volume 3. Dome, whose body gradually recovered, quickly adjusted his mentality and got into the role. Just like when he faced Leon, Linda suspected that there was no concept of loyalty in Dome's heart, or that Dome would only be loyal to the stronger, and this loyalty would last until someone stronger than Linda appeared. Harvest, led by Dome. They came to a room upstairs in the castle. The cold and hard ground made a sound when the iron boots fell. Dong dong. Sound. Linda's eyes swept across the room, and his eyes first stopped at the window. The window on this side of the room faced the sea. The dark sea surface was like dead water, without any vitality. When people moved their eyes up, the sea surface shook slightly twice. The funnel-shaped black clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing. The weak beam of light penetrated the gap between the black clouds and fell on the dark sea surface, and was finally swallowed up by the black sea water. Linda's eyes turned back to the room. In the small room, there is a very eye-catching large bookshelf, occupying the entire wall. At this time, there are nearly 100 books on the bookshelf, and the breadth of knowledge is overwhelming. Linda took a deep breath and became very happy. This is the real harvest. Miss Miko was more excited than Linda. She didn't observe the environment in the room at all. As soon as she opened the door, she rushed to the bookshelf and tried to pull out a thin book from the bookshelf on tiptoe, with her toes on the ground and her heels raised. Her goal was very clear. She tried to stretch her fingers to try to take a book from the bookshelf, but unfortunately, she was a little short of the height. Linda walked over and helped her take out the book. Made of parchment. Well made. Miko happily took the book and flipped through it quickly. The two people's natural behavior made Duomei and Morina slightly open their eyes. Could it be that it was not as simple as an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship? They had not communicated with each other since just now. But Morina found that whether it was Miko who was the first to react and call her after Linda's eyes, or Linda's natural help after she couldn't reach the book, it all seemed very natural. On the contrary, Lance at the door said that everything was normal. If you could see that Lin gave all the disaster hearts he found to Miko, and then saw that Miko didn't sleep for 2 or 3 days in a row to cook potions, you would know that this was just a trivial matter for them. Do you really think that anyone can kick the Lord's calf? Only the two of them thought that others didn't notice. After Miko opened the sheepskin book, Lin lowered his head and looked over. He was very curious why Miko set his eyes on this book at first sight. Idealism. It is a good explanation. That is, the voice in the dark attracts. But Miko stretched out his hand to push his head, saying disdainfully, "You are blocking the light." Lin straightened up, but he could still see the contents of the booklet from Miko's hand from a high position. He knew every word recorded on it, but he felt a little dizzy after seeing them together. Miko turned around and asked, "Is this moon magic?" Moon magic? A word that makes people feel fresh. Oh no. It should be said that for the people of the Rand Kingdom, as long as it is magic, it is quite fresh. Moon magic should be some kind of abbreviation, such as the magic that can only be used by wizards who follow the path of the Moon Witch. Lin guessed so. Dome's reaction also confirmed Lin's guess. "Do you also have the power of uni?" Dome's performance was like a wise old man. He leaned forward slightly, his soft white beard hanging on his chest and shaking gently, but his relaxed eyes were shining. But Lin always felt that Dome's reaction was a little artificial. Was he so enthusiastic before? Miko coughed lightly, raised her chin, and put her hands behind her back. "I'm from Tianqing Magic School." Tianqing? Magic is the best. Dome pulled his beard to express shock, and looked at Miko with envy. "I have heard about Tianqing Magic School for countless days and nights. It is said that it is a temple of magic and knowledge." Miko glanced at Linda, and her eyes seemed to say, "See, you are the only one who doesn't know Tianqing Magic School." Ahem. It's not said. Miko shook his head lightly and said, "It is indeed a temple of knowledge. There is not only magic knowledge, but also other knowledge." Morina and Milam on the side had no eyes to look at Dome. The old man must have seen that Miko had a close relationship with the Lord, so he specially praised him for chatting. The old man really didn't care about his face at all. Linda ignored the smug Miko. Otherwise his rabbit ears would be raised to the sky. No matter where the Tianqing Magic School is, he will go there one day. He walked to the bookshelf, shook his hand, hesitated for a long time, and took out a book at random. The Ancient Legend of the Twins, Volume 3. This is the book he chose in the dark. "Miss Myram." Linda turned his head. After they entered the room, Myram and Lance took the initiative to prevent the undead from entering. Of course, they had been paying attention to the movements in the room since just now. Hearing Linda's call, Myram walked in immediately. "Sir." Myram's attitude was respectful. "The book we talked about before. Is it here?" Linda was asking about the poetry collection related to the secret pattern messenger. Myram quickly scanned the bookshelf and finally looked at Lin's hand. "It's the one in your hand. I remember it very clearly. It's a legendary story. Somehow, it's really interesting. Follow your instinct, and you will find what you need directly." Lin asked, "The Ancient Legend of the Twins, Volume 3. Are you sure it's this storybook? Not a collection of poems or something like that?" The three powers he came into contact with, the Sun's Evidence, the Moon Witch, and the Forge Master, are all related to the collection of poems. Lin has formed a fixed mindset by combining poetry with related potions to gain power. This storybook may look old, but it is different from the previous poetry collections. Secret marks have no religion, Milam explained. Secret marks believe more in knowledge and oneself. Hearing this, Lin opened the Ancient Legend of the Twins, Volume 3 again. The whole book is not long, and it doesn't take much time to quickly scan it. He asked casually, "In other words, this is your poetry collection? The legendary experience of each secret rune messenger may be a poem." Linda was quite surprised by Myram's answer. He looked at Myram's face carefully for a while. No matter what kind of person it is possible for him to reveal a surprising romance at that moment. He admitted that at this moment, Myram left a much better impression on him. He was no longer a fence-sitter who surrendered at the speed of light. Speaking of which, Leon's men were really divided into two types. One was a fence-sitter who fled at the sight of the wind, and the other was a fence-sitter who persisted until death. Myram and Dome were both fence-sitters, surrendering so quickly that I was embarrassed to kill them. Lin's eyes fell on the text again. Reading stories is indeed much more interesting than reading poetry. This may just be a story about the dementia of an old man with a dirty and smelly body, or it may be a legendary experience. In any case, I think it should be kept. I don't want to talk about the injection of secret patterns, or how to choose the most suitable secret pattern and the most suitable weapon or armor. Once a magic pattern is injected, it cannot be changed and cannot bear more. Each weapon can only keep one. This is an iron rule. I have wondered why two magic patterns cannot be injected at the same time. I wandered around the Shilu continent and communicated with secret pattern masters from all over the world. I heard that fairies are good at making magic weapons. I even planned to find a knowledgeable dragon. Maybe the dragon's experience of thousands of years can help me solve my doubts. Unfortunately, I didn't find a dragon. By the way, I have a two-headed and two-legged flying dragon. It is not too powerful, but it flies very steadily and has a good personality. Unfortunately, one of its heads was smashed by lightning when it flew over a thundercloud. The two dragon heads had a good relationship. As long as one of them was alive, the dragon would not die. But after one of the heads died, the other one died soon after, and died of depression. I finally found an ancient monument, and I got a rule in the monument. It allowed me to split my mind into two things. I imagined myself as two people. It took me a long time to master this ability. Then I was able to inject two secret patterns at the same time. No one in the world except God can do this. My favorite is the two-handed sword that combines the attributes of frost and the secret pattern of the dead. It is so cold and dead, but it makes people tremble. Until the end of my life, I still have confusion in my mind. The times are moving forward, and we have made countless steps forward based on the foundation of our predecessors. But why is it that the ancient magic can always solve our troubles? Linda closed the Twin Ancient Legends Volume 3. And these books will be sent back to Star Dragon City. Returning to Star Dragon City, Linda plunged into the hall. He was very curious about the underground mechanical equipment that turned the undead into human-shaped batteries. So he asked Dome about it. And he also left time for Miss Miko to find a room to put the books. Knowledge can only make people feel at ease if it is placed in this wall that can resist the impact of the strong. Those things come from the Mechanicus. Dome answered Lin's question seriously. Mechanicus? Lin suddenly began to miss the simple and beautiful life in the Land Kingdom, where knights were everything. Unlike now, there are magic, insanity, secret patterns, furnaces, green skins, abysses, stars, and now there are more machines. That should be a civilization that has been lost in the long river of time. And it does not belong to the continent under our feet. Dome explained. They abandoned the human body and turned themselves into mechanical life similar to puppets. The extraction array I built underground was created based on the remaining knowledge of the Mechanicus about magic energy, plus some of my own understanding of the knowledge. How far can it go? Lind asked. There are more and more undead people, and the lion badge has more and more functions. Sarang can't handle it alone. It's not impossible to throw Milan to be the second upper Nai humanoid battery. But if there is a better substitute, Lind will not refuse. It can be extracted from people who have energy. Duome said, there is also an energy storage magic circle, which can be directly called when it is needed. The fireball you release before use the energy stored in the magic circle? The terrifying scene of burning the black clouds in the sky is still vivid in my mind. If the opponent used other attributes instead of fire, Lind would have turned around and ran away. This needs to be combined with another kind of knowledge. Dome smiled. You can let someone else sing instead. My lord. You should know Milburn in Kazan Town. This is the knowledge I got from him before he went completely crazy. Chapter 177. The Novice Village Involution ended before it began. Kazan Town can often be seen on the forum. After all, Necromancer is very attractive to people. As the last location of the 6 novice villages, Linda has always kept an eye on Kazan Town. What's more, if you want to pass through the Snake Catcher Fortress and return to the Golden City, Moon Mountain and Kazan Town are difficult to bypass. The undead once uploaded the approximate data of Archbishop Kazan on the forum. He is level 33, that is, the hero level, and has the ability to control the undead in the cemetery behind Moon Mountain. According to the explanation of Myram and others, Milburn, who was once only a high-ranking wizard, pursued the power of promotion and eventually embarked on a path of madness. He forced himself to be promoted and got bad results. It is said that Milburn was a very gentle, kind and handsome bishop long before that. The undead people in Kazan Town are still persistently approaching the Archbishop. But so far none of them has succeeded in gaining the favor of the Archbishop. He has a choir of 133 people. Dome seemed to remember something disgusting, and rubbed his arm with his hand. Even the former Lord Leon abandoned it. Linda's eyes lingered on Duome's shoulder for a moment. His shoulder was almost broken by Linda's punch before, but now it seems to be fine. The choir can help him chant. Sir, you probably don't want to experience the feeling of being cursed 133 times in an instant. And fear is weighing on your body. No one in Kazan Town can defeat him. His words were somewhat firm, and Linda could vaguely sense a hint of provocation. Let's talk about Kazan Town later. Linda didn't plan to personally deal with Archbishop Kazan again. There was no change in Duo May's expression. He did not show any disgrace because his little plan was seen through by Lind. I just borrowed his method. Although he mentioned borrowing, it gave people the feeling that his method must be very dishonorable. What's the price? Lind asked. Duo May was only a high-level wizard, but he could send out the terrifying fireball of an epic wizard. At least the power was not less than that of Leon, who had once been abyssalized. When Leon was abyssalized, he directly turned into a demolition team. The rapid reconstruction of Star Dragon City was due to Leon's massacre-style attack. Pay your life. Whose? Everyone. Including me. Linda raised his eyebrows. He probably understood why Duo May could launch a powerful attack at that time, but chose to surrender in the end. Because Duo May found that Linda was not afraid of fire. He lost his life, but could not cause any harm to Linda. It was no wonder that Duo May surrendered so quickly. If Duo May knew that the fire could not kill Linda, but would even help him recover from his injuries, he might regret it even more. I support you in studying and learning magic, including delving into that knowledge. Linda thought for a moment and said, You can go to the guild to post a task, and I will find someone to teach you what to do. Even if you need a living person for the experiment, someone will take the initiative to find you. But don't capture an immortal person privately. Yes. Dome didn't really believe what Linda said. Even if it was an immortal, would they really be willing to be experimented on by him? What he wanted was wholehearted cooperation. Linda seemed to see his thoughts and said, They must be better at cooperation than you think. First find a place to live in Star Dragon City. Get a lion badge. And then open a store. As for the mechanical energy magic circle, I need you to be ready. And construction will begin in the next few days. The existence of energy batteries is of utmost importance. It is not necessary to use undead people for energy extraction. And Lin's own knights can also be replaced. It is most important to ensure the operation of the golden badge. Lind even plans to keep the enemy prisoners captured in the future and use them as human batteries. Only if Gold Seal runs at full capacity and lets each update drive the work enthusiasm of the undead, can your novice village enter a rapid development stage. Every important NPC must open a store in Star Dragon City, which is beneficial to Linda's improvement of the main city function, and is equivalent to a mandatory task. Dome's appearance is very suitable for opening a store. If he holds a two-handed sword, he will be the strongest melee white-robed wizard. If he holds a small wooden stick and magic wand and stands with Renzo, that's a perfect match. It's better to let them open their two shops opposite each other. Morina, who had been waiting outside the lion iron gate for a long time, finally heard the sound of the gate being pushed open. The white-bearded old man Dome walked towards her on the long stone steps, led by the soldiers. Don't be nervous, Morina. Dome smiled and advised, The Lord is very kind and very kind. Kindness? Meaning that he smashed his own barrier with a punch while carrying Dome's flames that could burn through the sky. And then smashed Dome's shoulder with another punch? At that time, Morina watched Lin pick up Dome like a chicken, and turned his head to look at her. She was sure that she felt a strong threat of death. Huh? Morina rubbed her palms on her clothes. Although the severe cold was about to pass, the air was still chilly. The strange thing was that she couldn't help sweating in her palms since she came to Star Dragon City. Walking to the huge iron door, she supported the iron door with both hands and pushed it forward. Squeak. The heavy sound was like a giant beast sharpening its teeth. What caught her eye was the slightly empty Lord's Hall. There was a chair at the top. She imagined Lin sitting on it in golden armor and a golden sword. She felt a sense of urgency, as if she had entered the hunting range of a lion. Fortunately, Lin did not greet her with a condescending attitude. There were tables and chairs in other places in the hall. Lin did not wear his heavy armor that gave people a sense of oppression, but only a loose robe. Sit here. Lin held a wooden stick in his hand. Morina's magic wand, emitting a faint white light, could help her release a barrier to resist attacks. It once belonged to Morina's sister. The conversation was indeed as Dome said. Perhaps because he took off his helmet, Lin's voice no longer sounded like a buzzing sound in an iron can. but was very soft. Even if he sat on a chair like Morina, his tall figure still looked like a small mountain, forcing Morina to look up at him. Did the ghost of Soul Valley come from you? Lin stood up and looked around, and finally picked up a bottle of wine from the cabinet next to him. He poured himself a cup, and the aroma of grain wine made his mouth water. Perhaps it was the drinking that made the atmosphere less oppressive. Of course not. Morina shook her head. My potion came from my sister. Soul Valley existed before we came. I think that maybe the potion my sister took out was related to Soul Valley. She told her experience without much hesitation. She had told this story once to gain trust from Duomei, so it was much smoother to tell it again. Because of the prophecy, her crazy sister was killed by her, and she also waited for the undead in the prophecy. Linda sipped the wine, his expression slightly surprised, not knowing whether he was surprised by the mellowness of the wine or surprised by Morina's actions. The information he heard today was indeed enough to surprise him, compared with the harvest of knowledge from hundreds of books. The energy battery technology and talents brought by the mechanical magic circle, the addition of dozens of undeads to make Star Dragon City more labor, etc. The awakening of an NPC made him pay more attention to it. In order to resist the official, Morina killed her brainwashed sister. In other words, not everyone has to serve the undead unconditionally. The iron law of the game does not apply in this world, and he has a strong urge to control his own destiny. In the future, more and more people will choose to kill the official NPC. Then Lin quickly went through the information in his mind, and turned his attention back to the development of Star Dragon City. The competitiveness and influence of his own town can continue to be improved. This gave Linda a strange feeling, just like the NPCs in other territories who ignored him. But I was different. Not only did I care about you, I also provided you with the most perfect gaming experience. Those NPCs in the novice village and the main city had no idea what they were facing. This internal competition had not even begun, but it could already be declared over. Chapter 178 Epic Path Magic Potion Recipe. The arrival of the undead cannot be stopped, although their number is still small now. Linda put down his wineglass and said, his strong body made him not worry too much about getting drunk from drinking too much. Often after drinking a glass of wine, before he could carefully experience the feeling of being tipsy, the drunkenness disappeared with the flow of power in his body. When Linda started talking about the undead, Morina also quieted down and listened carefully. Linda said, there will be more of them. Maybe only slightly less than the disaster. And the number may develop to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions in the future. The Doomsday Ring has become popular on the internet, and various editing videos have been spread. The only thing that can limit the number of players is the number of game helmets. Morina opened her mouth slightly. Millions? The entire Rand Kingdom may only have these people before the end of the world. Moreover, this group of people will not die, and their strength can also improve, which means that the undead can drink potions crazily to improve their strength without fear of threats. Therefore, there may be millions of great knights in the future, or even millions of not yet great knights, or even millions of heroes. Lin smiled. Don't worry too much about them. Not all of them have evil intentions. They are just too free. But most of them are kind-hearted, kinder than most people alive in this world. Kind? After thinking carefully, she did find that the undead were more willing to abide by the order. Perhaps she was just prejudiced against them because of the prophecy. Don't have too much good feelings for them. Lin watched her expression and reminded her in time. You can trust them, but don't invest too much emotion. Always remember that you only have one life, and they have countless. The cost of trust is too high. There is no chance of trial and error, and a certain distance should be maintained. Not only does he have to do this, but he also reminds his subordinates of the same. Seeing Morina nod, he continued, although I don't know what kind of existence brought the undead to this world. It may be one or more gods playing the role of the mastermind. But I can be sure that the existence cannot currently make decisions about our world, spreading beliefs to confuse people to become village chief of Novice Village. It was the best effort that his power could make. When he reached Leon's level, that existence would have little impact, and the stronger ones might not be affected at all. That was too far away for them. What needed to be paid attention to was a new round of brainwashing. Lin had already begun to prepare to prevent his people from suddenly becoming official NPCs one day. He thought about pretending to be the head of the Novice Village and exploiting the labor of the undead. But he didn't think about being recruited. An official god who can't even send out a novice gift pack. It's better to stay where he wants. Morena is a brave and decisive woman, and he admires her decisiveness. Similarly, Morena has already identified Lind as her own. Lind knows more about the undead, and doesn't have a good impression of that existence. As for the new and old nobles, etc., they are not important in her eyes. Morena is the first person who will not be surprised by Lind's identity as an old noble. When communicating with Duomei just now, Lind knew that Duomei was curious about his body, and wanted to know why he didn't go crazy. Even Nico sighed more than once about his identity as an old noble. Of course, what is even more amazing is the degree of integration of the old nobles with the magic potion. Others can only take one path in their lifetime. But Linda seems to have no limit. Linda was really surprised to be treated as an equal all of a sudden. Linda also did not forget the purpose of keeping Morena. This is something I got. He took out the banshee horn. The banshee horn emitting purple light has not been used since the last time he entered the dream. But when he looked at it again, the banshee dream would appear clearly in front of him. Lind had no confidence in killing through the mountain, let alone the dragon on the top of the mountain. I found it in a pool of water, and it trapped an innocent soul. I once tried to communicate with that soul. We could talk in dreams, but she couldn't hear my voice in reality. I know nothing about ghosts, so I need your help, Miss Morena. It is not in Morena's code of conduct to help someone with good intentions. And of course, she would not refuse Lind's request. I'm not sure, Morena said. Maybe I can't succeed. I have only studied the souls superficially, and the ghosts I created are not completely under my control. Lind didn't put too much pressure on her. He brought a bucket of water. Soon after throwing the banshee horn into the water, a melodious song came out. The banshee Selena came out with a splash of water. Topless, she opened her mouth and continued to sing. Lind's spirit was enough to cope with the temptation brought by the song. Instead, Morena's body suddenly shook, and she couldn't help but walk towards the bucket. When she was about to get close, she suddenly reached out to grab the banshee horn in the bucket. But Linda grabbed her wrist first and successfully stopped her. Morena woke up. As a wizard, her mental resistance was not weak, and she had research on ghosts. She looks like she has lost her memory. Morena stepped back and distanced herself from the bucket, saying, "Is she really just lost her memory? I can try to make her remember." Hundreds of books on the bookshelf have been sent to the study. During the time when Lind was communicating with others, Miss Miko not only finished the arrangement, but also unilaterally announced that she would get a permanent reading seat in the study. She held a few books, found a comfortable position on the chair, and flipped through the books casually. Most of them were biographies, which made Miko uninterested, until she flipped through a book. The handwriting was poor and looked a bit straining on the eyes. But when she glanced at the title of the book, she immediately became interested. The Notebook of Leon, the Executioner of Disasters. Miko opened the notebook. This is the third day since I came to the Great Rift. She was not interested in what Leon wrote. The handwriting was too ugly, and the content was very sloppy, which looked quite laborious. There was no record of the battle with the Abyss, because Leon wrote a paragraph. I will not record anything related to the Great Rift. These things will quickly spread their malice in any form. And the same is true for words. Only if you don't understand it, you can survive. Miko flipped through the pages again, and suddenly stopped at a certain page. It said, I chatted with the leader today. He knew that my strength had reached the critical point. So he told me the potion formula of the Storm Knight path. One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's so fast. It will soon advance to epic. Miko's hand suddenly stopped, trembling with excitement. The epic Storm Knight path potion was recorded by Leon in his notebook. This is epic. Chapter 179 We charge. It is not easy to release the ghost from the banshee horn. It is better to take a step back and let the ghost regain her sanity for the time being so that she can communicate with the outside world. Even its current owner Lind can't figure out what else it does besides making the person being hooked fall into a dream and let people die. The conditions for victory are too harsh, so he has never felt any help from the horn. Morena frowned and chanted the spell for a long time. Her chanting was very sibilant and occasionally whistled, which should be related to her speaking habits. Lind tried to keep quiet. This was the first time he witnessed magic related to ghosts. After chanting for a long time, wisps of blue-gray smoke floated out of Morena's body, and the smoke organized into a phantom that looked very similar to her appearance. The facial features were not clear, but it had a human shape. There was no wind flowing in the hall, But the human figure made of smoke kept repeating the process of breaking and gathering. Now Lin believed what the female ghost had said. That ghosts could wear clothes. The phantom reached out and grabbed the ghost girl. The two ghosts who could not touch each other were closely connected at this moment. The knights who worship gold in the kingdom of Rand should be curious about this scene. Linda was also staring at it. But unfortunately, he could not see much. A muscular man who could only wield a big sword could never understand the mystery of the wizard. Sweat oozed from Marina's forehead and nose. And her breathing gradually became heavier. When the sweat gathered at the tip of her chin, she finally stopped chanting. And the blue-gray smoke that was pulling between her and the ghost girl disappeared. How is it? I need a bottle of magic potion. Marina raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat on her face and chin. Her body staggered and was about to fall to the ground. But before she fell, she was caught by Lind. Caught with one hand. It was like lifting a chicken. Marina didn't like this way of treatment, which reminded her of the unfortunate look of Domei when she was caught. But she couldn't refuse Lind. And Lind happened to be efficient at certain times. The consideration for ladies is sometimes meticulous. And sometimes it is not remembered at all. The body flew up into the air. And then as Marina sat back in the chair, the pulling feeling disappeared. The cold glass bottle was brought to her lips. When Marina opened her eyes, she saw Lin's tall figure, standing by like a small mountain. When she faced him as an enemy before, Marina felt terrible pressure. But when Lin became her own, the pressure immediately turned into peace of mind. After drinking the potion, Marina's condition recovered visibly, and her pale face became rosy again. But the fatigue in her eyes could not be dissipated. She needed a good sleep. The kind that could sleep for several days in a row. I can only dig out a part of her memory. A very fragmented part from the depths of her soul. Marina said, if you want to help her more, you must wait for me to go further. Lin turned his head to look at the female ghost in the bucket. She had stopped singing. Then he turned his head to Marina and said, even if you don't want to go further, I will push you forward. Don't forget that we have a common enemy. Marina smiled. What she wanted was what Lin said. A powerful collaborator who can also control the undead. They can definitely face the mastermind together and find out the other party. It's you. The ghost recognized Lind. But her expression was completely different from the one in the witch's dream. To put it in detail, she was more lively. A bit like an 18-year-old girl. Not a witch from the Far East magic school. See you again, Selena. Lind smiled. His big white teeth were sincere and shining. He was not familiar with the ghost. But he was happy to see that she could wake up from her sluggish singing state. Putting himself in her shoes. As an NPC, he also didn't want to be official, wrapped in shackles, and then become a player servant with a smile. What Lin needs is the freedom to get off work and come home. And he can stop working if he wants. My mind is a mess. The ghost shook her body in the bucket. Is there no bigger bucket for me? A bathtub is also fine. You are a ghost. Lin first carefully placed Marina to ensure that she would not fall off the chair, and then strode towards the bucket. He reached out to grab the ghost's head, and not surprisingly, his palm easily passed through, and he still couldn't touch it, unable to make any physical collisions, but uncomfortable due to the narrow space. Ghosts are really idealistic things. Under the gaze of the female ghost, Linda withdrew his hand without embarrassment. Is this how you treat a naked lady? Chatting with Duomei, Linda knew that some wizards would put aside their sense of shame about their bodies when studying magic. In their eyes, the human body is just a piece of meat with 2 arms and 2 legs. Or a carrier that can carry magic. The desire for knowledge makes them not care about the so-called difference between men and women. The same goes for Selena. She and Domei should be the same kind of people. But the difference between Selena in front of me and the one in the dream of the banshee should be the memory problem that Marina mentioned. She really only helped to retrieve a small part of the memory. How can you wear a piece of clothing? Lind asked the doubt in his heart again. She must wear clothes. But not 2 or 18. It's not that Lind is worried about teaching children bad things. There are definitely no children who can play this game. And LSP is absolutely indispensable. Linda also likes to look at magic outfits when he is free. He is worried that if Selena appears in front of the undead without clothes, then the powerful and charming Lord Linda will definitely take a step back in the popularity ranking. No matter how handsome the male characters are, they lack competitiveness in front of beautiful female NPCs. This is not only reflected in Linda. There are also many handsome men around him. But most of them are unknown. A few, such as Lance, only got the title of Deer Horn Man. And few people remember his real name. Soon Lin saw the wonder of magic. After he had someone bring a gray lady's dress with lace and threw it into the water, Selena changed into clothes. I can't see my dress, Selena twisted in the bucket. Splashing water. Lin looked at Selena. And his mind was opened at that moment. It worked. It really worked. There is a place that is very suitable for you, Miss Selena, Lin asked, and it will be good for both of us. You can wear new clothes often. Where? She twisted her body uncomfortably in the bucket. She became a little more energetic when she heard that she could wear new clothes. This also made Linda more certain that Selena in front of him should only have a certain memory. A pool of water. Linda roughly said, you can sing there and let people enter the Banshee's dream. Same as what I did in Banshee Lake. Selena didn't like that job. Lure them to come closer. Let them enter the dream. And then let them die in the dream. She just couldn't control herself when she was used as bait by the outside world. And she didn't completely lose that memory. No one likes to be used as bait. No. It's definitely different. Lin raised his right index finger with a solemn oath, letting his shaking wrist drive his fingers to shake, and smiled, they will come to us automatically. And we charge a fee. Chapter 180, the so-called epic. After seeing off the tired Miss Morena, Lin sat down and continued to taste the glass of wine that he had not finished. Banshee horn had been collected at the first time. He was thinking about how to arrange the female ghost in the future. It was very important to establish a trusting relationship with the other party. There was no conflict between the two parties. As the owner of the Banshee horn, it was not wrong to say that they were in a master-servant relationship. At present, it was unknown how many memories the female ghost had. But it was not too many. But in the future, as Morena practiced soul magic to a higher level, she would definitely help unlock more memories. Does this mean that Lin has a memory from a witch from the Far East Magic School? After all, the ghost girl said that the flying dragons were used to pull carts in the Far East Magic School. Just taking out a little knowledge would definitely make Miss Miko happy for a long time. Tap, tap, tap. A series of small steps ran towards him. Lin turned around and saw Miko's little face turned red because of excitement. She spoke with excitement and trembling voice. Look at this. She raised the book in her hand high above her head and shook it. What? Lin put down the wine glass and took the book from Miko with one hand. His condescending behavior made Miss Miko a little dissatisfied. However, seeing that Lin's attention was diverted by the book, Miko came to the table, picked up the wine glass, and poured herself a glass of wine. She took a sip, and the spiciness made her frown, and she made a strange sound similar to that of an old drunkard. Lin lowered his head to look at the book, and reached out with his other hand to snatch the wine glass, and easily lifted it up to a height that Miss Miko couldn't reach even if she jumped up. What kind of wine does the little guy drink? Besides, he doesn't have much of this kind of craft beer. Usually, only old Pete and his friends would come over to have a cup at mealtime. He didn't drink enough, so he must not cultivate new alcoholics. The disaster executioner Leon's essays? Should he write an autobiography, notes or diary in the future? It seems that the strong people he has heard of have similar habits, such as the Song White Knight Croria of the Everfrost land, the disaster executioner Leon, and the ancient legend of the twins written by the unknown secret pattern messenger. Like various gods and masters, they like to use poetry to praise their greatness. Words can prove that they have existed. Although Linda has not lived long enough, it would be a good feeling if someone still remembers him hundreds of years after his death. Storm Knight? One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. An epic potion? Linda glanced down, then suddenly looked up at Miko, and saw that she stopped jumping and smiled triumphantly, with her cheeks pushed up with a triumphant smile. Her expression seemed to be saying, look, good stuff. Linda had only vague guesses about the origin of the executioner of disasters, who was fighting against the great rift of the abyss. But now it is basically certain that the executioner of disasters has a direct relationship with one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, who carries a big sword in the Church of the Sun. Among the people I have contacted so far, although everyone claims to have embarked on the path of Sun-Proof, Moon Witch, Secret Mark Master, etc., they are all in the initial stage, and they are all on the most basic path forward. And the road ahead is still confusing. Without potion formula, there is no future. Just like Lind, he took the path of Sun-Proof. Maybe he could become a new Sun-Proof one day if he kept plundering the power of the magic ring. The premise is that there are enough potion formulas to support him to cross the ladder and finally reach that step. But it is not so easy. Now he can't even get the potion formula for the upper night level. So it is inevitable that many people take a narrower branch path. The orthodox path is the most difficult. But it is not difficult to study out weird and tricky branches because of some accidents. But narrower means that subsequent potion formulas are more difficult to obtain. He did not meet the second great knight of the sun's proof path, which seems to have the widest road. For example, Lance, Barton and others are all minor branches of the sun's proof. Their power comes from the potions brewed by the old military doctor. Maybe the upper great knight is their destination. Countless potions based on the sun's proof are like river tributaries, branching and branching again, almost endless. However, only the main river can guarantee to go from the estuary to the estuary. It seems that opening a tributary in a short period of time is faster. But what awaits them is only dead water. But right now, a potion belonging to one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the Storm Rider path, is epic. It's a shortcut that is definitely related to the sun's proof. When chatting with the book thief Domé, Lind asked almost everything. And of course, he mentioned the strength classification. But Domé did not give a serious and detailed strength classification, but divided them into stages. And the closer it got to the conceptualization, the less description of combat power there was. For example, the so-called epic means that a person has made a landmark victory in some great battles in history, which can be recorded in books and will not be forgotten by time. Reading his life story, you can experience the powerful charm of the other party leading the progress of the times. Leon is an epic, and Lind does not deny this. If he had not suddenly appeared as a disaster executioner who had to fight against the abyss monsters in the Big Rift and resist the erosion of the abyss, Leon would not only have strong strength and willpower, but also his life would definitely be magnificent. He spent the first half of his life fighting in the Great Rift, and the second half of his life dragging his cursed body to lead the undead to continue on the road to conquer the abyss. If it weren't for Lind, there would be no problem in saying that Leon is an epic that leads the progress of the times. As for the four horsemen of the apocalypse, they have already left the epic, and perhaps should be described as legends or myths. The stories of the four horsemen of the apocalypse coexist with the Church of the Sun, and have long been separated from ordinary written records. However, as the gods disappeared, the four horsemen of the apocalypse were just abandoned and unattended broken stone statues in the church, and only spider webs, sawgrass and some homeless little things were left to accompany them. Above the upper night is the hero, and above the hero is the epic. This is a rough division. Linda feels that this statement is far less accurate than level 41 to 50. In the game, it should be considered as the mid-level boss level. As powerful as Leon is, he will only be at the mid-level level in the end. When the game develops to a certain level, he will face tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Leons. Whenever Linda thinks of such scenes, he will have a sense of urgency that others cannot understand. And after experiencing the plague incident, he reaffirmed his previous thoughts. There are fun people among the undead, and there are many of them. They don't care how much they get from you. They just want to have fun. Anyway, it's just a game. In the eyes of many people, Lin's power is developing rapidly, and everything is healthy and upward. It only took 2 or 3 months from a small outpost to a dominant position. The power under his command is also growing rapidly. With each battle, the number of Great Knights, Upper Wizards, etc. increases, and people keep choosing to be loyal. The soldiers of the territory firmly believe that Lind would lead them to kill Goliath soon. Territory, NPC, etc. are all Lind's advantages when facing the undead. But to destroy these so-called advantages, only an official update is needed, such as increasing the level cap of the undead from level 10 to level 20. A large group of undead upper knights and upper wizards came. Not to mention Lind. Even Leon in the non-abyss state would kneel. Lind raised his head. Don't you have the potion formula before the epic? At present, Lind's most basic sun-proof path is only at the Grand Knight level, which is level 20 Grand Knight, and is still 2 levels away from level 41 Epic. No Miko's answer is regrettable. The Epic Path potion seems precious, but it is actually worthless, because he needs to be promoted to a hero first, preferably a hero level of the Storm Knight path. If the strength is not enough, then the potion formula is just an ordinary piece of paper. As for getting an epic heart of disaster as a potion material, it is not so important. Linda returned the wine glass to Miko. She held the wine glass in both hands and placed it on her chest. Her cheeks slightly red, but she didn't drink it. I need to take the secret rune envoy path potion immediately, Linda said. Miko blinked. She had long been accustomed to Linda's urgency in improving her strength, and she happened to be quite active when brewing potions. Judging from the speed of brewing potions alone, Miko can match other small pharmacist assembly lines, all of which she practiced bit by bit. It's been prepared for a long time. Linda will open another new branch on the main road of the Great Night. And this time it is Secret Rune Envoy. Star Dragon City Update Announcement. Update 1. Star Dragon City has welcomed 2 new NPCs, Mr. Dome and Ms. Morena. They have opened 2 stores in Star Dragon City. They are currently in the stage of renovation and preparation for business. Welcome to visit after the opening. There will be discounts. Update 2. After the efforts of some undead, the Tomorrow Magic School dungeon was successfully cleared, and the Banshee Pond was unlocked. Now the undead can go to the pond and enter the Banshee Dream by consuming points. The undead who participated in the Tomorrow Magic School dungeon can receive special rewards. Star Dragon Stone. Please bring the lion badge to the square to claim it. Update 3. Stamina for sale. Now the undead can go to the military camp next to the Star Dragon City Square to sell stamina and magic. Star Dragon City has ushered in another wave of updates. And then the city streets have become lively, and the undead have returned in groups. At the same time, they also brought back the resources they obtained when exploring various areas and exchanged them for faction points. The undead have long been accustomed to the Lord's behavior of always subduing red name monsters and turning them into NPCs. Not only did they not feel that there was anything wrong, but they had a strong sense of accomplishment. There was even a character comparison with other novice villages on the forum. Look at the level of the NPCs in other novice villages. They wear tattered armor, tell lies, and look down on the undead. The soldiers responsible for guarding the city are stingy and like to take advantage. They have no faith, no momentum, and just muddle through. Look at Star Dragon City again. The old wizard in white robes, the man in black robes, the antler archer, a group of witches at the level of poster girls, etc., have good images and good temperament. Especially the witches at the level of poster girls. They are really poster girls snatched from one novice village after another. The soldiers responsible for defending the city all wore bright armor, were strictly disciplined, had a common goal and were willing to fight for it, even at the cost of their lives. In contrast, Star Dragon City also looked more and more different. Of course, there were people who complained, is this the end of the world? People in the end of the world can't eat, live in misery, and are spiritually barren. You people in Star Dragon City are living too well. And there is no sense of doomsday background at all. But no matter what, Star Dragon City is destined to be filled with hundreds of undead today. Chapter 181 Twin Emblem. Second Heartbeat. It was the first time that Lin felt a headache. He himself probably had no talent for learning. In the hall of Star Dragon City, Lin sat at the table under the supervision of Mylin. His burly body held a feather pen, like a bear writing at a desk. The candlelight on the table flickered. The shadow in front was pulled and placed on the paper, shaking towards Lin. The tip of the pen touched the paper and made a long and slow rhythm, outlining a complex pattern. And it was completed in one stroke. Until this moment, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The wind was so strong that the candle was almost blown out. The flame suddenly shrank into a ball, and the surrounding environment also darkened. After the wind dissipated, the candle stretched out its body again and relit the surroundings. Linda shook his arms and shoulders. His strong muscles that could carry dozens or hundreds of kilograms of heavy armor and run wildly were sore at this time. And he groaned as he twisted his neck. I used to recite many poems in Goliath's noble ballroom, Linda said to Miriam, who was walking over. The ladies you have heard of or not heard of in the kingdom of Rand have danced with me because of my talent. Unfortunately, it was just a dance, and he already had a fiancée at that time. Although the corrupt life of the nobles is as dirty as ragged pants in the mouth of the bard. Under the witness of the Holy Sun Church, unmarried men and women must keep their bodies pure and holy. After all, there really is a God, and the nobles will really restrain themselves. Myron took the paper from Linda, looked at the picture on it for a long time, and then said, 8 mistakes. Linda was silent. The path of the secret rune emissary was very different from what he had imagined. No wonder these people didn't believe in God at all. They believed in themselves more. If he wanted to drink the potion, he had to keep drawing the secret rune. This was a hassle that only the regular path would have to go through. If you drink the potion casually like an undead, you don't have to worry about the future. And of course you don't need to go through so much trouble. It's easy to take the wrong path and achieve a certain degree of success in this world. But it's hard to always walk on the right path. The sound of Myram pacing in the hall became Linda's nightmare during this period of time. He suspected that if he turned into an abyss, a disaster, or alienation, an eye would grow behind his inhuman appearance. Another piece of paper was placed in front of Lind. Myram didn't say anything. But the meaning was clear: keep drawing. Lind had to continue. But unfortunately, nothing good happened. He seemed to have a problem with the secret pattern messenger. Occasionally, he would think about whether to call Renzo over. Although the crazy secret messenger might turn people into lunatics or bald heads without noses, well, that would definitely not work. Lind had to ensure that his appearance was liked by others, instead of making people think that killing him would give them a lot of equipment. Secret patterns and the enchantment skills that Bard mastered are two different things. Enchantment can add a layer of bonus and resistance to weapons and armor, while secret patterns are to infuse the skills of blessed weapons into other weapons. Skills are very scarce. Every time Lind advances, he will only get 2 skills in each branch of the Great Knight. There is currently no other way to learn, so the additional skills brought by the weapon are very important. The search state is not easy. Lind grabbed his hair and always wanted to talk to Myram. But Myram saw the real intention of his actions and did not give him face at all, and had a stern face. You will regret it. I am the Lord. Of course, he dared not say this. In fact, when Linda was scratching his head, Myram was also nervous. She should act carefully to surrender to Linda as a prisoner. From the subsequent series of actions, it can be seen that Myram was very cautious. She was also very proactive when attacking Tomorrow Magic School. Linda's strength may not be as good as Lord Leon, but his majesty is stronger. But she didn't expect that the subsequent tasks she received would make her discover such an unexpected side of Linda. A lord who is always majestic is scary. But if you see the lord scratching his head because he can't draw a picture, the fear will be reduced and the intimacy will increase. The 9 guards often drink and chat with Lind. These days, she often hears Lind scolding old Pete, Reeve, Pimper, and others for coming to drink. Miss Miko, Miss Brittany, and others can also take cakes from him openly. And Lind will even remind them to keep coming for more if they don't have enough. Even Lance and others who rarely speak are not too restrained when facing Lind. Myram was surprised to find a comfortable feeling in the Doomsday world. Is this the last piece of happiness in the Doomsday? No matter how Linda was not favored by the secret pattern. After Myram taught him a lot of experience, he still found that special sense of enlightenment. Drink the potion and be promoted to the secret pattern messenger. There was no surprise for Linda at this stage. Taking the path potion could easily guide the digestion of the potion. Even his soldier's promotion was fully participated by him, ensuring a nearly 100% success rate. The Twin Ancient Legends Volume 3 that had been prepared long ago was spread out in front of him. The contents of the ancient records turned into silk threads, which drew Lind's appearance in the air, and then split into 2 like a mirror copy. Lind's body didn't seem to want to accept this power, as he already had enough power. The main branch was the sun's evidence. And then the soulless night and the fire knight grew in branches. And now a new branch had grown. The magic pattern on the chest became more and more complicated, with a symmetrical pattern occupying a corner. After confirming that it was unwelcome, the twin emblem did not leave, but squeezed in. Then, Lind heard the repeated heartbeats of boom and boom. His brain was extremely clear, and he raised his hand to press his chest to feel it carefully. It was indeed 2 consecutive heartbeats. Lind looked down at the lines on his chest. The lines would react with the heartbeat, but it seemed that they only reacted to the first heartbeat. When facing the second heartbeat, it seemed that he didn't notice anything. Boom, boom. He was very sure that he didn't grow a second heart, and he should still be a human. It is recorded in the book Gemini that there is a rule that can inject 2 secret patterns into the same weapon. Lind took a short sword, and the secret pattern injection was easier than he thought. He guessed that this might be related to his absolute control over the power in his body. It took Myram several days to complete a secret pattern weapon, but Lind only took half a day. He waved the short sword and flicked it lightly. The sword immediately burned with flames. It was related to the secret pattern he injected into the double crossbow. And he didn't need to use it himself. Clory's fury can be activated as long as power flows into it. And then a small scavenger princess emerges from the sword, burns quickly after contacting the rage, and turns into a flame lion the size of an adult dog. The twin emblem, splitting the attention to two purposes, can initially feel its charm. But the twins seem to be more than that. He can clearly feel that the second heartbeat is weaker, and seems to be completely independent. He still has too many things to do before exploring, such as making more weapons with the emblem. Among them, Morina's staff is a very good blessed weapon. After infusing energy, it can form a protective barrier. Lind even plans to make the secret pattern armor with barrier protection the standard equipment for his soldiers. As for the undead, they don't like to do it all at once. Also, Reed and his team finally came back, and it seems that they brought back new news. Chapter 182: The Stone Gate to the Underground Tomb. Star Dragon City. Lord Hall. Lind tasted the special food made by the NPC tavern. A sweet little cake. As a food recommended by gourmet Miss Brittany, it has become one of the tavern's special desserts, attracting many undead to check in. There will be more and more similar special shops. Not all undead are keen on killing. Some shops with entertainment nature are equally important. Try it. Linda pushed the small plate of cake in front of him forward. Our greedy snake Miss Brittany believes that eating can make people feel happy. Sitting opposite him was Reed, his expression full of guilt. My lord. Reed glanced at the cake and lowered his head. His voice was bitter. I messed up. No one will always succeed. Linda stood up and walked in front of him. His figure became more and more burly as his strength increased, and he was even faintly surpassing the boundaries of ordinary people. Reed, who was also a great knight of the sun's proof path, actually looked a little thin in front of him. Lind reached out and patted Reed's shoulder, and his heavy hand pressed Reed's body down slightly. One of our brothers went crazy, and he tried to kill us. We couldn't even see the enemy, and we were caught in chaos. Finally, I asked you to come. Again. It was a shame for the soldiers to let Lind participate in every war. They couldn't protect the noble lords, and even needed the lords to charge into battle personally. We are brothers. Lind turned his head and said, I will show up if you are in danger. I believe you will show up if I am in danger. Of course. Reed nodded heavily. He never doubted this. Lind has proved this countless times with his actions, and they are also willing to give back with actions. The friendship of living and dying together is even more precious in the doomsday. I have fully understood your decisive reaction. You did not let a brother die and minimize the losses. You were calm even when facing a ghost you had never seen before. This story cannot be sung by the bard, but I still remember it in my heart. Linda stretched out his hand and pinched the small cake. Really don't want a piece. You will like this taste. Reed shook his head. He had no appetite. Seeing that Reed was not in a good state, Linda said, Do you want me to recommend a book to you? I don't know many words. Reed was quite helpless. All are illustrations, and the paintings are very detailed. There are already undead people painting here, such as the big iron door in the Lord's Hall. Art students exude their own charm here. However, the book recommended by Lind is from Dome's bookshelf collection, and the content is quite vulgar. Remember Boyd? Lind's willingness to recommend books became stronger and stronger. Perhaps this is why the more others dislike it, the more I want to recommend it. That, court painter? Reed raised his head. This book is from his hand. Lind winked at Reed. If you insist on this. Reed forced a smile. I am still a little interested in books. Uh-huh. That's right. Linda pinched another piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. It was not easy to have a little sweetness. Life in this world was already bitter enough. Reed also pinched a piece of cake. He could understand what Linda meant. He could only bury his self-blame deep in his heart and wait for the next time. He must work hard to repay Linda. Speaking of Boyd, no one in the Golden City, especially men who go to special places, don't know him. Boyd's works are hung on the walls of those shops, which can easily make people angry. Boyd was said to be very good at poses, and his work was considered by shop owners to be a manual for training employees. It was also said that Boyd had noble blood, which made him the only court painter designated to paint full-length portraits of all lords and nobles. And he had sex with countless men and women. Lind once asked Boyd to paint a full-length portrait when he was 17 years old. When he inherited the baronship, he would have a second portrait, and he would have a portrait of himself every year and every major event thereafter. His impression of Boyd was more than just a master of pornography. He remembered that he was very imaginative and free and easy. And he once said when he was drunk that day, "There is no kingdom that will never perish." If the king heard it, he would be severely punished even if he was Hedwyn's own son. Lynn kept that sentence in his heart and never talked about it to outsiders. The atmosphere eased a little, and Reed spoke again. "We trapped him at that time. Bear, a young man with a keen eye. He was from the 2nd Legion, and was good at using a hatchet and a spear." Knowing that he was going to continue, Lynn made a swallowing motion. Gulp. The sound was a bit loud. If Miss Brittany saw him eating cake like this, she would definitely complain about why he didn't drink the porridge, which could be swallowed directly without chewing. Then Bieber lost control and broke free from his bonds. Reed continued. "He ran out of Weeping Town, and we chased him closely all the way to the depths of Soul Valley. The walls of the valley were shrinking, and we soon ran to the end. I suspect we were right below the high and low of the countercurrent. At the end, there were dozens of ghosts wandering around, holding weapons and fighting each other." Linda suddenly sat up straight. This was different from what Morena said. There was no need for the other party to deceive him. As long as Reed came back, everything would be exposed. What happened next? Bieber seemed to be guided by something. There was a stone door at the end, like a door leading to an underground tomb. "That kid couldn't beat us." But he kept crying until the stone door opened. The ghosts fighting outside picked up their fallen heads and arms and floated back to the stone door. "We were finally able to escape." As Reed spoke, he seemed to have returned to the end of Soul Valley. They thought they had gained temporary safety. But unexpectedly, a gust of wind suddenly blew out of the stone gate. And then the ghosts fighting each other rushed over together. They rode their horses and looked back. The unknown ghost enemy was chasing behind them. It was difficult to see further in the lightless land, but the trembling sound of the ghosts made people dizzy. Some disaster horses were ignited by the strange atmosphere and completely lost control. Then the knights lost their balance and fell to the ground with their horses. Reed had to stop to save people, but he was besieged by ghosts. In the end, he chose to lie on the ground. The ghosts flew over his head, completely disrupting their escape formation. The cold wind in the valley was howling, causing the heart to tremble. Panic and howling wind spread on the ground. Reed and others, who were helpless against the ghost, finally survived until the moment when the ghost was pulled back by the power in the stone gate. They no longer worried about whether they could complete the Lord's mission. Staying any longer would inevitably lead to greater troubles and dangers. It happened that at that time, the out-of-control Bieber returned to normal. And that was why Reed and others were able to come back. Lynn listened to the other party's report. There was a tomb at the end of Soul Valley, which was beyond his expectation. It was related to the soul. Did it mean that there were things related to Morena's magic path there? It might be related to the potion path. Or it might be related to blessed weapons or cursed weapons. Now everything unusual deserves careful attention. Lynn wanted to go and take a look. But before that he had to have a way to hurt the ghost. The conversation with Reed was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Sir, what happened?" Linda recognized that this was the soldier he ordered to keep watch in the square. And he had to tell him no matter what strange things happened. A lot of undead died. They stayed in front of the pool for a short time, and their bodies exploded quickly. Linda's eyes lit up. "Many deaths?" "A lot of deaths means a lot of people went there." "How did they react?" Linda asked. The man hesitated and thought for a long time before answering. "They seem very happy. And a little unwilling. Some of them have gone to the guild to accept tasks because they don't have enough points." Chapter 183. The pigeon copy is very addictive. The small square of Star Dragon City has a strong old-style architectural style. That is, heavy and rough bricks and stones are piled up to ensure the grandeur and majesty of the building. And the walls are painted with gold paint to make them golden and magnificent. The style of the Rand Kingdom advocating gold has never changed. And even the Lord has been slowly changed, feeling that gold looks very pleasing to the eye. On the main road of Star Dragon City, which is wide enough for a number of carriages to pass side by side, the undead are walking hurriedly. The stone pillars, with a strong religious atmosphere on both sides, match the tilted corner of the house. The tall buildings give Star Dragon City a sense of epic. The square of Star Dragon City. Here is Eluna Momo, who preaches every day. She always widens her eyes and tries to pull the corners of her eyes apart, giving people the feeling that she is trying hard to open her eyes. But her eyes are lifeless. She always mutters something in her mouth. But if you stay in front of her and listen carefully, you will find that there is no reverence for God in her words. Nor does she preach religion, but she just mutters strange words. If you want to get some useful information from her, you will probably be disappointed. However, Eluna is not useless. She occasionally gives some benefits on behalf of the Lord, such as the distribution of Star Dragon Stone rewards. Star Dragon Stone is a very ordinary looking stone with irregular size. A bit like a diamond. This is a diamond, right? The rich player Lei Shang raised the diamond in his hand. Star Dragon Stone, a special currency of Star Dragon City, with a number that cannot be forged. I don't know what it is used for. A simple introduction. It even gave him the feeling that the game didn't seem to want to introduce the Star Dragon Stone. In fact, this feeling wasn't the first time. Many undead found that when facing the forces of the Star Dragon City, as long as they were hostile, they seemed to be able to see more information. However, if they looked at the relevant props as a friend, they could only see a very brief line of introduction, as if the things here were not recorded by the game system. No undead would care about this, and they even like to collect. I don't know what it does. The item has some hidden special function. It must be a key item. I can probably guess what it is. The speaker is Wusi Meitue. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over. Wusi Meitue was one of the few players who could get to the leadership level in the early days of Star Dragon Outpost. In the eyes of the old players, he is very authoritative and is considered a big boss. It's just that Wusi Meitue's online time has been unstable recently. Don't think that you can enter the game by wearing a helmet and sleeping. The premise is that you have to have time to sleep. Wusi Meitue has no time to sleep at all. I heard that she has been staying up late to finish some report. Seeing everyone looking at her, Wusi Meitue said, "This is a lottery stone. And didn't you find it? When you get the stone, the Star Dragon Stone is bound to our lion badge, which means that the stone cannot be traded." He gently tossed the Star Dragon Stone in his hand and emphasized again, "Lottery stone." Lottery? The undead around were stunned. Since it's a lottery, where is the prize pool? The silkless beautiful legs also looked at Eluna Momo. As the distributor of the Star Dragon Stone, she should know more. But to his disappointment, Eluna Momo didn't respond. There should be updates later. After all, it's an internal test. The silkless beautiful leg said, "Don't forget how big the game Doomsday Ring is. As the favorite server in the internal test, we are already more than a dozen versions ahead of other main cities and novice villages. There will definitely be updates later." That's right. Since it is bound to their own identity, it means that it is a kind of currency like points. No matter why Star Dragon City launched a new currency, it's good for them to get it. After receiving the Star Dragon Stone, several people went to the other two update areas in the square to sell their physical strength in exchange for money. The undead were not very interested. The rewards were not much. But when an undead, who was very good at using resources, came out to popularize science, the undead immediately became interested. If we need to go offline, it's useless to keep the magic and physical strength. Anyway, as the number of resurrections is refreshed, it will be fully restored after a long time online. The undead said, the undead who want to log off can sell their own strength, and they can make money every time they log off. That's right. It's a waste to keep the physical strength. Why not sell it for money? Although money is not as good as camp points. Camp points can't be spent in the tavern, let alone reward the poor dwarf clown who performs with his child on his back every day. Not wasting physical strength is the most basic bottom line for every hardcore player. And the true meaning of the game is to log off when you can't grind anymore. The last update area is left. The unlocked Banshee Pond. The originally empty and abandoned pond has been filled with water. And the dead water is only a dark surface under the cold sunlight. Splash. The surface of the water was split apart by an illusory woman's hand. A woman in a long skirt floated up on the water. She should be a ghost. The figure is illusory, but her expression is elegant and smiling. The simple long skirt makes her look like a strong woman who has been tempered but is willing to express her rebellious spirit with singing. Her figure rose and fell in the water, and her figure was ethereal like a water spirit. The singing voice hooked people's ears, pulling the surrounding undead people closer and closer. The undead people seemed to be enjoying a musical drama right in front of them. She raised her illusory long neck, gently opened her red lips, and the melodious singing spread with the ripples on the water. Great warrior. Undead who came to save the world. Do you hope to prove yourself with a hearty dream? Her melody was graceful and charming, like a fairy handing a sword from the lake, with an epic feeling that could not be ignored. Illusionary dream? The undeads immediately became alert. Most of the undeads who had experienced Soul Valley had entered that dream where nothing was left. Playing a deleted copy in the internal test would make people very unhappy. But now it is easy to see in retrospect that it was not a bug or an unfinished game. Nor was it a punishment skill of the NPC, but the pre-plot of the opening of the pool. What should we do? An undead asked. Follow the guidance of the song, and go to a feast in a dream. The ghost girl said, a dream trial where you will die if you lose. A trial that the faint-hearted cannot pass. What can we get? This is what the undead care about. The ghost girl smiled. You will get nothing. You will get nothing? If you fail, you will die. So what's the point of playing? Let me try first. An undead took the initiative to stand up. He was an old player in the Star Dragon Century period, and he was a first-tier female player among the undead. His two friends didn't seem to be online, so he was the only one online today. Moonblade was wrapped in a fine body armor and a black cape. The wind in the city gently swept through, gently lifting the black cape of Moonblade, revealing the long sword at his waist, making him look like a victorious female general. No one stipulated that the spell wizard couldn't use melee weapons. The real game masters all played mixed games. Moonblade also chose the spell wizard after trying the secret pattern messenger. In the three-person team, the two-headed man was the tank to resist the line of the basalt shield. Although the dragon scale sword couldn't use the secret pattern messenger, its sensitivity could also make its attack speed faster. How do I start? Zhang Yudao looked at the pool. Jump in? The ghost girl smiled. Please pay the points. Damn. Someone cursed. Even Zhang Yudao himself almost couldn't hold it in. You have to pay points to enter your dream world that doesn't save the save file at all. How much fun can you have? Zhang Yudao didn't lack points. After paying the points, he closed his eyes under the guidance of the ghost girl. The other undead only saw Zhang Yudao standing still. After paying the points, Zhang Yudao felt his eyelids heavy, which meant he was sleepy enough to want to sleep. Playing games in a dream would still make him sleepy? His consciousness fell into a thick fog, and when he came to his senses, he was standing in a dark forest without light. There was a pond in front of him, and occasionally a few scattered moonlight beams fell from the gaps between the trees and slanted into the pond. It's you. Zhang Yudao saw the woman in the pond, who was exactly the same as the one singing outside. She should be the NPC guiding the dungeon. The woman looked at him with a complicated expression. She was not Selena, who only had sporadic memory fragments outside. She had a more comprehensive and clear memory. But she still chose to cooperate with Lind and planned to proceed with the process according to Lind's instructions. Lind had already shown her the possibility of regaining her freedom, although only a small piece of memory was released. As long as more and more memories were released slowly, she would eventually be able to walk freely outside one day. This is the Banshee dream, Selena said softly, her voice slightly tilted upward at the end of her words, with a slightly seductive honey voice. This was not Selena, but it was very close to the image of Selena, who only had sporadic memory fragments outside. You need to step onto the altar on the top of the mountain. She pointed to the path ahead. Defeat the enemies there, and escape from here. Okay. Zhang Yudao nodded. Since he was already here, there was no need to ask what he could get from this game. And he was also very curious about what kind of experience this dungeon could bring. Zhang Yudao didn't realize until he walked out of the dense forest that he was only wearing a tube top and shorts. And all his equipment had disappeared. Where's my level? Where's my skills? Where is my equipment? He returned to the state of useless man again. And he didn't even have a handy weapon. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground, outlining a swaying figure in front of the moon blade. It was a shriveled and thin figure, walking unsteadily, and his arms were weakly dragging a long sword. The moon blade bent down and prepared to slowly reach over. Just like my Tamaki no Shu learned fighting skills in the game, he could actually turn into a knight with a broom and beat up the tattooed man in the real world. The skills and knowledge that the moon blade learned in the game were no less than those of my Tamaki no Shu. They were the first batch of players to join Star Dragon, and the three-person team has always been a T1 team. As strong players in the game, they made a lot of money playing the game during this period. Although they are not very hardworking, they can take the boss to take off. For example, there are many bosses who can't keep up with the progress among the NPCs from Weeping Town. The boss paid the three of them to help brush the camp points and materials. Just during this period of playing the game, the three of them made a lot of money. If this game can really be played all the time, maybe the three of them can be financially free. As he got closer, he saw the thing clearly. It was a dried corpse, dragging its heels as it walked, its calves unable to exert force, and the sword in its hand looked very blunt. However, the moon-slashing blade could not determine where the opponent's fatal wound was. The dried corpse's heart was obviously no longer able to beat, and there was even a big hole in its shriveled abdomen, which was empty inside. The loose belly could not cover the white ribs. It had no eyes, and its eye sockets were dull. The muscles on its cheeks were loose, and its teeth were gently bumping up and down as it walked. Its whole body was full of old and worn-out parts. Fortunately, the blood bar of the moon-chopping blade can still be seen, but he can only see the blood bar. The long sword from someone unknown was full of threats to the moon-chopping blade, who was unarmed and completely without any protective gear. He had to ensure that he could kill the opponent without any injury. It would be the best if he could take the sword away. It was a fierce battle. The undead who returned to the original state quietly moved behind the mummy, then strangled the opponent's neck with his arms, trying to pull off its head. The mummy kept shaking its body to resist. The attack on the body did not feel any pain, but the mummy's face was close, and the shriveled and rotten head made people's hearts tremble. The moon-chopping blade had to resort to ground techniques. He would sometimes watch unlimited fighting in his dorm, especially after he found that his attributes in the game were getting stronger and stronger, and he could easily perform many actions that were impossible in reality. He began to consciously learn those techniques. The legs were locked, and the mummy was knocked down. The restless mummy was locked in the joints, and without vocal cords. It could not make any sound. It could only be pulled by the moon-chopping blade in a throat-locking posture, and the force was applied little by little, tearing the mummy's rotten muscles, which were not strong to begin with, until, ka-ba, take off its head. Hoo-hoo-hoo. John Udell exhaled. This battle almost exhausted his spirit, but fortunately, the results were gratifying. He kicked the mummy's head open and took the sword from the other party. Mummy's blunt sword. With a skill, piercing skill, John Udell's eyes lit up. After getting the weapon, his combat effectiveness increased a lot. He no longer had to fight the enemy with bare hands, and he had more room for operation. After completing the first kill, the big noise of the moon-slashing blade attracted the attention of 3 or 5 mummies around as expected. They shook their bodies and dragged different weapons towards the moon-slashing blade. A broken axe, a trembling crossbow with inaccurate aim, and even a mummy carrying a shield and wearing heavy armor. When the first mummy carrying a broken axe approached, he raised his sword and thrust. His body suddenly became light, and the sword pierced the opponent's head in an instant. This wonderful feeling made the moon-slashing blade marvel. The attacked mummy staggered, but the axe in his hand was still swinging randomly, which showed that the head was not its fatal weakness. The moon-chopping blade flew up and kicked the mummy in the chest, and with a reaction force, he drew his sword and retreated, and rolled on the ground to narrowly avoid the chopping of the broken axe. The crossbow arrow that followed also landed on the position before he rolled. His spirit became excited, and the joy of fighting for life and death gave him a strong sense of competition. Recently, he played more magicians, usually hiding behind his teammates to rub fireballs, and then using chain fireballs to crush the numerical value. Fireball headshots are fun, but if you want to play with a sense of attack, melee professions are better. He quickly got up and swung in front of the 2 mummies, circling around, and gave up wandering at the moment when the crossbow-holding mummy was blocked by the figure of the mummy holding an axe in front of him, and quickly rushed towards the axe mummy. The sword stabbed the mummy's neck accurately. Click. The crisp sound, the strong sense of attack, and the sound made the moon-chopping knife feel a strong sense of physical and mental pleasure. The surprise attack was successful. He rushed forward quickly, and took away the crossbow-holding mummy with another sword. He had another ranged weapon, and a few arrows in his hand. John Udell suddenly understood how to play the Banshee Dream. He killed enemies in the dream, brushed equipment and attributes, climbed up layer by layer, and finally defeated the final boss to pass the level. There is no plot here, only high-intensity battles, and weapons and equipment with random attributes after defeating the enemies. Soon he encountered the second group of enemies, and their activity territories were very close. After seeing the enemy's equipment, John Udell made a decisive decision and turned around and left. Instead of fighting here, it would be better to brush equipment somewhere else. Soon he got armor, boots, and even a strange ring. This ring actually allowed him to level up to level 23. The powerful attributes made it easy for the Moon Blade to kill the mummies on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. However, the equipment and props that the mummies could provide also made him lose interest. After circling the mountain for a while, the Moon Blade encountered an arthropod creature halfway up the mountain. It looked like some kind of spliced monster, composed of long legs like spiders and the body of a horse, and 6 legs like curved blades stuck in the ground and ran quickly. When attacking, the spider horse would suddenly raise its body, lift up its front half, and attack the moon-chopping sword with its 4 front legs. This was not a fair fight at all. The spider horse's 4 front legs were like 4 shining swords, and the slender swords attacked in a messy but orderly manner, making the moon-chopping sword seem to be facing the crazy attacks of 4 top swordsmen at the same time, which was very difficult to resist. The collision between the weapon and the front leg sword made a violent collision sound, and the blocking sounded like forging iron. If the blunt sword was not really very strong, I am afraid that the sword would have been broken under such a dense attack. The spider horse suddenly rushed to the side, and then its left front foot suddenly stretched forward like lightning, knocking the sword of the Moon Blade to stagger, and its right front foot immediately caught up, leaving a deep scar on the chest of the Moon Blade that was deep enough to split the armor in half. The Moon Blade tried hard to seize the opportunity to counterattack, but it only brought a reaction force that almost made him lose his grip on the sword. He rolled over and avoided another attack from the opponent. This time, the Moon Blade caught the opponent's weakness. The spider horse's belly was soft. The sword successfully cut open the opponent's belly, splashing dark thick juice, not knowing whether it was the spider's venom or the warhorse's blood. The spider horse fell into madness. It jumped up, and then slammed heavily to the ground. I can't hide anymore. The Moon Blade watched helplessly as the 6 swords fell from the sky and covered his figure. The sword he raised was knocked away by a spider's leg, and the remaining 5 spider legs sank into the chest and abdomen of the Moon Blade. Dead. When the Moon Blade woke up again, he found that his level had dropped from level 11 to level 10. He hurried back to the square, and the undead in the square saw him suddenly explode just now, and were worried and confused. When they saw the Moon Blade coming back, they immediately came over to ask what was going on inside. I want to do it again, the Moon Blade said to Selena in the pool. Then he turned around and said to the other undead, this is a meat pigeon copy. There are many monsters and a lot of equipment. The pace is very fast, and it is very fun to play. After saying that, he closed his eyes. The new gameplay is so exciting. It brings new content to the internal test that he already felt a little boring. Very addictive. Chapter 184. You can't refuse the lottery. Right? When Lin first entered the Banshee Dream, he grasped its characteristics. It seemed like a place of punishment and horror, as long as he changed his mindset and considered death as part of the game. The Banshee Dream would be more attractive to the undead than ever before. Meat pigeons belong to a relatively niche game type, with characteristics such as randomness, one way, high punishment, and high degree of freedom. High punishment does not mean that no one likes it. Starting all over again after death is the charm of meat pigeon games. There are new surprises in every game, because of the various weapon combinations and the randomness of the game. You can get a brand new experience every time you restart the game, which is worth chewing over and over again. In a game, you can build your own build by matching different weapons, and finally create the most perfect final form that meets your inner imagination, and then crush the enemy. This is the core fun of the rogue game, and this fun will not disappear after one clearance. On the contrary, you can try and play it unlimited times, because each game is different, which will only make it more fun. For the NPCs living in this world, Banshee Horn is a very terrifying cursed weapon. The premise of using it is that someone has completed the normal sacrifice trial. If there is even a slight mistake, there will be only one end: death. Even if you stumble to the altar on the top of the mountain, you will be enveloped by a sense of powerlessness when facing the corpse dragon on the top of the mountain. In the end, all your hard work only brings you the chance to leave alive. But for the undead, death and resurrection are part of their game. Except for the fact that the level will drop after forcibly advancing to level 11 by drinking potions. The punishment of death is not too high for them. At this stage, the points required to redeem a spell potion are not many, and the undead can easily get it. Compared with the punishment, the new game mechanism is more popular with the undead. There are many weapons and equipment buried in the Banshee's dream, and the undead can obtain them through killing, looting, stealing, and other means. These weapons can allow the undead to quickly and unlimitedly increase their level in a short period of time. Level 21, 31, or even 41. With stronger attributes, you can perform more difficult actions, which is something that the undead, whose level cap is currently locked at level 10, cannot experience. It's worth it just for one game. In front of the square, the bodies of the undead exploded and turned into ashes. But they would soon run back excitedly. I took a weapon that directly raised me to level 30. I took a sword that can shoot a torrent of night and fire, and snipe directly from 100 meters away. It was so cool. But the damage was a bit low. That set of armor is so cool. I wonder if it will appear in the game in the future. Such excited discussions filled the square of Star Dragon City. For dozens of hours in a row, the undead entered the Banshee's fantasy dream crazily, sending themselves to death, smiling, and moving forward. Every death would make people regret. But successfully moving one step further to the top of the mountain would make them excited. But Selena, the female ghost guarding the dream, became more and more confused. She guided the undead forward in countless dreams. At the beginning, there were undead people talking to her. But later the undead people rushed out as soon as they appeared, leaving Selena speechless several times. As a large number of undeads have been exploring the game, relevant data and strategies for the monsters in Banshee Dream have been gradually studied. Some people even try to study the ecology of monsters by analyzing their habits. The most popular is of course the weapon illustrations. The weapon illustrations are organized into tables. And this fight is not just a pleasant game for the undead. They are more and more focused on challenging stronger enemies. The killing skills are in. Death will come again. Under the threat of the enemy, the level quickly rose. It is precisely because there is no chance to relax that this game becomes so exciting. Keep moving forward. Fighting. Moving forward. And fighting again. The short time and no chance to breathe have greatly vented the emotions of the undead. But soon the undead encountered new problems. The Banshee Dream Dungeon is really fun. You can experience all kinds of new weapons and equipment that you have never heard of or seen before, as well as various boss battles. But the points consumption is a bit too much. The points cost of entering the dungeon once is indeed not high, but they die quickly. Some undeads, who are reluctant to lose points, choose not to experience it again. Not everyone likes to kill like crazy. There are also many social farming enthusiasts. Lind holds a star dragon stone in his hand, his eyes fixed on the light refracted after entering the gym. He has already thought of how to make the undead voluntarily continue to drop points into the Banshee Dream. The method lies in the stone in his hand. After the undeads complete various tasks and submit them, the territory pays them points and money as rewards. And the two parties have only completed the transaction preliminarily. The real transaction is completed when the undead use their points to redeem various services in the territory. Points are used to redeem path potions, skills, special trap props, etc. And only then can the two parties really complete the transaction. However, many undeads do not need to spend points, but they will brush points every day. A large number of points hoarding means that Linda has a lot of responsibilities waiting to be fulfilled. Whether they are preparing to stock up a large amount of points to exchange for traps, or buying out all kinds of potions, Linda will face huge pressure in warehousing and other links. The production line west of the Red Dragon foothills is also under great pressure. Therefore, how to make the undead waste points quickly is what Linda must consider. He can't actually fulfill all the services one by one. Otherwise he will become a vendor who sells at a low profit but high volume. Even if he can get dozens of times the profit through information asymmetry and undead exchange transactions. He wants to take all the profits and try not to provide services. Banshee Fantasy solves this problem to a certain extent. You must pay points to enter, and after success, Lin can also get a chance to use Banshee Horn. Win twice. But there are still undead people who are reluctant to spend points, and don't like the game mode of Banshee Fantasy. Or to put it more bluntly, playing this mode is quite fun. But even if I pass the level, what can I get? Their stingy behavior is like a butcher knife hanging over Lin's head, which may be stabbed down at any time and anywhere. At this time, the Star Dragon Stone in Linda's hand must be used. Star Dragon Stone, made of gold seal, and various gems. is given a unique currency function by Linda. Recently, Duomei is replicating a super large mechanical magic circle inside the Star Dragon City. And undead people come every day to sell physical strength, to provide energy. And there is a huge room under Linda's Lord Hall, which is filled with various machines and glass jars for storing energy. The energy is enough, although the computing power is much worse. Many undead people find that the Lion badge is not as smart as before. But it doesn't matter. The pure code program can make the Lion badge work. The difference is just that the optimization is not good and it causes jams. As long as you get points, the group of Mediterranean undead people are very happy to come to help. Star Dragon Stone has a separate number, which is bound to the number of the Lion badge as currency, ensuring that it cannot be used by anyone other than the person. After use, the Star Dragon Stone will become a waste stone, waiting to be recycled and re-injected with a new number, and then rebound to the undead. And it can be used as currency again. As for its function, it is also very simple. Draw. Fighting and killing cannot attract you, but you can't refuse the draw. Right? You draw from the prize pool with your eyes closed, but I put the rewards in with my eyes open. Chapter 185. Too considerate. No one buys. In order to get enough prize pool props, Lin made multiple preparations. The first one must be the props that can be drawn from the prize pool, with a variety of types and a large number. For example, various traps made by Dragon Skin Armor Master Bard, spices made by Miss Brittany, various recovery potions made by Miss Miko, secret pattern weapons made by Secret Pattern Messenger Milim, and magic fireworks made by Domei. In addition, there are various decorations. If there were only these things, Linda could foresee that there would be a large group of people on the forum who would curse and kill him for the equipment. The title of De Guerre was gone, and now only Lin Go remained. This was the time for the second-hand preparation. That is, a batch of decorations and weapons that could not be obtained by other means except lottery. And they had to be guaranteed to be very rare. Especially weapons. Linda had the twin emblem, and the secret emblem weapons he made could not be reproduced and were extremely rare. One weapon or equipment, bound to 2 skills. This will also become the largest reward in the prize pool. Why? Miriam held the bell in her hand, expressing her confusion. This bell is well made, and it seems to have used the skeleton of some mutant beasts. In addition, when making it, Linda deliberately asked Bard and other blacksmiths to retain some rough and primitive styles to make the bow look more bloody. In terms of weapon style, Miriam had nothing to say, but she really didn't understand why Molina's staff. Inject the barrier pattern on the bow into this bow. When you draw the bow in battle, you open a barrier? Why not inject it directly into the staff? Or even into the shield? Isn't this also available? Lin pointed to the pile of weapons and equipment in front of Miriam, which included not only hats, but also shields, boots, cloaks and great swords. They will all be used to inject the barrier pattern. The premise of using the barrier pattern is to hold the weapon in your hand and inject power. So the most suitable one is definitely a shield. But why? Milam still didn't understand. Don't understand? Linda picked up a shield and examined it. It was a shield made of earth dragon skin. The tan dragon skin was wrapped around a medium-sized shield. Bard must have spent a lot of time making the shield. The lion in the center of the shield was the family emblem of the Alman family. The angry lion roared. This shield has the strong fire resistance of the earth dragon, the gold and gorgeousness unique to the Ran nobles, and it also has the secret pattern of the barrier. Not to mention that it is very attractive to the undead. Even Linda himself does not have such a useful shield. Of course, his fighting style is not suitable for using a shield. Just ignite the fire and rush forward, instead of worrying about the defense of the shield. It is better to ignite the fire and let the body heal quickly. Miriam nodded. She really didn't understand what Linda was thinking. Linda seemed to want to give the weapon to the undead on the one hand, but didn't want to on the other hand. Tried to understand, but couldn't understand. You can't let them get what they want immediately. You have to let them brush. Linda said, too considerate. No one will buy it. Milan was puzzled. She didn't understand at all. Undead people will keep drawing only if they can't draw what they want. Linda couldn't control the official website, and couldn't really open the Krypton Gold. So he had to hook some undead people, and make them want to spend money all the time. It must be hard to make secret pattern weapons. But when he thought about the undead, who got the boots with barrier secret pattern, and had to hold the boots in his hands every time he fought. He felt that it was all worth it. When all the upper positions were mobilized to make the props needed for the lottery pool, Lind was also making them. The twin emblems were used for two purposes. Not only did he make them faster, but the superposition of the two secret patterns made the weapon effect a little beyond his own expectations. The simplest way to use it is to directly inject the secret pattern of the scavenger princess into the same weapon, and two small scavenger princesses will pop out with a wave of the hand, or a double barrier. He even tried to make a secret pattern with the gold seal, although it only emitted green light. The secret pattern of the gold seal was the most complex among all the weapons. Moreover, the effect produced was not very good, and it was considered a failed work. But after trying several times, Lind found that the speed of injecting the secret pattern of the golden seal with the second use of distraction suddenly increased. It seemed that twin emblems had given him a sudden blessing in the production of the secret pattern of the golden seal, and he had a very high understanding of this secret pattern. His understanding was to delete, keep deleting, and deleting again, deleting all the parts that could input various data for integrated calculation, and also deleting the input function. Lind picked up a flying knife casually and injected the golden seal secret pattern he made after extreme simplification into the flying knife. The injection was completed in the blink of an eye. Although it seemed useless, the fast production speed should be one of the few advantages. He held the flying knife in his right hand and pressed the tip of the flying knife with his left index finger. The flying knife began to bend until it broke. As expected, weapons injected with secret patterns and real blessed weapons are two different things, and the degree of durability is also far behind. Linda picked up another flying knife and tried to inject the secret pattern of the golden seal again. It could not be input, but there were pre-stored words in it, which were divided into two main parts. The words in the first part included directional words such as front, back, left, right, up, down, etc. The second part included various actions and nouns, such as jump, cave, dog, scavenger, two-headed man, fierce battle, magnificent view, etc. It was Linda's sudden idea to make this knife with the secret pattern of the golden seal. It was fast to make, low cost, disposable, and the undead would not be angry after getting it. And it is very much like electronic bullet screen. Leaving information for later generations is a very interesting thing. Of course, you can also leave wrong information. The prop name is Advice Knife. Recently, a large number of undead have gathered in the square. A small number of undead stay away from the Banshee Wanming, and a small number of undead have to accept various tasks because of lack of points. Most of the rest are immersed in the Banshee Wanming, standing in front of the pool one by one, standing in 3 layers inside and outside. Linda did a poor job in user experience, so he was planning to have Duomei develop a mobile mechanical battery extraction magic circle, so that the undead could sell their physical strength while playing in the Banshee's dream, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And it would not be wasted even if they died. Huh? The moon-slashing blade opened his eyes. Didn't explode? The passing undead couldn't help shouting when they saw that the moon-slashing blade had woken up. Seeing too many people lining up to come over, the ones in front turned into ashes, and the ones behind continued to move forward. I only saw people going in, but never coming out. Zhang Yudao, who was walking out against the crowd, instantly attracted the attention of others, facing the curious eyes of the crowd. Zhang Yudao said calmly, I cleared the game. Cleared the game? Fuck. Really? Brother. What's on the top of the mountain? Are there any rewards? There were all kinds of questions. Although the Banshee Dream has not been open for a long time, anyone who has been online in Star Dragon City will definitely not miss it. Most people say it's fun. The joy of picking up equipment like crazy, and the pain of having to throw it away are addictive. It's exciting to build your own build and perform a series of fancy operations, stacking stats and swinging the magic wand to throw out terrifying fireballs. The overwhelming meteor shower also makes your adrenaline soar. You can experience the gameplay of the later stage of the game in the early stage. It's worth it. But no matter who it is, no one can climb up the mountain, let alone kill it. A corpse dragon. The moon-slashing blade said, it gave me 2 choices. A decisive battle and then kill it, or leave now. Which one did you choose? Is there any need to ask? It must be the best one. The crowd was agitated. And then, they all looked at the moon-slashing blade. eagerly waiting for his answer. I killed it. The smile on the moon-slashing blade's face became brighter and brighter. I got a very powerful weapon. A bit supermodel, which can stack up by continuously attacking and killing enemies. In the end, I stacked more than 18,000 layers. He gestured excitedly, and the surroundings were immediately cleared. Then, I killed the corpse dragon in a few seconds with a few swords. How many hits? It was killed in 1 second. Supermodel. John Yudown nodded, and there is no limit on weapons. I found that the weapons in Banshee Dream are very strong, and there is no limit. If they are put in a game, it will be a bit unbalanced. But it looks very cool in the melee dungeon. Brother, what is the name of the weapon you are talking about? Someone has decided to brush this weapon by himself. Not for anything else. Just for fun. It seems to be called Magic Ring Molten Straight Sword. Chapter 186 Armin's Loot Warehouse. Open for a limited time. Looking at the undeads, who were surrounding him excitedly, John Yudown nodded and told the information he got from the Meat Pigeon Girl ghost after he cleared the level. By the way, it seems that there will be a ranking after clearing the level. Just at this moment, several soldiers came over carrying wooden signs. It's really a timely update. The NPC manually updated. Full of realism. It's the familiar wooden sign again. The classic Star Dragon style. When the text appeared on it, the undead around him got excited. Number 1, Moon Blade. Time, 8 hours 33 minutes and 18 seconds. Currently, only Moon Blade has successfully cleared it. And his success is not worth learning from. It was just that Moon Blade was lucky enough to pick up an invincible supermodel weapon, and then use the weapon to kill the corpse dragon in 1 second. That being said, when Moon Blade's ID was displayed on the board, the undead around him couldn't hide their excitement. As for the leaderboard, people who have never been on it will calmly say, TSK. I am not interested in this. But if you really make it to the list by accident, you will probably want to check it 800 times a day, for fear that your name will fall off the list. What is the use of the leaderboard? Do you give substantial rewards? Some people also asked a very essential question. For the undead, who like speedrunning and playing operations, the leaderboard of Banshee Dream is very attractive. But for the undead, who have no interest in this link, the ranking is not that important. Anyway, they don't play. You will be rewarded with Star Dragon Stones if you clear a level. If you are at the top of the leaderboard when the periodic list is settled, you will be rewarded with Star Dragon Stones, said the Moonshopping Blade. No one knows what the Star Dragon Stones are used for. Recently, it seems that the shadow of Star Dragon Stones can be heard and seen everywhere in Star Dragon City. This is a special currency, but what it can be used to by depends on the update. So why hasn't Star Dragon City been updated yet? The thick horse hooves fell to the ground, leaving hoof pits of varying depths. Saran sat on the cargo pile of the carriage, his high spirits as Lord Saran had disappeared. His pretty face, like an elf, was now withered. His cheeks were fleshless, his cheekbones were prominent, and his lips were pale, as if he had indulged in sex too much. The dark circles under his eyes seemed to be crying to Saran that he had not been able to sleep well for countless consecutive nights. The bloodshot in his eye sockets made him look as fragile as glass, as if he might collapse at any time. The long hair comb from left to right was bumpy with the carriage, and it fluttered backwards in the wind, revealing the stubborn and smooth top of Saran's head that he tried to cover with the hair on both sides. The Mediterranean Sea that made all men despair was the side effect of Saran's excessive use of his brain. Back then, as one of the 9 strong men in Leon territory, Saran was so high-spirited. He led his men to the Fire Supply Church to be promoted to Fire Supply Knight, and then turned around to enslave the Lava Earth Dragon. But what awaited him afterwards was not invincibility. Nor did it shock everyone, but only nightmares. Although Saran had expressed to Lord Lind countless times that he hoped to be loyal to him, Lord Lind would change the subject every time. Now, he was finally free from being exploited and could go to Star Dragon City as a loyalist to meet Lord Lind. Although a new round of exploitation might be waiting for him, Saran had seen the production line in Prey Town. To be honest, it was very busy. Thousands of people were supplying the needs of hundreds of people, and it was all handmade. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was very busy, but it was better than losing hair. More than 20 disaster war horses pulled carriages full of goods and followed quietly behind. Saran looked at the towering walls of Star Dragon City in the distance. It is indeed much taller than the previous walls of Leon. He has always known what happened in Leon. Lord Lind often asked the soldiers to pass on the information to encourage ordinary people in the town. The difficulties they experienced and the enemies they defeated not only provided important topics for ordinary people to chat about after dinner, but also gave people hope as a shot in the arm. The number of young people who signed up to join the army was slowly increasing. Most of them might still be unwilling to participate, but as the victories and glory increased, there would always be a passionate young man who could not resist the attraction in his blood and took the initiative to step onto the battlefield. Old Cherry had been worried about eating up all the food, and even thought about controlling the population to save food, but was rejected by Lord Lind. Facts have also proved that the food is simply not enough, and they can't understand why Lind keeps sending more and more food back. Arriving at the gate of Star Dragon City, the NPC lion badge on Saran's chest successfully allowed him to pass the identity verification. Follow me. Send the things this way. Saran nodded, and carefully gathered the left hair on the top of her head with her hand to cover the bald head. Entering the city, looking at the Star Dragon City, which was completely different from the former Leon City, Saran felt a sense of trance. The tall and pointed buildings constituted the main style of the Star Dragon City, and the wide roads were completely different from the muddy Leon City. There was no peculiar smell, no ordinary people who complained, and of course they could not be seen here. They were all sent to Prey Town to work. Saran led the carriage team and attracted the attention of many undead people, but most of them did not take him seriously. This game was designed to be very real, and all the supplies did not appear out of thin air. Every once in a while, NPCs would be refreshed to bring a batch of props to the Star Dragon City. This time, it was just a stubborn Mediterranean man who came to deliver goods, and the undead people had long been accustomed to it. In the open area, Saran saw Lind. Lind was not wearing armor, but a thick robe. However, the wind blew the robe around him, and the outline of his figure made people dare not ignore his majestic figure. It wasn't long since they last saw each other, but Lind's aura was much stronger than the last time, and there was a familiar figure standing next to him. Not good. Saran subconsciously covered her face. My lord. When will Saran come? Myron looked forward to it. Today. When she heard that Saran would come to Star Dragon City, and not only formally pledge allegiance to Linda, but would also become the steward of the mounts. She took the initiative to apply to come and wait together. She had had a good impression of Saran for a long time. Now both parties had changed their allegiance, but were both under Linda's management. This was definitely fate. Isn't she coming? Linda raised his chin in the direction of the carriage. Where's Saran? Myram looked around but didn't see Saran. He only saw a Mediterranean man in a cloth robe, covering his face with his hands and indulging himself in excessive sexual activities. Serlin, Milan suddenly covered her mouth. She suddenly felt that the feelings she had held on for a long time were so fragile. Could that Mediterranean be? It had a strong visual impact on her, and an even stronger impact on her heart. I'm not! Serling covered her face, wanting to cry but unable to. But the disaster horse had already sent him to Lind and the others, so he could only get off the carriage and then cover his face with his hands weakly. Milan looked at the beautiful hands, and his heart was twitching. The elegance and beauty of Serlin in the past were not only reflected in her face, but also in her hands. Many people like to praise Celine for her beautiful hands, but if Celine had a Mediterranean hair, would anyone really care whether her hands were beautiful or not? Isn't it just a Mediterranean hair? Linda lowered his voice, walked to Celine's side, raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder, and said, I'll let Miss Miko, Miss Brittany and Miss Morena study together, from potions to spices to souls. I'm sure you can grow your hair again. Really? Celine looked at Linda with shining eyes, and he also revealed his vicissitudes of life because of the violent movement of raising his head. Myron's heart beat even harder. She had only seen 3 or 4 copies just now, but now she had seen them all. And suddenly, she felt as calm as if her heart was sealed with cement. Her mind was already full of Celine's current haggard and Mediterranean face. Even if Celine could really turn back into the handsome Celine one day, she was afraid that she would not be able to make her heart jump again. Linda patted Celine on the shoulder and said, Move the things in first. This is Lynch's warehouse, which he named Armand's warehouse. But there are no war spoils in it. The undead used to like to kill enemies and steal their equipment. But as Lynch's skilled craftsmen increased, the equipment stolen from the enemies was far inferior in both attributes and appearance. And gradually those spoils became waste that no one cared about. Lynch's actions were never in vain. He wanted to make the title of the novice village chief accepted by all the undead, and become the camp that all the undead wanted to join. Not only that, he also wants to create the concept of Star Dragon products must be high quality. As for game balance, game experience, etc., what does it have to do with Lind? He hopes that all the undead who are close to him will become stronger, and all the fun-loving people who want to make trouble will quit the game. It's better not to play. After a busy period, all the things were moved in, and the next work needs to be divided. Packaging. It is most appropriate to package it in the form of a treasure box. The treasure box made of wooden boards randomly inlaid with nails looks ordinary, but there may be some interesting good things in it. Linda put the things in there himself, and even he himself was a little itchy to open a box and try it out. In order to ensure randomness and a bottom line, the placement of the prizes inside is also a bit particular. The grand prize must not be opened immediately, but it must be guaranteed that someone must be able to open it. The next thing is simple. Armin's Trophy Warehouse is open for a limited time. Chapter 187 Linkage Prize Pool. Star Dragon City Update Announcement. Update. Almond's Loot Warehouse is open for a limited time. The undead can go to Almond's Loot Warehouse with the Star Dragon Stone in their hands and exchange for Lind Almond's treasure chest. The number is limited. The update came very abruptly, but all the undead in the Star Dragon camp received it at the first time. At this stage, most of the undead are speed running in the Banshee Dream. But unfortunately no second undead has passed the level so far. Not even the moon-slashing blade itself. A small number of undeads are out farming to earn points. Tower defense farming is fun, and the income is continuous and stable. The scattered and idle social undeads are chatting and bragging in the tavern, studying new games together, and tasting new food. After receiving the update, almost all the undeads became interested. Almond's Loot Warehouse? It sounds interesting, but I don't know what it is for now. But the word treasure box is like a special signal, accurately hitting the G-spot of the undead. Opening the box. Isn't that instinctive? Especially when the Star Dragon Stone was mentioned. The undead suddenly realized that this stone was used for this purpose. I thought it was useless before, but now I know that it is useful. And very useful. A large number of undead rushed to Almond's Trophy Warehouse from all corners, looking forward to opening the box this time. A squad of Star Dragon City soldiers, all great knights, wearing Rand Kingdom infantry armor, moving in unison. Linda was just wrapped in a robe, with a casual posture, playing with a Star Dragon Stone in his hand. Next to him, there is a very classic wooden sign, as an unofficial way to update Pure Handmade. Lind himself has become accustomed to this real method. When there is a need to announce something and stay in place to warn, Lind will choose to put up a sign. The undead will spontaneously come over to see it, and he can save a lot of effort. It will also enhance the sense of immersion in the game. Seeing the text content on the notice will indeed bring a deeper feeling than the magic announcement of the lion badge. What was written on the sign made the undead people fall into confusion for the first time. Limited time open prize pool. Tomorrow Magic School Linkage X4 Major College Scarves. Limited time open prize pool. Secret pattern sleeve blade. It turned out to be a linkage prize pool. Some people have drawn. It's just that the undead people who hope to feel immersive saw the content on the wooden sign again that has no sense of immersion. They have the urge to complain, but finally find that there is nothing to complain about. Just as the Lord always gives an impassioned speech before each battle. But the task scrolls issued are all standard system tasks, without any extra words. Linda just wrote on the wooden sign like this. In the past, he might care about the game immersion, but now he only cares about efficiency. He doesn't care about the game immersion. A more delicate game experience is a headache for the game officials. He is just an unofficial monster, only responsible for operating Star Dragon City in his own way. Taking the lead. Efficiency and attractiveness are the most important. It is also because Linda found that the official is dumb, and the mastermind behind the scenes does not seem to understand the operation very well that he dared to play like this. Otherwise, if it was replaced by a random person from Earth, seeing Linda jumping like this, he would have posted a Star Dragon City World boss Linda Armin on the official website long ago. The mission is to complete the game without worrying about anything. Naturally, the undead will come one after another to kill you. The sense of immersion and separation coexist in Star Dragon City, and the undead have long been accustomed to it. Moreover, This experience that makes the game more convenient is what the undead in other regions dream of. No matter how late they join Star Dragon City, the undead have more or less accumulated points and a set of very good equipment in this online game style and sense of separation. On the other hand, many undead in other regions are now struggling to brush equipment. Not every lord is willing to sell armor as selflessly as Lind. And armor is still a controlled equipment. The online game style Star Dragon City has even opened the lottery function. But the undead in other regions are still waiting for the opening of missions. Camp points, mounts, meat pigeon copies, siege warfare, maps and other functions. Maybe they don't know that they won't be able to wait for updates even if they wait for countless years. Putting aside some of Lind's online game style guidance, the game experience of both sides is actually similar. This is a real world. But the problem is that these updates can mobilize NPC resources. And the compromise of these resources is very convenient. So convenient that it makes people jealous. There are only two contents on the sign. The limited opening of the special prize pool, which means that you will miss it if you miss it. The first one is easy to say. It's just a scarf from the 4 major colleges. Wait, where did the scarf from Tomorrow Magic School come from? Are you collaborating with another magic school? Spell wizards are very popular now. But the undead always feel that something is missing when they wear it. Is it a flying broom? Now we know that it is not only a flying broom, but also a symbolic scarf. And the second one is what everyone is looking forward to. The hidden blade. Especially the undead who play the secret rune messenger. They still covet the hidden blade. But no matter how they harass the blacksmith is unwilling to help make it. After a long time, it turns out that it is put in the prize pool waiting for the lottery. Lindog, you have it. We have won one victory after another. Linda said loudly. There are many spoils that cannot be handled. You can come and exchange the spoils with your Star Dragon Stones. This belongs to everyone. Undead without Star Dragon Stone, are we human? The first batch of Star Dragon Stones was distributed to nearly 100 people. And each person got 1 stone, which means nearly 100 stones. And today's box opening is just a display. In order to attract the undead to do more work and open more boxes. And never thought of satisfying them in one go. It's right that you are not satisfied with the lottery. You are satisfied. Then I am not satisfied. The soldiers entered the warehouse, and soon moved out more than a dozen boxes. The wooden boxes that don't look very good, of different sizes, have obvious signs of rushing. But under the protection of a group of soldiers in line, they immediately look very unusual. You can't tell what's in the box just by looking at it from the outside. And the undead are not allowed to get close to it before choosing a box. No one asked why the loot was placed in the box. Because the undead thought it was reasonable. If the lottery props are not hidden in the box, it's still a lottery. It's just a night market ring. No one asked why the scarf and hidden blade were placed in the box. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with the loot. The undead still think it's reasonable. Isn't it written on it? Linkage? Linkage can explain all unreasonable things. Of course, some people still have doubts, and don't understand why Lin did this. He made a batch of props, stuffed them into the box, and then gave the undead Star Dragon Stones to let the undead take the props by lottery. In the end, Lin was busy and got nothing. Right? When Lin made this decision, Brittany, Morena, Myram, Dome, and even the taciturn Lance couldn't help but ask the same question. Why can you, Lord, say something so irrational so reasonably, and think it must be feasible? And why did the undead really accept it so easily, and think it was so reasonable, and were ready to draw the lottery? In response, Miss Miko and the 9 guards who followed Lin the earliest said that the Lord and the undead were like this. They had a strange tacit understanding that others could not understand no matter how hard they tried. Chapter 188. Can a treasure chest really emit golden light? Sir, I only want one. The first undead stepped forward and handed over the Star Dragon Stone in his hand. The Star Dragon Stone was placed in a jar that had been programmed long ago, and it rolled with a crisp sound, and then emitted a faint light. The number was cleared, and it also meant that the Star Dragon Stone was valid. Pick a box. Linda pointed to a dozen boxes and said to the undead. The undead immediately said, I want 5. 5 is the most beautiful number. Immediately, a soldier brought the 5th wooden box over. As a group of people watched, the undead man opened the box. There was no golden light, no aura, and a boot was lying inside. Fuck, the undead man exclaimed. And then he picked up the boot. Barrier boots. Boots that can release magic barriers. From Star Dragon City. After injecting power, he was immediately wrapped in a spherical barrier. Skill props. The crowd became chaotic. Not as calm as before. Everyone has played the Banshee Fantasy Pigeon Dungeon at least once. And of course, they have experienced the charm of the equipment inside. When a box is taken away, the soldiers behind will immediately bring another box to fill the vacancy. The sound of Star Dragon stone being thrown into the jar is endless. And one after another, the undead come forward to open the box. Someone opened a snake courtyard scarf with enchanted properties. And when it was wrapped around the neck, he immediately felt noble, and subconsciously walked with his buttocks clamped. Some people actually got the hidden blade, which was the version without cutting off the ring finger. And it also came with a secret pattern. But the secret pattern that came with it might not complement the weapon. The undead also discovered this problem very quickly, which meant that if they wanted to get a secret pattern weapon that suited their taste, they had to spend more Star Dragon stones. Damn, that's too much. Soon someone else exclaimed, "It's out! A weapon with the secret pattern of the Frost Curse. This is strong. And a summoning spell for the Scavenger Princess? Damn. Double skills." When a medium-sized dog-sized Scavenger Princess with a chill all over her body appeared, the undead made envious noises. It was enough to draw a secret pattern weapon with a single attribute. And it was even more enviable to draw a secret pattern weapon that matched the logic of weapon use. But soon, the undead using the Frost Scavenger Princess's secret pattern weapon exclaimed, "Damn! Cursed blood loss." Sure enough, the equipment could not be used at will, which comforted many people a little. But then someone else opened something good. 2 Scavenger Princess weapons. Directly transform into a summoning style. You are damned. There were many joking voices of envy. Lind also noticed the scene, but he didn't care too much. The weapons made by the Scavenger Princess secret pattern were very ordinary. 2 Scavenger Princesses, small, could only play a harassing role at most. And the threat was completely incomparable to the Frost Curse version of the Scavenger Princess. Moreover, the Scavenger Princess could not be used remotely, which made it even more useless. Linda's Scavenger Princess was strengthened completely according to his strength. And with the increase of anger, it showed a powerful destructive power, equivalent to the level of a high-ranking knight. Otherwise, with only the Scavenger Princess, even if the living boss Scavenger Princess stood in front of him, he couldn't withstand a few punches. What is open? Lottery? Romantic glutton holding a bucket of crispy fried meat rushed to Almond's trophy warehouse. She went online late, and specially bought a bucket of fried meat, and went online just for this bite. When I rushed over after receiving Ace Imu's reminder, I found that the front of Almond's loot warehouse was already surrounded by a crowd. Here! Here! Ace Imu waved at Romantic Eater. "Where is your Star Dragon stone? What did you draw?" Romantic Eater asked. Advising knife. 10 knives are opened at a time. Ace Imu said helplessly, "One-time message prop. It's useful, but not very useful. It's just a useless thing to communicate with other undead people. That is, the barrage left in place. Queue over there." Ace Imu pointed and said, "There are still many boxes. But I suggest you." Fuck. The other side was already swearing. Some people get good things, and naturally some people get nothing. An undead covered his chest, his voice trembling. He wanted to get a double secret pattern weapon. A divine equipment. Not only would it be fun to use, but also to get it in front of so many people. It would be very cool. But after opening the box, he felt that he might be too greedy. It's not impossible to have a single secret pattern. It's not impossible to have a linked scarf without a secret pattern. It's not impossible to have a knife of advice. But why are there only gold coins in the box? He is definitely the worst one. He has obviously turned off the pain. But why does he still feel so painful? Romantic Eater retracted his gaze. She was dragged to the jar by Ace's love, throwing in the Star Dragon stone, accompanied by a burst of light. Romantic Eater pointed casually, "That one. Number 3. Box number 3 is a big box." When it was carried over, not many undeads cared about it, as most of them thought that the best equipment had been drawn. But as the romantic rice bucket opened the box, a golden light flashed, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Fuck. Golden light. Is it true? Can treasure boxes really emit golden light? Of course treasure boxes can emit golden light. But it's just a small magic of illumination inside. It only takes a few seconds for Duomei to cast the spell. Linda is a person who pays attention to deception and experience. When it's time to let others pay, he must not be vague. When the romantic glutton took out the golden dragon skin shield, the eyes of the people around him became redder. Why do I feel that this shield should be equipped on the Lord? I think so too. Golden dragon skin plate armor is Lin's current signature equipment. He has been mistaken for a boss by the undead many times when he was wearing golden dragon skin plate armor and riding a disaster warhorse in the wild. And this shield is almost exactly the same as Lin's style. What attributes? Ace Aimu asked Romantic Eater excitedly and enviously. The voices also quieted down. They were also curious. Earth Dragon Fire Resistance. High Durability. Shockproof. Double Barrier Magic. It says here that this is a shield made by Dragon Leather Armor Master Bard for Lind Alman. Romantic Eater's jaw also lost control slightly. Her mouth opened. And then she couldn't help but swear. Fuck. It's really a Lord shield. Lind doesn't need this dragon leather shield at all. Even the golden dragon leather plate armor can't keep up with his needs. When facing those powerful enemies, the golden dragon skin armor is as fragile as a piece of paper. And it will break with a slight poke. If it weren't for the need for this set of armor to show his image to the undead, Lind might prefer to fight shirtless. But for the sake of attributes and good sound, Lind did claim and own this shield for a short time. He gradually discovered the rules of the Doomsday Ring. If the previous powerful owner is famous enough, he can leave his name in the background introduction of weapons and equipment. This dragon skin shield is definitely a top-notch equipment for the undead. It is resistant, shock-absorbing, double barrier, and the dragon skin material ensures that it is the most defensive armor that has appeared so far. Romantic Glutton. What a lucky guy. Under the envious gaze of everyone, the lottery came to an end. There are still many boxes in the warehouse that have not been opened, and more will be filled later. But the undead have no Star Dragon Stones. They didn't care about the Star Dragon Stones before, but now they are anxious. Who wouldn't want to draw a divine weapon? And it might be the same as the Lord's. But how can we get Star Dragon Stone? The only way we know is to clear the Banshee Dream. Clearing the level will give you Star Dragon Stone. And being at the top of the leaderboard will also give you Star Dragon Stone. If you want Star Dragon Stone, you have to spend points to beat the Banshee Dream, which forms a closed loop. And basically no one can resist it. So, go ahead and keep grinding. When the crowd dispersed, Lind watched the soldiers clean up the wooden boxes and debris on the ground, and watched them close the warehouse door. What is this? When Lind was about to leave, he found that there were many knives of advice in front of him. As if pointing at him. There is a profiteer in front. There is a dam in front. You need to jump in front. There is a vicious dog in front. And so on. Densely packed. Chapter 189 Attacking Star Dragon City. A team of undeads left Star Dragon City. While Armin's loot warehouse was still open, countless undeads, who wanted to win a prize, were immersed in the Banshee Dream Dungeon. Many people found that although the monsters in the Meat Pigeon Dungeon would refresh randomly, and their equipment would also be refreshed, their attack rhythm would not change much. As long as you master the coping skills, improve your combat level, and have good luck, you can basically kill your way to the top of the mountain. The only difference is whether you choose to fight to the death with the corpse dragon after reaching the top of the mountain, or choose to quit from the heart. If you get good equipment, of course you should steal a knife from the corpse dragon first, preferably the small weakness of the lower jaw. If you are unlucky and don't get good equipment, then quit and start again. Fighting the corpse dragon is different from other things. Level and equipment are the most important, and skills are not important, because when the corpse dragon attacks, it will sweep the entire map, and there is nowhere to hide. At present, more than 20 undead have successfully killed the corpse dragon, and the number of people who have passed the level is still steadily increasing. However, this group of people did not stop there, not only because they could get Star Dragon Stones by clearing the level, but also because only those who were on the leaderboard could get a large number of Star Dragon Stones as rewards at the end of the game. Speedrunning became the pursuit of this group of people. But whether it was clearing the level or speedrunning the level, no matter how much you played, in the end, you could only rely on stacking attributes. So brushing out a good piece of equipment became the key. In the end, the problem became a gamble on luck. You need to be lucky to clear the level, And you also need to be lucky to open the box after getting the Star Dragon Stone. The probability is so small that it makes people vomit blood. But seeing the good stuffs opened by the European emperors, the non-Europeans have nothing to say. It doesn't matter. We have the liver. We can earn points by doing tasks and farming. This team is preparing to go to the Lizardman Pit, the disaster shadow area in front of the Fork Road, where mutant food can be planted. Follow this road and choose to go slightly east to the north to the Soul Valley. Going east is Persimmon Town. In addition, the Lizardman Pit is next to the Countercurrent Highlands. Going up through the Countercurrent Highlands, you will encounter a group of green-skinned mutants. According to the notice posted by Star Dragon City, you can also see the warning that the 2 escaped Legion commanders of the Leon City rebels went in that direction. Don't get close before Star Dragon City is ready for battle. Of course, the undead would not approach them on their own initiative. They couldn't finish the tasks with particularly generous rewards at the moment. They would be crazy to find something to do. There were indeed some undead who were bored and sneaked over to investigate the map after they were transferred to the secret Mark Messenger. But they left in disgrace after discovering that there was indeed a powerful army stationed in the scrap steel area. The enemy's equipment was very bad. There was nothing worth exploding. And it seemed that the combat power was very strong. In short, if there was no mission reward, there was no need to engage. Now the undead in Star Dragon City have been spoiled by the tasks. No matter whether it is exploration, investigation, or combat, if there is no task reward, they don't want to touch it, unless they can unlock some special functions. If doing one thing can get several rewards by the way, then they will be very interested. This online game style of play is spurned by the undead in other regions. It's not easy to play a game that is extremely realistic in all aspects, but you still play it as a garbage online game of sending letters and running errands. Woohoo! I want to play it too. Asking how to get to Star Dragon City became a hot topic. After that, many people found out that their novice village was actually in the Rand Kingdom, and they cheered loudly. It doesn't matter if we stay in the novice village or the main city. We want to go to Star Dragon City. Having said that, no undead can really go there successfully. The map is not a big problem. The local novice village NPCs do not know the map, but Linda does. So when he saw that many undead on the forum were looking for undead, he immediately decided to give out the map before the end of the Rand Kingdom when he updated the map function of the Lion Badge. With the end of the world, the terrain has changed dramatically, but the territory of the Rand Kingdom will not change much. Just determine the location of your novice village, and then find the location of Star Dragon City according to the map, and follow the direction. The undead in Star Dragon City did not disappoint him. They spread the map as soon as possible, so that the undead in the Rand Kingdom excitedly packed their bags and prepared to set off. But these people were killed by wild monsters in the wild before they went far, or there was a boss on the way. Many people also found that the styles of these bosses were so similar to Linda, and the styles of the NPCs who helped them along the way were very similar to the hostile forces in Star Dragon City. The operation to Star Dragon City was declared bankrupt, and the undead could only work like slaves while expecting Linda to lead the army to save them. You do this, then this, and finally this. As the team was on the road, the undead, who was the only one who got the divine equipment and passed the Banshee Dream, once gestured and taught his teammates his experience in dealing with the enemy. Did you see? Remember that spider horses are the worst at dealing with crotches, so it is important to teach them how to behave when they are crotch diving. Just run away immediately when you see it jumping, and there will be no problem. Hit the spider's legs with your sword, and it will bounce off. Focus on the abdomen. Where's the horse's head? Can you reach it? The spider's legs and horse's head are 3 or 4 meters high. Jumping up in front of it is no different from seeking death. Indeed, before, an arrow suddenly flew over and pierced the shoulder of the undead, who was about to chat. Fuck. The undead reacted quickly and rolled to the side. His teammates also crawled on the ground at the first moment. The undead who was explaining just now also took out a small dagger at the first moment. Instantly opened the protective barrier, and took the initiative to stand in the front. The arrow flew again and pierced the barrier. The spherical magic barrier was covered with spider webs, but it was strong and supported. This was an open area, with only inconspicuous small slopes rising and falling around it, as if standing on a surging sea wave made of land. The doomsday mutant plants did not take root here, and they could see far away at a glance. But they did not notice the existence of the enemy until they were attacked. Is this a bone arrow? The undead man drew out the sword on his shoulder, quickly touched a bottle of healing potion and poured it into his mouth. And the wound healed quickly. The bone arrow with corpse poison was not the most troublesome thing to cause damage, but the subsequent blood loss. However, after pouring in a large mouthful of healing potion, it was no longer a problem. The recovery potion was enough, and he kept pouring it until he stopped losing blood. The undead in Star Dragon City are not short of supplies. There is an assembly line that brings together pharmacists from multiple novice villages to work frantically to provide them with medicine. If you ask them what they have gained from the high-intensity battles in the Banshee Dream, it must be the skills of life and death. In fact, there are some more extreme undead who choose to increase their pain perception, which does allow them to react faster. Sometimes, they may even be stimulated by pain and life and death crisis like the adrenaline in the movies, and finally hit with every strike. However, there are still a few extreme undead people. When the death rate reaches 100%, it is said that the feeling is almost the same as being really dead. Although those who have experienced the undead have not quit the game, they are said to have directly turned into daily casual players. Over there. Red name. The undead's head turned quickly, and soon found the enemy behind a small undulating slope in the blind spot. The group of enemies lay on the ground, hiding behind the small slope, motionless. It is indeed difficult to find them unless you observe carefully. Moreover, this team is going to the other side, and doesn't care much about the environment on both sides. Fuck. The undead from the enemy. They were a group of undead wearing tattered armor, and the scarlet names on their heads also revealed their identities. The moment their identities were exposed, the red-named undead stood up. What surprised the undead in Star Dragon City even more was that there were corpses standing up next to those undead. The corpses carrying shields formed the guards, and the corpses holding crossbows aimed at this side. There were dozens of them. This was not a sudden encounter, but an ambush from the enemy. Fuck. Is it the group of necromancers in Kazan Town? Did they really succeed in changing their jobs? The undead people in Star Dragon City have already assumed that Kazan Town will join the Star Dragon forces. Kazan Town originally belonged to Leon territory, so it is natural for it to join the main city that replaced it, because they didn't think about the dangers they might encounter on the road. Not everyone in this team has reached level 11, and most people are still at level 10, being caught off guard by this sudden attack. And the opponents are all level 11. This battle is not easy. Run! I'm in front of you. Run quickly. And you must attack Kazan Town when you turn back. Before I and others knew it, the bastards in Kazan Town didn't reveal any information at all, and even spread false information on the forum to confuse me and others. But they quietly sneaked around in the game. It's not difficult to guess what these people are thinking. Don't let them run away. Go! The Kazan Town necromancers, who were directing the actions of the corpses, also shouted at the top of their voices. The long-range attacks were blocked by the corpses with their bodies and shields, and close combat was easily surrounded by the opponent's superior numbers. However, the undead in Star Dragon City are not vegetarians. Although there is a level gap, their equipment is better, and they have props on them. The powerful trap props that prevent pursuit have been quietly buried, and it is a manual trigger from the Star Dragon forces. One of the necromancers who led the way controlled the corpse to walk past, and only followed after confirming that there was no danger. But just as he took a step forward, puff! 3 or 5 spears suddenly emerged from the ground, drilled in from the necromancer's crotch, and drilled out from his mouth, performing a live Candied Hawes performance. As the necromancer was blown to ashes, the corpse fell crookedly on the ground. The rotten and shriveled flesh without magic support was easily pierced by the bones, and the loose chest ribs scattered as soon as the back spine hit the ground. Shields and other weapons and equipment also fell to the ground. I still underestimated them. I didn't expect that a sneak attack couldn't kill them. The remaining necromancers were very regretful. After the undead put the map of the Land Kingdom on the internet and marked the location of the Star Dragon City, the undead in Kazan Town had an idea. Since Star Dragon City can develop from a novice village to a main city, there is no reason why our Kazan Town cannot. We are all playing games, and it must be the most fun to defeat the strong with the weak and then replace them. They happened to get the opportunity to become a necromancer from Archbishop Kazan, so they immediately decided to launch this raid, and they were afraid of being discovered and advanced in batches from multiple directions. But they didn't expect that before they got close to Star Dragon City, And even before they had time to launch an exciting battle against the undead scourge, they encountered a team that went out. Moreover, the undead in Star Dragon City were indeed more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Even though their levels were not high, the equipment and items on them were enough to give them a headache. The unexpected encounter, whether they succeeded in killing the other party or not, meant that their intentions had been exposed. What should we do now? The undead in Kazan Town were silent, and then responded immediately. Contact others immediately. Speed up. And attack the city. Attack Star Dragon City. Chapter 190, The Lord is Red-named again. In March of the 122nd year of the Kingdom of Rand, and also March of the 3rd year after the magic ring was shattered, the dry sky suddenly became generous as spring came. An exceptionally fierce storm blew from a large open space in the southeast. Linda stood on the wall in plate armor against the strong wind, and the black clouds gathered quickly under the stirring of the storm. The temperature was not as cold as before, and the occasional drops of rain that fell on the face would be quickly evaporated by the high temperature of Linda's body, turning into wisps of white mist. He was not surprised by the attack of the undead in Kazan Town. Not only in Kazan Town, Lind would not be surprised if all the undead suddenly turned against him. As long as there was benefit in killing him, someone would definitely do it. And there would always be someone who would choose to do so. Being strong would not make the undead afraid, but would stimulate them to launch attacks again and again. When Lin learned that the undead in Kazan Town organized a large army of undead to attack the city, he immediately issued a task through the Lion Badge. Star Dragon City Update Announcement. Update 1, Emergency Siege Event. Star Dragon City was attacked by a rebellious force. All participants who successfully defended and fought back against the rebellious force will receive Star Dragon Stone rewards. The top 10 will receive additional rewards based on the number of kills. Update 2, Counterattack Kazan Town. The rebellious behavior of Kazan Town has angered the Lord. Eliminate Archbishop Milburn of Kazan and unlock the Necromancer Path Potion. Update 3, Due to an emergency, all stores in Star Dragon City are closed, and the Banshee Pool and Almond's Trophy Warehouse are closed. Even without the reward update, this siege would still excite the undead. Not to mention that Lind is offering a large reward now. This attack did stimulate Lind, making him feel that the undead would launch an attack in the next moment. And Star Dragon City was the dungeon, and he was the dungeon boss waiting to be attacked. The sky was getting darker and darker. The light was getting dimmer, and the vision was gradually blurred by the raindrops brought by the storm. On the wall of Star Dragon City stood the Great Night Force that belonged entirely to Lind. Lance immediately organized the soldiers to prepare for a counterattack. The defense equipment had been prepared at the beginning of the city's construction, and it was not abandoned for maintenance, so it could be put into use immediately. Sir, is it? Lance stood beside Lind, holding a cold ice bow, and together with him, he experienced the tranquility before the war broke out completely. Lance's eyesight was very strong, probably because of the partial alienation of his body, which allowed him to get closer to the original power of magic. What is it? Lin turned his head and looked back. He did not let Brittany, Miko, Morina and others join the battle because they were not good at fighting. However, Celine, Myram, and Dome had already climbed the wall and stood behind him. 4 of them were on top, and they were all elite monsters. Lin suddenly felt a little funny. He actually used elite monsters to describe his own forces, and there was not even a sense of disobedience. Undead? They are chaotic. Lin said, they may do anything. A force can never accept chaos. Even though they can accept hatred and enemies, they cannot accept the capricious chaos. On this point, even Dome and Myram, who have no concept of loyalty, nodded. They can see the contribution of the undead to Star Dragon City. But if they see the horror scene they created at this moment, any rational person will choose to reject the undead. Lind looked in front of the city wall. Forked lightning tore through the black clouds above their heads, and the dazzling blue-purple electric light flashed close to the ground, wishing to burn people's eyes. Under the illumination of the lightning that whipped the ground, they also successfully saw their enemies clearly. About 3 or 4 kilometers away, the open ground has been rooted by the shaking corpses, which sway in the storm, like a grass made of corpses. Rumble. Thunder came at this time, but the lightning in front had long disappeared. Now there are only 300 or 400 people in Xinglong City as the defender, and the undead in Xinglong City will not obey Lin's orders during the war. They all rushed out at the first time. The undead did not form any formation. It was a fantasy to let a group of people who had never been exposed to formal military training form a military formation. Moreover, the difference in power type and power between them was huge. Instead, a small-scale loose formation fighting on their own and assisting each other from time to time was more in line with their fighting style. "I know what you mean," Lin said. "But they will come. As long as you survive in this world, you will never be able to avoid the undead, whether as an NPC or a red-named wild monster, rather than waiting until the day when he is discovered and pushed by the undead as a boss." Lin thinks that the identity of the novice village chief he created is still very successful. Just like now, this scene is so much like the undead entering the dungeon. It's just that the one standing on the city wall has another undead charging into battle. Although they had no advantage in numbers, they had a great advantage in combat power. The battle began, and the two sides collided. The spell wizard had a great disadvantage in this obviously biased storm environment. Both the difficulty of condensing the flame and the accuracy of throwing the fireball were affected. The flame exploded after hitting the enemy, but the fire could not spread. In comparison, the two-headed man played very stably. After rushing into the undead camp, his strong body and vibration ability easily overturned a group of enemies. The undead with loose bones could hardly resist the constant vibration. The third one, the hidden blade, successfully pierced a necromancer's chest. The hidden figure of the secret rune messenger appeared in front of the necromancer's undead because of the active attack. The hidden blade's critical hit increased the weakness, and the necromancer's body was very fragile, so one hit would kill him. Looking at the white robe and hooded figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, the necromancer swallowed his saliva. "Fuck. So handsome." Although he killed himself, it was really handsome. Bang! The necromancer's body exploded and turned into ashes. The corpses under his control also lost control and scattered. The hidden blade clicked, retracted. The secret pattern envoy bent down, and his figure quickly disappeared from the battlefield. The storm became more and more violent, and the fighting on the battlefield could not be heard. The sound of rain hitting the armor covered everything. Only when the lightning flashed, they could see the battlefield situation that was completely in chaos. The undead on the Star Dragon side were very crazy. The price of the passage potion was not expensive for them, and the main city was behind them. They could be resurrected even if they died, so they were not afraid. But the opponent's numbers were too great, and the ranged wizards could not play a role. The close combat was dragged into a tug-of-war by the corpses. The war had entered a seesaw battle. Only the secret rune envoys galloped across the battlefield. The slow-reacting corpses became their haystacks for hiding, and the heavy rain also helped them hide their bodies. Harvesting again and again became the happiest time for the secret rune envoys. Apart from the advantage of large-scale control of corpses, the undead mage had no advantages in close combat and ranged combat. Victory is already decided? In Star Dragon City, Miko, Brittany, Morena and other NPCs who are not good at fighting, as well as the blacksmiths, pharmacists, tailors, grooms, etc., who received Lin's orders, all came to the Lord's Hall, as a special building that can fight against the hero-level abyssal boss without collapsing. This is the strongest city wall. They are protected by Lin's most trusted soldiers. "I heard that they are undead," someone whispered. Immediately, someone echoed, "Those undead. I know they will be like this, without any loyalty." "Sir, there is no need to protect us. Go protect the Lord." Some people also shouted to Reed and others. They were different from the undead. In this world where survival was difficult, they could offer their loyalty to Lind if he could bring them a stable life. Loyalty was the cheapest thing. As long as Lind was alive, they could use loyalty to exchange for a stable, happy and busy life. But if Lind died, would anyone still need such a cheap thing as loyalty? "Of course I want to go." It was Pim who spoke. They wore the same armor and were usually taciturn, except for a few people who knew them, such as Lind. Most people couldn't tell who was who. They were also very upset when talking about this matter. But Lind had emphasized that the safety of this group of people must be guaranteed. The wall can be breached, and even a few of them can die in battle. But the craftsmen must live. They were very happy to die for Lind. After all, Lind had come to save them countless times before. But now they lost this opportunity to protect this group of craftsmen. Pim and others were of course unhappy. Very unhappy. Since choosing to follow Lind, Miss Brittany, whose figure has gradually become plump, is also a little worried. She likes the life here very much, and she has experienced this scene before. But it was Lind who conquered Holy Water Town last time. So why can't it be Lind who was defeated this time? What's wrong? Brittany suddenly heard a slight sound beside her, and turned around to find the ghost witch Morena, who was leaning against the chair with her mouth open and her eyes rolled up. Her body was shaking rapidly and violently, and a suppressed sound came out of her throat. Smoke overflowed from her body and formed a vague image in the air, which looked very much like Morena herself. It was as if her soul was pulled out of her body. Help her! Miss Miko reacted quickly. She jumped to Morena's side like a rabbit and took out a bottle of potion. When Brittany subconsciously reached out to support Morena, Miko quickly uncorked the bottle of potion and brought it to Morena's lips. After taking the energy potion, Morena's condition improved a little. She took out another bottle. After 3 bottles, Morena's trembling was finally calmed down. How are you? Miko asked. Ahem. Morena was coughing. Her eyes were still a little dazed, but her consciousness seemed to have recovered. Brittany raised her hand and gently patted her back to help her relieve the stuffy air in her chest. Zasa. Morena grabbed Miko's wrist. Excited? Zasa's messenger. Zasa? The entire Lord's Hall suddenly became chaotic. The kingdom of Rand believes in the proof of the sun, and the Church of the Sun has taken root and blossomed in every place where humans have stopped on this land. Although the other 2 gods are not as famous as the proof of the sun, they are also considered to be existences that must be respected. The moon, which is also the god of the path that Miko took. There is another one. Zasa, the god of death. According to legend, Zasa has no believers, and everyone has been running away from him all his life. But everyone will run towards him. It should be just a wizard on the path of the god of death. Brittany pretended to be calm and said, nothing special. Everyone slowly calmed down their excitement. Just like Brittany said, they were just wizards of the death path. Most of the people on the scene had extraordinary powers. And there were undead people in Star Dragon City. The kind of terrifying monsters that could not be killed no matter what. Even the death god would be helpless in the face of them. How did you know? Miko asked. Morena frowned. I seem to have heard a voice when I took the potion before. I didn't hear it clearly at the time, but I heard it again this time. She looked towards the city gate, and her sight seemed to have penetrated the wall and seen something there. Zasa. I may also be a wizard of the path of the god of death. Len stood on the city wall holding a broken sword. Although his body was not burning with flames, the high temperature evaporated the rain and made his body burst into white mist. The thick fog like white fireworks flew away under the pull of the storm. He suddenly thought of the ancient battlefield west of the Red Dragon Mountains. The ruins that the undead people had never been able to approach. There is a body of water there, and it is always covered by thick fog. If you come uninvited, you will be swallowed by the terrifying flames that dominate your sight. Flames evaporate water and produce thick fog. If his guess is correct, there may be an extremely terrifying fire source hidden there. Or a cursed weapon that is no less than the Banshee Horn. Speaking of cursed weapons, Lin touched his waist. Just in case, he brought the Banshee Horn out. The countless sacrifices of the undead helped him get more than 20 opportunities to use it. Maybe this is a good opportunity for experimentation? Although he hoped that he would never have the chance to use it. One by one, the necromancers were overturned, and the undead on the side of the Star Dragon had already taken control of the battle. The circle of people was shrinking rapidly, and the loose corpses lying on the ground mixed with the pools of water formed by the rain, turning into a disgusting sea of corpses. My lord! Lance's vision was the sharpest, and as a sharpshooter, his eyes were his proudest point. A corpse stood up, with the necromancer around. The corpse would of course stand up. Get ready. Lin seemed to have expected this, and he said calmly, we must defend the city wall. The broken sword, which was as wide as a palm, began to burn after Lin clenched his palm tightly, and the pouring rain poured on the sword, stirring up hot mist. Lin looked into the distance, and there was a figure in the darkness. It might be because of the 4 emblems, or it might be because of the noble blood's keenness to magic. Lin caught the existence of the hidden figure. It was at the end of the battlefield. A hero, and the opponent's target is also himself. But being a hero is not enough. Linda stepped on the battlement, and with his right hand, he suddenly grabbed the broken sword and put it on his shoulder. The flames on his body rushed up crazily, and the burning rain could not extinguish it. At that moment, Linda's body was cursed in a series of ways, as if invisible gravity hammers hit Linda's shoulders and back, trying to press him to his knees. Linda jumped from the wall, and the huge sound of landing was like thunder. And the scene of him bursting with flames also attracted the attention of the undead on the battlefield. The forces of Kazan Town, the undeads on the attacking side, are now very anxious, because they suddenly found that all the corpses they controlled were out of control. Bug? Or something else? Without the corpses, they are not much stronger than ordinary level 10, and are easily slaughtered by the undeads of the Star Dragon side. At this moment, the burly golden general with flames all over his body on the wall in front suddenly jumped down. Why are you jumping so cool? The boss is coming? Wait. We have been killed. There is no need to come on stage. Fuck. What's going on? One by one from Kazan Town couldn't help but swear. The other party was red. This is normal. But why does he have 2 health bars? Chapter 191 Archbishop Kazan's Choir. The undead, who were still alive, looked at the figure walking towards them in the heavy rain with heavy steps. His body was burning with dazzling flames. At the same time, the black clouds torn by forked lightning above his head were pouring out heavy rain crazily, making his figure looming. The corpse was completely offline. The undead in Kazan Town did not understand what happened at all. It was just that Lin's sudden appearance in front of them made their already disadvantageous situation even uglier. Compared to these, the most attractive thing is probably the red name. Star Dragon City Lord Old Noble Linda Armin. Level 22. The title has changed significantly, but the level has not increased. After Linda's first red name, the undead people in Holy Water Town immediately uploaded Linda's related video materials to the internet, and many people tried to analyze Linda's combat effectiveness. According to their research, Linda's strength will usher in a new round of improvement every time he appears on the stage. From the beginning, when he had to do his best to deal with the scavenger princess and the two-headed man, to later when he had to do his best to fight against Lord Saran riding on him, and then to do his best to fight against Leon. He has been trying his best and has been able to keep up with the pace every time. So he is also called the official son. How could there be a novice village chief who would not be eliminated? Just look at other novice village chiefs. When they first met, they were full of oppression. But only a month or 2 passed, and many undead people could kill the village chiefs by themselves. And this time, Linda's level did not increase. It seems that he has not increased his level for a long time. But he seems to have increased again. 2 health bars. Life, 5500/5500. Life, 100/100. The second health bar is a bit like a joke, with only a pitiful 100 health points. Not to mention for the lord of the main city, it is also much worse than ordinary disasters. But when Lin launched a charge, the ground was shaking violently, and the heavy and unignorable running made every undead present feel nervous, anxious, getting closer, with the corpse completely out of control. The undead people of Kazan Town, who could only become necromancers, seemed to have no other means except to actively fight back with their bodies. The first undead met Lind. The great sword that was still burning in the rain swept across, and the body of the first undead was instantly cut apart by the compressed high-temperature sword blade. Bang! The corpse turned into ashes. But this time it didn't have time to bloom, and was broken up by the rain, turned into muddy water, and stepped on. Lind was still the terrifying combat unit that the undead could not resist the second move. The smart necromancer undead had already started to flee, and those completely uncontrollable corpses took the initiative to move forward, dragging their old bodies. Some corpses stood up too hastily, and there were too many shriveled and rotten corpses around, causing them to be a little anxious when assembling their bodies. Both arms were right hands, which was nothing at all. Some corpses had their legs replaced by 2 arms, and could only crawl on the ground. "Go!" the necromancer shouted, although he didn't know what bug had happened. It was a good thing that the corpses would attack automatically. With the Sea of Corpses tactics, Linda could definitely be forced to death. But Linda didn't care at all, whether it was the undead who turned around and fled or the corpses who came to him on their own initiative. He pulled the broken sword with a burning flaming flag in his hand and crushed all the enemies in front of him with the weapon. The rumbling thunder covered the sound of the weapon smashing the head and bones. Linda completely transformed into a sharp spear that no one could resist. As the corpses in the front row collapsed after the collision, the formation that had not been deployed quickly entered a state of collapse. 3 or 5 shields were placed in front of Lind. The lines on the metal could no longer tell where they came from or which faction they belonged to. When Lin's flames followed the broken sword, the flames and the broken bodies exploded together. Those antiques from an unknown era also completely turned into broken shield fragments, thrown into the air, and then fell with a heavy rain. Lin's offensive pace gradually slowed down. These corpses were just an astonishing number, not afraid of death and pain, but without the control of the undead. The corpses moved sluggishly, and could no longer perform the tricks that shocked Lin. He did not feel too much pressure to choose to face them head-on. But it was not only the tide of corpses that was entangled in his steps, and made it difficult for him to move forward. The curse from the back of the battlefield was the key to suppressing Linda's strength. His body seemed to be carrying a huge and heavy stone, and his steps became staggering. His strength was being drained by the curse, and his speed was also slowed down by the tide of corpses that surrounded him tightly. The rain hit the corpses with a crackling sound, soaking the tattered clothes and armor on the corpses, sticking to the surface of the corpses, and then drilling into the brain through the rotten eye sockets, accumulating in the empty chest cavity. Hundreds of weapons of varying lengths were raised high against the backdrop of lightning, reflecting dazzling white light, as if they had caught the thunder in the sky and were preparing to judge Lin. Lin just waved his sword forward. The battle was still going on, and he kept moving forward at a steady speed. Every step he took was accompanied by a broken corpse lying down. The undead looked at the figure whose flame was gradually extinguished in the blurry rain, and both enemies and friends stood still. The figure who was steadily moving forward stubbornly moved forward, facing the storm and the tide of corpses, and his sword and armor also began to entangle the broken limbs from the initial golden light, and he was trapped in the fatigue of the hard battle. Kill! There was a roar. For the Lord! Lance and the others could not watch the Lord go on alone. As soldiers, they knew that protecting the Lord they were loyal to should be their top priority. Even if the city was breached, the Lord could not be harmed. So, the undead people in Kazan town, who had been killed and had lost their armor, looked at the red names that lit up one after another and swallowed their saliva. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come if you had said you were so awesome earlier. Isn't that Lord Saran? Someone noticed Lord Saran, whose complexion had recovered. However, unlike when he was riding a ground dragon, Lord Saran was wearing a hat at this time, as if he wanted to stick the hat completely to his head, which was very inconsistent with his overall dressing style. But his appearance doesn't lie. His name doesn't lie. And his chain-swinging fighting style doesn't lie. Sure enough, the Lord has taken in the former boss again. The undead, who had fought with Lord Saran before, knew very well what level of boss Lord Saran was. In short, one person could fight against dozens of level 11 undead. In addition, Duome and Lance are both player killers who have appeared in the game. If you don't have dozens of undead lives in your hands, you'd be embarrassed to join this team. The noise of their strong entry into the battlefield attracted Linda's attention, and it did help Linda attract firepower to a certain extent. But compared to these, what he cared about most was Star Dragon City. Star Dragon City must not be breached, as all his assets were inside. The black iron hook rubbed against Linda's face, and the curved hook blade wrapped in corpse poison broke through his cheek skin and implanted the poison. Linda could see that the corpse that attacked was completely different from the other swaying ones. It was wrapped in black armor and heavy armor, and was an absolute elite among the corpses. Lind raised his sword, and the palm-wide blade in his hand was as light as a rapier piercing with a gust of wind. He always had a strange power to repel the enemy, so this time was no exception. The seemingly difficult black-armored corpse was swept by the sword, and the heads of more than a dozen corpses beside it were cut off by the sword. At the broken end of the flying shriveled head, only carbonized and charred remained. And then when the rain poured on it, a pungent stench of heated rotten meat burst out. No matter how agile you are, you can't avoid all attacks when you are besieged. Lin's back and shoulders were hit hard one after another. He twisted and whipped the sword blade wildly to try to break through the protection of the golden plate armor. But it was in vain again and again. Occasionally, after it was damaged and hurt Lin's body, you will find that white water vapor evaporates from Lin's exposed skin, and the wound heals quickly. Lin successfully killed through the corpse tide. The corpses around him were still rushing towards him, but Lin's attention was not on them at all. He looked around quickly. The rain curtain tried to help cover the opponent's whereabouts. The raindrops that fell continuously like broken beads were too dense, and some of them tried to cover his eyes. Lin's eyes gradually turned red, and his pupils were burning. Only if he could absolutely control his own power could he use this method to enhance his tiny vision. The opponent was also good at some magic that could hide his body. Or he had some strange weapons and props. The curse imposed on him became heavier and heavier. And he felt that his sanity was being deprived, which was more terrifying than the power being taken away. It is common sense that old nobles will go crazy. Lin can accept his defeat. But he must not go crazy. Once he loses his identity as the last rational noble, he is just a boss that can be pushed at any time to the undead. Even to the NPCs in Star Dragon City and Prey Town. He can be betrayed without any reason. The crazy old noble should bear all the betrayals. Just like the unspoken rule of this world. Even Lance, who always wanted to return to Goliath, always thought so. The forked lightning flashed again and passed by Lin's scalp, dyeing his golden plate armor into a dazzling silver. At the same time, Lin successfully saw the outline of the erratic figure hidden in the rain in the distance. Got you. Lin grabbed the banshee horn at his waist, fixed his eyes on the outline, and blew the horn. Woo-woo hum! The sound was not clear. The rain and storm buried a lot of sounds, and the small part left was transmitted to the ears of the undead. But they were not the target, so there was no reaction. And with the entry of Lance and others, a new round of slaughter has begun. They may not be as powerful as Lin, but they have sufficient experience in cleaning up the undead with varying strengths. Lin's sight was still fixed on the vague outline in the rain curtain. As the horn was blown, the figure suddenly staggered and fell into the rain curtain. It was a man with the vicissitudes of life, with dense ravines occupying his entire face. And the loose skin was like a human face candle that was about to melt. He was wearing a religious bishop's long robe, which was luxurious in accordance with the noble status of the bishop as the spokesperson of the gods. That dress reminded Lin of the archbishop he had seen in Goliath. But the difference between the two was huge, probably because he didn't have the winged Song White Knights of Everfrost Land by his side. Clinging to the other's gorgeous and exquisite robe was a twisted human bone decoration like a vine. And the bones that had not been shaved clean were attached to the robe and tried to wriggle. The other party obviously didn't expect Lin to be able to catch him. There was astonishment on his face. And the look he looked at Lin was also full of disgust. The eyes looking at the banshee horn in Lin's hand were full of fear. Curse. Lin was not sure about the specific effect of the horn before. But now, he can be sure that the banshee horn can cut the enemy's strength in half. If the man in front of him is really Archbishop Milburn of Kazan, if he is really a hero above level 31, then he is really weak now. At the moment when Lin successfully caught and cursed the other party, half of the curses imposed on Lin were also taken away out of thin air. He walked quickly towards Archbishop Kazan. As soon as the other party appeared, Lin knew why the current situation would eventually occur. Archbishop Kazan was also using the undead. Lin might be the first to know how to use the undead, but he would definitely not be the last. Just like Leon, as the lord of the main city, used the undead to cultivate the undead. And later Dome and Morena simply used the undead as batteries. They were all developing and utilizing this kind of chaotic and difficult to control, but not dead useful guinea pig. Especially Archbishop Kazan. He didn't know what method he used to make the undead choose to conceal their whereabouts and actively attack Star Dragon City. But it was certain that the undead didn't know about this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been shocked after the corpses went out of control. And they wouldn't have shouted that there was a bug. Maybe it won't take too long for more NPCs or bosses to realize how useful the undead are. There are many competitors. Tick. Blood overflowed from the nose. Lin heard his heartbeat speeding up. The 4 emblems on his chest became restless, and his internal organs seemed to be twisted by something. He increased his speed, and the flame sprayed from behind pushed Lin to crash into Archbishop Kazan. He got close, and then pierced the opponent's chest with a sword. Then Lin poured his strength into the broken sword frantically, and the scavenging princess, who was about to burst tore the opponent's body apart. Its body was as big as an elephant, bent over. But as the rain fell, the body that was forcibly expanded by the power was leaking quickly. The scavenger princess carefully pinched Archbishop Kazan's head with her big claws, so that he could look at Lin before he died. Praise. The head opened its mouth, and then it was motionless. Something was wrong. Lin quickly retreated with the broken sword, and he suddenly found that there were blurry figures in the rain around him. They were just like Archbishop Kazan, who was killed by Lin just now. Maybe the other party was not Archbishop Kazan at all, but just a member of the choir? He remembered that Duelme once said that the most difficult and terrifying thing about Archbishop Kazan was the choir of 133 people. The difficulty was so great that even the epic level Leon chose to ignore it. When the blurry figure gradually became clear, Lin found that he was surrounded by more than 100 figures dressed in the same way as the Archbishop who was killed before. There were men and women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin. And the same thing was that they stared at Lin with disgust. "I thought I caught you. But it turned out that you caught me." Lin couldn't help but grin. And the distortion in his body just now recovered again. It seemed that he didn't kill Archbishop Kazan in exchange for the disappearance of the curse. But the other party deliberately used bait to lure him into the trap. Now that Lin was surrounded by a whole choir and cursed, he was doomed. The curse broke out. His ears buzzed, and blood flowed out. Domei and others in the distance also noticed this scene. "Milburn is here," Domei cried in his heart. He absolutely didn't want to have anything to do with that madman. But he couldn't ignore it, because he knew very well that Milburn didn't need living people as companions at all. That madman only needed corpses. Celine and Myram obviously recognized Archbishop Kazan's choir, and their faces were extremely ugly. Only Lance led his men to rush over there without hesitation after discovering that Lind was in trouble. We are not in a strong position in numbers either. Dome found that Saran and the other two seemed to be a little tempted and tried to dissuade them. If he rushed forward and fought desperately, he would have to face Milburn. But if he didn't fight desperately, Milburn would not let him go. But this was not a dead end. If he turned around and ran away now, Milburn would probably not catch up with him. Alas! Dome stamped his feet. Now there was a Star Dragon City supporting his research. And there were undead people helping him do various tasks. So all his research needs could be met. Star Dragon City was the place he had always dreamed of. It was such a pity to just run away like that. And when he saw those undeads also screaming and rushing forward, and even looking at him, Duomei suddenly had a very strange feeling. Maybe he could try not to be a fence-sitter so quickly this time? Duomei bent down and picked up a two-handed sword. Oh! The undeads, who had been resurrected and rushed out, saw this scene. And for some reason, they followed Duomei and cheered. They should have cheered for the Lord. Cheered for Lance. And even cheered for Saran, who had just chosen to take the initiative to attack. But why did they have to cheer for themselves? Just because I picked up the two-handed sword? A bunch of lunatics. Dome grinned. This feeling didn't seem bad. The corpse tide was finally cleared, as the undead resurrected in large numbers. The road ahead was full of corpses. But the thunder had disappeared. The rain had become lighter. And it was dark in front of me, and I couldn't see anything. Illumination. Dome raised the two-handed sword. The sudden burst of light made Dome seem to have really transformed into a white-robed swordsman at this moment, leading the undead to rush towards the choir. Then, the curse of the choir swept over. Dome's heart trembled. No. He had better surrender. As a book thief, he had no concept of shame. Everything was based on saving his life. If he didn't fight hard at the critical moment, would the Lord really blame him if he survived? With all kinds of thoughts, Duomei unknowingly ran in front of Lance, Celine and others, and raised his two-handed sword in their stunned eyes, and slashed a choir member with a heavy sword. Dome? Serlin's voice was incredulous. No. Aren't you a wizard? Why did you go up with a two-handed sword? We knights are all thinking about how to rescue the Lord. Isn't it a bit too casual for you to rush up like this? You want to save people, not die. Dome was also confused. He just wanted to shout with the team, chop a few swords and gesture. The important thing was to participate. Why did he suddenly become the main attacker? The two-handed sword did not cause any damage. Even if he was a high-level wizard, Duomei's strength was not very great. But Domei, who used the lighting technique, was a human beacon. He successfully helped everyone present to illuminate the choir, allowing everyone to see the strange chanting robe surrounding the Lord. Linda's body twitched, and the curse was quickly draining his life. If an undead from a hostile force looked at Linda, they would definitely find that Linda's health bar was quickly draining. But the flames quickly burned in his body, mixed with blood, and drilled into his heart, quickly helping him recover blood. It was painful, but it barely slowed down the speed of the curse. Maybe he could last another 10 seconds before being cursed? Linda's ears could no longer hear any sound. Probably because he was deafened by the curse when he was cursed just now. The sudden illumination in front of him made Linda a little stunned. And it was Duomei who rushed over, which surprised him even more. But it was useless. Even if Duomei threw a fireball, the effect would be better than now. Linda's eyes quickly searched among the choir members. The twins allowed him to do two things at once, and he was indeed controlling the power to flow in his body to burn himself for healing, while concentrating on searching. Black robe. Black robe. Black robe. No difference except appearance. Unable to hear his own heartbeat, Lin had completely fallen into a silent world. He raised the banshee horn and suddenly looked at a middle-aged man who was singing in the choir. The moment the curse was blown, most of the strength of the target targeted by Lin was drained, and his state changed visibly, and his breath became very weak. Lin also realized that the curse on his body had also slightly eased. If he was not in absolute control, Lin would not be able to see this effect and change at all. Which one is Milburn? I only have about 20 chances, but the other side has more than 100 people. No matter how I guess, I am destined to fail. He turned his head and found that Lance and the others were shouting something to him. Even Dome, who was carrying a two-handed sword, was shouting, "We are coming!" Is that what he meant? Ah, yes. I have more than 20 chances. Dozens of great knights from Star Dragon City, and hundreds of resurrected undeads who rushed out. Now I have more people on my side. Linda felt the blood boiling in his body. He had always regarded the people in the territory as tools and private property. In his eyes, Miko and other poster girls could make all kinds of potions, but they were not suitable for fighting. Duomei was good at scientific research, but not suitable for fighting. Saran, the only upper-level Lost Soul Knight besides Linda, could tame a large number of disasters and help manage the mount system built by Star Dragon City, but not suitable for fighting. Milanmu, the only upper-level secret mark messenger besides Linda, could rub all kinds of equipment by hand, but was also not suitable for fighting. Lance, as a sharpshooter, Lin hoped that he could protect the city wall and his private property in Star Dragon City most of the time, so he gave the rear area to him and didn't want him to fight. Needless to say, Four-Handed Bard, who was far away in the rear area, Lin never thought of letting him participate in the battle. In this case, Lin subconsciously participated in almost every battle, because he regarded every population and every NPC as his own private property. If he was accidentally damaged in the battle, it would be a huge loss. But at this moment, Linda suddenly felt relieved. He could not survive to the end by himself. He shouted words that he could not hear at all. "Fight for me!" Banshee horn. It was blown quickly, and the choir members were cursed one by one. Compared with the two curses, the power of the banshee horn was obviously stronger. The curse was forced to suppress the target's strength. The targets who were cursed lost their abilities one by one, and the curse on Linda was also slowing down rapidly. All opportunities were used up, but Archbishop Kazan was still not found. The curse on Lin still exists, but he doesn't seem to be in such a hurry to participate in the next battle of losing and dying. Lance, Domei, Celine and others rushed towards the choir. The undead had experienced a death and had no potion to help them advance. Their strength in this battle was limited, but the effect of sharing the curse with their bodies was still there. The choir was getting more and more chaotic, and they were the ones who were really surrounded. Lin also regrouped and rushed towards the target closest to him, knocking the opponent to the ground with a sword. Then stepped forward and twisted his body, swinging the broken sword horizontally to force back the slowly gathering behind him. Dome. Fire! Ah! Dome was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Linda's ability is no secret in Star Dragon City, especially that he can absorb power from the flames and heal himself through the flames. Every wizard who has mastered the power of fire will know this. When Linda and the undead fought with Leon in the City Lord's Hall, they used the absorbed flames to force a fight with him. That battle has become a classic battle story in the mouth of the dwarf Ludo. It's a pity that this place is too far away from the battery magic circle of Star Dragon City. Otherwise, they may be able to gain a greater advantage by sacrificing some lifespan. The flames gathered in Domei's palm. This was the first time that a high-ranking wizard released a fireball, which was bigger and more powerful. The flames that exploded on Lin provided him with some strength. The furnace badge absorbed the flames crazily, sucking them all into Lin's body. Serving the furnace is one of the abilities of the Fire Knight. It replaces one's heartbeat with flames. From now on, as long as one stands on the flames, one can absorb strength. Similarly, if one loses the flames, one will die. After Lin took the Furnace Master Path potion for the first time, He had synchronized his heartbeat with the flames, and he had been serving the furnace. Because of the existence of the great night flame of the sun's proof, Lin didn't need to worry about his flame going out. As long as his heart was still beating, he could always squeeze out the flame. In addition, the talent brought by the furnace emblem made him completely immune to the damage caused by the flame. For example, the Fire Knights under Saran before could draw strength from their heartbeats and flames, but they couldn't resist the damage caused by the flames. So they often carried a furnace around, and their skin was burned red by the furnace. Lin had no such problem. With multiple superpositions, the flames could not only strengthen his strength, but also heal him. When his own strength was exhausted, he could also use external flames to strengthen himself. The only problem was probably the pain. Flames burned flesh and blood. Even if he had absolute power control and flame immunity to ensure that he would not be injured, the pain would not be reduced if the flames flowed through his fragile blood vessels. Duomei chanted very quickly. Fireballs were his specialty. Even when he used the undead battery to forcibly increase his strength to the epic level, he still used fireballs. The flames that continuously bombarded Lin's back shook his body. Lin, whose flames had been extinguished for a long time, was finally ignited again. Like a torch in the dark night. It swayed for a while, and then exploded again. Lin had gotten used to the pain. What he didn't expect was that Domei's flames were so hot. Much hotter than his own son's proof flames. More painful, but more effective. The recovery and enhancement of strength were somewhat beyond expectations. I must find something that can light a fire, and carry it with me in the future. Lin found himself extremely calm at the moment. Compared with a life and death struggle, he actually had the mind to focus on the ruins and waters west of the ancient battlefield. The melee in front was getting more and more chaotic, and almost every choir member was entangled by one or more people. They looked like undead people. Too weak. Like porcelain dolls, which broke at the touch of the cursed eyes. But they also provided great help, using their lives to help Lin eliminate the target. After the fierce battle, a figure finally exposed itself. There was nothing strange about his appearance. But when all the choir members around him were distracted, and only he was still looking at Lin, and the curse effect on Lin had not disappeared, he could be sure that the other party was Archbishop Kazan, the necromancer Milburn. Lin didn't have enough strength to rush up and fight again. The undead were not even cannon fodder. And Lance, Dome, and others were probably not good enough. However, he still had a trick of dying together. Suddenly the flame disappeared, and Lin's whole body turned cold from constantly emitting high temperatures. Worship the furnace. One of the abilities of the Fire Knight uses the extinguishing of one's own flame as a trigger to send the furnace's wrath to the enemy and ignite the enemy. His HP suddenly shrank to only 1/5500, and his first heartbeat was almost inaudible. The flames condensed by sacrificing everything turned into a tiny spark as Lin raised his hand and pointed at Milburn. The spark exploded in Archbishop Kazan's heart. The sky-high pillar of fire almost connected the black clouds above and the sea of corpses on the ground. And the high temperature drove everyone away. There was nothing else in sight, except the pillar of fire that was thick enough for two people to hug. It seemed that Archbishop Kazan's health bar was no longer than 4,999. Wizards are really fragile. Lin sat on the ground without caring about his image and breathing heavily. Behind him were his seriously injured subordinates, some of whom fell completely, and some were disabled. This was the first time that Lin had suffered such a huge loss since he became the lord of the novice village. But he noticed that everyone's eyes were shining. It turns out that the sense of glory and joy of victory in a deadly battle is far more important than quietly waiting for the end of the war in the city wall. There are no undead this time, because the undead had been easily wiped out in the previous battle, and their strength was too weak to survive this war. Lin took a deep breath. His ears were already deaf. Of course, this was not a big problem, and a special bottle of magic potion could solve it when he returned. It's just that he couldn't hear clearly what he said now. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Next time, you rush in front of me." Lance and the others grinned. "Yes, sir." Only Dome was panting heavily while leaning on his two-handed sword, thinking to himself, "Still charging in the front? Sir Dome, you are so brave this time. Some soldiers have already found Dome, but as a wizard, can you give us the chance to charge in the battle next time?" Although they won this time, the greatest credit for charging in the front was actually taken away by a wizard carrying a two-handed sword. It was really a grief for all the knights present to tell others about it. Doesn't this make us look incompetent? Dome smiled awkwardly. Ahem. I will next time. When you don't have honor, you can ignore it. But because you have never been respected for your honor, you suddenly gain the respect of knights and undead people. And you feel a little proud. No wonder there are always heroes in historical records. And there are always people who would rather die than become heroes. Although Duomei can't understand the stupid thoughts of those heroes, he at least feels the feeling of being respected by heroes. It's a little bit refreshing. But Duomei quickly realized that she, a capricious book thief, had become a hero. If there was a war next, should she rush forward with a two-handed sword or hide behind and pretend she didn't know? What should she do? Of course, there will be a big reward. Linda shouted loudly, and we need to publicize it. Miku, who was checking Linda's ears and preparing to mix medicine for him, couldn't help but shrink to the side. Keep your voice down. As soon as she approached Linda, she was frightened by his roar. Hee hee. Linda smiled and closed his mouth. He didn't hear it. But from Miko's reaction, he knew she was frightened. My ears are still deaf, so I must listen to the pharmacist. Miko prepared the potion very quickly. When Linda poured a small bottle of magic potion into his mouth, his ears slowly itched. He could feel that a force was pouring into his ears, and quickly repairing a certain part. Linda subconsciously remembered that feeling. With absolute control over his body, if he became deaf again next time, Linda had a strong confidence that he could directly use the power in his body to repair himself in the shortest time. I was a little uncomfortable with the sound at first. The surroundings were very clear, especially my heartbeat and swallowing, which became very harsh, and my ears became very vivid. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Puff! Flames came out of Lin's ears. What are you doing? Miko was startled by him. She didn't remember that the potion she prepared could make people's ears spit fire. Lin pointed to the tip of his nose. I tried to use the fire to speed up the healing. Otherwise the sound would sound a bit noisy. Well, it's okay now. Miko didn't say anything. He already knew his character was like this. It would be a waste of words to say more. But he still mentioned the strange thing that happened to Morina in the Lord's Hall. Next was the government affairs. In this battle, many great knights were killed or injured in Star Dragon City. All the bodies must be cremated. Lind expressed his attitude. We must not let the necromancers or disasters trample on their bodies. Yes. Lance nodded. This was what he thought. There was no chance to rest in peace. But being cremated and resting in peace after death, instead of being dug out of the grave, was also a good ending. The reward I mentioned before. All the soldiers who participated in this battle will be rewarded, especially Duomei. When Linda thought of Duomei, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He could guess what Duomei was thinking at the time. As a fence-sitter, how could Duomei fight for his life? But Duomei was indeed a talent, and Linda was reluctant to let him go. Now, Duomei accidentally became the key point of this battle. He led everyone to charge, and took the initiative to swing his sword to attack. Now that the identity of a hero has been established, don't blame Linda for roasting Duomei on the fire. Many people do whatever they want when they are unknown. But when they have the identity of a hero, they will subconsciously pay attention to their image. Establishing a heroic image for Duomei will not cause Linda any loss. But Duomei may change his habit of sitting on the fence. People who are used to being heroes will not easily give up their former honor, especially when a group of people led by the dwarf Ludo sang Domei's name in taverns, blacksmith shops, textile factories, and other places. Linda didn't believe that he was not confused. Also, send a team to Kazan Town immediately, and take over Kazan Town, and take over all the undead there. This time Linda didn't plan to send undead people. The undead in Kazan Town were generally chaotic and evil. How could they be so undead? They needed someone Linda trusted to keep an eye on them. He also plans to add character evaluation to the Lion badge in the future, and it will be directly publicized. Justice, neutrality, evil, etc., so that the undead can clearly understand the impact and consequences of their actions, thereby restraining them to a certain extent. As for types such as evil and chaotic evil, they will be directly listed as red names by Star Dragon City, and a wanted order will be issued for other undead. He wants to use gameplay to establish rules, rather than forcibly restrain them. Punishment and reward coexist, and the undead will slowly learn to restrain themselves. Of course, he also has ideas for the chaotic evil camp, but there is no way to deal with it now, so he can only use the method of picking bugs to throw away the bad ones. Yes, Lance nodded. I will take people there personally. With Lance going in person, Lynn can rest assured that there will be no mistakes. Take Miss Morena with you this time. Just now, Miko talked about Morena's situation. Since Morena is also a wizard of the death path, there must be something in the Kazan Cathedral that only she can get. If he could get the potion formula for promotion to the hero level, Lin could reserve a hero immediately. He could also reserve a hero level fire knight for himself. But without the hero's heart of disaster and books, bring them all back without missing a single one. Lin had already read 2 poetry collections from the 3 gods. And now, he still needed the poetry collection of Zasa, the god of death. He didn't know what would match it better. And what kind of emblem would it bring to his chest? The road to promotion by taking potions must never stop. If you want to arrange it, you can't finish it in a few words. For example, there is no need to assign the corpse disposal outside to the undead as a task. They have more important work to do. They can let the NPC in Star Dragon City collect corpses and burn them. After Lin arranged everything, the resurrected undead also got what they wanted. There are various rewards. And as a reward, the Banshee pool is open for free for a limited time. The undead, who just participated in a battle, had no time to rest. They immediately rushed into the square and surrounded the Banshee pool in 3 layers inside and outside, trying to pass the level in the shortest time. Since the Lord is so generous, I must brush him out dozens of Star Dragon stones. Make the Lord poor. Lind, this time I must save up hundreds or thousands of times to use the Banshee horn. Chapter 192, 10 Imprisoned Bosses. Kakin Town. It is separated from the frozen mountains by a stream that cannot be easily crossed. The town's architectural style is dilapidated and old, as a gathering place rebuilt on the once abandoned town. Except for the pointed clock tower in the center of the town that pierces the sky like a claw. The height of the houses is generally about 1 or 2 stories. The sun is extremely impartial to this town. When the sun rises in the morning, it will be taken away by the Moon Mountains in the east. In the afternoon, the frozen mountains that can divide the entire Rand Kingdom into 2 halves will immediately hide the sun behind them. Kazan Town can only get a short period of sunlight at noon, and it is hidden in the gloomy air all day long. The undead, who went to participate in the battle to attack Star Dragon City, were resurrected one by one. They were not treated like the sons of Star Dragon City. It took a lot of effort to get a potion of passage. The hard work was completely different from the undead people in Star Dragon City, who could get everything by farming. There were almost no NPCs in the whole town. Archbishop Kazan did not need living people, and there were only dead people wandering in the town. If the undead could never truly die and would not become corpses, the fate that awaited them would definitely be different from what it is now. What should we do now? The undead gathered together. Let's go to the church first. The Kazan Cathedral was built before the end of the world. The stone pillars with complex relief patterns were neatly arranged to support the entire cathedral. The magnificent architectural style was completely different from the dilapidated Kazan town. The sun shone from the church, adorning the headless Dragon Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Starting from the relief on the lintel of the door, the elongated shadow slanted on the ground, forming a black carpet, before it was occupied and became the base of Archbishop Milburn of Kazan. This place once belonged to the Church of the Sun. Behind Moon Mountain is a messy cemetery. The iron fences with curled flowers hand in hand enclose this cemetery, which is larger than the area of Kazan Town, and just became the back garden of the church. The undead people did not find Archbishop Kazan. What should I do? If Archbishop Kazan was still alive, they would certainly try their best to fight again. This is how playing games is. It is exciting and interesting to play in adversity. Anyway, it won't hurt, and I won't die. Is it possible that he was killed? Impossible. The strongest among them is Linda. Isn't he only level 20? But as far as we know, Lord Leon was level 40 at that time. Level 40. Stronger than Archbishop Kazan. Submitted. I also want to enter the Pigeon Dungeon. Someone said his own thoughts. And did you find that the main line is the development of the Star Dragon forces? Really? If it is substituted into our own novice village, I think it is a simple boss siege. Didn't the official website update say that? But Linda is definitely an NPC. There is no doubt that he is the head of the novice village. As players playing in the same area, they not only study themselves but also the enemies. Especially the official son like Linda. They can dig up information that will never leave him any underwear. It's just that Linda's strength will increase every time he appears. so their intelligence can never keep up. If the main line of the Rand Kingdom is changed to the Rise of Power, it will be appropriate. Absorbing all the power does look like the main line. And Kazan Town, as a hostile force, does play the role of a roadblock. Just surrender like that? Some undeads were unwilling to give up. We have all fallen back to level 10 now. Even if we want to surrender, we probably can't reach Star Dragon City. The disasters around Star Dragon City are indeed being cleared slowly. But the number of undeads in Star Dragon City is not large after all. The power decreases as it radiates outward. Naturally, the farther away from Star Dragon City, the stronger the disaster. Is it possible that Star Dragon City will send someone to pick us up? Persuading prisoners to surrender is a classic part of the Star Dragon forces. Enter the invitation code to get points, and then directly start the old to bring the new. Although some people did not want to join Star Dragon City as captives, they did not have a better choice. The sound of horse hooves soon brought a group of red-named monsters. Seeing Lance and others riding on the Calamity Warhorse rushing in aggressively and breaking into Kazan Town, the undead people's hearts sank. Fuck. They are not going to abuse the fountain. Are they? Undead sneak attacks on NPCs are not called sneak attacks. They are just fun of the game. And NPCs should not bear grudges. The undead people in Kazan Town, who have been discussing whether to join Star Dragon City, still feel that they have the initiative to choose, until those red-named monsters surrounded them and made them feel bad. I remember playing an old game where I was wanted for killing a chicken and had to slaughter the whole town. Is the town you're talking about called Creekwood? Fortunately, the situation was not as bad as they thought. The undead lined up to enter their information and receive the lion badge. The process was very smooth. After becoming a friendly party, the information and red name above the enemy's head also disappeared. Where did Milburn live? Lance had been keeping an eye on the undead. He could sense their reluctance to join Star Dragon City. Anyone would be unhappy if they were killed so easily. Not to mention that they had to join the group seamlessly as a captive. If it weren't for Lin's order, Lance might have led his men to form a siege and launched an endless massacre in Kazan Town. Even if the undead can be resurrected infinitely, they can continue to slaughter them indefinitely until they don't want to be resurrected. Until they think that immortality is just a curse. An undead took the initiative to walk out. Tai Jun. Sir. This way. I'll lead the way. I know it. Lance's task of recovering the territory of Kazan Town went very smoothly. And Morina, who came with the team, also found everything she needed. It should be a good harvest. Looking at Morina's surprised expression, it can be seen that she has gained too many benefits in the cathedral. However, Lance does not intend to go back just like that. Before leaving, he also asked Lind about the plan to return to Goliath. Now that the forces around Star Dragon City are basically in his hands, and he has nearly 400 undead people, as well as an increasingly powerful team of great knights, Lind already has the possibility of returning to Goliath. Lance looked at the undead and said, "You need to go back to Star Dragon City, where you can continue to fulfill your mission as undead." After receiving the lion badge, the undead's attitude towards him and others changed dramatically. Even though Lance had seen it many times, he was still amazed at their lack of loyalty. Can peace really last forever by cooperating with such things? If their strength was not much worse than that of the disaster, perhaps they would be more terrifying than the disaster. "Sir, what about you?" The undead did not leave immediately. Investigate the way back to Goliath. Lance did not hide that as a member of several forces, the undead were destined to follow to Goliath. "We can help. Yes, we are not afraid of death. Let us investigate." Issuing tasks is the style of Star Dragon City. Lance, who has been following Lind and learning from him, certainly knows how to issue tasks. Almost everyone in Star Dragon City asks to issue tasks every once in a while. Especially Miko and Brittany. They are the most popular when issuing tasks. However, since Duomei came to Star Dragon City, the most popular one has become the old wizard with white beard. Especially after the war. The old wizard holding a two-handed sword is famous at the peak of his career. Although Lance has not yet qualified to issue tasks in the Lion Badge, it is not difficult to issue tasks by handwriting 2 copies of the scroll and then stamping it with his own seal. After returning, Lance only needs to submit the task to the guild. And these undead can also receive points. Receive the map development mission. Receive the Snake Catcher Fortress investigation mission. The entire group of more than 60 undeads, who originally belonged to Kazan Town, all chose to take the initiative to go to the Snake Catcher Fortress for investigation. When they received the mission, all the undead couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that this was how it felt to know the reward before doing a mission. When they were sick of those automatic pathfinding games, they really wanted to play a game that relied entirely on their own exploration. The Doomsday Ring really suited their appetite from the beginning. Many people even kept complaining about the online game style of Star Dragon City, thinking that those missions were simply ruining a good game with a strong sense of immersion. But watching others having more and more fun and taking off directly, the awkward feeling is still very strong. If it is a single-player game, it is fine to explore and experience the novelty slowly by yourself. But this is an online game with competitive attributes. One step behind. Step by step behind. They also have an ancient map of the Snake Catcher's Fortress in their hands, which draws the road from Kazan Town to the Snake Catcher's Fortress. 60 people set off in a mighty manner. As they walked, everyone unconsciously dispersed and gathered into small teams. "I'll send someone to take you back," Lance said to Morina. "The master must be waiting for you to bring back good news." Morina, who always had a cold expression, smiled at this moment. The joy of the knowledge harvest pulled the corners of her mouth upward, and she could imagine that if Linda got the help of these powers, the overall strength would be further enhanced in the future, and he would be more confident to face the existence hidden behind the scenes. It seems to be a dead end ahead. I caught Pikachu holding a delicate hand-painted map, on which all the paths leading to the Snake Catcher's Fortress were marked as much as possible. But he stopped in front of the stream that could be called a landmark. What's wrong? Isn't there water in front? Their team walked the fastest. Although it was a temporary team, they were quite familiar with each other. After all, they had been playing games together for a month or two. Yes, but it forked. I caught Pikachu and pointed to the stream in front. There should be a stream from the northeast to this side. He gestured with his fingers, but it won't fork. The surrounding environment can match. Only the stream does not match, indicating that the terrain has changed greatly. It is easy to get this kind of unimportant news from the NPC. The end of the world. The magic ring is broken. The world's crust is moving. Some mountains disappear, and some mountains appear out of thin air. Not only the land area is changing, but also the ecological environment has ushered in earth-shaking changes. So if they want to return to Goliath, they only have a general direction, and how to act specifically still needs to be explored step by step. Several people looked up ahead. According to the markings on the map, they would pass through an area called the Snake Man Basin, then pass through the Snake Man village there to the Snake Man Outpost, then meander southward from the Snake Man Outpost, pass through the Snake Catcher Fortress, cross the turbulent water and dangerous peaks that blocked the road, and successfully return to the central area. But there was no Snake Man Basin in front of them, but only collapsed mountains and rocks. "Let's take a detour." Mute. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they heard a hoarse strange bird cry above their heads, and a flying woman's head was flying towards them with its mouth wide open. Treasure-stealing Banshee. Level 8. Enemy attack. I caught Pikachu and quickly retreated, opening my mouth to remind my companions to be careful. But when I opened my mouth, I found that my throat could not make any sound. Silenced. The woman's head had come in front of them. The skin on her face was loose, with obvious corpse spots, and a strong stench could be smelled when you get close. A pair of wings grew behind her, and a mouth part similar to that of an insect sticking out from her chin. This is just an insect with the shell of a woman's head. An undead man was stabbed by the treasure-stealing Banshee before he could react. Blood splattered, and he was pinned to the ground by the woman's head, who was eating him. Buzz. The sound of wings vibrating in the air became more and more, and the women's heads flapped their wings and flew high into the sky like a hornet's nest was poked. They circled and locked onto me and Pikachu, and the insect wings vibrated at high speed, leaving after images in the blurred light, and the mouth parts cracked at the chin were black and shiny. The speed of flight was very fast, like a stone thrown out with a whizzing sound that cut through the air, flying towards the few people. As the distance got closer, the sound of the wings flapping was like a special magic item that could slow down time, making them feel that every moment of their escape was infinitely prolonged. But their heartbeats were speeding up instead. They opened their mouths and shouted at each other, but no one could make a sound, and they could only see each other's wide mouths. I caught Pikachu and fled in a panic. There were too many treasure-stealing Banshees chasing him from behind, so he could only go in the opposite direction along the water flow, and unknowingly ran from one road to another. "Here it comes!" I caught Pikachu. He instinctively fell forward, and the deafening buzzing sound of wings flew past his scalp. Because the chasing treasure-stealing banshee rushed too fiercely, he almost fell to the ground. He immediately climbed up and rushed over, hugging the head of the treasure-stealing banshee and pressing it under his body. "Can you still run away now?" He pulled out the knife from his body and stabbed the insect in the shape of a woman several times. The stinking juice splashed out and scared him so much that he quickly shut off his sense of smell. "Huh?" I caught Pikachu and turned over, holding the dead head of the treasure hunter banshee and looking up at the sky. I finally survived. But the deafening sound of flapping wings came after me again, and the number of them was enough to make people's scalps numb and approached quickly. "Run! Don't worry about the direction. Just keep running." When I caught Pikachu and finally got rid of the treasure hunter banshee behind me, I suddenly found myself standing in front of a canyon sentry. There were Rand soldiers patrolling the canyon, wearing the same style of armor as the Star Dragon City soldiers. Wait. Red name. The undead who just breathed a sigh of relief wanted to go over and say hello, but suddenly remembered that he was a regular army wearing a lion badge. "It's the enemy. Where's the map?" "Yes. The map." He fumbled for the map and looked at the markings on the map. "This should be the Snake Man sentry post. As long as you pass the Snake Man sentry post and go forward, you will reach the Snake Catcher Fortress. It seems that only he can complete this task. Now it's getting dark. As long as you are careful, it's not difficult to sneak over." He even thought of the way to hand in the task. Just commit suicide and then return to the living point. The only pity is that he hasn't gone to Star Dragon City yet. Otherwise, he could save a lot of trouble by resurrecting directly in Star Dragon City. The first step is to investigate the distribution of the forces of the Serpent Man outpost. The undead man who was breathing quickly hunched over and approached quickly. He was a little envious of the assassins of Star Dragon City. If those hooded people came, they would definitely be able to sneak in quietly. However, before he could act, those treasure-stealing banshees chased him again. The shaking bell quickly gathered the defenders of the Serpent Man outpost, and a large group of treasure-stealing banshees also heard the sound and took the initiative to rush towards the outpost. Perhaps it was the banshees' perception of sound. When the banshees approached the sentry post, the noisy sound disappeared. "Fight! Fight! Now that I have caught Pikachu, I am so happy that my soul is ascending to heaven." I squatted in the corner and watched quietly, watching the dog-eat-dog fight between the two red names, and then took advantage of the situation. The banshees who actively charged with their bodies again encountered trouble. The human head shell, bang bang, slammed on the sentry soldier's shield like a stone. Some soldiers raised their weapons high and shocked, but the treasure-stealing banshees were too agile, and they were only as big as a human head and could fly in the sky, so the swords could not catch up with them. One of the soldiers suddenly opened his mouth, and his chin and throat quickly expanded, like a frog puffing its cheeks, and then quickly opened his mouth towards the group of treasure-stealing banshees, accompanied by large clouds of green smoke flying out. The treasure-stealing banshees lost their strength and fell to the ground. After landing, the treasure-stealing banshees' bodies could not stop twitching and twisting. "Hiss! Use poison?" I caught Pikachu and immediately got the key information. If I want to pass this level, I must prepare the antidote. The remaining treasure-stealing banshees also discovered the danger and turned away without entanglement. Only the undead, who had been hiding all the time, kept an eye on it. The health bar of the treasure-stealing banshee is not long, and it is easy to kill. It just flies in the sky, and it needs a tank to lure it in front, or a fast and large-scale long-range attack method. As for the soldiers of the Snake Sentry, looking at the sentry wall that has been shrouded in poisonous fog, and the sentry's wide-open gate that has never been closed, the undead has a headache. It is definitely not possible to force it in. Then we have to take a detour. He looked at the Snakeman outpost, because it was a wall built at the entrance of a canyon. There were mountains on both sides of the outpost, and one side happened to be a low hill with a not too steep slope. The undead, who chose to take a detour to continue to inquire about intelligence information, crouched and ran quickly to the other end. After choosing a good position, the undead climbed up with his hands and feet. This was not a road, so it was very difficult to walk. It was not a problem for the undead. No one should be willing to follow the road in a rigid manner when playing games. There is no shortcut to create a shortcut. If you can get on the road that is not allowed to go, it will be more refreshing than eating a bite of watermelon in the hot summer. If you eat watermelon and get on, it will be unprecedentedly refreshing. Now the undead man who has found the shortcut is very happy. It has been completely dark. He has spent a long time in this place. Fortunately, he is about to climb to the top. Otherwise the wounds and blood loss caused by the collision between his body and the sharp rocks would almost kill him. Finally, he climbed to the top of the hill. Looking to the side from this end, he can see the soldiers patrolling with torches at the snake sentry go around and enter the snake catcher's fortress. Thinking of this, the undead man stepped into the air and subconsciously, the body rolled into a ball and fell down. Even though the pain in the body was cut off, the debuff of dizziness still stuck to it. The undead man sat up and shook his head and looked forward. This looks like a cell? A small basin-shaped cell built by digging a pit in the hills. In the cell, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. Then came the red names. Cameron Howell, son of Ronan. Level 26. Rich Stinger, son of Ronan. Level 26. Almert, Flame Wing, son of Ronan. Level 26. Fuck. Where did I end up? Why are there 10 red-named monsters? And judging by the length of their health bars and their strength, it seems that each one is only slightly weaker than Lind Alman. The total health is about 4,000. But everyone is injured. Some have only about 2,000 health left. And some have more than 3,000. A group of injured boss. Chapter 193 Spice Clone. Ah! A roar suddenly erupted, and the expanding air wave exploded in the seemingly flimsy cell. I caught Pikachu and fell back in fear. But the expected damage did not occur. The seemingly extremely weak cell successfully helped him block the momentum attack. The storm erupted in the internal space, but also activated the magic circle. The invisible chain bound the roaring voice until the voice became tired and gasped. Outsider? A hoarse voice sounded from the cell next to him. The undead immediately turned around and saw a man with flaming red hair. His long hair was scattered on his body, and his posture was calm, as if he was not in prison, but standing on a battlefield of great victory, calmly experiencing this victory that was destined to belong to him. Son of Ronan. Almert, Flame Wing. Level 26. Have you never seen it? The son of God who was once favored by God is now abandoned as the world collapses. Almert Yenny continued to speak in a hoarse voice. What awaits us is only a lonely death here. A red-named monster that can actively chat with him. And it is very likely to be a red-named boss. And the attitude is so friendly. The undead man's mind was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around, and found that some people heard his movement and turned their heads to look at him. Some huddled in the corner and ignored him. And some were screaming wildly. Are you old nobles? The undead asked. Old nobles. The iron cage was violently rammed, and the black-haired young men next to Almert's cell roared at the undead. Rebels. Treason. There are only nobles in this world. Do you think that you can replace the great family name by declaring yourself as the new nobles? Can you seize those honors? Bradley Blacksword, son of Ronan. Level 26. The black-haired young man has a very violent personality, completely different from the red-haired Almert Flame Wing. But the opponent's level of 26 and only 1,500 less health than Lin make it really difficult for the undead not to pay attention to him. His personality has always been like this. Almert waited until Bradley Blacksword finished his roar before speaking, and the symptoms are becoming more and more obvious. Sorry, I caught Pikachu and seemed to be able to feel the tragedy of them being abandoned by the times. Of course, it was also because he found that the NPCs in this game are really smart. You can only pry useful information from them by putting yourself in their shoes. I have seen those rebellions. Look at this. I also serve a noble nobleman of the Land Kingdom. Noble nobles of the Kingdom of Rand. Hearing this, even the figure huddled in the corner turned around and came over. Dominic Night Demon, son of Ronan. Level 26. The undead noticed the other party, who was thin and looked taciturn. He took off the lion badge he had just received, held it up and walked through the cells, showing it really. This is the badge given by Lord Lind Alman. It should be useful. The lion seems to be Alman's family emblem. Armin! Lion! Someone was talking. It should be true. Linda. I have seen him. He was once loyal to the great Prince of Kurt, but he was defeated in the battle for the throne. I saw him last time when he passed by the fortress. Well, a very pure noble. Those who could still maintain their rationality were discussing it, while those who had lost their rationality were going crazy. No. You are lying. Almert Yenny suddenly became emotional, and his red hair floated up with his anger. You are lying. Lying! No noble can keep his sanity. He's just to the north. I caught Pikachu and immediately explained, really? He's at the foot of Red Dragon Mountain. You may not know that place. Do you know Holy Water Town? What about Countercurrent Highlands? The undead was relieved to find out that they knew about Countercurrent Highlands. It's just to the west of Countercurrent Highlands, where he built Star Dragon City. And we all serve him. Afraid that they wouldn't believe it. The undead continued to give examples. Do you know Miss Miko? Well, I don't know him. But what about Miss Brittany? I don't know him either. So what about Dome? Serene? Miriam? Lance? Lance? Archer Lance? The undead immediately turned around. And the person who spoke was a slender man. Ronan's son Francis Shadow. Level 26. Look! Someone knows Lance. That Lance. His archery is really amazing. He was even showing the posture of drawing a bow. Very excited. They had sparred with Lance during the last siege. Well, Lance's bow and arrow killed people too quickly. A nemesis of squishy skin. If I was there for that competition, he would be the second best archer in the kingdom, Francis Shadow said. The undead said that it was nothing. I can help you two get in touch and let you compete again. My nobles? The undead, who had already noticed that there was a hidden mission here, bowed. Is there anything I can do to help you? Leave here. Almert Flamewing's floating red hair had fallen. You don't need to be released. Maybe I can find a way. No need. We will completely lose control if we leave here. Our oath-keeping hearts have fallen into the abyss along with the magic ring. Almert said, it is our destiny to stay here. TSK. The undead looked at the 10 sickly people and suddenly felt very bored. He cleared his throat. Do you want to hear the story of Star Dragon City? The story of Lord Lind Alman. They didn't speak, but they all looked up. Then I'll start. I can only talk about some interesting battles. It's not difficult to tell the story about Lind. In order to get closer to the 10 red-named bosses in front of him, the undead even directly opened the official website and browsed the forum, searched for Lind's name, and then pulled out all the wars he participated in, and then embellished them a little. He has always been good at speaking, and this time it naturally played a role, especially when he talked about the battle between Lind and the Abyssal Leon. He noticed that these bosses became very nervous when he heard that Star Dragon City was besieged by the zombies of the crazy followers of the god of death Sasa. And Linda was killing people. Bradley Blacksword, who was the most easily excited, clenched his fists and yelled, that's how it should be. Of course, the undead would erase the role played by himself and others in it. And the footman should have the consciousness of a footman, especially in the part about the siege. He was really afraid that after he said it, the 10 bosses in front of him would tear the cages apart and rush out to play games with him. So, Lord Lind Alman, you are not crazy. Yes, his mind has always been normal. After all, he is my biological son. Biological son? Suddenly he remembered that Linda liked to subdue bosses and make them NPCs. Siege battles between various forces seem to be one of the main ways to play this game. If there are 10 more bosses in Star Dragon City, the undead dare not think about how happy it will be in the future. The sons of Ronan, who felt strange about his address, cast doubtful eyes. I can't explain it to you clearly, the undead said. Anyway, do you want to swear allegiance to Lord Linda? Our Lord Linda is ready to kill Goliath, save the fallen land kingdom, and get everything back on track. I caught Pikachu and felt that what I said was sincere and emotional, but I didn't expect Almert Flamewing to say very seriously, if Linda Alman really dares to come, we will kill him desperately. Fuck. Are you sick? The undead's scalp itched. From the beginning, I said the old nobles, and you all got angry and defended them. After that, I mentioned Lind Alman, and you all praised him. And your attitude was very respectful. It seems that we are all one family. So why are you trying so hard to kill our novice village chief? No one can pass the Snake Catcher Fortress. Almert Yenny said seriously, go back and tell Lind that if he wants to go back to Goliath, he can choose to go through the Morphous Gate. But don't try to get close to here. Someone. The flickering torchlight chased after him. The undead man got up quickly. But then he remembered that this was the Basin prison, and he had been caught in a trap. I'll take your words to you. The undead man grabbed the knife and stabbed his throat in front of everyone's horrified eyes. And then his body turned into ashes and exploded. My lord. A voice outside asked. It's okay. Go out. Yes. Star Dragon City. Miss Morina's magic learning will continue. She can steadily become a heroic necromancer through Milban's books and knowledge. The potion formula was also divided among Miss Miko and others for research. And the book was taken away by Duame at the first opportunity. Linda, who was enjoying his free time, was also ready to go and see how the undead were doing in the pigeon dungeon. Banshee Horn. It was very useful, directly weakening the enemy's strength, and basically ensuring that the upper level all attribute direct attack would be cut in half. Even the hero level would be cut in half with Banshee Horn. From now on, the Great Knight can easily compete with the upper level Great Knight. Lin can basically fight against heroes at will, as long as the opponent is not holding a cursed weapon or a blessed weapon. However, he was surrounded by a group of undead just after he walked a short distance. Finally, he couldn't help but want to kill the Lord to get the equipment. Although his equipment is gorgeous, the attributes are very ordinary, so it shouldn't be that bad. And this group of undead looks a bit unfamiliar. They should be from Kazan Town. My lord. I successfully went to the Serpent Outpost. The undead who spoke was excited, and I found 10 boss there. I found 10 imprisoned nobles there. They are the sons of Ronin, and each of them is very powerful. The undead adjusted his language and said quickly, "It's just that they don't seem to want to leave. It seems that they were imprisoned there on their own initiative." "Tell me what happened in detail," Linda said. The undead I caught Pikachu quickly told how he escaped from the treasure-stealing Banshee, how he accidentally ran to the Snake Man sentry, and how he secretly climbed the mountain and fell into the cell on the top of the mountain. The undead, watching the excitement, explained repeatedly. This experience sounded really interesting, especially when he fell down and 10 red-named bosses appeared in front of him. That scene was really exciting. Lin looked at the undead, who were gathering more and more, and said, "If it was them, it would be normal for them not to allow us to get close to the Snake Catcher's fortress. But it seems that Baron Ronin has gone crazy." The undead waited for Lin to explain with inquiring eyes. "Should we fight this battle or not? Do you know why there is a Snake Catcher's fortress? According to legend, many years ago, a large pit suddenly cracked in the ground, and countless pains and snakes crawled out of the pit. The fine curse of the abyss eroded the surroundings. Some people said that the place was eroded by the abyss, and a snake demon from the abyss came." Linda was not sure whether the story was correct or not. Just like the bard singing about his story now, he was still alive and well, and the story had begun to be exaggerated. The ancestor of the Hex family went to the pit. He killed the snake demon, and let those cursed by the abyss build a snake village in the pit, guarding them from generation to generation. The Hex family is also known as the Snake Catchers. The Snake Catcher's fortress connects the center and the north. Baron Ronin Hex is the lord of the Snake Catcher's fortress of this generation. He has made great achievements in battle, and is powerful. He has 10 powerful knights under his command, who are called the Sons of Ronin. The Sons of Ronin do not have noble blood, so they should not be crazy. Linda couldn't figure out why only the nobles, with the power of the magic ring in their blood and surname, would go crazy after the end of the world. For example, Lance, no matter how strong you are, no matter how talented you are before the end of the world, you can only live as an ordinary person. Forcing yourself to drink potions will not give you the same powerful blessing effect as Lind. And of course you are not qualified to go crazy. Give a surname? Lind seemed to have grasped the key information. The nobles attach great importance to blood. Those with blood have the right of inheritance. But this is not absolute. For example, illegitimate children absolutely have no right of inheritance. If a child who is adopted without blood and given a surname, and an illegitimate child with blood really comes to inherit the title, the child with the surname must be more qualified. Lind really didn't want to run into 10 half-crazy sons of Ronin. So, sir, what you mean is that they are protecting Baron Ronin, who may have gone completely crazy. So they warn you not to get close? Yes. Lind smiled. He just didn't want to run into them. Not that he didn't dare. Are 10 red-named bosses of more than 20 levels strong? It's not like he hasn't seen stronger ones. And the advice given by the other party was also very interesting. He actually asked him to take a detour back to Goliath through the Gate of Morphus. Don't they know that the Morphus Gate and the Great Rift of the Abyss are next to each other? How desperate must Lind be to deliberately not take the easy way, and deliberately go around to pollute his mind? You did very well. Lind smiled as he watched me catch Pikachu. Work hard to improve your strength. We must not allow our pace of entering the Snake Catcher's fortress to be delayed. Even for our old friends. Let them cling to the glory of the old era. The new era is coming. And it is not something that can be persisted by heart alone. In Lin's opinion, these old nobles, who were given a surname, and were half crazy still had a chance. As long as they took the initiative to work harder, they could enter the new era. He casually gave the undead a reply that he had completed the task. Lin also ended this outing. The snake catcher had someone he could communicate with. Although the other party had shown hostility, Lin still hoped to win without fighting. There were fewer and fewer old nobles. Baron Ronan was an absolutely unavoidable topic. Not long after the time passed, Lin received another good news. Miss Brittany had been helping Lin make a spice clone. And now it finally worked. Lin immediately found Miss Brittany. He watched her throw a spice bottle on the ground. And then a puff of smoke filled the air. And Lin stood in front of him. From the outside, there was no flaw at all. The strange thing was that her expression and movements were also very similar to Lin. If you were to nitpick, her aura was a little different. A little too domineering. How long can it last? Lin asked. I discussed with Domei that if there is a supply of magic energy, it can last forever. Okay. This is good. Linda walked in front of Linda and stretched out his hand to grab him. He was surprised when his fingers touched him. He actually felt something. His fingers seemed to touch the golden breastplate. The metal felt cold and hard. With a little more force, his fingers pierced through the golden breastplate. It turned out that everything was just an illusion. Can you pre-record some content? Linda asked. With the spice clone, he would not have to stay in Star Dragon City for a long time in the future. And he could go out and move freely. He had several places that he just wanted to visit. Chapter 194. Throw 3 in. Combine into one. Linda rode the Calamity Horse and left Star Dragon City, with only Reed by his side. He also took the Banshee Horn with him, and reminded Star Dragon City that the limited time free trial was over and the game copy was closed. It didn't matter whether he was dissatisfied or not. He needed a horn that could directly weaken the enemy's strength. The Snake Catcher Fortress ignited the interest of the undead. When they heard that there were 10 imprisoned bosses, they were not afraid at all, but only excited. Some people are even considering using props and traps to kill the boss in blind spots. The fun of the game is not only to defeat the enemy head-on, but also to kill the enemy in an evil way. And the latter is sometimes even more fun. Stop by the roadside and set up camp to rest. Reed took out the star grass to feed the Disaster Warhorse, because it has been with Lin for a long time. The Disaster Warhorse has grown stronger than ordinary warhorses. When Lin is not in the mood to deal with it, some fragments of the Heart of Disaster will be thrown into the mouth of the warhorse at will, turning into strength to strengthen its body. The most obvious thing is that the teeth in the horse's mouth have become sharp, and the teeth are like curved daggers. Reed was also very alert when feeding the horse, fearing that his arm would be bitten off accidentally. His thin arm really couldn't block a bite. This place is not too far from the Soul Valley. When the footsteps of the undead cover this place, it means that there will soon be no trace of the disaster here. Those ghosts. Reed couldn't bear it after all. He tentatively patted the Disaster Warhorse that Lin rode, and found that the warhorse seemed to be impatient for a moment. So he immediately retracted his hand. My lord, do we really have a way to deal with those ghosts? Lin was staring at the bonfire that Reed had just built, and was in a trance. He was thinking whether it would be better to put a spiral sword on it, or to put a grill on it, and let a few cats enclose grill meat next to it. Black smoke billowed, but the fire was not strong, fanning the wind to make the flames burn bigger. Lin answered Reed's question casually. Don't worry. I learned how to deal with it from Morena and Dome. They are not untouchable. Pure physical attacks can't touch them. But with a little magic, there's no problem. Enchanted sword oil is also under development. Although the technology is not mature, it is not difficult to make melee weapons have similar effects to magicians. And Lin has the Banshee Horn. According to the pigeon girl Selena, Lin can just swing the horn and hit them. And maybe he can enslave those ghosts directly into the horn, just like when he captured her. At this time, the area where they camped was open, and the wide field of vision also ensured that even if there was a disaster or something else attacking, they could still react in time. Tell me more about your experience in the depths of Soul Valley. Yes. Reed described his frightening experience as clearly as possible. What awaits Lin ahead may be special weapons, or a very difficult ghost boss. The former can enhance Lin's strength, and the latter can allow Lin to harvest unexpected materials. Everything is a resource. They are attracted by the sound in the stone door. Reed said his guess. It means that they are following a certain order. or have a strict code of conduct? Lin said, if it's the former, what's waiting for us may be a wizard who controls the undead. And if it's the latter, it may be an ancient magic circle. Since he came into contact with Duomei, Lin usually hears the most. Ancient magic. He has a similar concept to the Master of Secret Patterns in the Ancient Legend of the Twins Volume 3. The times have been developing, and there was no gap in knowledge before the magic ring was broken. Why are ancient things still better? Or is the so-called ancient magic simply another kind of civilization? Dome couldn't give him a clear answer. Even when Lin asked these questions, he had already extended hundreds or thousands of guesses based on this point. What about the ghost's outfit? Very messy. The two chatted about Soul Valley, but soon talked about the snake catcher's fortress, and then talked about the court painter Boyd. What can Lin talk about? National affairs? The future of the territory? You have to talk, but you can't talk all the time. How can a man with strong blood resist talking about things that are popular? They ate a simple meal. Both of them had big appetites. In order to travel light, they only brought a small amount of food and water. The rest were bottles and jars of magic potions. Drinking the potions could also replenish physical strength. But the stomach would growl. The sky was clear at night. Looking up at the sky, it seemed that the sudden heavy rain a few days ago had carefully washed the sky. It was hard to believe that the battlefield where countless corpses fell that day was in the same area and under the same night sky as the tranquility at this moment. In March, the night wind was very cool. The broken moonlight fell again. And if you looked carefully, you could even see the stars hidden in the corner. After entering the Soul Valley, the two of them stopped chatting unconsciously, and there was only the sound of horse hooves stepping on the ground. The air was cold. The visual range of the eyes was very close. And Linda suddenly missed Duomei. If he brought the old guy here, he would at least have an extra human flashlight. They tried to light the torch, but the cold air seemed to be very sensitive to flames. It is possible to light the fire with extraordinary power, but it will waste and sacrifice too much power. It is totally unnecessary to waste power in order to hurry. It is no problem to hurry in the dark. Linda's hearing is very sensitive, especially when the visual range of both eyes is limited. His attention becomes more focused, and he can hear more. Entering the weeping town, passing through the crooked and dilapidated houses that are worse than the ruins after the war, and walking on the slopes mixed with mud and loneliness. The road after passing through the town is very difficult to walk. The stone thorns that grow wildly like thorns are all over every corner where you can land. But the 1,000-layer rocks on both sides are like neatly arranged red brick walls. Flat and neat. Entering this place is like falling into a deep pit that can penetrate people. The smooth walls all around make it impossible to escape. They advanced in the dark for several hours, and even took out the star grass to illuminate the way. Unexpectedly, the wild grass suddenly played the role of a carrot, attracting the disaster warhorse to chase and run forward quickly. It was a bit difficult for the two to see in the dark, but the disaster warhorse had no such confusion at all, and it was not affected at all when it rushed forward. As they went deeper and deeper, the temperature dropped rapidly. Something disturbing was announcing its appearance in an unpleasant way. Linda quickly took off the secret crossbow from his waist and shot an arrow infused with the power of fire, which successfully pierced the stone wall dozens of steps away. Flames erupted in the darkness, and the flames dispelled the darkness and coldness, and also brought with them the flying debris from the explosion. The arrow stuck in the stone wall continued to burst out with a torch-like light in an unreasonable way, which was the result of Linda's massive infusion of power. A stone door was quietly embedded in the stone wall, and the open door had a stone staircase leading down. This is a tomb, and the style of the tomb is very much like that of a noble lord. Linda has visited his grandfather's tomb, and there is even an old gravekeeper there. It is said that it will be filled with jewelry, various burial objects, and of course gold. The Rand kingdom loves gold the most. It is said that the ancestors of the Alman family all used golden coffins, which is quite luxurious. Woo-woo. The sound of crying and sobbing suddenly came. Linda also felt that something was staring at his body. Curse. He had felt it before from the choir of Archbishop Kazan, who was at the heroic level. But this level of curse was insignificant, and only gave him goosebumps and a little nausea. Sir! Reed's reaction was slower. He was just an ordinary knight. Reed was muttering to himself, accumulating strength. But Lin never had the need to. Read the bar. He jumped out from the calamity horse. His palm burst into flames. and the terrifying heat illuminated everything in front. It was a ghost floating in the air, missing a leg, without a chin, and a large tongue covered with blisters that stretched out like an octopus tentacle. Its fingers were very long, and the fingertips and nails were completely integrated into an extended steel needle. When Lind moved, it also whistled towards Lind, and its half-pointed fingers went straight to Lind's head. Lind had taken off the banshee horn in his right hand. The bullhorn-shaped horn in his hand was like a short-handled hammer, shining with purple light. The ghost rushed over with his damaged body, and met Lind's body flying over with the hammer in his hand. The horn hit his head, and the ghost's body trembled violently, but it seemed that he did not expect the horn to have such a terrifying power, and his whole body began to tremble. Lind tentatively stretched out his left hand, but unfortunately he did not catch the ghost's body, so he had to use the horn in his right hand to hammer it again, smashing its body apart. "My lord, are you okay?" Reed, who finally finished accumulating strength, also jumped off the horse, holding the flaming long sword in his hand. "It's just ugly to me." Linda shook his head. "When you can't touch it, ghosts are indeed difficult to deal with. But after you have the means to deal with it, the ghost's strength is estimated to be less than level 10. Let's go. Remember to be careful." Linda took the lead and entered the stone gate. Yes. Entering the tomb and going down. Linda is more and more sure that this must be the tomb of a noble of the Rand Kingdom. Various gold products are piled up on the ground, and he even saw a large number of Rand gold coins. Now that the number of undead people in Star Dragon City has increased, the demand for gold coins is increasing. Linda really needs more Rand gold coins. Otherwise, he has to pay points just to go to the tavern for a drink, which seems too omnipotent. As we all know, there are several ways to make money in a game. Lottery and opening boxes are necessary. Linda cannot modify the value. He cannot charge for point cards, but he can add more currencies, so that the undead have to grind for another currency for a certain material. Going deeper and deeper, the surrounding walls seem to have the function of swallowing up the sound, swallowing up the footsteps of the two. If they could not hear each other's breathing, they would probably think that each other was deaf. The humming sound came again. This time, Reed rushed forward first, ignited the long sword with Clory's fury, and then used the magic sword oil to ensure that the ghost could be hurt. The ghost that rushed over was swept away by Reed's upward sword. The blade turned again and pierced directly into its body. The blade twisted and turned, and the ghost exploded. The number of ghosts encountered increased. They wandered around unconsciously inside, but when they found the existence of living people, they would rush up immediately. Reed gradually began to struggle. After his flaming sword burned several times, he could only hold back a trace of red light. Linda led the way instead. The ghosts were completely unable to stop Linda's steps. The heavy breathing and the whistling wind collided in the narrow tomb passage. Reed, standing in the back, once again, watched the Lord's wild fighting style bursting with flames. The broken sword could not be wielded here, but Linda holding the horn was still frightening. Those difficult ghosts were like moths flying into the fire, screaming and rushing in front of him, and then exploded. Linda easily shuttled and jumped among the ghosts, bringing an almost barbaric rampage and boiling heat to the biting cold underground tomb passage. Shoo! Lind raised his finger. Reed, who had just caught up, lowered his voice subconsciously when he saw the Lord's gesture. When he got close to Lind, his eyelids jumped. There was a huge open space in front of him, which looked like an arena built in the tomb instead of a main tomb. There were blue flames flickering around, as if there were twisted and struggling human faces in each cluster of flames. There were probably hundreds of gray ghosts floating together. They died in different ways, not as crazy as when they pounced on the two, but arranged in a regular manner. Among them, there was a group of ghosts wearing armor, who seemed to have a higher status and were guarding the surroundings. The aura on their bodies probably touched the edge of the great night. The two tried to lower their bodies as much as possible, but the ghosts probably didn't react to the sound. Lind's fighting style had nothing to do with silence. Is there really something? What are they doing? Look there, Lind pointed to a corner in front. The ghosts lined up and approached a well. They should still have some memories of their previous lives. At least they must have the instinct to survive. Under the gaze of the sword-wielding ghost, they jumped into the well unwillingly. 1 ghost, 2 ghosts, 3 ghosts. Then, a brand new ghost came out, and it was wearing armor. Are they reborn? It should be a kind of soul fusion. Lind whispered his guess. Throw 3 in. Merge into 1. The sense of déjà vu is a bit strong. Chapter 195. Fragments of the Magic Ring. The ghost thrown into the well was struggling. The pain and struggle from the soul did not need any medium to be transmitted. The soul resonated naturally. Sir? Reed looked at the scenes below and frowned unconsciously. As a living person, anyone who is still a person will have an uncontrollable instinctive disgust after seeing this scene. The scene was not so horrifying. But the soul's instinct was resisting the very uncomfortable distortion and fusion. 3 more ghosts were forced to jump into the well. But this time, the effect was not very good. The struggling and twisted ghosts did not jump out again. There were only bubbling and exploding sounds. And finally, the well returned to complete calm. A failure seemed to have angered something here. The whistling and sobbing wind sound appeared again. And some ghosts ran away out of control. Linda and the others finally understood why the annoying wind would come out after a while. And why ghosts would run out. It turned out that they were not actively attacking. But they were fleeing. Fortunately, they were not fleeing in this direction. Otherwise, with the out-of-control ghost's desire for human life, they would definitely pounce on the 2. My lord. We should retreat. Reed suppressed the nausea from his soul, and did not look at the well. The sobbing in the wind had stopped. And ghosts continued to be driven into the well. You know, I will not retreat. Lynn said, have you forgotten why we came here in the first place? Feeling his body aching from the long battle, Reed raised his sword. My lord. I think it is definitely not a good idea to rush in directly. You stay here. Linda smiled slightly. Then listen to my orders and serve as bait. The lord's figure disappeared from Reed's eyes. In his eyes, the secret pattern envoy's secret pattern weapon making function far exceeds the assassin's part. But it does not mean that Linda cannot learn to use this ability. As long as the method and steps are given, he can learn all abilities at a glance. He even does better than the undead in Myram, and can achieve true stealth, even suppressing the sound to the lowest level. Lind was not very confident in sneaking among the ghosts, who didn't care about the sound at all, and only cared about the breath of the living. However, he could also use the stealth logic of the undead. That is, if the stealth succeeded, it would be the best. If the stealth failed, then kill everyone who saw him. The stealth effect was very good. Lin calmly bypassed the ghosts one by one. He wanted to find the master hiding in the tomb. The mastermind who tried to merge souls to create something terrible. With another failed fusion, the whistling wind sounded again. And Lind instantly caught the direction of the wind sound. This is a small tomb, with a golden coffin placed at an angle. And inside is a skinny figure with 4 arms. It has no lower body, as if it has merged with the golden coffin. The 4 arms do not seem to be from the same person, and even the fingers grow in disorder. A ghost monster that was forcibly pieced together. Lind rushed up with the banshee horn and the fire. The cold and dark tomb was filled with high temperature at the moment of the surprise attack. The stuffy tomb turned from dark to bright with fire in an instant, as if the power was accumulated to the peak, and then urgently found an outlet to vent. Squeezed out from the narrow door of the tomb that could only be passed by one person, and sprayed out waves of fire. In the flame explosion, Lind went straight for the figure in the coffin. The opponent was not too strong, but the disgust from the soul made him very resistant to the opponent. The horn like a small hammer hit the head of the 4-handed ghost. The flame just now seemed to have played a little role. When the ghost's head was not crooked, half of its head had traces of slight melting, and the ghost's eyeballs in the eye sockets fell. The whistling sound in the wind came out again. Reed, who was hiding outside, saw the explosion of fire and heard the sound of the wind. Finding that the ghost seemed to be attracted by the sound, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Hey, look here. Dad is here. Reed, holding a long sword and shouting, looked like he was imitating a hero in history. But looking at his gritting teeth and trembling, he didn't look heroic at all, especially when hundreds of ghosts looked at him in unison. Reed had a cramp under the green light. As a bait, Reed was successful. After discovering the living people, the ghosts completely lost control, including the night ghosts wearing armor and carrying swords. It was a frenzy and primitive pursuit. Facing the first ghost that rushed in front of him, Reed reacted quickly and raised his sword to cut off its head. Then, without caring whether the ghost was dead or alive, he turned around and ran back. But ghosts don't need legs to run. Their pursuit speed is much faster than Reed's running with legs. Reed was dragged and had to turn around and fight back again and again. The sword split the first one, But immediately 2 more hugged his body, and the icy coldness hit him, making his body stiff. This feeling reminded him of Lance's ice bow that always exuded cold air, rolling on the ground. The building and the tomb seemed to have some rules. The ghosts could not pass through the wall, nor could they ignore the impact of the ground. This allowed Reed to barely escape, and he killed 2 ghosts with his lifelong combat experience. 3 more rushed over. The ghosts squeezed into the tomb passage together. Hundreds of ghosts were densely packed in the narrow passage. Like a blue wave, Lin pressed his knees on the chest of the 4-handed ghost, and kept swinging the horn in his hand. The ghost in front of him was at most at the level of an upper wizard, and could not move. A wizard trapped in place, unable to move. He had never encountered such an easy target. The head became broken under the continuous hammering of the horn, and finally exploded completely. After losing the head, the ghost wizard's body was still able to move. The 4 arms waved randomly in the air, trying to tear Lin's body into pieces. But it could only bring a trace of trembling and coldness from the soul, since smashing the head is useless. Smash the entire ghost. Lin also heard the noise outside. He swung his hammer faster, and lost the mood for fun and research. Not taking his own life as a joke is Lin's bottom line. Finally, he successfully defeated the 4-handed ghost wizard. When he walked out of the tomb, he saw Reed trapped in the ghost's defense. His face was livid and his armor was scratched and damaged. Lin rushed forward quickly and squeezed in front of Reed to protect him. Go over there. He pulled Reed up. Can you still move? The horn's deterrent power was not low. But when those armored ghost knights approached with swords raised, Lin still encountered some trouble. The weapon was too short, and it was a bit troublesome to face the opponent's large-scale slashing. And there were ghosts that kept inserting themselves into the gaps, and Lin's attack was blocked many times. No problem. Reed held on, and he took out another bottle of sword oil and applied it to the mottled and deformed sword. Ordinary swords, being eaten by Chlore's fury, seemed to be constantly being forged and reforged, and the swords became increasingly fragile. Weapons were consumables for them. The 2 fought side by side, with Lin leading the way. They fought hard against the ghost monsters that surrounded them until they came to the well. The well had an indescribable deterrent effect on ghosts. They dare not come over. Ha ha! Reed laughed as he sat by the well. The siege suddenly decreased, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Only the sword-wielding ghost knights could ignore and continue to move forward, without harassment and numerical advantage. The ghost knights were really no threat to Lin. One-on-one sword fighting was Lin's forte. He quickly lowered his body to close the distance. When a short weapon faced a long handle, there was no other way but to attack. The hammer hit the ghost knight's chest, and the sudden collision knocked a hole in his armor. The second hit succeeded in smashing his body. When Lin dealt with all the ghost knights, the ghosts were no longer visible at the scene, and hundreds of other ghosts had fled away. That's it. Lin looked at the well beside him. It was glowing blue, and there seemed to be something inside. It was unwise to go in directly. Lin didn't want to merge with something and become some kind of ghost monster, and he couldn't stand his body and soul becoming sticky. My lord. Reed saw Lin's hesitation. Is there something inside? I know someone who can help take it out. Lin put the banshee horn tied with a chain on the surface of the well by fishing. Just touching it. Splash. The ghost Selena appeared in the well. She was a little confused at first, then very surprised. I can feel my soul boiling. Soul boiling? Linda always thought that this well was something very vicious, forcibly merging souls into a new thing, which was definitely not kind. Don't you feel uncomfortable? He asked. No. Of course not. Selena rolled in the water, very comfortable. I feel the favor of magic. Lin frowned, bent over the well, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the water's surface. The moment his fingertips touched the water, he felt a clear force flowing into his body. But unlike what Selena said, he did not feel his soul boiling, but his flesh and blood boiling. And the 4 emblems on his chest seemed to become a little excited, and the speed of operation increased a lot. It was as if the body was suddenly in a strange state of enhancement. Even the understanding of power seemed to be improved for a moment. This feeling is like evolution. Linda retracted his hand. What's inside? Wait. Selena dived into the depths of the well, and after a while, she came out holding a crystal-clear fragment. Although it was less than 1/5 the size of a little fingernail, as big as a grain of rice. It was so dazzling that Linda and the others could not help but be attracted. There is absolutely nothing more beautiful than it in the world. What is this? My memory seems to have recovered a little bit. Selena said, this should be a fragment of the magic ring. Chapter 196 The Fog. Fragments of the magic ring. Hiss. Hiss. The two of them took a breath of cold air at the same time. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the magic ring has always been the source of people's power. Before the apocalypse, people prayed to God, learned and gained power. After the apocalypse, people studied various magic potions and directly stole power through magic potions. It is not an exaggeration to say that the magic ring is the origin of civilization today. Yes, it is indeed a fragment of the magic ring. Selena nodded, and her palm began to become crystal clear under the blessing of the magic ring fragment. And the joy on her face began to disappear. Just when the fragment was about to melt Selena's palm, Lind immediately reached out and grabbed the fragment into his hand. Direct contact and contact through water are completely two different feelings. The power of blood and surname echoed the fragment of the magic ring. And the two sides seemed to have made contact in an instant. Fragment of the magic ring. Oh, it's one of us. There was no burning pain. And his own strength was indeed stimulated. But it was like an illusion after waking up from sleep. When Linda tried his best to feel it, he found that it was not the case. His strength had not increased at all. Don't you know? Selena looked at Linda in confusion. She looked very lovely while soaking in the water, with wet hair sticking to her forehead and cheeks. But neither Linda nor Reed had the heart to appreciate it. There is probably nothing in this world that can compare to magic ring. More attractive? What? Linda asked. Blessed weapons and cursed weapons. They are all related to the fragments of the magic ring. According to Selena, the fragments of the magic ring have no special effect now. Maybe it can make Linda, an old noble, more excited. But it is equivalent to refreshing the mind. If you really want to play its role, you should make it into a blessed weapon. It's just that the fragments of the magic ring the size of a grain of rice can be directly fused with the soul. I believe that the blessed weapon created can better control the power of this fusion. Linda had no choice but to ask. Selena was a top student at the Far East Magic School, and it would never hurt to say a few nice words and ask a few questions. The Lord was good in this respect. He would never pretend to know something when he didn't. And he would even be happy because he didn't know something but others did. If you know, I'll take you away. And then you can work for me. My mission is to know that you can do it and let you work. Creating a blessed weapon is not as simple as imagined. Selena just mentioned it casually and extinguished Reed's thoughts. However, throwing the fragments into the water for ghost fusion must not be continued. This kind of rough kneading without any rules has a strong stimulation and damage to the soul itself. And the things produced are all unqualified semi-finished products, which are meaningless. At the same time, Star Dragon City. The life of the undead people who suddenly closed the Banshee Dream did not become boring. They still have a lot of work to do, such as brushing points and brushing points. The guild listed many tasks, and going to the Disaster Shadow area to farm is always one of the main tasks. Food is an issue that cannot be ignored, and the income has been very stable. In addition, some undead set out to search for the Cyclops again. They want points and want to unlock the volcano bird. After getting the Calamity Horse, many undeads are more and more concerned about the volcano bird. This is the rhythm of playing the game directly like Pokemon. No one should be able to refuse a group of calamities to help them fight. Even if they don't fight, it's cool to take them out. Disaster horses can be used to travel, and many undead have already experienced the convenience. The undead people in Kazan Town, who have just joined Star Dragon City, are desperately brushing points in order to get a batch of disaster horses. They are tired of relying on their legs to travel, and they also hope to shorten the time of running maps. What's wrong with the online game trend? The game experience is the most important. Who really regards playing games as cybercorvée? It's good to have fun, but if the game is too real, it's easy to discourage people. It's no secret that the volcano monster bird can help fly over the map. If there is a volcano monster bird pulling it overhead, many hills that cannot be crossed, or towering buildings that may hide something, can all be flown up. Even a paraglider would be good. However, when this group of undeads were heading to the Disaster Shadow area to plant, they were suddenly attacked by a group of crazy ghosts who came from nowhere. For this reason, a large part of the undeads in Star Dragon City fell into an inexplicable crisis, and they didn't know what happened until they were tickled to death by ghosts. There was no official update announcement. Nor was there any update announcement for Star Dragon City. Lin returned again after a long time after crossing the underground passage at the foot of Red Dragon Mountain. The soldiers have already built fortifications, and rows of arrow towers show their strong combat power. When seeing Lin coming, the soldiers took the initiative to come forward to greet him. However, Lin's goal this time is not to return to Prey Town. The major factories in Prey Town are still rushing to produce. It is definitely not an easy task to satisfy the undead, who are constantly wasting resources. This world is not a code. There is no refresh. The biggest difference between the undead in Star Dragon City and the undead in other regions is resources. Undeads in other regions are seriously lacking in resources. All kinds of potions and magic potions are gone immediately after you buy them today. Even if you pay more, you still can't get them. The pharmacists don't pamper you at all. So many undeads are used to using their bodies to resist, and regard medicine as treasures. Except for drinking a bottle when fighting a boss. They will never drink alcohol if they can avoid it. But in Star Dragon City, as long as you work hard, you will basically have enough potions. Even the undead in Star Dragon City have a bad habit that makes undeads in other regions itch. That is, they like to drink. Keep your health healthy. If the health bar is below 80%, take a sip immediately. Other undead people will never drink medicine unless they are really dying or seriously injured and unable to move. They always save money. Even the rich players, who wave money to buy potions, can't always find sellers. You don't have to follow me. Lin didn't let Reed continue to follow him. Reed followed him in the tomb last time. But he didn't help much. And the danger he encountered this time might be even greater. Lin still remembered the blessed weapon or cursed weapon in the mist, which was related to fire. He could enter it and come out unscathed. But Reed couldn't. Seeing that Reed wanted to say something, Lin said, "Go find Bard. I need him to continue designing new clothes and accessories. I'll rush over after I'm done with this." "Yes." This time Reed nodded. The journey to the ancient battlefield didn't take long. He had run this route countless times. The ancient battlefield was once littered with corpses. But as the winter passed, only the bones and broken armor that were gradually eroded by time and wind and sand were left. The horses' hooves kept moving forward on the dead bones. And the sky seemed to be covered with the haze after the war. Lin had not participated in this war. And he didn't even know who the Rand Kingdom had a dispute with in this war. He just knew that the corpses here had been there for a long time. And no one claimed them or dealt with them. As if they were completely forgotten. There was a thick white fog in front of him. Lin originally wanted to ride his horse into the fog. But the fog blocked his vision. After his previous experience in the Soul Valley, Lin trusted the vision of the Calamity Warhorse very much. However, this time the disaster horse seemed restless, and had no intention of running forward no matter how he drove it. He had no choice but to tie the disaster horse to a tree with an iron chain. He stepped on the gravel, and entered the thick fog. The outline of the dilapidated city-state appeared roughly in Lin's mind. The fog was hot and visibility was very low. He grabbed the sword with one hand, and pulled the banshee horn with the other hand, tentatively moving forward. His body's sensitivity to fire allowed him to clearly determine where his target should be. After walking for an unknown distance, the tip of his toes suddenly splashed into the water, and the sound of the water surface made Lin stop subconsciously. Whoosh! A rumbling sound came, and then the high temperature that made people feel that the air became sticky tore through the thick fog. Lin felt like he was standing in boiling magma at this moment. He didn't feel this anxious when facing the flames spewed by the earth dragon that Saran rode. Boom! The thick fog in front of him was suddenly torn apart, and the huge flame occupied Lin's sight in an instant. He had no space or time to dodge, as if his world was only red at this moment. He had thought about how to face it, but at this moment, all he could do was rely on the fire resistance given to him by the furnace emblem. His body was completely engulfed by the flames, and the earth dragon's skin that was said to be able to swim in magma was also burned and curled up at this moment. Lin's consciousness was completely wrapped in pain, and he couldn't even be sure if he was still alive. But relatively speaking, his body was extremely healthy and powerful at this time. The pain and power tore at his body and his consciousness. At the moment when the fire appeared, Lin finally saw the front blocked by the thick fog. It was a vast water area, deep and cold, emitting a chill. It was just because something was burning in the water area, which caused the thick fog to be constantly stimulated. This never-ending thick fog continued like this, constantly growing, and it has not been dispelled for several years. Lind even mistakenly thought that this was a wonder formed after the end of the world, and took its existence for granted. Not dead. Not even injured. Linda grinned. Very happy. But the armor on his body looked a bit bad. The golden plate armor was completely melted, and the earth dragon skin was wrapped around his body like a rag. Linda simply tore off the tattered armor on his upper body, and the golden earth dragon skin on his lower body was only left with a pair of rolled-up trousers. He approached the front again, and the flames attacked again. This time Linda saw clearly that it was not a blessed weapon or a cursed weapon, but a bloody mouth open wide. A dragon head with a very long neck emerged from the water, which was as tall as Linda's head. Chapter 197 Fire Tumor Achillean. Chapter 197 Fire Tumor Achillean. The white mist filled every corner of his vision. After taking a bite of the flame attack that was probably the dragon's breath, Lind felt that his body was full. He burst into flames with both hands and blasted away all the mist that tried to entangle him. Lind sighed at the wonder in front of him. The neck stretched out from the water looked like a winding giant python, but the dragon horns on the top of the head and the wings that tore through the water behind it showed that it was a dragon, not a giant snake. The failure to burn Lind to ashes was obviously beyond the expectation of the dragon in the water. Its extremely long red neck quickly dived into the water and disappeared completely. Looking at the water surface, the dark water surface was suddenly lit up by a pair of red crescents like a devil. Then, sections of red light outlined a very long body that was wriggling and winding under the water. Arrow patterns also appeared on the water surface, rushing towards Lind. The dead water area was completely alive at this moment. Gulp. Gurgle. The dead and cold water was boiled. The air around him rose again at this moment, making Linda feel as if he was in a furnace. The air he inhaled into his lungs was filled with the stickiness of thick fog and the heat of magma. Linda took a half step back, his eyes fixed on the restless water surface. Now he had two options: turn around and run, or catch the dragon. He felt madness flashing in his mind. Perhaps it was because of the contact with the magic ring fragment that melted his brain, and the mad blood in his body eroded his spirit again. But if he could catch a dragon at this time, and a dragon that could spit fire continuously, Linda would solve the endurance problem. Moreover, this dragon was not strong. It was just a two-legged dragon. Its momentum was only slightly stronger than Archbishop Kazan, but not as strong as Leon. Linda remembered what the ghost girl Selena said. At that time, a two-legged dragon from the Far East Magic School escaped here by crossing mountains and ridges, and accidentally dropped its horn. If I guessed correctly, this was the two-legged dragon that pulled the cart. The water surface roared and exploded. The dragon's mouth, which was full of dense and uneven teeth, came out with a flame and bit towards Linda. Even if Linda was a heroic knight, he was not sure that he could withstand the dragon's bite that seemed to be cut by hundreds of sharp blades. He rolled to the side to avoid it, but the scarlet figure had already jumped out of the water and slammed in front of him, completely occupying Lind's field of vision. Although the wyvern did not master the magic of the dragon clan as in the legend, its strong and thick body would cause a huge commotion every time it shook and moved. The front feet with folded wings, and the thick hind feet stepped on the ground, and the weight of the body was enough to crush Lind. The flames were ineffective, so the wyvern followed its instinct to attack with its body. But chains had already spread out from Lind's body, quickly spreading and climbing onto the scarlet dragon's body. The spiritual taming from the soul-lost chain. Facing a flying dragon that absolutely surpassed the upper level, the possibility of success was almost zero. Chains were breaking every minute and every second, but more chains would climb up immediately. Linda also climbed onto the back of the two-legged flying dragon with his flexible body. He had the branches of the tree of the secret pattern messenger. He just didn't like to act secretly on weekdays. He had already determined his main fighting style of opening and closing, but it didn't mean that his body flexibility was poor. The dragon's spine was covered with long and uneven thorns, some as thick as fingers, some as long as arms. Densely packed, the genes of the wyvern clearly did not allow it to be ridden. Lind found that there were some broken scales on the neck of the wyvern. Considering its former identity as a cart-pulling ox or horse, it was not difficult to guess that these must be traces left by ropes and harnesses. If it were a normal monster or beast, after being ridden, it would be helpless against the figure on its back. But the wyvern in front of it was not one of them. Its extremely long neck, like a giant python, turned back, and its head easily looked at Lind. who was dragging the soul-lost chain on his back. The dragon's mouth opened again, and the flames completely covered Lind. The thick fog here was defeated by the blasted flames, and the ruins of the collapsed city-state in the distance were also swallowed by the flames in an instant, and turned into white ashes after the explosion, and flew into the sky with the gushing flames. The environment on the shore did not escape the licking of the flames. The flames, without the cooling of the water, completely exploded their power on the land, and the rolling heat waves and surging explosions completely turned this area into a furnace purgatory. Linda crossed his hands to block his face, even if he could ignore all the damage caused by the flames. The flames from the dragon's mouth were like a continuous hammer, hitting his body crazily. If the flames had not kept coming to accumulate power for Linda, he would have been overturned in this spit. The thick clouds produced by the explosion and the ashes of the melted stones rose into the sky, surging upward like a mushroom cloud, and then lost all their power and fell down sparsely, starting a rain of fire. His blood was boiling, and the skin on his chest was red from the burning heat. The wyvern, which kept shaking its body, made it difficult for Linda to stand steady. Finally, after another shake, the wyvern threw Linda off and flew into the sky, with its wings spread out. Linda seemed to see a small bunker flying in the air. Its body was hovering in the air, like a scarlet giant python with a pair of wings and 2 hind legs. The wyvern also realized that ordinary flames could not harm Linda, and its slender neck twisted into a semicircle, biting its own neck. It was at this time that Lynn noticed that there were many swollen places on the neck of the wyvern, with clusters of creepy tumors growing on it. The dragon's mouth bit a tumor, and it was bleeding. The orange-red magma flowed out. The magma hung on the teeth of the wyvern, and it was obvious that it was in great pain. Lynn didn't pay attention to its actions at first. It was very common for mad monsters to be eroded by disasters after the doomsday, or to lose their minds directly in the fight. However, when the wyvern opened its mouth again, the hot flames gathered into a ball and fell from the sky, and Lind immediately felt something was wrong, like thunder and lightning flashing and bursting with roars. The flames no longer spread and raged, but condensed into meteors, streaking across the sky and chasing after Lind's body. He quickly stood up and ran, feeling the rumbling explosions behind him. 1, 2, 3, a string of meteor showers. Intensive bombing. The roar of the explosion and the heat wave of the explosion surrounded Lind. And Lind, who had always ignored the damage of the flames, was also intensively torn apart at this moment. The 2-legged dragon flapped its wings in pain in the air, and its body went up and down as its wings flapped. It looked excitedly at the area bombarded by orange-red flames, confident that even if Lind could ignore the flames, he would definitely not be able to avoid the breath this time, because it was not flame in nature. Woo-woo hum! The sound of the horn penetrated the sound of the explosion, and the body of the wyvern suddenly stopped. The sudden curse drained the power of the wyvern, and the abscess on its neck began to struggle violently. It fell with a wail, raising a cloud of dust. The buzzing occupied Lind's ears, and the blasting air waves squeezed him, and the familiar feeling came back again. He was deaf again. In the game, it should be called a negative state, such as a broken leg, disability, deafness, blindness, etc. In fact, this situation has always been very common, and Lind is not an Iron Man. The broken body was quickly healed with the help of the raging flames, and the large blood vessels under Lind's skin flashed red light, making him look like a secret pattern man. Especially the beating of the heart position and the emblem on the chest complement each other, making him involve a mystery that cannot be seen at a glance. Now only the torn dragon leather pants covered his lower body. He walked towards the dragon barefoot, leaving burning footprints behind with his hot feet. Seeing that the wyvern was about to stand up, Lind raised the banshee horn again. He could use this thing casually, without worrying about not using it enough times. The wyvern, whose strength had never surpassed that of a hero, performed quite poorly after being cursed to have its strength cut in half. The body squirmed. Don't move. Lind believed that the other party would definitely understand. After reaching the extraordinary, you can't treat them with the attitude of ordinary beasts. And what's in front of you is a wyvern. A demon beast. The wyvern's eyes showed fear, and it recognized the horn. You see, we can still communicate normally. Linda tied up the dragon with the soul-lost chain. The other party seemed to be fighting against something, which made it powerless to struggle when facing Linda's binding again. The banshee horn was thrown into the water, and the figure of the female ghost Selena immediately appeared. She shouted in surprise, "Achillean?" Chapter 198 Riding a Dragon. The Wyvern of the Far East School of Magic. The Wyvern Achillean, which was rated as 3 rings. When the female ghost Selena said this information, Lind was sure that she had definitely recovered some of her memories. Achillean? Lind looked at the wyvern wrapped in scarlet scales. He could hear the dragon's heavy breathing. The nasal breath sprayed with pain. And there were also wails squeezed out of its abdomen. Everything that had just collided with the wyvern seemed not as bad as the damage caused by it curling up there. Just breathing. What's wrong with it? Lind's voice was low. The two sides went from fighting to the strange peaceful coexistence now. And the transition was very smooth. I don't know. I'm too far away. You can drag it into the water. I can get close to it in the water. The female ghost gave a suggestion. Although Lind didn't know why the two-legged dragon Achillean, a fire-breathing dragon, was immersed in the water all day. He knew that he must not be dragged back into the water easily. The thick fog here all year round exists because of Achillean. As the dragon fell to the ground and did not move, the thick fog had already shown signs of dissipating. He also felt a stronger burning sensation on the dragon, as if it had completely transformed into a burning magic fire bomb that could explode at any time and anywhere. Linda walked up to the dragon Achillean, who had almost no power to resist. Submit to me, and I can drag you back into the water. The Lord seemed generous, but he was never willing to do business at a loss. He could be open-hearted to his own people. But there was no need to be polite to the two-legged dragon that had almost smashed him into a pulp with a meteor just now. If you can, save it. If not, you will be burned to death here. The condition of the flying dragon also made Lind very curious. Why would a flying dragon with a fire-breathing organ have a fever? Achillean did not raise his eyelids, but did not make any reaction. I don't know if it has no strength to resist, or it would rather die than surrender. The dignity and sense of honor of the flying dragon? Lind felt that this thing should not appear on the flying dragon in front of him. As a cow and horse that used to pull a cart, it is normal to put on a bridle and reins after being tamed. So he stretched out the Solos chain again. The Solos chain wrapped around the hot dragon body was burned red by the high temperature. So Linda could only add the Solos chain one circle at a time. He also considered the way he tied the dragon, wrapping it according to the marks left on its body before. Unexpectedly, it felt very suitable after wrapping. Through the Solos chain, the dragon Achillean's surrender intention came. Taming a heroic dragon with a high-ranking knight, he walked to the tail of the dragon and grabbed the burning hot dragon tail with both hands. The pain pierced into his palm. At the moment of contact, flames burst out from between his fingers. Just like Linda suddenly grasped the flint. Drink. Among the great knights, Lind's strength has been increasing, but he has never tried to pull a two-legged dragon like this. The dragon Achillean, whose head is almost as big as his, is a slender type. It curled up on the ground, like a row of low walls surrounding the novice village. Using all his strength, he finally pushed it into the water. Sizzle! The extremely high temperature and the icy cold water came into contact, instantly triggering a terrifying high-temperature fog that could burn a person's face. The dying dragon slowly recovered. Clusters of burning flames floating on the water surface also made Lind couldn't help but marvel. The dragon's body was completely immersed in the water, and the female ghost Selena followed it into the water, and it took a while before it resurfaced. How is it? He asked. Fragments of the magic ring. What? During the chaos, when the magic ring was broken, it seemed that some fragments of the magic ring got into Achillean's body. Selena used her limited memory to answer Lind. Maybe entering the Banshee dream could give her a clearer answer. But Lind, who only had one life, did not intend to go in. Let's give this precious sacrifice opportunity to the undead. Those fragments formed a tumor on its neck, Selena explained. So after biting through the tumor on its neck, it used the magma pus in the tumor to spray out that terrifying magic? Lind already had the answer in his heart. If he didn't have the furnace emblem, those meteors would have been enough to completely evaporate him. In other words, this wyvern has become a cursed weapon in another sense. So it has to stay in the water all year round? Lind probably found the reason. Using water to cool himself down. Selena nodded. If you have a way to help it relieve the pain caused by the fire tumor, remove the high temperature that the fire tumor is constantly brewing. Removing the high temperature seems to be possible. Lind looked at Achillean, whose head was sticking out of the water, and whose condition had recovered a little, and said, If you come back to Star Dragon City with me, maybe I can solve your problem. Even if it can't be solved, we can dig a huge lake in Star Dragon City. This project will not even take 2 days, and the undead can complete it without any help. Star Dragon City is now in a state of overflowing strength. Other novice villages or main cities combined cannot reach 1/3 of Star Dragon City. Splash. The flying dragon Achillean, who was rolling with the muddy current, climbed out of the water halfway, folded his front wings, and stepped on the ground to support his body. He bent his long neck and lowered his huge head to the ground to show his submission to Lind. Linda raised his hand and gently stroked Achillean's head, sighing in his heart. It is indeed better to be tame before, not very wild, and without psychological burden, very cooperative. As an old noble red name monster, it is reasonable for me to enter the second stage by riding a dragon. The flying dragon Achillean slowly climbed out of the water, and after Linda stood on his back, he spread his wings. The scorching wind flew out with the flapping of the wings, and the heavy body rushed into the sky with the blessing of magic, carrying a person and a flying dragon. Outside the ruins, the disaster horse looked up at the flying dragon and trembled. Abandoned port. Xia Luba and Stang had taken off their armor. They swallowed their saliva, looked at each other, and walked to the front of the green-skinned people. This group of mutants is a race that appeared after the apocalypse. But no matter how fast they grow, it is impossible for a baby to grow into a strong man in just 2 or 3 years. The green-skinned people have the ability to transform, transforming ordinary people into a new race. The two who had known each other for a long time, as well as the soldiers they brought with them, were very excited. After adulthood, they possessed strength that was no less than that of ordinary great knights, with strong bodies and strong self-healing abilities. It can be said that except for being a little slow in magic perception, the greenskins were simply natural warriors. Abandoning their human identities, they have since become true new nobles. They are confident that after completely mastering this power, the probability of success of the next plan will be higher. The transformation ceremony officially begins. Chapter 199: The Sea God of the Abandoned Port. The whole process went very smoothly. The leader of the green-skinned people was facing the sea of the abandoned port and speaking frantically. He was praying to the sea god. But according to Xia Luba and Stang, before the end of the world, this place was once a military port of the Kingdom of Rand. Before that, there was no sea god at all, let alone the belief in sea god. The eagle-like port opened up a waterway in the cracks of the northern frozen soil. The Kingdom of Rand was not very developed in terms of naval development. After all, the north is a frozen land, the desert in the southwest, the wetlands in the southeast, etc., have already wrapped up the country. It is obviously not in the interest to take a detour by water. But with the change of terrain, the frozen land in the northwest suddenly lost a piece, which also gave the seaport more possibilities. The sea surface is roaring, or it may just be a gust of wind. The body seems to be really wrapped by something. In just a moment, or after a few days and nights, when Xia Luba and Stang opened their eyes again, they found that their sight height had changed significantly. I have become stronger. Looking down, I see green skin. Opening both hands and looking at the palms, I clenched my fists. These are not fists at all, but 2 hammers that can easily smash a person's head. The strength of the body is almost pouring out. They turn around and look behind them. The knights under them also completed the transformation of their identities. Everyone was happy about the sudden strength they gained. Ha ha ha. The leader of the green-skinned people laughed. Welcome to join. From today on, they are a family. Shaluba and Stang also smiled and hugged each other. They could no longer wear their old clothes, but they picked up their old weapons. This was like a tacit signal. The greenskin leader was still saying, "We should celebrate." Hush. Shaluba waved his long sword. Now this weapon was just a one-handed sword for him, but the whizzing sound of the blade cutting the wind sounded very pleasant. The greenskin leader looked at him puzzledly. With a puzzled look, Stang on the side grabbed a big knife, and the soldiers who had just completed the transformation grabbed their weapons and formed a line to meet the enemy, surrounding the greenskins. There was a big difference in the number of people on both sides, but their target was not ordinary greenskins, but a group of greenskins who had the right to speak. I think we should re-elect a new leader now. Shaluba stared at the leader whose expression became ugly, and he didn't look like he was joking at all with his deliberate momentum. The greenskin leader opened his mouth and his eyes widened. His unconscious behavior, like that of a fish starving of oxygen, showed that his brain was in a state of shock. He had thought a lot, and he had always shown his welcome and enthusiasm to these friends who came to him on their own initiative, especially after they helped solve the curse of the abyss. This trust reached its peak, but just after they were absorbed into the tribe, they were forced to abdicate and betrayed. As greenskins, one of the original rules they had to follow was that the leader had to accept challenges. "Come on!" the greenskin leader roared. "I'll do it. You do it." The two of them seemed to be sharing a piece of meat. In this battle, Zyaluba and his men were destined to win, because their own people had already pointed their weapons at the leader and others. Even if they really couldn't win, the soldiers would accidentally rush forward, and then after causing a riot, accidentally cause the leader to die. The dead lose everything, and the living have everything. The result was indeed so. But as the upper knights, the two of them already had extremely rich combat experience and strength. After transforming into the greenskin race, their strength has ushered in earth-shaking changes. Those conspiracies and tricks were not used at all. Successfully defeated the opponent, and then used the sword to pierce the mouth of the greenskin leader and pierce out from the back of the head. Thick green liquid dripped from the tip of the sword. "I am the new leader now." Zyaluba raised his fist. The greenskins looked at each other. What happened just now was beyond their expectations. But as the newly transformed greenskin soldiers began to cheer, the remaining greenskins of the tribe also cheered. "Then tell me about our next action plan." Zyaluba was very satisfied with the reaction of this group of people. He pointed at the abandoned port and said, "We will build a ship, go to the sea, and then go around from this side to the other side of the kingdom." The greenskins would certainly not object. They would obey all the orders of the new leader as long as they could live well. A group of knights built a ship very quickly. There was no physical limit, and they rarely felt tired. It only took them a few days to successfully build several large ships. This was due to Stang's contribution, because he had worked in shipbuilding and had been sailing on the sea for more than half a year as a sailor. But as the new ship was launched, a terrifying pressure suddenly came. The sound that shook their ears was roaring at them. The greenskins fell to their knees one after another. Only the newly transformed greenskins such as Zyaluba did not react. Their knees were stiff. This sudden change disrupted all their plans. Could it be that there really was a sea god in the abandoned port waters? The terrifying pressure made them feel that they had difficulty breathing. It was definitely an existence far beyond the once powerful Lord Leon. As if they were facing a real god. The entire coast became frantic because of the pressure, and the waves were raging. "You are not allowed to leave." Sharuba heard that meaning. It was some kind of whisper. A whisper from God. As a high-ranking knight, he had encountered it twice. But they both stole it through potions. But this time, it was God who took the initiative to find him. God is in the sea water of the abandoned port? What should we do? For the first time, Sharuba felt that he might have really miscalculated. This group of green-skinned people was powerful. But they neither left by boat nor attacked southward. They seemed to live here peacefully, as if they were really at peace with the world. Even though they were all brave and fierce and good at killing. Now the question has been answered. Because the green man followed the command of a certain voice and chose to live here. It is better to provoke the things in the cracks of the abyss than to provoke the gods. The existence that has always been believed and worshipped by people, even if it is an evil god, is definitely not something that ordinary people can provoke. Keep a distance. Stay here? This answer made him incomprehensible. Even if we leave here, we can still worship you. Zyaluba tried to explain. But the voice did not agree with him, and gave another solution. Convert more green-skinned people. Sure enough, it was the evil god's way of spreading. As you wish. Zyaluba bent down. Converting shit. If we can't go by water, we can go by land. Now that our collective strength has increased by more than double, it's not a problem to fight back to Star Dragon City. Whoever wants to come can come. I'm leaving. Chapter 200. There is a nest of Cyclops here. After the pigeon dungeon was gone, the attraction of Star Dragon City suddenly decreased. Although the previous sudden ghost attack attracted many undeads to return for emergency defense. When Morina knew about it, the sudden incident became boring. The witch who was trying to follow the orthodox path of Zasa, the god of death, became more and more adept at using the power of the undead. And these ghosts were easily eliminated by her. The sudden silence of Star Dragon City made people feel a little uncomfortable. The soldiers who were guarding in front of Armin's war loot warehouse and waiting for the undead to come to draw prizes were bored and dazed. There were many knives of advice in front of them, and they were used to it. The soldiers couldn't even understand the undead's thoughts at all. They kept opening boxes while cursing. If they didn't want to participate, they didn't have to come. Most of the things in those boxes were not attractive to the soldiers. The remaining small part, such as the secret pattern weapons, were gradually installed on the soldiers, and they didn't need to draw prizes. It is precisely because they cannot understand that they may worship the Lord even more. Soldiers are not the only ones who have similar thoughts. In fact, the higher the status of people in Star Dragon City, the stronger their worship and trust in Lind. This includes Duomei. As a hero who helped the Lord win the last battle, Duomei's life is getting more and more comfortable. The wonderful feeling of having a thief admired and worshipped by people makes him start to care about his image. Of course, the desire for knowledge surpasses everything. If he has to choose between more knowledge and becoming a greater hero, Dome will still choose more knowledge. The Lord should choose to become a hero. As for the reason, perhaps becoming a hero can make it easier for the Lord to obtain knowledge. He thinks so. The benefits and conveniences of being a hero are also reflected. When Dome expresses his need for more knowledge, the undead will explore deep into various dangerous places, which is absolutely impossible when the city of Leon still exists. Mr. Dome? The undead standing in front of Dome rubbed his hands like a fly. This is what we found and copied in a mysterious cave. If there is anything wrong with the undead who respect heroes, it must be mercenary. The last time Dome went to the tavern and saw the dwarf who raised children, he had never felt such a strong mercenary atmosphere on him. While talking about respect, he was eagerly looking at the benefits. Let me see if it is really valuable. Duomei took the scroll handed over by the undead. This is a magic circle, and the complex patterns make people dizzy. Soon Duomei discovered something. This is not an ordinary magic circle. It is a summoning circle. Where did you find it? Red Dragon Foothills. The undead saw Duomei's expression of having a hidden mission, and he was delighted and immediately said, "We are tracking the whereabouts of the Cyclops Ahart. And then we found the cave. We strongly suspect that the giant is hiding in it." Cyclops? Dome really had never seen a Cyclops. Is there such a creature near the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain? It's true. We have encountered it before, and the Lord has issued a bounty. As long as you kill the Cyclops and take back the materials and the Heart of Disaster on it, you can get points and unlock a new pet. Dome gradually learned to filter out the content that he could understand from the strange words of the undead, and nodded. Then I wish you can successfully hunt the Cyclops and complete the Lord's bounty. This made the undead who deliberately mentioned the Cyclops, hoping to get a related task from Duomei. A little regretful, Duomei was very interested in all kinds of strange knowledge and things he had never seen before. Sometimes he would give rewards if he could catch the disaster. Many people have regarded Duomei as a place to receive the illustrated reward. Duomei certainly would not compete with the Lord. And when the undead people solved the Cyclops, if he wanted to study it, he could just go to the Lord directly without paying anything. As a somewhat shrewd old wizard, Duomei didn't care about things like points and gold coins. But he was very clear that these things could mobilize the undead to act. And he must not give too many at once. Otherwise it would cause the points to expand and affect the development of the territory. All NPCs who have certain tasks to issue have received simple verbal instructions from Lind and know the rules for issuing tasks. After issuing the task rewards to the undead, the old wizard closed the door and sent him away. He held the rubbing of the summoning magic circle with excited eyes. The Lord will definitely be very interested in it. Although a summoning magic circle can only summon in one direction, and its specific operating principle is unknown, a lot of useful information can be interpreted from it. Dome's knowledge also has something to do with summoning magic circles. Their common characteristics are that they are incomplete, or they have no idea how to operate. But they still have something in common. Maybe he can piece together the knowledge he needs. Just like the energy battery solution he put together with machinery and magic circles. Although this solution is clumsy, it has indeed been appreciated by the Lord. On the other side, at the foot of the Red Dragon Mountain, large numbers of undead were searching for the traces of the Cyclops. And some were even wondering if more functions would be unlocked. Having experienced battles of various levels, they were no longer as nervous as they were the first time when they recalled the Cyclops. Because there were enemies stronger than the Cyclops. And there were more of them. Niao Niao used points to transform himself into a spell wizard during this trip. His luck was not very good, but he was very hardworking. So he successfully got a complete set of wizard suits. From robes to scars. He also spawned a magic wand that could cast a barrier. Snake Sentry? He had a good relationship with several top players. And sometimes they would just form a team. Especially when farming in the Shadow of Disaster area. The speed of brushing tower defense with a strong team was extremely fast. Which could save a lot of time. They could even be lazy and idle with each other. No. I'll talk about it after I solve the Cyclops. Niao Niao's attitude towards the Cyclops was a bit stubborn and even paranoid. And a flying pet was very useful. Moreover, he did not understand the idea of forcibly killing 10 bosses at the Snake Man outpost where a group of people went. The story told by the Lord has been very clear. The son of Ronin is only an elite monster. And the real boss is Baron Ronin. In the case that the current benefits have not been completely eaten. Forcibly opening up the wasteland is also a waste of resources. The most important thing is that there is no task reward. The undead in Star Dragon City have developed a lazy online game habit. If they don't take a task before taking action, they always feel that every monster they kill is a loss. There were many undead who had similar ideas to him. They would first complete the quests with rewards. And the rewards were very good this time. There was no need to force the monsters. If they won, they would get no rewards. And if they lost, they would lose levels and waste points. He lowered his body. He had never walked the road ahead. A collapsed path. A dead end? He held his breath in the curling place. Although holding his breath often did not make the disaster monsters invisible. It could make him feel more involved. As if he was really sneaking. A rumbling sound sounded. And the familiar thunderous snoring made him open his eyes wide. He tried hard to step on the stone and stretched his neck to look over there. It was a Cyclops. No. Why is the name of this Cyclops wrong? Niao Niao remembered very clearly that the name of the Cyclops should be a hard. And his level was also very high. But the Cyclops in front of him was only level 33. And his body was much thinner than the original Cyclops a hard. And the clothes on her body have also changed. It looks like she is a female Cyclops? He took a deep breath. Call someone. The rumbling flames completely erupted after hundreds of spell wizards brewed. The scorching hot rain of fire covered the area ahead. As early as half an hour ago, the undead received the news from Niao Niao. So they came over in 2s and 3s. The points price of the job transfer potion is not too high. And after experiencing many professions, I am really willing to stay in. There are still a few undeads on Assassin and Two-Headed Warrior. The spell wizard who can pull away from a long distance and now has barrier magic is the undisputed answer to the version. The damage is enough. There is no need to worry about the operation. And even if the enemy has a long range, it can also be blocked by barrier magic. Only a few undeads, who have brushed out double secret pattern weapons, are unwilling to change their professions easily. They have also discovered that weapons sometimes seem to be more important than levels. Their strategy to deal with the Cyclops was still mainly based on the wizard's sneak attack. The undead, who had experienced the Cyclops' melee strength, would be very clear-headed. And they would die if they got close to it. The level and strength gap was too big. So they often had no game experience when facing high-level monsters. This was still the case when the Cyclops in front of them was a melee type. Just like the last time Archbishop Kazan's undead siege. The corpses were easy to deal with. But Archbishop Kazan's explosive momentum easily swept the undead, making them not even qualified to join in. The range attack was a bit too targeted at the undead. Keep enough distance. Be prepared. And everyone took out traps. This set was used to kill Lord Leon, who had become abyssal. And it should be no problem to use it to deal with the Cyclops this time. The only variable appeared in the geographical environment. When they killed Lord Leon, they used the terrain of the entire city of Leon and covered almost every place with traps. But now the space they have to face is too narrow. The flames ignited the giant. And the sleeping Cyclops opened his eyes blankly. And then saw a dark mass of people. The condensed explosion ignited the anger of the Cyclops. And it climbed up and roared, facing the cruel smiles of the undead. The Cyclops decisively chose to run away. Fuck. Why did you run away? No hatred. There was hatred. But the Cyclops was not a fool. There was no reason to go over and let them kill him with fireballs. Everyone. Don't mess up the formation. The secret pattern messenger chased after it. Don't let it run away. Someone was directing. And everyone cooperated well. After all, they were all for killing the Cyclops. Several secret pattern messengers acted quickly and chased after it by stealth. But soon another message came back. In the form of a private message. Fuck. Don't come. There is a nest of Cyclops here. A nest.